Chapter 1: The Final Breath. Mianmian, why do you continue to struggle when the doctors say your illness is incurable? Wouldn't it be wiser to save your money and spend your final days comfortably at home? Auntie gazed at the numerous medical bills cluttering the bedside, her eyes reddening with distress. This wretched girl had managed to earn such a fortune through that silent streaming. After all the years they had devoted to raising her, that money should rightfully be used to honor her. Their dutiful daughter, studying abroad, was in dire need of funds. This girl truly lacked understanding, recklessly pursuing treatment despite her cancer diagnosis. Oh dear, the child is still unwell. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much. Uncle commenced his usual act of benevolence, consistently saying one thing while doing another, which was rather amusing. Fortunately, after being deceived a few times since they moved into her home, she had learned to be cautious. Lin Mianmian, weary of the farce, remarked, "Uncle, Auntie, you'll be discharged in a few days, so you may return home and await my arrival." Auntie's drooping expression softened slightly at this news. "By the way, do you have your bank card and ID with you? If not, you should hand them over to us now. Otherwise, should anything happen to you, the bank might seize your funds, preventing your uncle from inheriting your estate." Uncle, caught in a moment of hesitation, fell silent. Auntie, however, was invigorated by the prospect. "Also, you are now of age, so the house can be transferred to your uncle, right? You've been delaying. Don't wait until inheritance becomes a complicated matter." Lin Mianmian nearly burst into laughter. "Rest assured, Annie, I have everything meticulously prepared. I'll take care of it tomorrow." Annie handed her a plastic bag filled with oranges purchased from the roadside. "Now this feels more like it will be waiting for you at home." Lin Mianmian had always preferred to avoid them, and after years of absence, Annie still viewed her as the obedient child of her youth. Once they were sufficiently distracted, Lin Mianmian discarded the oranges into the trash and, with her frail body, sought a lawyer to draft her will and have it notarized, bequeathing all her possessions to an animal protection association, including the very house they resided in. After all, her wealth was earned through the companionship of animals. It was only fitting that she leave it to them upon her passing. Since childhood, Lin Mianmian had possessed the ability to hear the thoughts of animals. Thus, after graduation, she chose to become a pet blogger, frequently sharing videos of her interactions with small creatures on social media, amassing a loyal following of pet enthusiasts, and achieving a modest degree of fame. Before embarking on her journey as a pet blogger, she had dabbled in singing, beauty, and culinary streaming, all of which failed to gain traction due to her merely pleasant appearance. Her parents had passed away when she was merely 10 years old, and after her uncle became her guardian, his family moved into her house under the pretense of caring for her. Yet, in truth, they had sent her off to a boarding school from the onset of her adolescence, often forgetting to provide her with living expenses. Fortunately, Lin Mianmian, aware of her lack of support, had worked diligently to maintain her studies through scholarships. Her university education was sustained through part-time jobs and streaming, allowing her to graduate safely with the funds she earned. Just as she thought she could continue this way indefinitely, she received the devastating diagnosis of cancer. Upon hearing the news, her uncle's family, rather than expressing genuine concern, only clamored for her to hastily transfer ownership of the house to them before her demise, fearing they might lose what they had come to view as theirs. Lin Mianmian found it deeply ironic that this very house had been usurped by them after her parents' passing. 3 bedrooms, one for the couple, one for their daughter, and a third converted into a study to accommodate their precious daughter's need for a conducive learning environment, while she had been relegated to a makeshift bed in a storage room, enduring her entire youth in solitude. In her childhood, she had not dared to resist. During her adolescence, she was confined to the boarding school after enduring the trials of graduation and securing a job. Just as she was about to reclaim what was rightfully hers, she was faced with her own mortality. How unfortunate! Having completed all necessary tasks, Lin Mianmian felt no lingering attachment to this world. She recalled the doctor's ultimatum from the previous day. "I'm sorry. If you have any unfulfilled wishes or tasks you wish to accomplish, you may consider arranging for your discharge to utilize the remaining time." With her weakened body, Lin Mianmian left the hospital, intent on visiting her parents' graves one last time to inform them she would soon be joining them. "Don't run away, you wretched cat. Meow, it hurts." Following the sound, she witnessed a small black cat being brutally kicked by an irate man. The kitten curled up in pain, trembling uncontrollably. Meow, mommy, where are you? Im so scavet. It hurts. Lin Mianmian's heart softened, and she resolved to take it to a safer place. Such a tiny creature could easily be crushed by the speeding cars on the road. As she prepared to approach and rescue the little black cat, the man clutched it, evidently intending to take it somewhere. Meow. His cat killer. Da Zhuang and Xiao Bai were killed by him. I refused to go with him. The kitten clawed at the man, breaking free and fearfully leaping into Lin Mianmian's embrace, sensing her kindness. Give it to me, barked the darkly brooding man, his pant leg stained with blood. In her current state, Lin Mianmian felt no more formidable than the frightened cat. She certainly could not overpower this brute. Thus, with great discernment, she prepared to flee. Alas, she misjudged her physical condition. Her current body no longer possessed the speed of her healthier days. Seeing her attempt to escape, the man, his eyes aflame with rage, lunged forward and shoved her aside. With a resounding thud, accompanied by the terrified screams of onlookers, Lin Mianmian heard the last sound of her existence in this world. It hurt so much she felt as if all her bones had shattered. Her head seemed immobile, leaving her to gaze vacantly at the sun above. The sunlight was blinding, yet so radiant. At least, in her final moments, she could save a life. There were cameras everywhere. That twisted man surely could not evade capture. Did her demise hold a semblance of significance? Little kitten, I hope you find your mother, and I too shall seek my parents. The small black cat stared blankly at Lin Mianmian, who was slowly succumbing as blood pooled beneath her just as her eyes began to close. The kitten extended its paw toward her. Quickly, shove her inside. A young woman clad in luxurious attire commanded two burly men, who roughly tossed a human parcel encased in a burlap sack into a dark, ominous flying vehicle. The craft resembled a ferocious beast with bared fangs. The sack vanished within its maw. The well-dressed girl watched with satisfaction as the flying machine sped away after consuming the sack, then glared fiercely at the two men before her. You both know what can and cannot be said. If this matter leaks, you'll be awaiting your doom. The men quickly bowed their heads in acquiescence. Lin Mianmian opened her eyes to find herself enveloped in darkness. Was this hell? She had never committed a sin, surely. She did not belong here. What should she do? It was terrifying. She longed to return home. She did not wish to die, sobbing softly. Were these wretched space pirates planning to take them to a garbage planet? A place where even males struggled to survive. The interstellar law enforcement was utterly useless, allowing these pirates to brazenly abduct females. She hoped her companions would find her otherwise. Should she return, she would ensure they all paid. Lin Mianmian puzzled over the thought. Could one find a partner in hell? And what were these voices? Who was speaking? Before she could ponder further, the abrupt sound of a mechanical door opening echoed through the gloom. Light filtered into the burlap sack, and a shadowy figure approached through the gaps in the fabric. Who's this still bound? Who dares treat our delicate female so roughly? Boomed a gruff voice, and the large hands swiftly unbound the sack, enveloping Lin Mianmian. Squinting against the sudden brightness, Lin Mianmian finally grasped her circumstances. Chapter 2. Congratulations, host. On gaining favorability, before her stood several enormous metallic cages, each containing a woman. Lin Mianmian gazed in astonishment at her own hands. Though slender, they were remarkably smooth. Certainly not the skeletal hands of someone who had been gravely ill. Could it be that she had traversed into another realm? After all, it was not uncommon for individuals to find themselves in alternate worlds following a car accident or even after a mere slumber. Given her own history of cancer and a car crash, such a scenario seemed plausible. Lin Mianmian attempted to delve into the memories of the original owner to comprehend her current predicament and to avoid revealing her identity upon encountering acquaintances. Unfortunately, her mind was a blank slate, occupied solely by memories from her previous life. Why is this female staring blankly? Does she have an intellectual disability? A voice drew her attention to the man standing before her cage, who towered over her, his face obscured by a scruffy beard, save for a pair of piercing gray-violet eyes fixed intently upon her. That he referred to her as a female. Could this be a world of beast men? In her leisure, Lin Mianmian had perused a few popular novels, noting that only in beastly realms were individuals designated as male or female. The surroundings evidently exhibited a high level of technological advancement, possibly indicative of a futuristic interstellar beast world. The bearded man glanced at the dazed Lin Mianmian with a hint of pity. Aren't you hungry? We have nutritional supplements in red berry and yellow fruit flavors. Which do you prefer? It was then that Lin Mianmian felt the pangs of hunger emanating from her abdomen. Despite her confinement, she was being fed and even allowed to choose her flavor, suggesting that the treatment of females here was relatively favorable. Lin Mianmian pointed to the red tube. I'll choose this one. Thank you. The bearded man looked at her in surprise before handing her the red nutritional liquid through the bars of the cage. So she wasn't intellectually disabled after all. She even expressed her gratitude. Though somewhat unattractive, this female possessed a certain charm. Lin Mianmian, now focused on the bearded man, realized he hadn't moved his lips. Could it be that she was hearing his thoughts? Previously, she could only hear the thoughts of animals. Perhaps these beastmen fell under the same category. Ding! Congratulations, host, on gaining 5 favorability from the Interstellar pirate. The charming system is now activated. Almost choking on the nutritional liquid, Lin Mianmian exclaimed. What? Charming. There's no way I could ever be associated with such a title in either my past or present life. The Interstellar pirate's reaction to her response indicated that the original owner was not particularly pleasing to the eye. Indeed, host, which is precisely why you require my assistance. To transform into a charming individual and alter your destiny. And subsequently, through your influence, change the fate of the entire universe. That we are engaged in a profoundly significant endeavor. Lin Mianmian inquired. Change my destiny. Does that imply something will occur if I do not? Host, you are quite astute. However, this falls under the category of unknown events, rendering it impossible to predict at present. You need only understand that the more favorability you acquire, the higher your charm level will ascend. And each upgrade will yield rewards. Lin Mianmian's eyes sparkled. Rewards? What are they? Luxurious mansions, opulent vehicles, or small fortunes? Such mundane items will come to you effortlessly as your charm level increases. The rewards will be cards that enhance your appearance and abilities. This prospect ignited a sense of ambition within her. After all, having already faced death once, the opportunity for rebirth was a delightful surprise. Lin Mianmian resolved to cherish this life to the fullest. By the way, system, do you know why I can hear others' thoughts? Host, you have awakened your mental talents. Interstellar females typically awaken their mental cores, granting them mental powers after the awakening ceremony. That a female's mental energy possesses a natural purifying function, capable of cleansing the mental pollution caused by gamma radiation in males. Of course, a minority of females can awaken mental talents, which may manifest as supportive skills such as healing, spatial manipulation, strength, or speed enhancements. You need only concentrate on the mental core to perceive its condition. So that was it. Lin Mianmian sensed a fragmented black stone within her consciousness, resembling 5 shattered pieces. Is this the mental core? Host, your mental core has been violently shattered by external forces. Currently, your mental fluctuation stands at 0. If subjected to a detection device, you would be classified as an ordinary female devoid of mental power. The mental core floated quietly in her consciousness, resembling worthless stones. Do not fret, host. By increasing your charm value, you have the opportunity to obtain a mental core restoration card, allowing you to regain your mental power. Having grasped the gist of the situation, Lin Mianmian began to understand this world, realizing her initial circumstances were far from ideal. Nevertheless, she believed that with effort, success was a possibility, even if she failed. It would be an experience nonetheless. You're doing great, host. Keep pushing forward. Lin Mianmian chuckled softly, grateful for the system's company. Without it, arriving in an unfamiliar world devoid of memories would have been quite disconcerting. How could you offer such distasteful substances to a female? I demand high-grade nutritional liquid. This rubbish isn't fit for my male servants. The tall, golden-haired female in the adjacent cage hurled the nutritional liquid from her grasp. The container, resembling transparent glass, was remarkably sturdy. Despite its fall, it showed no signs of cracking. Lin Mianmian felt somewhat embarrassed as she glanced at her empty nutritional bottle. Did this imply she appeared excessively hungry? Willing to consume anything, the bearded man retrieved the fallen nutritional liquid from the ground, a smirk playing on his lips, his gray-violet eyes glinting with derision. Do you think this is the capital star of the Central Galaxy, where luxurious restaurants abound for your choosing? If you refuse to eat, then starve. As long as you remain alive until your auction, that's all that matters. No one here will indulge you. With that, he shoved the nutritional liquid back into Lin Mianmian's hands. Here you go, little female, if this isn't enough, just ask me for more. Embarrassed, Lin Mianmian accepted it and expressed her thanks, now in the hands of kidnappers. She had no choice but to bide her time and await rescue. Furthermore, the red nutritional liquid, reminiscent of strawberry flavor, was quite to her liking. After the bearded man departed, Lin Mianmian heard another prompt echo in her ears. Congratulations, host, on gaining 5 favorability from the Interstellar pirate. A simple thank you garnered her 5 points of favorability. This seemed rather advantageous. If she continued to express gratitude, would her favorability not continue to rise? Not quite. Host, I neglected to mention that favorability is capped based on your mental power level. Ordinary individuals can earn a maximum of 10 points, while beastmen with mental powers have varying limits according to their mental energy levels. Sighing, Lin Mianmian realized she could not exploit any system bugs. Mental power levels range from F to SSS, each corresponding to the maximum favorability they could contribute. SSS, 300 points, SS, 200 points, S, 100 points, A, 70 points, B, 60 points, C, 50 points, D, 40 points, E, 30 points, F, 20 points. It appeared that the distinctions below S level were minimal. However, as she currently stood as an ordinary female, it was unlikely she would encounter any SSS-level individuals. Chapter 3. The insectoid clan, clearly a rustic from a poverty-stricken planet, relishing such inferior nutritional liquid. You've probably never tasted natural food in your life. The golden-haired female sneered at Lin Mianmian, who was enjoying her nutritional supplement. Lin Mianmian chose not to respond. They were all hostages now, and perhaps there would be an opportunity to escape together later. Unity was paramount, not infighting. The other females remained silent, prompting the golden-haired one to grow bored and cease her taunts. My father is a law enforcement officer in the Central Galaxy. He will surely come to rescue me soon. When that time comes, I shan't spare a thought for these rustic fools. Lin Mianmian shot a glance at the golden-haired female, surprised by her self-centered thoughts. It seemed this individual was not of good character, prompting Lin Mianmian to be more cautious around her. Casting her gaze around, she observed the other captives in the cage furthest from the wall. A brown-haired female huddled in the corner, trembling in fear. The 2 cages in the middle housed females clad in identical uniforms, bearing the emblem of Transmigrated Academy. 1, slightly plump with a smattering of freckles. Lamented, I hope the professors receive news of our disappearance soon. That I cannot imagine the horrors that await us on the garbage planet. Thank goodness my best friend, Amy, is with me. The other, tall and slender with vibrant green eyes, seethed, that foolish Keela deserves to suffer. She's an F-level waste, yet her affluent family affords her such resources. She has no idea that a familiar face among the interstellar pirates is here. I lured her here deliberately. She cast a sinister smile at Keela. She deserves to be sold to the garbage planet, to serve as a mere tool for those despicable males, Lin Mianmian thought. It appears I have stumbled upon a betrayal among plastic sisters. She tuned out the golden-haired female's incessant curses. Lin Mianmian sat quietly, sifting through the information she had gathered. Her current state was that of an ordinary female with a broken core. If the worst came to pass and rescue never arrived, she could only imagine the fate that awaited her. Thus, her priority must be to enhance her strength. After all, with greater power, even if she were to be bought back, she would not be treated lightly. System, what is my current charm level? Host, your current charm level is LV0, with a favorability score of 10, 100.90 points of goodwill remain until level 1 is reached. If the host wishes to check their personal information, they can simply think about it within their mind. Lin Mianmian silently contemplated the information. Name, Lin Mianmian. Age, 17 years, still a young girl. Attractiveness, 3100, unremarkable with a hint of unattractiveness. Physique, 10100, thin and petite. Luck, minus 20,100, seems somewhat unfortunate. Mental power level, 0. Mental talent. Telepathy skills, none. Charm level, LV0, 10100, Lin Mianmian. Is that evaluation at the end truly necessary? It seems I am quite weak at the moment. Do not be disheartened. Host, is there not an ancient saying in your world? With diligent effort, even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. Keep pushing forward. This is quite difficult to assess. Wish me success. After several days of navigating through the starry sea, the spaceship finally arrived at a supply point. During this time, The blonde female reluctantly began to consume nutrient solutions due to the lack of rescue. The bearded man's goodwill reached 30 points, but could not increase further, indicating that his mental power level is E. Lin Mianmian had no choice but to chat with the seemingly most innocent Sheila, ultimately gaining 20 points of goodwill. Sheila quickly became a close friend with whom Lin Mianmian could share anything. Given her openness, Lin Mianmian understood why she had been trafficked. The blonde woman and Amy both held their noses high, and Lin Mianmian chose not to engage with that prickly individual. The timid brunette was too far from her. Approaching her would seem peculiar, so Lin Mianmian restrained herself as they neared the garbage planet. The supply station appeared dilapidated, stocked with nearly expired nutrient solutions and energy crystals needed for the spaceship. Just as the pirates finished replenishing their supplies and prepared to return, a basketball-sized black hole materialized above the supply station, prompting an immediate alarm in the ceiling of the hatch. Swarms of dark, unknown insects flew towards the spaceship. The pirates swiftly returned to their ship, retrieving laser cannons to commence firing. How on earth did these wretched insects manage to penetrate through the gamma radiation? The laser cannons fired relentlessly at the dense mass of black iron insects, yet only a small fraction fell, as the wormhole continued to spew out more. Faced with overwhelming numbers, the pirates had no choice but to accelerate the ship to its maximum speed in hopes of reaching the garbage planet for assistance. These insects exhibited remarkable speed. Several of the fastest had already landed on the ship, their limbs clinging tightly to the hull as they began to drill with their mouthparts. Lin Mianmian heard the excruciating sound of drilling from above. She was unaware of the situation and hurriedly inquired of the system host, "The insect swarm has attacked this spaceship. If the ship is breached, countless insects will invade, and all aboard will become their meal." Lin Mianmian did not wish for her newly acquired life to end so abruptly. She anxiously asked, "What should I do now? Is there a way for me to save myself?" Host, "My current energy is too low to initiate spatial teleportation. In the worst-case scenario, I can only provide you with a protective shield to prevent you from being the first to be consumed." Lin Mianmian, "Is there truly a difference between being the first and the last to be eaten?" The last would merely have to endure more anxiety. The other females in their cages also sensed the danger. The blonde female, rarely humbled, curled up trembling in the corner of her cage. "These damned insects are terrifying. I do not wish to be eaten." Sheila and Amy were equally frightened, huddling together in a corner, covering their heads. The timid brunette, however, was loudly screaming, "Let me out! Let me out!" The sounds of laser fire from outside the cabin and the gnawing noises from above heightened the tension among the captives. Suddenly, a small hole was opened in the ceiling of Lin Mianmian's cage, and a dark purple compound became lodged in the opening, spinning around. Lin Mianmian instinctively moved away, inching closer to the blonde woman's cage. The blonde seemed to notice the eye as well, and in a panic, she shouted, "Get away! Don't come near me, it wants to eat you. Hurry, get lost." She even shoved Lin Mianmian towards the small opening. Lin Mianmian, exasperated, restrained her hands against the cage to prevent her from moving erratically. The edge of the small hole was being gnawed larger by the insect's mouthparts, and the blonde thrashed about. "Let go! You wretch! Release my hands!" As the insect prepared to pounce, Lin Mianmian was also terrified. She was just an ordinary girl, frightened of bugs, without the ability to tear them apart, releasing the nearly fainting blonde. Lin Mianmian could only hope that the pirates would rescue them, considering their worth. Unfortunately, the pirates were in dire straits themselves. The cargo for this transport was minimal, and they had anticipated a simple delivery task, leading to a small team of 5 or 6 pirates being dispatched. Now, with an overwhelming swarm of insects outside, the pirates were too preoccupied with their own survival to concern themselves with the seemingly useless females. Chapter 4. System interruption. As the insect's slender forelimb reached inside, a cold sweat broke out on Lin Mianmian's forehead. "System, how long can the protective shield last?" Host, "The 50 points of goodwill you have acquired will sustain it for only 5 minutes. If the shield suffers violent damage, the duration will be even shorter." Lin Mianmian gazed at the black insect that had nearly entered, silently preparing to activate the protective shield, just as the insect was about to leap down. The cage's switch clicked open with a pop, and the door swung wide. Lin Mianmian dashed out, promptly shutting the cage door behind her. The descending black iron insect, eager to feast on fresh flesh, suddenly noticed the sweet-smelling young female fleeing. While it found itself trapped within the cage, above the small hole, the crunching sound persisted, and a second insect was about to descend. Seeing the food escape, The two insects were momentarily confused before redirecting their attention to the neighboring blonde. Lin Mianmian's cage was merely separated by a protective net from the blonde's. The two insects eagerly gnawed at the net, attempting to breach it. "Please, open my cage. I beg you." The blonde knelt weakly at the edge of her cage, her hands pleading towards Lin Mianmian, hoping for salvation. Lin Mianmian was also fumbling with the switches. The advanced technology was somewhat perplexing to her. She knew the hatch door was opened by pressing the button beside it. But how was the cage to be opened? The cage was tightly sealed, and she couldn't discern where the switch was. She was unsure how her own cage door had opened earlier. The bearded pirate, reclining beside the monitor with a bemused expression, watched the events unfold on the screen, seemingly ignored by the surrounding insects, which sought food elsewhere. Noticing Lin Mianmian was not fleeing, but instead attempting to assist the other females. The bearded pirate smirked, finding her an intriguing little female. The blonde, observing Lin Mianmian's search for the switch, thought her foolish, yet her life now depended on Lin Mianmian, prompting her to urgently direct her to press the switch on the left wall. Lin Mianmian turned to the left and, indeed, spotted 5 small buttons. Tentatively, she pressed one of them, and to her surprise, it was the switch that had previously locked her in, causing her to quickly press it again, sealing the cage once more and preventing the two insects from escaping. The blonde nearly cursed aloud. The protective net was already frayed, and the insects' mouthparts were now extending through. Lin Mianmian pressed the remaining 4 switches, and as expected, the cages of the other 4 females swung open simultaneously. The blonde quickly escaped and closed the cage door behind her. The other 3 seized the opportunity to flee towards different cabins. Only Sheila, passing by Lin Mianmian, offered a simple thank you. "Host, turn left ahead. There is a small room containing escape pods. If the spaceship is overtaken by the insect swarm, you should board the escape pod and flee." Lin Mianmian promptly raced towards that room. Inside lay 4 half-human-high, egg-shaped escape pods with their doors ajar, each featuring a single seat for 1 occupant. The blonde, evidently accustomed to space travel, quickly located the escape pods. She pushed past Lin Mianmian to enter one, shutting the door behind her. Instantly, an escape hatch opened at the bottom of her pod, and it was ejected from the ship. The timid brunette, knowing the blonde was the most capable, closely followed her into an escape pod. "Host, the swarm outside is more numerous than those inside the cabin. Do not rush out yet to avoid being pursued." Lin Mianmian had to wait patiently inside the escape pod for an opportune moment. The sounds of footsteps echoed from the neighboring pod. It seemed others had also discovered this location. "Amy, the escape pod is here. Hurry." It was Sheila's voice. Lin Mianmian had no chance to inform Sheila about Amy being a frenemy, and she felt a tinge of worry for her. Why won't this one open? Could it be occupied? Then there's only one left. Shall we share it? Sheila hesitated, glancing at Amy. "Humph, you think you can escape? Since there's only one chance left, you should remain here forever." At the very moment when the dagger in Amy's hand was about to pierce Sheila's heart, Lin Mianmian could not bear to witness the demise of Sheila, who had bestowed upon her all the goodwill. Lin Mianmian's system. "Do you have any means to alert her?" "Host, I can certainly manage this minor task." Suddenly, the alarm system of the escape pod activated, emitting a series of mechanical electronic sounds from within. Beep, beep, beep. "Sheila, foolish Sheila, do you not see that Amy has raised the butcher's knife against you?" The corners of Lin Mianmian's mouth twitched. What a dramatic line reminiscent of a Western play. After a brief moment of shock, Sheila finally noticed the dagger pointed at her by Amy and incredulously shoved her away. Amy's head collided violently with the door, leaving her dazed as she glared furiously at Sheila, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Sheila, desperate to enter the escape pod, was seized by the hair by Amy, who was a level stronger than her. "Who allowed you to run away, you wretched creature?" A cruel smile crept onto Amy's lips. "Sheila, weren't we the best of friends? Why do you wish to kill me?" "Friends? Huh? Just because you are of noble descent, do you expect me to play the role of your lackey? Go find your friends in hell." Lin Mianmian watched the unfolding drama with bated breath. System, is there truly no way to save her? Sheila has contributed all her goodwill. It seems unjust to merely watch her perish. Host, what can you achieve with those few points of goodwill? At most, you could use the 20 points she contributed to conjure a protective shield to withstand a couple of attacks. Then use it. Goodwill can be earned again, but a life is singular. Just as Amy's dagger was about to plunge into Sheila's chest, it was thwarted by a transparent shield. She was momentarily taken aback before swinging her knife again, while the newly risen Sheila could only passively evade. After all, Trained in the academy, Amy simultaneously launched mental attacks while fiercely wielding her dagger to prevent Sheila from reaching the escape pod. The shield's light began to dim. Host, due to the exceedingly low goodwill value, the energy I possess will not last much longer. This was the extent of her capabilities. After all, she was merely an ordinary and timid female. At that moment, sounds of destruction came from outside the small room, indicating that the insectoids had located this place and were about to break in. Hearing the increasingly loud banging at the door, Sheila clenched her fists. Although Amy's mental strength was superior, her physical power was not greater than Sheila's. She had to eliminate her before the energy shield failed, utilizing the faltering energy shield as leverage. Sheila exerted all her strength to pounce on Amy in an attempt to seize her dagger. To her surprise, Amy's strength was unexpectedly formidable. You, an F-class female, think you can kill me? Dream on. Die. Amy tightened her grip on the dagger and lunged at Sheila. Clang! Sheila caught the dagger barehanded, using her last ounce of energy to knock it to the ground. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, and Lin Mianmian watched anxiously through the monitor. The dagger lay right next to her escape pod. Finally, seizing the moment when Amy was choking Sheila, Lin Mianmian plunged the dagger into Amy's back. Amy clutched her chest, collapsing to the ground weakly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she turned her head to glare at Lin Mianmian, who had emerged from the escape pod. She never expected to meet her end at the hands of Sheila and an ordinary female. Mianmian, the insects are coming in. Run. Sheila's voice trembled as she warned Lin Mianmian before swiftly jumping into the escape pod and launching away. Lin Mianmian, disregarding her fear of killing for the first time, hurriedly jumped into the escape pod to flee. Bang! Too much time had been wasted. A horde of insects charged in. The escape pod malfunctioned due to being surrounded. Unable to launch successfully, the now silent Amy was instantly devoured, while the insects began to bore into the escape pod. System, do I still have a chance? The system paused for a long while before responding intermittently. Host, my energy expenditure is too great. Wait for the next opportunity to gain goodwill. A crackling sound followed, severing the connection between Lin Mianmian and the system. All right, fine. Lin Mianmian pressed the escape pod's launch button with all her might. But alas, there was no response. Big Beard emerged from the monitoring room and approached the escape pod. All the star thieves aboard this ship were dead, and the only living creature left, apart from the insects, was this intriguing little female. Shall we take her back? Big Beard snapped his fingers, and the insects seemed to receive some command, ceasing their actions in unison, just as he was about to release Lin Mianmian from the escape pod to take her along. The sound of a warship resonated. That damn General Lei lie again. Does he not feel complete unless he captures me? Big Beard, infuriated, withdrew his hand, casting a hesitant glance at the escape pod. Forget it. Perhaps another time. A sensation of weightlessness ensued as the escape pod detached from the ship. Chapter 5. This escape pod is quite impressive. Lin Mianmian felt somewhat bewildered. How did the escape pod manage to activate amidst the insectoid assault? The technology of the interstellar era was utterly beyond her comprehension. Now that the system was down, she could not even discern her direction, nor did she know where the escape pod would land. The fear of the unknown began to instill a sense of anxiety within her. The apprehension following her first experience of taking a life gradually subsided. This world appeared to be anything but peaceful. Surely, murder could not be illegal. After all, she had acted first. This was self-defense. The silence within the escape pod was overwhelming, and after mentally reassuring herself, Lin Mianmian's eyelids grew heavy, leading her to drift off into slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered that the escape pod had landed in a scorching desert. The metallic escape pod now resembled a steam chamber, and Lin Mianmian nearly suffocated from the heat. She hurriedly pressed the hatch button. After taking a few breaths of air laden with sand and heat, she hesitated to descend, instead observing her surroundings for any signs of life. Unfortunately, none could be found. All that lay before her was an endless expanse of sand, hot, dry, and desolate. Occasionally, a gust of hot wind would sweep through, forcing sand into her face. The temperature inside the escape pod continued to rise. Lin Mianmian felt exhausted, hungry, and thirsty, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. And soon her lips cracked from dehydration. She wondered when the system would awaken. From its last words, it seemed she needed to accumulate goodwill once more to recharge. With no one around, where could she possibly earn goodwill? Just as Lin Mianmian felt herself growing faint from the heat, a dilapidated small spacecraft flew in from the distance. The craft quickly locked onto the escape pod, and a dark-eyed male descended. Approaching Lin Mianmian, seeing that she was still breathing, he cheerfully spoke into his communicator. Head, he found another female, still alive. With that, he hoisted the nearly heat-exhausted Lin Mianmian onto the spacecraft. Inside the craft, the air was remarkably cool, and Lin Mianmian instantly felt revitalized. She accepted the cup of water offered by the dark-eyed male and gulped it down swiftly. The water carried a hint of an earthy taste. But in her extreme thirst, it was hardly noticeable. After downing several cups, her body finally felt somewhat replenished. After returning the cup to the dark-eyed male, she expressed her gratitude and subtly inquired about his identity and whether he could take her back to the Central Star System. The golden-haired female had mentioned that she was from the Central Star System, which was presumably a safe place. The dark-eyed male shook his head with a smile. Little female, you are my brother's prize taken back from the Central Star System. How could I possibly return you? Lin Mianmian's smile faltered. It seemed this man was in league with that group of pirates, so their destination was indeed here. Well then, having just escaped from the wolf's den, she had now fallen into the wolf's lair, truly befitting her -20 luck value. Seeing Lin Mianmian's despondent demeanor, the dark-eyed male felt a twinge of sympathy. Do not worry, female, as long as you behave and do not attempt to escape. The males here will treat you well. Lin Mianmian quickly perked up. Regardless of what lay ahead, her immediate priority was to activate the system. She fixed her gaze on the dark-eyed male. May I ask if I will be kept in a cage once I return with you? The dark-eyed male set the spacecraft to autopilot and focused on answering Lin Mianmian's question. Of course not. Upon our return, there will be an auction, and only the most powerful males are qualified to acquire precious females. Noticing Lin Mianmian sitting obediently in her seat, gazing at him with soft eyes instead of the usual disdain shown to others, the dark-eyed male felt a flicker of goodwill towards her. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 5 goodwill from the Interstellar pirate. The Heartthrob system is activated. Lin Mianmian exclaimed. Wow, system, you've finally returned. Yes, host. Please continue to strive for goodwill at my current energy level only suffices for ordinary conversation. I cannot offer you further assistance. Lin Mianmian looked at the dark-eyed male with renewed eagerness. Males with strength must all be like you, right? I am truly grateful for your rescue. A hint of an unidentifiable blush appeared on the dark-eyed male's dark face as he scratched the back of his head and grinned. No, I am merely a lowly E-grade male. Haha. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 5 favorability rating from the Interstellar pirate E-grade, and you can still reap an additional 20 points. Lin Mianmian shook her head, wondering how that could be. E-grade is quite formidable, unlike me, who is merely an ordinary female that I hope I won't be overlooked. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 10 favorability rating from the Interstellar pirate. Lin Mianmian internally complained. Though it was rather trivial, she simply could not resist this appeal. Seeing Lin Mianmian's pitiful and helpless demeanor, Xiaohe quickly waved his hand, assuring her that it wouldn't be so. Even ordinary females are quite rare on the garbage planet, so she need not worry. Really? Thank you so much. With your words, I feel reassured. You are truly a good person. Here is a good person card for you. Taking the favorability back home. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 10 favorability rating from the Interstellar pirate. It was the first time Xiaohe, since becoming a pirate, heard someone call him a good person, and it was from a female at that. His 20 years of male existence felt fulfilled. Seeing Xiaohe's favorability had already been depleted, Lin Mianmian decided not to waste any more breath. I feel a bit tired. May I take a short rest? Of course. How do you find the temperature? Is it a bit chilly? Xiaohe attentively reclined Lin Mianmian's seat to make it comfortable for her to lie down, even thoughtfully adjusting the cooling system's temperature. With the system in place, Lin Mianmian felt secure and slipped into slumber. Upon opening her eyes again, Lin Mianmian found herself in an empty room, with nothing but the bed she had been sleeping on. As if aware of her awakening, a knock echoed from outside the door. Lin Mianmian opened the door to find Xiaohe holding several colorful vials of nutritional liquid, presenting them to her. Little female, these are for you to drink. This is high-grade nutritional liquid that I saved while on a mission, which I usually hesitate to consume myself. Lin Mianmian's stomach was indeed hungry. She chose 1 vial of red liquid. Thank you. I only need 1. Xiaohe stuffed the remaining vials into her hands. Take these as well. The auction is about to start if you grow impatient waiting in the back. You can drink them as snacks. Lin Mianmian accepted them shyly. Although this Xiaohe was an interstellar pirate, he was rather innocent. Xiao He led Lin Mianmian through a long metallic corridor into a dimly lit room. Inside, several robust males were already present, each holding a chain, one end of which was attached to a female awaiting auction. A blonde woman, a timid brown-haired girl, and well, aside from the deceased Amy, the lineup was complete. This escape pod is truly excellent. Everyone turned their gaze towards the entering Lin Mianmian. Seeing that she was not restrained, the male holding the blonde woman expressed his discontent. Kaki, why didn't you secure the female properly? If she escapes, you won't live to tell the tale? Kaki then moved a chair over, cleaned it, and placed it beside Lin Mianmian. She won't run away. Lin Mianmian sat down, surveying her surroundings. Aside from the few living beings, the rest were merely glimmering stones and unfamiliar weapons. The blonde woman glanced at Lin Mianmian but said nothing. The timid brown-haired girl looked at the living Lin Mianmian with surprise and waved at her. Mianmian is still alive. That's wonderful. I must repay her for saving my life. Chapter 6. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Mianmian felt overjoyed to see the female who had contributed all her favorability to her in this era still alive. She waved at Keela to signal her greeting. The brown-haired female remained huddled in fear. Lin Mianmian guessed her beast form must be that of a small rabbit, with a clear ringing sound. Several individuals were brought to the display stage. After standing in fixed positions, a transparent protective barrier radiating light arose around them. Curious, Lin Mianmian reached out to touch it, feeling an unseen force block her hand. It was indeed reminiscent of the protective barrier the system had provided her earlier. It was high-tech, indeed. Finally, a female is being sold. I have been saving crystals for so long, hoping to bid for a female with mental abilities. Alas, my crystals are undoubtedly insufficient to purchase a female. I can only share the bid with others that I want the blonde one. She is tall and beautiful, unlike the black-haired one beside her, who looks a bit dull. Surely she doesn't have a mental disability. Right, Lin Mianmian. Why is curiosity about touching the protective barrier equated with being mentally impaired? She scanned the source of that thought, a burly male resembling a gorilla, and shot him a glare. You are the one who is mentally impaired. Indeed, the black-haired female seemed to have a mental impairment, rolling her eyes. Lin Mianmian wondered if she might faint soon. Lin Mianmian. All right, so clever are we. Beginning to test the female's mental ability level. An electronic voice echoed, and Lin Mianmian felt a beam of light scan her head, only to discover that the blonde female beside her had the letters D grade hovering above her head. Keela and the brown-haired female were both F grade. Lin Mianmian specifically glanced at her own head, which was completely empty. This time, a female with D grade mental ability. I must win her. What a pity. It seems my crystals are only enough to purchase an F grade female. My mental pollution has exceeded the warning line. This time, regardless of the cost, I must secure that blonde female. Hopefully, no one else bids for me and sends me back. Lin Mianmian thought eagerly of the good fortune. As the countdown concluded, ding, the bidding commenced. The beastmen below frantically input their bids on their holographic devices. The screens behind the females rapidly scrolled through the seat numbers of bidders based on the amount offered. With the top bidder's position constantly changing, Lin Mianmian turned to look behind her. The screen showed only a few sparse individuals, politely yielding to one another. Number 108, number 25, number 38. The Lin Mianmian identified a few males among the crowd of seat numbers. Number 108 was a pale, seemingly unwell blue-haired youth, likely too short on funds to bid for a female with mental abilities, appearing rather dispirited, though well, an ordinary female is still better than a solitary beast. A solitary beast sleeps cold. Number 25 was a lecherous red-haired youth with a nose ring, leering at Lin Mianmian, who felt disgusted to the point of nausea, despite ordinary females being easy to dispose of. Their price is cheap. I wonder how long this one can endure my torment. Lin Mianmian quickly turned her gaze to number 38, an honest-looking older male. That damned Valen. I haven't tasted a female in over 60 years. And now there's a cheap one up for grabs, and he is competing with me. How many females has he disposed of without a second thought? Great. None of these three are decent. With only 10 seconds left in the bidding time, Lin Mianmian watched in despair as the crimson number 25 was on the verge of tears. System, will there be an opportunity for me to escape? Host, the lowest grade males here are all E grade, and the bidder at number 25 is an A grade male. My current energy is insufficient to contend with him. Lin Mianmian anxiously observed the final countdown. 3, 2, 1, 0. The auction ended. Oh no, Who is number 11? He placed a bid at the last moment and became my buyer. Lin Mianmian sighed in relief as she turned to look at number 11. A figure cloaked entirely in black. Who would have thought to encounter you in this place? Lin Mianmian. If you were to perish at Valen's hands, it would be too easy on you. Lin Mianmian's heart, which had just relaxed, tightened again. Who is he? Does he know the original host? System. Can you identify who he is? Host. I can only scan that he is an S-grade male. To know his identity, you must rely on your own memories. I have no memory whatsoever. What kind of reckless behavior did the original host engage in to offend an S-grade male? Even if she is riding on the wheels of fortune, there's no escape. His words implied a deep-seated hatred for the original host. What grudge could it be? Can someone please enlighten me? Lin Mianmian anxiously disregarded the other individuals being taken away, praying for a chance to redeem herself. Following the guide Xiaohei out of the stage, Lin Mianmian walked through the dark corridor, her mind heavy with thoughts. Upon reaching the exit, Xiaohei noticed Lin Mianmian's unusual expression and comforted her. Little female, do not be afraid. If you encounter any difficulties, come find me here. My name is Kaki. If I can help, I certainly will. Lin Mianmian forced a smile. Next time, I hope to be alive to return. How could she be speaking kindly to a lowly interstellar pirate? Does she truly believe he can save her? Suddenly, Lin Mianmian turned her head to see the cloaked figure waiting at the exit. System, what are my chances of successfully escaping right now? -100. Splendid. Lin Mianmian trudged towards the cloaked figure with a pained expression. The figure produced a metallic object resembling a bracelet and fastened it onto Lin Mianmian's ankle. Lin Mianmian was puzzled by its purpose. Could it be a decorative anklet? Curious, she stamped her foot. Has she lost her mind, not even recognizing an electronic shackles? Moreover, didn't she possess B-grade mental abilities? Why had she now become an ordinary female? Lin Mianmian's eyes brightened, and her desire for survival ignited fiercely. She timidly glanced at the cloaked figure. Hello, is this your gift to me? This anklet is truly beautiful. Thank you. The figure in the black robe inquired tentatively. How on earth did she become mentally impaired? You are the one who is impaired. What is your name? The figure scrutinized Lin Mianmian, feeling the need to clarify her connection to the original owner of the identity without further delay. What is my name? My head aches terribly. I cannot recall anything at all. Lin Mianmian clutched her head, feigning tears. She was unsure if her poor acting skills would even register with him. Host, what do you think? Lin Mianmian, refrain from expressing your opinions for now. The figure in the black robe gazed coldly at Lin Mianmian, who was squatting on the ground, her legs nearly numb. Could it be amnesia? Perhaps we should return and consult old Lord Rod. It appeared there was still room for maneuvering. If she could be charmed, an S rank with 100 points of favorability awaited. What a fortune! As the saying goes, one must risk fortune to gain wealth. Chapter 7. I am not mad. Old Lord Rod was a grandfatherly figure with silver hair, the oldest male Lin Mianmian had encountered thus far. Little female, do you feel unwell? Lord Rod asked kindly. That scoundrel Li Yin has caused such mental pollution. He brings back a female with mental abilities only to return with an ordinary one, and one who is unwell at that. Lin Mianmian shook her head. Grandpa Rod, aside from the headaches I get when I try to remember the past, I feel fine otherwise. This little female displayed a commendable sense of propriety. Well, who could blame her for calling him Grandpa? Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 favorability from Dr. Rod. Dada? Lin Mianmian's eyes sparkled as she looked at Rod, eager to seize the opportunity. She must have sustained a head injury resulting in amnesia. That I lack advanced diagnostic equipment. Treatment would be best sought at the Central Galaxy, Rod explained to the figure in the black robe. The black-robed figure nodded, intending to take Lin Mianmian away. Ouch, she exclaimed. Grandpa Rod, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. I can't possibly be ill, can I? Old Rod scanned her forehead with a basic diagnostic device. It may simply be that the heat here is overwhelming for you. Spend a few days to acclimate. Is that so? Thank you, Grandpa Rod. You truly are a wonderful doctor. I nearly thought I had contracted some incurable disease that I wouldn't know how to express my gratitude. Host, might that seem a tad disingenuous? Lin Mianmian, what do you know? Elders love to hear such compliments. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 favorability from Dr. Rod. Old Rod was always apprehensive that others might deem him useless due to his age. And the feeling of being needed warmed his heart. Good child, if you feel any discomfort, do not hesitate to tell me. With old Rod here, you shall be cured. Wow, Grandpa Rod, you are remarkable. No wonder people say that the older the doctor. the more experienced they become. Surely, you could be a director at a major hospital in the Central Galaxy. Ha! When I was in the Central Galaxy, I was merely an ordinary surgeon. How could I ever be a director? Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 favorability from Dr. Rod. Congratulations, host. Your charm level has upgraded to level 1. Charm level. LV1, 5200. Congratulations, host. You have received a bronze card as a reward for this upgrade. Hurry and see what it contains. Congratulations, host. You have received your first upgrade reward. Skill. Mental power detection. Function. This skill allows the detection of the target's mental power level. Generally, only higher-level individuals can discern the levels of those beneath them. While lower-level individuals cannot see the levels of higher-ranking individuals and can only sense their superiority through aura, Lin Mianmian felt a surge of joy. She had leveled up. Old Rod was a D-rank male. And there were still 15 points to be gained. She would seek another opportunity later. The figure in black had been exuding an icy demeanor, evidently growing impatient. Lin Mianmian rubbed her arms. It's getting late. Grandpa Rod, you should rest early. Very well, little female. Remember to come to me if you feel unwell next time. Upon exiting Rod's clinic, the figure in black led Lin Mianmian onto a flying vehicle. The atmosphere was notably quiet. The figure's thoughts were inscrutable, and Lin Mianmian was left wondering what he was contemplating. System, open the card. All right, host. A bronze card has yielded a basic beauty card. The basic beauty card can add 5 points to appearance. Lin Mianmian, who had hoped for a mental power restoration card, lowered her head in disappointment. Even with an additional 10 points, she would still fall short of being considered attractive. Information. Name. Lin Mianmian. Age. 17 years old, still a young girl. Appearance. 35,100, ordinary with a hint of awkwardness. Physique. 10,100, skinny and petite. Fortune. Minus 20,100, seems somewhat unlucky. Mental power level. 0, mental talent. Telepathy, skill. Mental power detection, charm. Level. LV1, 5200. What an unmerited upgrade. Host, do not lose heart. The higher the level, the more cards will drop. At least you are no longer particularly unattractive. Lin Mianmian. All right, system. You are quite the comforter. Yes, I suppose I am just passable. Lin Mianmian. System. Host, why did you suddenly stop talking? Upon alighting from the flying vehicle, Lin Mianmian spotted a solitary metallic house at the end of the street, appearing as if it had been erected in the desert. The figure in black discreetly observed Lin Mianmian's expression, relieved to see no sign of disdain or contempt before he exhaled. Please wait outside for a moment, he instructed before entering the house himself. Lin Mianmian clicked her tongue. Was he not concerned about her running away? Host, you are wearing electronic shackles. If you stray too far from the designated location, you will be electrically shocked. Well then. The door swung open again, and Lin Mianmian entered at the figure's gesture. Welcome, esteemed guest. A voluptuous female robot approached, and Lin Mianmian, upon observing her ample proportions, began to comprehend the figure's preferences. That seems this black-robed individual has a particular taste. The figure seemed to have read her thoughts. She is merely a household robot. I had no choice but to buy a second-hand model, as the garbage planet lacks the specifications for household robots. The black-robed figure's frustration was palpable. Forget it. It is none of your concern. You are merely a slave, and just an ordinary female at that. Do not forget your place. Lin Mianmian replied. Hold on. I said nothing. Excuse me. Did you know me in the past? I truly cannot recall anything now. If you recognize me, could you please enlighten me about who I am? You were nothing but trouble in the past. The black-robed figure glared at Lin Mianmian, seemingly searching for signs of deceit on her face. Lin Mianmian sensed an opportunity. Though her acting was undeniably poor, perhaps these individuals had never encountered subtlety before. My goodness, am I a villain? Ever since I lost my memory, I have been pondering what kind of person I was. I never imagined I would be a bad person. Lin Mianmian covered her face, unable to produce a pained expression, but her voice conveyed the intended meaning. If I wronged you in the past, I sincerely apologize. I truly cannot remember anything now. As the saying goes, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Do I still have a chance to become a good person? The figure in black seemed somewhat bewildered by Lin Mianmian's attitude of contrition. Hey, how am I supposed to retaliate against you when you are like this? Since you do not remember, you shall be punished once you do. Originally intending to point to the storage room, the figure redirected, indicating the guest room. You will reside there. Do not leave without my permission. If you find the room too austere, Lin Mianmian nodded obediently. Am I really allowed to have my own room? This is wonderful. I awoke aboard a pirate ship, nearly devoured by the Zerg. Now, to have such a secure room, what more could I desire? Thank you so much, kind soul. Humph, you brought this upon yourself. The black-robed figure, having delivered his stern words, walked away with a haughty demeanor. She has encountered all these experiences? How has her guardian protected her? No wonder she now seems like an entirely different person. If only she would never regain her memory. I find her much more agreeable as she is now. No, I am not mad. After all she has put me through, I cannot possibly find her agreeable. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 favorability from S-rank male Lien. Current favorability, 5100 Da. It seems I need not pursue him. He will charm himself. Chapter 8. Number 98. Lin Mianmian consumed nutrient solutions daily and entertained herself with the offline intelligence device left by Lien, which contained a few children's animated series and some single-player puzzle games. Does he truly consider me mentally impaired? However, Lin Mianmian indeed lacks these fundamental pieces of knowledge. This is a world where males outnumber females, with females typically referred to as feminine and males as masculine. The ratio of females to males stands at a staggering 1:10, and the birth rate of females continues to decline each year. But a significant portion of this phenomenon can be attributed to radiation pollution caused by gamma rays from outside the galaxy thousands of years ago. Since the onset of radiation, the birth rate of females among newborns has been consistently decreasing, while males are easily consumed by the mental pollution induced by radiation, leading them to devolve into instinct-driven beasts. Yet, apart from a minority of ordinary females, those possessing mental prowess are born with a mental core, which is classified into 3 tiers based on color: primary, white; intermediate, light green; and advanced, dark green. The upper limit for mental strength with a primary core is D grade. For an intermediate core, it is A grade, and for an advanced core, it is SSS grade. Females endowed with a mental core inherently possess the ability to resist gamma radiation and can utilize their mental power for the purification of mentally polluted males. With the effectiveness of purification increasing with the level of the mental core, the most effective means of mental purification is through becoming a partner. Attempting to use external objects or directly activating mental power would diminish the effect. Mental power can also acquire offensive capabilities through training, with the simplest form being mental suppression. Additionally, one can learn skills for attack or defense according to their attributes, enabling mental power to be lethal or to ensure self-preservation. Nevertheless, most females can be supported by multiple males, requiring only to comfortably spend their partner's money daily. Thus, there is truly no necessity to exert effort in training. Lin Mianmian pondered her shattered core and sighed. She indeed wished to train. She did not want to remain a useless being. Alas, at present, she was just that, a waste. Host, as long as you continue to accumulate favorability, you can level up and receive rewards. Level 2 requires 200 points of favorability to upgrade. With this desolate environment, are you asking me to steal? Host, if you could start a live stream, accumulating 200 points of favorability would be quite feasible. By the way, host, targeting SSS level or above beastmen can also yield rewards upon reaching maximum favorability. Lin Mianmian glanced at the electronic shackles on her feet. It had already been 3 days since Lien had returned home, and she was utterly incapable of accomplishing anything. That large-breasted robot, however, diligently delivered nutrient solutions every day. She truly was a housework robot, tirelessly cleaning the house. In her boredom, Lin Mianmian engaged in conversation with the female robot. What is your name? Greetings, guest. I am technician number 98. What sort of technician? Do you possess any skills? Beyond household chores, do you have other talents? Perhaps singing or dancing? Lin Mianmian felt quite bored, lazily reclining on the sofa. Curious to discover how intelligent robots of this era truly were. Please place your order. A menu suddenly appeared before the female robot. Pole dancing, striptease, private duet. What is this? Have I activated some special channel? I want tea watch. I want tea order. Error. Please place your order. Please place your order. Please place your order. The robot suddenly froze, its eyes spinning 360 degrees. Lin Mianmian felt a bit flustered. Was there really a forced sale? What am I supposed to order? Forget it, I'll choose pole dancing. At least it seems the most conservative of all options. Selected all. No, I only want one, not all of them. Unfortunately, the female robot turned away. Ignoring Lin Mianmian's cries, It brought over a clothes rack and began pole dancing while stripping, producing classic sounds from the depths of its soul. Lin Mianmian could hardly bear to watch. No. Stop. Please stop. Don T, stop. Don't stop. Keep going. Suddenly, the female robot's voice changed to a male's. Darling, are you free tonight? Then it switched back to a female's. No one is home tonight. The password is. Lin Mianmian was left dumbfounded. Bang. The door was kicked open with tremendous force. And Li Yan, cloaked in a black robe, emanated a bloodthirsty aura that turned to utter embarrassment upon witnessing the naked, dancing female robot. He delivered a punch that obliterated the robot's head, which let out a final cry of awe. I've been broken, before collapsing to the ground, emitting wisps of white smoke. That a startled Lin Mianmian shook her head innocently. I just wanted her to dance to relieve my boredom. Lin kicked the female robot out into the garbage bin. Disregarding Lin Mianmian, and retreated to his room. Lin Mianmian carefully sniffed the air. There seemed to be a scent of blood. Surely, they were mocking her, abandoned in such a trashy place, living in a dilapidated house. Utilizing a malfunctioning robot, Lin Mianmian steeled herself mentally, picked up a small treatment device from the table, and knocked on Li Yan's door. What does she want? Li Yan tossed his blood-stained black robe into the trash bin and retrieved a new one from his spatial button. As the door opened, the scent of blood lessened. Lin Mianmian raised the small treatment device in her hand. I think I smelled blood earlier. Are you injured? Do you need treatment? She actually cares about me. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 favorability from S-grade male Li Yan. Current favorability, 10100. No need. Mind your own business. The door was slammed shut with a bang. All right. I see you're being coy. She needed to devise a way to escape. Otherwise, where could she accrue favorability? She continued knocking on the door, which was quickly opened. I have a bit of a headache. Can I visit Grandpa Rod? Lin Mianmian feigned holding her forehead, upon hearing that Lin Mianmian was unwell. Li Yan, who hadn't even sought treatment for his own injuries, immediately opened the hatch of the flying vehicle, taking Lin Mianmian to find Old Rod. After examining Lin Mianmian, Old Rod found nothing unusual and merely advised her to rest well. Lin Mianmian secretly glanced at Li Yan, who stood to the side. In truth, he too was injured, as she had caught a whiff of blood earlier. Why not let me check on him as well? Old Rod adjusted his glasses. You rascal. Injured and not coming to find me. Are you planning to tough it out again? I've told you about your mental pollution. All right, Old Rod. Let us proceed with the treatment inside. Li Yan quickly pulled Old Rod into the inner room of the medical facility, fearing he might say more. Lin Mianmian tried to peek through the door crack, but unfortunately, the quality of this house was impressive. Sealing tightly. This little female seems quite concerned for you. She is perfectly fine and must have come specifically for you. Old Rod remarked while tending to Li Yan's wounds, winking mischievously, having already shed his robe. Li Yan lowered his head in silence, though his slightly reddened ears betrayed his inner thoughts. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 favorability from S-grade male Li Yan. Current favorability, 15100. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 favorability from Dr. Rod. Huh? Are they secretly praising me behind my back? Chapter 9. I can only feel sorry for you. Lin Mianmian remained curious about what Old Rod and Li Yan were discussing inside, when several lascivious males entered. Among them was a familiar face, the lecherous male number 25, Warren. Warren was followed by 2 similarly sleazy yellow-haired males, and all 3 set their unabashed gazes upon Lin Mianmian. Little female, what brings you to the hospital? Did that person who captured you give you trouble? Warren said, emitting a wicked laugh. The 2 lecherous lackeys behind him chimed in. Little female, you must be following our boss, right? Our boss is very gentle with females. Lin Mianmian, exasperated, didn't he even want to look at these 3 trashy men? She walked to the inner room and knocked on the door. Grandpa Rod, help. 3 bad males have come in to kidnap me. The door was kicked open and crashed into the 3 sleazy men, as Li Yan hurried to Lin Mianmian's side, scanning for anyone who might kidnap her. Lin Mianmian was taken aback as she noticed the black scales on Li Yan's arm and the gruesome bleeding wound on his abdomen. Realizing Lin Mianmian's gaze, Li Yan quickly covered himself with a new black robe from his spatial button. Damn it, she saw me. She must think I look revolting right now. Lin Mianmian pointed beneath the door panel, where the 3 men lay sprawled after being knocked down, struggling to rise. Lin strode over to confront them, realizing it was these 3 scoundrels. Warren conjured a spiny whip with his mental power and lashed it toward Li Yan. I am an A-grade powerhouse. What are you? A worthless being with not even a hint of mental fluctuation, daring to compete with me for a person. Hiding beneath his cloak, he captured an ordinary female. Clearly a lowly, impoverished waste. This whip will send you to meet the beast ancestor. Lin Mianmian felt the whip's speed was alarming, threatening to strike Li Yan in an instant, and couldn't help but worry. Li Yan's wounds have yet to heal. What if he cannot prevail? Grasping the whip with his bare hands, one might notice that his fingers are enveloped in dark energy. The barbed whip, in his grip, appears as fragile as mere threads, effortlessly shattered by his strength. The mental projection of Warren is obliterated, and he instantly spews forth a copious amount of blood onto the ground, with blood streaming from his eyes and nose. Such a degree of mental trauma causes his mental power to plummet from grade A to grade B. If his mental C is not promptly restored, it will continue to decline. Warren gazes at Li Yan in terror. Realizing he is a formidable mental power user, in a desperate bid for survival, Warren trembles as he kneels on the ground, repeatedly bowing and pleading, "Please forgive me, esteemed sir. I did not intend to offend you. I was unaware that this ordinary female was your female slave." Before Warren can finish, he curls up on the ground, clutching his head, as Li Yan brutally shatters his mental C. From this moment forth, he will be nothing but a wretch, inferior even to an ordinary male on the garbage planet. The worthless cannot survive. After enduring immense pain, Warren loses consciousness, while his two lackeys tremble nearby, too frightened to even glance in his direction. Old Rod does not favor these ruffian males either. Previously, Warren had sent a brutally abused female for treatment, but alas, she did not survive, not wishing for his clinic to be stained with blood again. Old Rod instructs the two kneeling by the door, "You both hurry and take him back." The two lackeys, as if granted a reprieve, each seize one of Warren's feet and flee swiftly. Warren's head bumps against the ground, and soon he breathes his last. The diligent cleaning robots quickly tidy up the scene. "Your wounds are still untreated. Come quickly," Old Rod calls as he enters the inner room, beckoning Li Yan to follow. The door to the inner room is kicked open. If he enters for treatment, Lin Mianmian will surely see, and Li Yan hesitates, contemplating returning to use the healing device himself. Sensing Li Yan's hesitation, Lin Mianmian approaches him. "I saw your injury earlier. It's deep and still bleeding. An ordinary healing device won't suffice. You must let Grandpa Rod help you." Li Yan remains silent for 2 seconds. His hand, cloaked in shadow beneath his robe, clenching tightly, seemingly anxious. "Do you not despise me?" Lin Mianmian immediately shakes her head. "What nonsense! How could I ever despise you? You treat me so well. I can only feel heartache for you. Hurry and get treated. Losing so much blood must hurt. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 favorability from S-Class Male Li Yan. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 favorability from S-Class Male Li Yan. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 favorability from S-Class Male Li Yan. Current favorability value, 45100. Lin Mianmian. System, are you lagging too? No, host. His favorability comes in waves. Perhaps the sudden surprise needs to be digested slowly. Lin Mianmian secretly rejoices, realizing that green tea quotes are indeed a remedy for the unsophisticated little beast men. Li Yan, trembling, removes his black robe, revealing his entire face. His skin, pale from lack of sunlight, and his exquisitely handsome features resemble a meticulously crafted piece of art. Dark scales cover both sides of his cheeks and a layer on his arms. Emitting a faint, eerie glow, his obsidian-like eyes fixate on Lin Mianmian, seemingly searching for any trace of disdain on her face. Lin Mianmian, noticing his still bleeding abdomen and the well-defined 8-pack abs, stifles an impending nosebleed and hastily grabs Li Yan's hand, leading him toward the inner room. Oh my, such a large wound. We must treat it quickly. Li Yan feels his heart race uncontrollably at Lin Mianmian's grasp. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 favorability from S-Class Male Li Yan. Lin Mianmian, is holding hands enough to make you so excited? Come on, host. You are the most charming. Dr. Rod stitches Li Yan's wound, applying a dark ointment and wrapping it in gauze. All done. This lad is quite resilient. He'll heal in a couple of days. Lin Mianmian, of course, will not squander such a wonderful opportunity to garner favor. She touches Li Yan's abs and retracts her hand. Is Grandpa Rod's treatment truly sufficient for the injury? That wound is so deep. Shouldn't you use the healing device again? Her small hand carries a slight chill, yet it makes Li Yan's muscles tense. The area she touched radiating warmth. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 favorability from S-Class Male Li Yan. Current favorability value, 65100, but that won't be necessary. Little female, he is as robust as an ox now. It surely won't affect your intimate life at home. Dr. Rod remarks with a smile, looking at the young couple. Youth is indeed delightful. A flush creeps onto Li Yan's pallid face, spreading to his neck, and he hastily dons his black robe. I am fine now. Let us head back. Lin Mianmian then bids farewell to old Rod. Grandpa Rod, I'm heading back now that I truly dislike parting with you. Every time I see you, it feels like seeing my grandfather. And I will miss you. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 favorability from Dr. Rod. Very well, dear little female. When you next visit, I shall treat you to my homemade desserts. They are quite delicious. Old Rod joyfully pats Lin Mianmian's head, reluctantly withdrawing his hand upon sensing a chilling gaze. This little rascal even makes Grandpa jealous. Once aboard the flying vehicle, Lin Mianmian feels elated. Lin should no longer pose a threat to her. It seems she can often venture out in the future. Chapter 10. So sweet. Just like you, the flying vehicle engages autopilot mode, and Li Yan reclines in the seat beside Lin Mianmian. Closing his eyes to rest, a gust of air causes the vehicle to jolt, nearly sending Lin Mianmian tumbling from her seat. A long, pale hand gently grasps her arm. Lin Mianmian, relieved, pats her chest. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I would have fallen. By the way, I still don't know your name. Li Yan's voice is cool and indifferent, betraying none of the 65 points of favorability that you're quite the enigmatic one. May I inquire about our previous relationship? Gazing into Lin Mianmian's clear, questioning eyes, Li Yan's heart tightens. Since he cannot recall, perhaps it is best to let it be. You are well as you are now. I wish for you to remain this way. Lin Mianmian kicks at the electronic shackles on her feet. Can I go out by myself in the future? It's so dull being home alone. Only then does Li Yan remember the electronic shackles still restraining her, and he immediately crouches down to remove them, tossing them into the trash. Feeling the taste of freedom, Lin Mianmian joyfully swings her legs in her seat. If she can max out Li Yan's favorability, perhaps he will be able to take her back to the central star system. Then she can stream and harvest favorability to enhance her own strength. For true strength lies in being formidable on her own. This garbage planet is fraught with dangers. Here's a small tracker. If you encounter peril while I'm away, just press the central button, and I will come to your aid. Li Yan holds out a necklace resembling a cat's paw, where the paw's palm serves as the button. Curious, Lin Mianmian takes it and presses it, causing Li Yan's intelligent device to immediately enter danger mode, emitting alarm sounds while vibrating and glowing red. This seems quite safe. She remarks that Lin deactivates the alarm, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. Press it only when you are in danger. Lin Mianmian smiles sheepishly, offering the necklace back to Li Yan. Could you help me put it on? Her playful, wide-eyed gaze does not let slip any opportunity to gain favor. Lin feels his heart race. As though it might leap from his chest, he feigns calmness while fastening the necklace around Lin Mianmian's neck. Admiring the necklace, Lin Mianmian exclaims, "It's beautiful. I adore this gift. Thank you. Li Yan, you are truly wonderful." Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 favorability from S-Class Male Li Yan. Upon returning home, Li Yan retrieves several fresh red fruits from his storage device, resembling apples but twice their size. That I picked these up casually while on a mission. If you don't like them, feel free to discard them. Lin Mianmian immediately takes one and bites into it, relishing the apple flavor. Having grown weary of nutrient liquids, she savors the taste. So sweet. I can't finish this whole one. Could you help me eat half? She slices the fruit in half with a knife and hands one portion to Li Yan. He stares, momentarily stunned, before taking a bite. Though he does not favor sweet flavors, he finishes the half apple nonetheless. Through her touch, the food seems to take on an entirely different flavor. Apples are absent in the desert. These were exchanged for crystals with pirates. And he feared that Lin Mianmian, accustomed to finer things, might disdain them. To his surprise, she enjoys them so heartily that as a person changes, do their habits and tastes also transform? Li Yan ponders, but more so. He feels joy. The newfound Lin Mianmian, so delightful, may perhaps belong solely to him in the future. In the following days, Li Yan remained indoors, having completed a perilous task that yielded substantial rewards, sufficient to sustain Lin Mianmian for a considerable time. Each day, Lin Mianmian would tug at him, eager to enhance her favorability ratings. Regrettably, the vicinity around his residence was sparsely populated, and many of the residents were reluctant to venture outside. She encountered only a lost elderly man. But upon attempting to converse, she discovered he was deaf and could not hear her words at all. At this rate, it would take an eternity to reach level 2. Moreover, as the favorability ratings increased, the effort required to elevate them only grew more daunting. Presently, mere compliments could grant Li Yin only 1 or 2 points of favorability at a time, resulting in a meager increase of 5 points over an extended period, 75,100. Observing Lin Mianmian's discontent due to the lack of companionship for amusement, Li Yin could not resist tugging at her sleeve, reminding her that they were in the outer city where human presence was scarce. If you wish to see some excitement, I can take you to the inner city. Lin Mianmian's spirits lifted immediately. Let's go. Indeed, the inner city was more populated, featuring a small commercial street that stretched out in view. Although somewhat dilapidated, the goods available appeared remarkably novel to Lin Mianmian, who was rather naive. Most of the vendors were lower-tier males, and Lin Mianmian lingered at each stall, engaging in conversation and inquiring about their wares. Whenever she found something entertaining, she would unabashedly demand that Li Yin, her master, foot the bill. Although Li Yin found it perplexing that Lin Mianmian would take an interest in trinkets typically favored by children under 5. He attributed it to her past head injury and thus remained indifferent, dutifully acting as an emotionless ATM behind her. After some time of browsing, Lin Mianmian accumulated a total of 80 points of favorability from 10 vendors. Happily munching on a snack while preparing to continue her exploration, with approximately 20 more stalls remaining, it seemed she would achieve her goal of leveling up to level 2. It's you. A female voice called out from behind Lin Mianmian. Turning around, she recognized the blonde female who had been sold alongside her, now adorned with a collar, flanked by 3 males, 1 at S rank and 2 at A rank. The blonde appeared somewhat fatigued, her expression complex as she regarded Lin Mianmian, who seemed to be thriving. Why does this ordinary female not have to wear electronic shackles, and she is permitted to roam freely? Lin Mianmian pondered who would spend such a fortune on her for a collection of trinkets. Hearing the blonde's unvoiced thoughts, Lin Mianmian glanced at the puzzle game console and some cooking spices in her hands, questioning how these could be considered rubbish. There were indeed edible beasts in the desert. And just earlier, a stall had been selling consumable meat. Had it not been for Li Yin mentioning that he had plenty in his spatial button, she would have brought some back to taste. Lin Mianmian had no particular bond with the blonde female, and thus had no intention of engaging with her. The blonde, noticing Li Yin behind Lin Mianmian, must have thought her male companion, hidden beneath his robe, was quite unattractive. Hence, she could afford to treat an ordinary female so well. Lin Mianmian felt speechless. After all, she had saved the blonde at one point, yet the latter could not bear to see others flourish. Did she derive her self-worth from the suffering of others? How pitiable! Lin Mianmian pulled Li Yin towards another stall, determined to focus on her own leveling up rather than waste time with the blonde. This dismissive attitude struck a nerve with the blonde's pride. How dare you, an ordinary female, act superior to me, a D-rank female? On what grounds? She obstructed Lin Mianmian's path, intending to teach her a lesson. What is your attitude? You don't think this is a pirate's cage, do you? Lin Mianmian raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the implication. Chapter 11. Level up, you, an ordinary female, have repeatedly offended me, and I am quite displeased. However, I am not one to bully females. Let your male behind you take the punishment. She gestured towards the S-rank male. Bedell, go teach her male a lesson. Leave him with 1 life at least. The blonde smirked coldly, eyeing the garbage star. If a male were severely injured or killed, his female would be fiercely contested among others. It would then be interesting to see if she could maintain her current lifestyle. Bedell, the hulking figure who had mocked her intelligence at the auction, made Lin Mianmian worry for Li Yin, who bore injuries himself. Would he be able to contend with an S-rank male of equal standing? Li Yin gently squeezed Lin Mianmian's hand to reassure her, causing her to breathe a sigh of relief. If Li Yin truly could not win, she would have the system cheat for him. After all, he was now at level 1. Host, do you have any misconceptions regarding level 1? A level 1 can merely contend with a D rank. Surely you do not believe I can defeat an S rank. Well, it seemed she had overthought it. Surely, Li Yin would not lose. Li Yin possessed a stealth skill, and Bedell could not discern his mental energy level. Making him cautious, he tentatively launched a mental attack in the form of a fist. Lian's hand glowed with dark light as he retaliated with a punch, sending Bedel's mental attack hurtling back at an even swifter pace. Bedel had no time to react and was forced to raise a protective barrier around himself and his companions to shield them from the incoming mental strike. The collision of mental forces and the barrier unleashed a ripple of energy shockwaves, affecting a small area around them. Fortunately, the surrounding vendors sensed the impending danger and hastily closed their stalls. Otherwise, the items on display would surely have been shattered by the shockwave. Lin Mianmian felt herself encased in a solid protective barrier, completely unaware of the unusual circumstances. Bedel stumbled backward, while the two A-rank males behind him coughed up blood. The blonde female, however, was sent flying into the wall, losing consciousness upon impact. It was already a challenge for Bedel to protect 4 individuals, and with the enhanced mental attack, even the barrier could not fully shield the D-rank female from the residual force of the S-rank male's psychic energy. Bedel, disregarding the fallen blonde, eyed Li Yin warily. When had the garbage star acquired such a formidable individual, with only 3 S-rank males on this desolate planet, and the other 2 being leaders of space pirates? There was no comparison to the man before him. Bedel lowered his head in a gesture of surrender, retrieving a prized possession from his spatial button. I apologize, my lord. I did not intend to offend. I am willing to compensate you with a high-grade crystal stone, if you would be so kind as to forgive me. This individual's mental level surely surpassed S-rank, perhaps even exceeding S-rank itself. While he managed to escape, the lives of his 2 companions and the female would be forfeit. All he could do was hope this powerful individual was not a bloodthirsty one and would show mercy. Li Yin glanced at Lin Mianmian, seemingly awaiting her response. Lin Mianmian observed the bleeding blonde female lying nearby. Although she found her repugnant, killing her outright felt somewhat excessive. After this incident, it was likely she would refrain from bothering Lin Mianmian again. Despite having experienced various events since arriving in this world, Lin Mianmian remained inherently kind and peaceful, having come from a harmonious nation. Thus, she hesitated to resort to murder. Perhaps I could simply shatter her mental core as a form of punishment. Since she has always prided herself on her mental level and looked down upon ordinary females, let her experience the shattering of her mental core. Being a lowly ordinary female, she could only watch and see what else she could do. Li Yin effortlessly sent a surge of psychic energy through the blonde's brow, extinguishing any semblance of life from her already bleeding form. He casually accepted the high-grade crystal stone and tossed it into his spatial button before departing with Lin Mianmian. Bedel immediately rushed the unconscious blonde to the medical facility. Although she had caused trouble, she was still his partner. What a stroke of bad luck, now that she has become an ordinary female. What will become of my mental pollution? I've barely used her at all. This is a significant loss. Lin Mianmian sighed as she surveyed the few remaining stalls, engaging in conversation with several vendors for some time until she finally maxed out the remaining 35 points of favorability and leveled up to level 2. Congratulations, host. Your charm level has upgraded to level 2. Charm level, LV2, 0500. Congratulations, host. This upgrade has yielded 2 bronze cards. Quickly, see what treasures they hold. Upon returning to the flying vehicle, Lin Mianmian wasted no time in opening the cards. Having had one experience already, she held little expectation for anything exceptional. Congratulations, host. 1 bronze card has yielded a basic appearance card, which can add 5 points to appearance, while the other has produced a basic physique card, which can add 5 points to physique. Information name: Lin Mianmian. Age: 17, still a young girl. Appearance: 4100, now, at least not ugly. Physique: 15100, still quite thin and short. Fortune: minus 20,100, seems a bit unlucky. Mental energy level: 0. Mental talent. Telepathy skill: mental energy detection charm level, LV2, 0500. I knew it. What if I just give up? Host, please don't. At least you no longer appear unattractive, and your physique has improved slightly. Lin Mianmian glanced at her modest bosom. You tell me, where has my physique improved? Host, you were previously flat as a board. Now, at least you have some modest curves. Lin Mianmian. Where's my knife? Host, next time, when the upgrade occurs, it is certain that something remarkable will be produced. Perseverance is indeed the key to victory. The subsequent upgrade requires a staggering 500 points, and it seems that this worthless star is on the verge of being stripped bare by its own inhabitants, with so few individuals remaining. She does not wish for the next upgrade reward to merely transform her little yellow bean into a larger one. Fear not, host, for at the very least, it will be a modest achievement. Lin Mianmian, kneel in peace. Upon returning home, Lin Mianmian was filled with enthusiasm, eager to prepare roasted meat for Li Yan. Taken aback by her eagerness, rummaged through the storage space for quite some time before finally locating an intelligent grill. Designed for warmth in the frigid wilderness, once Lin Mianmian understood its usage, she placed a metal rack, resembling a barbecue grill, atop it, and surprisingly, it fit quite well. In the galaxy, most females are accustomed to having their meals served and their needs attended to, with very few willing to step into the kitchen. With so many males vying for attention at home, it is unlikely that any would allow a female to cook. Lin indeed intended for Lin Mianmian to merely direct him while he handled the cooking himself. However, to his astonishment, Lin Mianmian adeptly boiled several slices of meat first, sampling the flavors of various types before seasoning the meat based on taste. The meat from Dudu beasts resembled pork, that of the Mo Jiao beasts was akin to beef, and the Mian beasts offered lamb. Everything was in order to her delight. She found a taste of home even in the stars. Lin Mianmian sprinkled a few seasonings similar to cumin and chili onto the sizzling meat, filling the kitchen with an enticing aroma. Watching her skillful handling, Li Yin was utterly astonished. Could it truly be Lin Mianmian? Chapter 12. Genius. Unbeknownst to Lin Mianmian, her disguise had been shed, and she cheerfully began to mimic a street vendor selling skewers. Would you care for a skewer of lamb? Hailing from Turpan in Xinjiang, she presented the first perfectly grilled lamb skewer to Li Yin, hoping this future interstellar beastman would appreciate the allure of the cuisine from her homeland. Li Yin silently took a bite, his thoughts immediately drawn to the delectable flavor. He offered a sincere compliment as he quickly finished the skewer. Typically, he subsisted on nutrient solutions, and even during his time on the Central Star, he had never tasted such food. Lin Mianmian's creations are undoubtedly exquisite. Would you like another skewer? Lin Mianmian's nose brushed against the charred remnants of the grill, her expression radiant with pride. Akin to a mischievous kitten. Yin reached out to wipe it away, and she wrinkled her nose in response, flashing him a smile, her dimples seemingly reaching into his very heart. Congratulations, host. You have gained a favorability increase of 5 from the S-rank male Li Yin, 8100. Ah, the allure of food indeed. How it has increased by another 5 points. You may take a rest. I am well aware of the steps. I shall handle it, Li Yin said as he handed over the grilled meat to Lin Mianmian. She doubted that mere observation would suffice. It also required a sense of touch, understanding, and skill. Watching Li Yin swiftly grill golden, crispy pork belly made her mouth water. Appearance alone does not guarantee flavor, and sometimes what looks good may not taste as delightful. Lin Mianmian set aside her own grilled items, deciding to savor only those prepared by Li Yin. A genius. A barbecue genius. Host, is there a possibility that everything the individual does is genius level? If so, I may become envious. Lin Mianmian transformed her jealousy into appetite, chewing heartily. Li Yin worked quickly, and Lin Mianmian's belly soon bulged, lying back on the sofa, contentedly patting her stomach until she could eat no more. This is the essence of life. Seeing Lin Mianmian satisfied, Li Yin proceeded to finish off the remaining ingredients and clean the kitchen thoroughly. The household robot had broken down, leaving Li Yin to handle the chores himself. Such robots were rare here. Human life is considered far less valuable than machines. Perhaps he would buy a more reliable housekeeping robot when he next encountered one. Observing Li Yin meticulously scrubbing in the kitchen, Lin Mianmian nodded in satisfaction. Having a boyfriend like this seems rather pleasant. Primarily, the roasted meat is delicious. It is not about being attracted to 8-pack abs or celestial beauty. Not at all. Li Yin sensed Lin Mianmian's gaze and secretly smiled, the void within him gradually being filled. Lin Mianmian dozed off after a while, her dreams shrouded in mystery, her lips moving as if savoring something delightful. Yin gently carried her back to her room, tucking her in. Good night, Mianmian. In the days that followed, Lin Mianmian needed only to provide guidance once, and Li Yin would produce even more delectable dishes, with Lin Mianmian completely succumbing to her cravings, ordering a variety of dishes each day. Occasionally, Li Yin would accept a mission, and surprisingly, the reward involved some ingredients, which left the employer perplexed. Although these ingredients were commonplace in the Central Star system, they were scarce on this garbage star. Where could one possibly procure such ingredients? Would they have to send space pirates out on a mission to haul back a ship full of supplies? If that were the case, they would no longer be pirates, but merchants. Li Yin was undeterred. If he wanted to take on those challenging missions, he would exchange them for ingredients to elicit a look of surprise on Lin Mianmian's face each meal. He cared not whether the rewards were mere vegetables or precious crystals. Lin Mianmian had gained several pounds under his care, and her height seemed to have increased by a few centimeters. Originally standing at 165 cm, she was now nearly 168 cm. While this still placed her among the shorter females in a galaxy where most stood over 170 cm, she was quite pleased with herself. Lin Mianmian's system. Does this not count as an enhancement to my figure? Shouldn't I be able to increase my body points without the card? Host, physique does not equate to height. Physique is about the golden ratio, being curvaceous and well-proportioned. Even if you were to grow to 2 meters tall, you would merely be a taller, slender pole. Fine, I concede. Kneel in peace. Today, Li Yin went out on another mission, and after becoming weary from playing video games, Lin Mianmian sprawled on the sofa to check her status. She needed over 200 points to level up, 258,500. The vendors in the inner city had almost depleted their favorability towards her. Each time she visited their stalls, they offered her items at half price, which made her feel rather embarrassed. Host, I must say, you appear genuinely pleased when receiving free food. Lin Mianmian silenced the system. It was becoming increasingly unbearable. She rubbed her hungry stomach, intending to retrieve the meal Li Yin had prepared earlier from the refrigerator. Suddenly, a loud thud from outside startled her. Lin Mianmian checked the surveillance to see a figure lying outside the door. Enlarging the image, she recognized the face. It was the bearded man. He was surprisingly alive, having survived the ordeal on the spaceship. After all, he had contributed to her first favorability points, with the heat outside. He would soon be scorched to a crisp, so Lin Mianmian opened the door and dragged him inside. That he was filthy. A large gash on his forehead had scabbed over, and although he was clothed, she could not see any other injuries. Lin Mianmian retrieved a small treatment device to mend the wound on his forehead and offered him a cup of water, sprinkling a bit on his cracked lips. This was all she could do for now. When Li Yin returned, she would have him take the bearded man to Old Lord for further examination. After snacking a bit, Lin Mianmian felt drowsy and returned to her room for rest. Leaving the low-grade treatment device beside the bearded man, emitting a gentle green light as it diligently worked, Zack opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, momentarily disoriented by the sight of the treatment device beside his head and the uneaten food on the table. After seizing control of the spaceship, he had planned to explore the pirates' lair further, only to collide with the Imperial forces. That wave of insectoids had been completely eradicated. His gray-purple eyes flashed with anger. He had barely managed to create an opening to play, only to find himself in such a dire state. Contemplating the one responsible for his injury, Zack's lips curled into a cold smirk. Damn you, Lelai Horn. One day, I will crush your army and force you to kneel at my feet in penance. Zack propped up his weakened body, sensing the presence of living beings in the room. To his surprise, it was that little female. It seemed she had been bought by the owner of this room. Glancing at the leftover natural food on the table, he realized that being able to eat such food on a garbage star was not something just anyone could achieve. Zack's lips curled with amusement. It was rather interesting that an ordinary female could garner such affection from a high-level psychic. After all, wasn't he also captivated by her ordinary form? Chapter 13. Until next time, Zack released his psychic tendrils, stealthily infiltrating Lin Mianmian's room, invisible strands of psychic energy floating around her. The little female appeared less unappealing than before. It seemed she had been well taken care of. The psychic tendrils playfully brushed against Lin Mianmian's cheek. Slap. Lin Mianmian forcefully struck her own face, delivering a hefty smack to herself. What the? Are there mosquitoes in the interstellar world too? Shaking her groggy head, Lin Mianmian remembered that there was still an injured individual outside, prompting her to rise and step out. Zack remained in a state of repose, eyes closed, but his psychic tendrils trailed closely behind Lin Mianmian. She checked the bearded man's breathing. Thankfully, he was still alive. Otherwise, what a stench he would leave in her home. Zack controlled his psychic tendrils to fly to Lin Mianmian's forehead, delivering a playful tap. Slap. Lin Mianmian smacked her forehead again. Ouch. Interstellar mosquitoes bite really hard. Lin Mianmian glanced around, marveling at the astonishing speed of the mosquito. So swift that she couldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. Haha, this little female is quite amusing. as Lin Mianmian listened to the bewildering laughter echoing in the mind of the bearded man. She pondered whether he was pretending to be asleep. Resisting the impulse to kick him, she switched off the still glimmering green light of the healing device. The parched condition of the bearded man suggested he was in need of water, and being kind-hearted, Lin Mianmian decided to offer him a drink. After pouring a glass of pure water, she added a pinch of chili powder and, pinching his mouth open, poured it down his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Zack felt a wave of scorching liquid surge from his mouth to his nasal cavity and throat. As if he were ablaze, he stuck out his tongue, panting. What did you just make me drink? Little female, Lin Mianmian covered her mouth, utterly embarrassed. Oh dear, I'm so clumsy. I accidentally spilled some seasoning into the cup. Are you all right? Zack gazed at Lin Mianmian, who wore an innocent expression, and sighed. Forget it. This little female is inherently foolish. What could one expect from her? After a considerable while, Zack sensed the burning sensation fade. Rubbing his numb nose, he asked, Did you save me, little female? Lin Mianmian nodded. You collapsed outside the house, and I dragged you inside. Unfortunately, your favorability level has already reached its peak and cannot increase any further. I am truly grateful to you that I don't possess anything of value, but I shall gift you a bracelet as a token of my appreciation. Zack retrieved a bracelet adorned with silvery crystals from his spatial button. Lin Mianmian couldn't discern the quality of the crystals but knew that transparent ones were basic, semi-transparent ones were intermediate, and vividly colored ones were advanced. The crystals seemed quite valuable. After all, Li Yin always paid with them, and vendors' eyes sparkled with greed upon seeing them. Oh, we're familiar. No need for such formalities. You're being too polite. Lin Mianmian insisted, and the bracelet slipped onto her wrist. This must at least be an advanced crystal. Perhaps she could return home one day, and if the original owner's family was impoverished, she could sell it to support them. Zack smirked as he watched Lin Mianmian, who appeared flustered yet agile in claiming the item. This crystal harbored its own larva, allowing it to sense the little female no matter where she went. How could he let such an intriguing female slip away so easily? After accepting the gift, Lin Mianmian found Zack slightly more agreeable and, in a moment of kindness, offered him a tube of nutrient solution. Just as Zack finished the nutrient solution, he sensed a trace of a pursuer's aura. His gray-purple eyes sparkled with amusement as he looked at Lin Mianmian. We shall meet again next time. With that, the space around him distorted for a moment, and he vanished without a trace. Wow, is an E-grade male truly that formidable? He can teleport. Lin Mianmian felt her understanding of the world being continuously reshaped. Before she could fully grasp her astonishment, the door to her home was flung open, and a tall male clad in military attire strode in. His deep-set eyes and chiseled features, coupled with icy blue irises reminiscent of a cold, tranquil pool, radiated an aura of chill. Where is that insect? Thunderous thoughts raced through his mind. That is the defense system of our little iron house merely for show. It seemed it truly was. Leilai sniffed intently. Having finally tracked down the insect's scent due to its injuries, he had not expected it to vanish here. Only this female appeared to retain a faint trace of its presence. He approached Lin Mianmian, his expression serious. Excuse me, Mississippi, have you seen a bearded male? He has suffered an injury to his forehead. Lin Mianmian assessed Leilai's mental power level, her eyes widening in astonishment. SS grade. Who is this remarkably powerful individual? Dressed in a uniform, he must be a soldier. With such a high rank, he ought to be a general, yet he cannot capture a mere E-grade space pirate. Lin Mianmian felt disillusioned. There must be matters she was unaware of. Favorability from a powerful figure is not easily gained. That I did see that rude male. Lin Mianmian clutched her small self, feigning fear. Sir, that male stole several tubes of nutrient solution and vanished before he left. He claimed I was his prey and that he would return for me. I'm so frightened. Brother, aren't you looking for him? Then pay attention to me first. Give the broadcaster a follow so I won't get lost. Only then did Leilai scrutinize Lin Mianmian more carefully. His initial glance had revealed her to be a female, but he had hardly noticed her appearance. With a slender build, had she reached adulthood? She merely appeared to be an ordinary female. What about her had caught the attention of that insect to seek her out? The insect's scent had vanished, but if it hadn't, he could have concealed himself nearby to see if it would truly return. Leilai scanned the surrounding environment and noted that, apart from this all-in-one intelligent metal house, there were no traces of other inhabitants. How had this female survived in such a harsh environment? Females of the Empire were typically as delicate as roses. This entire house might not even be as spacious as a regular female's bathroom back in the Empire. May I ask, miss, why do you live alone on this garbage star? Do you require interstellar rescue? Lei Lai regarded the seemingly cheerful female before him with a hint of sympathy. That I apologize. I woke up on the space pirate's ship and must have hit my head. So I can't remember anything. What is interstellar rescue? Do you mean you can take me back to the central star system? Lin Mianmian gazed at Lei Lai with wide, innocent eyes, utterly oblivious. She had forgotten even the most basic knowledge of interstellar travel. It seemed her injuries were quite severe. Lei Lai frowned. What had originally been a plan to have his subordinates escort Lin Mianmian back had transformed into a resolution to take her himself. That insect might come looking for her at any moment, so it was safer to keep her close. Upon hearing Lei Lai's words, Lin Mianmian felt conflicted. The good news was that Lei Lai was affiliated with the interstellar military and had inadvertently arrived at this garbage star to apprehend dangerous individuals. He could conveniently escort Lin Mianmian back to the central star system. The bad news was that Li Yin wouldn't return until tomorrow at the earliest, so she couldn't leave with him. Lin Mianmian longed to return to the central star system to level up, but having spent so much time with Li Yin, she had developed feelings for him. It would be too heartless to abandon him without notice. Excuse me, when is the latest we can leave? Chapter 14. I will not abandon him. If we leave too late, perhaps Li Yin will return before we depart, Lin Mianmian tentatively inquired. Now, Lei Lai sorted through his spatial button, checking for suitable spacecraft for the female to board. This a sudden spark of insight struck Lin Mianmian. She had found a way to delay. Actually, there are 2 other females who were kidnapped with me. May I bring them along? Lei Lai nodded. The nearby lair of space pirates has already been eradicated. 5 rescued females were located, and the ones you mentioned should be among them. With that, his blue pupils regarded Lin Mianmian with a hint of curiosity. What was there that she cherished so much? Did she truly wish to linger? Lin Mianmian felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She was uncertain of Li Yan's current mission, but given the magnitude of the events unfolding around her, his absence was troubling. By the way, I remembered those lovely vendors and old lord. Do the space pirates you mentioned include the ordinary residents here? Lei Lai's expression shifted slightly. This is a garbage wasteland in the exile zone. Normal beasts wouldn't reside here. Most are fugitives, and they must be apprehended and sent back to the penal star system. Lin Mianmian's gaze dimmed. While there were indeed some villains here, most were quite endearing after interaction. What about Li Yin? Was he also a fugitive? Lin Mianmian felt a tumult of emotions. Considering how vehemently Li Yin had despised her initially, it was likely that she had inadvertently caused him to end up here. May I wait for my friend to return before leaving? He is a male dressed in a black robe. Have you seen him? Ultimately, Lin Mianmian resolved to wait for Li Yin, regardless of past events. Their time together had been significant enough for her to regard him as an important friend. Lei Lai glanced at his intelligent device. The cleanup team had wrapped up operations, and the entire unit was prepared to return at his command. If I say no, then I shall wait for him here. If possible, can you send a rescue team back after you return? If not, then so be it. Lin Mianmian felt that her request was somewhat bothersome. Adhering to the cultural notion of not wanting to trouble others, here they were, waiting for you. Yet you're delaying them for your own matters, and afterward, you expect them to make another trip. Surely interstellar travel over such distances is costly. Normal individuals would likely be unwilling to comply. Observing Lin Mianmian's resolute expression, as if she had made a monumental decision, Lei Lai suddenly felt an urge to tease her. If there's no rescue, you'll have to remain on this garbage star, where you might not even have enough to eat. Are you truly willing to wait for him? Lin Mianmian nodded without hesitation. Unless he is dead, I shall not easily abandon him. The tremor coursed through Lei Lai's heart. He was accustomed to the fickle nature of females, who often viewed males as mere servants. It was indeed rare to encounter a female with such profound affection for a male. Congratulations, host, on gaining 10 affection from SS grade male Lei Lai Horn. 10200. It appears this esteemed individual favors those who are compassionate and loyal. Lei Lai issued a command through his intelligent device. The convoy escorting the space pirates will depart now. My starship sets sail early tomorrow morning, but we must leave by dawn at the latest. Do you have any further requests? His tone was somewhat stiff, as he seldom engaged in conversation with females. And this was the most amiable he could manage. Few females in the Empire were drawn to his cold and hardened demeanor. Even those who admired his looks or status would often be deterred by his frosty aura. There were certainly males more attractive than he. Why would anyone choose a frigid stone to vex themselves? Lin Mianmian shook her head in delight. No, thank you so much. I apologize for causing you trouble. A joyful smile illuminated her face, the dimples at the corners of her mouth rendering her both adorable and spirited. Was she truly so pleased? For your safety, I shall camp outside for the night. I hope you don't mind? Of course not. You're welcome to stay inside. The room is equipped with intelligent air conditioning. Quite cool. The dwelling contained only 2 rooms, making it awkward to decide who should host this esteemed figure. So setting up a tent in the living room seemed best. It seemed this little female had truly injured her head, forgetting even the most basic of knowledge. An intelligent tent was akin to a small room, with controllable temperature, and certainly more luxurious than her humble metallic abode. To spare her feelings, Lei Lai reluctantly laid out a sleeping mat in the living room. Very well, just for one night. Lin Mianmian tidied her belongings, her gaming console, some spices, and a variety of meals that Li Yin had prepared for her, which would go to waste if she departed the next day, lacking a spatial button and without any mental fluctuations. Even if she possessed one, it would likely only accommodate the most minimal size of about 1 cubic meter, hardly suitable for much. Lin Mianmian poked her head out from the refrigerator, glancing at Lei Lai. May I ask, have you had dinner? There are some natural foods in the fridge that I can't take with me if you don't eat them. If you don't mind, could you help me consume a bit? Lei Lai, who had intended to settle for a tube of nutrient liquid, found himself nodding involuntarily at the hopeful look in Lin Mianmian's eyes. The intelligent refrigerator categorized food into cold and hot sections. The hot food area maintained its warmth, ensuring that what was placed inside retained its temperature upon removal, and the same applied to the cold section. Furthermore, a sterilizing light continuously scanned the interior, allowing food to remain fresh for up to a month without spoilage. Observing the cooked grains, rice, and some richly flavored meat dishes on the dining table, Lei Lai, who had planned to eat sparingly, found himself relishing the meal far more than anticipated. He had dined at the Empire's finest restaurants, yet had never encountered such enchanting flavors. The meat seemed reminiscent of Beast, braised pork. Yet it was far from greasy. There was also Go-Go Beast, spicy chicken, which, though slightly pungent and fiery, was invigorating. Lin Mianmian felt satiated after a few bites, while the rest, enough for 3 days, vanished into Lei Lai's stomach. Feeling slightly embarrassed after finishing, he noted that meals rarely suited his palate, but this one was truly delightful. Congratulations, host, on gaining 20 affection from SS grade male Lei Lai Horn, 30200. Ha! Turns out you are quite the foodie. All of this was prepared by my friends. I can cook too. If you enjoyed it, I would be glad to invite you for a meal again someday. Lin Mianmian thought to bolster the esteemed figure's fondness for her. Lei Lai, however, did not take her cooking skills seriously. Instead, he pondered that her friends must be remarkable chefs. Perhaps if he couldn't find work upon returning, he could invest in opening a restaurant. Chapter 15. No retreat in the dead of night. Lin Mianmian found herself sleepless due to the uncertainties of her upcoming journey. Tossing and turning, she resorted to playing on her gaming console, hoping fatigue would eventually claim her. The room boasted excellent soundproofing, alleviating her concerns about disturbing the figure outside. Yet she forgot that outside lay an SS-grade mental power wielder, whose senses were extraordinarily heightened. As Lei Lai lay upon the sleeping mat, on the verge of slumber, he was abruptly disturbed by the sounds of a children's gaming console. This particular device was an antiquity, its latest model boasting numerous upgrades. Yet the female appeared utterly engrossed in her game. Typically, younglings would use such consoles to train their agility and intelligence. He had completed it at the age of 3, yet this little female seemed stuck at the first level for quite some time. Lin Mianmian felt equally helpless. Lacking mental power, she found the game, akin to Tetris but in holographic mode, exceedingly challenging. The console projected a scene where various shaped blocks descended before her, equipped with holographic glasses. She could manipulate the blocks with her hands, altering their shapes to eliminate them as they fell. But why was the descent speed so rapid? She floundered, attempting to manage one block while neglecting another. And before long, the blocks had piled high. In truth, this game could be played using mental power. Relying solely on her hands made it a near impossibility for Lin Mianmian to succeed. What was meant to aid her sleep had instead rendered her even more awake. Gazing at the glaring game over on the screen, Lin Mianmian sighed. Lin had mentioned this console was a toy for interstellar children. Did that mean her current frail state rendered her inferior even to a mere interstellar elementary student? Lei Lai found amusement in the sigh that emanated from the room, absent-mindedly twitching his fingers. Lin Mianmian, having resigned herself to her sleeplessness, picked up her resolve and started another game. This time, the speed seemed less frenetic. Could it be that she had grown stronger? With unwavering concentration, she managed to clear enough blocks within the allotted time, finally completing a level for the first time. Elated, she applauded herself, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Now she could finally sleep peacefully. The system, unable to bear witness, opted for silence to avoid being muted by the host. Life as a working entity was indeed tough these days. The next morning, Lin Mianmian was roused by the alarm she had set. Glancing at the time, 8 a.m. Lin had mentioned he would return today, that he usually informed her a day in advance of his return. Yet there had been no sign of him thus far. With no other option, she pressed the central button on her necklace, wishing for his timely return. However, Lin was currently unable to come back. He had transformed into a dark-colored giant python, his scales on the tail erect as he swept through a multitude of insectoid life forms. On his way home, he had stumbled upon a wormhole that had suddenly appeared near the garbage star. If left unchecked, it would soon devour the star to the last blade of grass. Thus, he could only delay the swarm, knowing that the military reconnaissance team would be drawn by the wormhole. He must hold out until their arrival, for if these creatures were allowed to pass, they could endanger Lin Mianmian, who was merely an ordinary female at present. He had battled fiercely for an entire night, surrounded by an overwhelming number of insectoid corpses. In his true form, his strength rivaled that of a quasi-SS grade. It was quite effortless to fend off these sub-SS grade insects, just as he had cleared a substantial number of the insects. And the wormhole began to shrink due to a lack of energy. A peculiar distortion rippled through the space behind him. A silver-haired, devilishly charming youth with two antennae sprouting from his head materialized, exuding an ominous aura. With a mere wave of his hand, a dark, roaring rift in space appeared behind Lin, who swiftly dodged to avoid being shredded by the sudden emergence of the rift. He could no longer hunt the seemingly endless insects pouring forth from the black hole. His attention was now required to deal with the newly appeared SS-grade insectoid foe. What was the identity of this being with such an elevated mental level? Zack observed the black serpent before him, who had vanquished many of his subordinates, a glimmer of intrigue in his violet-gray eyes. Did he not emanate the same essence as the male beast present in the little female's abode? So he was the one who had purchased the little female. Very well, let us play a game. With a flicker of energy emanating from his eyes, Zack conjured numerous space rifts capable of devouring all. Lin reverted to his human form, dodging with blinding speed, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. However, the space rifts were relentless, like parasites, continuously emerging behind him. Although Lin's true form granted him strength comparable to an SS grade, his human form was still somewhat weaker. Moreover, he had expended a full night's worth of mental energy in clearing the insects. Facing an SS-grade insectoid opponent now left him feeling somewhat drained. Sweat beaded on his pale face. For Lin Mianmian's safety, he could not retreat. He dashed into the swarm of insects, and the rifts behind him instantly shattered dozens of them. Zack's gaze narrowed. Indeed, a treacherous serpent tribe. No longer utilizing mental skills, Zack swiftly teleported before Lin, delivering a powerful punch. A close-quarters combat. Lin's lips curled into a smirk. This was indeed his domain. With both fists imbued with a thick, dark energy, he faced off against Zack's punch head-on. Upon impact, a violent shockwave rippled around them, causing the insectoid creatures within several dozen miles to spew blood and be thrown back. Zack, shaking his numbed wrist, acknowledged that although he had just ascended to SS rank and had yet to stabilize, he was still SS rank. How could this serpent possibly match him? No longer underestimating the male before him, Zack summoned space rifts while launching a close-range assault on Lin. Today he would witness just how formidable a mere S rank could be. As Lin defended against Zack's punches, he also had to evade the sporadic space rifts that appeared around him, gradually falling into a disadvantage as he accumulated various wounds from the rifts. His dark, inky eyes became increasingly bloodshot, and the black robe draping him was tattered by the rifts. Sensing Lin's fatigue, Zack pressed the attack with renewed ferocity. Countless space rifts swirled around Lin. Falling into one would mean certain death. Lin shattered his black robe, and in an instant, dark, Gleaming scales began to cover his body from the cheeks down, augmenting his aura significantly. With a mere gesture, he crushed a bothersome space rift nearby. Zack was astonished to behold the transformed Lin. His aura had risen to SS rank. What kind of monster was he? The altered Lin resembled an emotionless slaughtering machine, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the insects. Annihilate them all. This was the obsession he harbored before his transformation. As the corpses of insects piled up, Zack's fury intensified. You are quite something. Chapter 16. I will protect you suddenly. A pair of enormous transparent wings, glimmering with a purplish hue, unfurled behind Zack, generating countless rapidly spinning air vortices with each flap. These vortices were invisible to the naked eye, detectable only through mental perception. Lin swung his fists to disperse the vortices, but the scales on his hands were instantly shredded, had he not reacted swiftly to evade. His entire hand would have been torn to shreds. His bloodied and mangled hand dripped incessantly, and no longer willing to physically engage with the vortices, he darted back to Zack for close combat. The two were locked in a fierce struggle. If this continued, once the military reconnaissance team arrived, escape would be nearly impossible. Zack began to feel anxious, and in a moment of distraction, Lin struck him with a powerful blow. A trickle of dark purple blood seeped from the corner of Zack's mouth as he wiped it away with the back of his hand, his gray-purple eyes narrowing menacingly at Lin. Lin's condition was far from ideal. Although he had gained a slight advantage, several of his scales had been shredded. Blood dripped down his body, threatening to stain the black scales crimson during their standoff. A piercing alarm blared from Lin's cognitive interface. It was Mianmian. Lin's bloodshot eyes gradually cleared, and the scales on his body began to dissipate, returning to a state where only his cheeks and arms bore scales. Fearing for Lin Mianmian's safety, he transformed into a black serpent and soared back. Zack intended to pursue, but sensing the approach of the reconnaissance team from afar, he reluctantly retracted the wormhole, sending a message via his cognitive interface before vanishing with his subordinates. Lin Mianmian sat anxiously on the sofa, her legs shaking. It had been nearly 10 minutes since she pressed the alarm. Why hadn't Lin returned? Could something have truly happened? The departure time set by Lei Lai was fast approaching. Without hesitation, she stepped out of the room, shielding her forehead with her hands while scanning her surroundings, hoping to catch sight of Li Yan in the distance. A small black gradually grew larger. As it approached, Lin Mianmian squinted. No way. Could that black serpent be Lin? And it's flying. In mere moments, Lin had flown before Lin Mianmian. Seeing the bloodied black serpent, Lei Lai quickly stepped in front of Lin Mianmian, his sharp gaze assessing the creature before him. Lin, overwhelmed by urgency, had momentarily forgotten to revert to his human form. He quickly retrieved his black robe from the spatial button to wrap around his transformed body. Would his true form frighten her? It was all his fault for being too hasty. He had not returned to his human shape in time. Lin Mianmian peeked from behind Lin. So you're a big black serpent. Initially frightened, she dashed to his side, exclaiming, "Wow, this is so cool. You can even fly." Relieved that Lin Mianmian did not recoil from his true form, Lin felt a weight lift from his heart. Many females despised serpent beast men, but thankfully she did not. The bloodstains from his untreated wounds began to seep through the black robe, which Lin Mianmian quickly noticed. She immediately pulled him back inside. "Where are you hurt? You've lost so much blood." She reached for the healing device. The wounds inflicted by an SS-level powerhouse could not be mended by an ordinary healing device. "I'm fine. Just a bit of medicine will suffice." Lin retrieved a vial of special powder from the spatial button and sprinkled it over himself, and indeed the bleeding ceased. "You pressed the alarm. What happened?" Lin inquired with concern. Lin Mianmian glanced at Lei Lai, who was military personnel. "He said he can take us home, and we are about to depart. I want you to come back with me." Lin fell silent. He had long recognized Lei Lai, the youngest major general of the imperial military. Lei Lai horned. He had no desire to return to the central star system. How wonderful it would be to live on the garbage star with Mianmian. Lei Lai scrutinized the male, exuding a dangerous aura. His wounds appeared to have been inflicted by space rifts, with residual spatial energy lingering on them. "Did you encounter that insect?" he asked with certainty. Lin nodded glumly. Just then, the advanced reconnaissance team reported that traces of insectoid activity had been detected around the garbage star, along with numerous insect corpses. Lei Lai surmised that this was the handiwork of the serpent beast before him. and he regarded him with newfound respect. To engage in battle with that insect while at S rank and sustain only minor injuries was indeed impressive. Sensing Li Yan's discontent, Lin Mianmian asked, "Li Yan, don't you want to go back? All the space pirates have been eradicated. If you don't return, you'll be alone. If you wish to return, I shall accompany you," Li Yan said as he approached Lin Mianmian. "Since you want to go back, then no matter how many troubles await us, it will be worth it." "Troubles? What troubles?" Lin Mianmian wanted to inquire further, but the military vessel's departure time was imminent. She grasped Li Yan's hand and boarded Lei Lai's flying craft, and no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. "Li Yan, don't be afraid. I will protect you." Li Yan tightly clasped Lin Mianmian's small hand, his gaze shimmering with starlight as he looked at her. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 affection from SS level male Li Yan, 85100. Beside them, Lei Lai, who had inadvertently witnessed this display of affection, awkwardly turned away. Realizing why this serpent beast had taken a liking to such an ordinary female, the trio soon arrived at the military vessel's docking point. The space pirates had already been dispatched to the regulatory planet by other ships the previous night. Leaving behind this vessel, which was Lei Lai's flagship, carrying the rescued females, Lei Lai needed to hear a detailed report from his subordinates, so he assigned a logistics officer to escort Lin Mianmian and Li Yan to the guest quarters. Being a female, Lin Mianmian was assigned a private cabin, while Li Yan was relegated to share seating in the common area with the soldiers. Lin Mianmian offered for Li Yan to use the sofa in her cabin temporarily. But Li Yan, blushing, politely declined. It was already a stretch to have a female reside in such a small cabin. He could not possibly occupy her space. Moreover, he was injured, and his mental contamination levels were rising sharply, nearing the edge of losing control. Even though he had just injected a high-grade purifying agent, he feared that he might inadvertently harm her if he lost control. Thus, Lin Mianmian returned to her cabin alone. The room contained only a bed, a bedside table, and a small sofa, making it somewhat cramped. However, as this was a military combat vessel, the accommodations were functional rather than comfortable. Still, Lin Mianmian felt content. Having a private room was far better than being locked in a cage. "Right?" she had inquired with Li Yan, and it would take approximately 10 days to return to the central star system, with several space transfer stations along the way for spatial jumps, making it quite a distance. Lin Mianmian resolved to ask Li Yan about his past tomorrow before dozing off. The military vessel, emblazoned with the Imperial Army insignia, glided steadily through the sea of stars that in the cockpit. The two pilots suddenly felt a wave of dizziness before collapsing onto the control panel. A male dressed in a high-ranking officer's uniform emerged from the shadows, his hands tucked into his pockets. Observing the cockpit's layout through his obscured gray-purple eyes, he pressed a red button on the control panel. As the military vessel entered emergency lockdown mode, a manic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Dear Major General Lei Lai Horn, prepare to enjoy the chaos of this interstellar storm." Chapter 17. Invasion. Just as Lin Mianmian closed her eyes and began to dream, she was jolted awake by a series of thunderous booms. Was it thunder, or had something exploded nearby? She rubbed her eyes and sat up from the bed. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Li Yan rushing towards her in a flurry. "Mianmian, the battleship is under attack by the Zerg. We must hurry to the escape route. Stay by my side and do not run off," Li Yan said, grasping Lin Mianmian's hand with concern. Lin Mianmian nodded in confusion, her gaze drifting over the soldiers frantically running within the cabin. Feeling somewhat dazed, Lin Mianmian led her to the ship's escape corridor, where several mini-spacecraft lay ready for evacuation. Lin Mianmian was placed into an escape vessel filled with females, with Li Yan following closely behind her, the pilot, a soldier tasked with protecting these females. Sensed Li Yan's formidable presence and reported the situation to Lei Lai. After receiving a reassuring response, he felt at ease accompanying them. Lin Mianmian immediately spotted Qianla and another brown-haired female sitting together. While she did not recognize the other two females, then, her gaze fell upon a blonde female sitting in the corner, who glared at Lin Mianmian with a look of animosity. However, upon noticing Li Yan behind her, she quickly lowered her head. "When we return to the central star system, I will make you wish you were never born." Lin Mianmian was left speechless by her inner thoughts, feeling utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend how she had offended her, as the female had repeatedly threatened her life. Perhaps she would take advantage of the chaos to eliminate her once and for all. Qianla, noticing Lin Mianmian, cheerfully greeted her. "Mianmian, you're here too. I hadn't seen you in the inner city and was worried something had happened to you. I don't live in the inner city. How have you been, Qianla? Lin Mianmian inquired. Qianla's expression grew complex. She had been bought by a male she did not like and forced into a partnership. Though the male treated her well, she could not accept such a situation. It doesn't really matter how I am. Those space pirates have paid a price. Once we return to the central star system, the star network will select the most suitable matches for us. Let us forget the memories here, she replied. Lin Mianmian sensed a momentary stiffness in Li Yin and gently scratched the back of his hand. Qianla, this is my good friend Li Yin. He was the one who purchased me. And thankfully, he is protecting me. Otherwise, I really don't know if I could survive. Qianla glanced at Li Yin, who was enveloped in a black cloak, feeling a twinge of pity for Lin Mianmian. This male clearly bore some physical disability. Otherwise, a normal male would be eager to showcase his robust physique and handsome appearance to attract females. Lin Mianmian, having lost her mind, was oblivious to what constituted a good male. Once they reached the central star system, she would naturally understand. Perhaps it was best to remain silent. Lin Mianmian remarked, Li Yin is quite good. Qianla offered a perfunctory smile and pulled Lin Mianmian to sit beside her. Li Yin quietly took his place in the co-pilot's seat, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a massive black hole appeared above the battleship, releasing Zerg creatures of even higher levels, darkening the skies as if they intended to devour the vessel whole. Realizing who was behind this, Lei Lai's blue eyes turned icy, as if he could freeze someone in place. Zach Guos, he exclaimed, summoning his mech. A crackling circle of blue lightning enveloped him, and with a flick of his hand, several bolts of lightning surged toward the wormhole, incinerating any Zerg caught in their path. The number of Zerg was unexpectedly high, with the highest level reaching S-class. It appeared that Zach had sought assistance. Otherwise, his own power would not suffice to summon such a formidable wormhole that a small team had been dispatched to escort the space pirates, leaving those remaining to face an overwhelming number of Zerg. Some Zerg had already made it onto the battleship's top, attempting to burrow inside and wreak havoc. With females still aboard, Lei Lai dared not take risks and ordered the activation of the escape vessels. As long as the females could safely depart, he could fight without distraction. Report, Major, the activation procedure for the escape vessels has been compromised. We cannot start them safely. An anxious subordinate communicated through the communicator. Lei Lai's brows furrowed deeply. The battleship's control room had been breached, and Zach must have assumed a new identity, lurking among the crowd. With the enemy hidden and himself exposed, the situation was unfavorable. Abandon automated activation, switch to manual charging and driving, ensuring the safety of the females at all costs, though manual control posed risks of veering off course or being caught in stellar explosions. Remaining here was tantamount to waiting for death. The Zerg were unrelenting, and eventually, they would exhaust their energy. They would hold out as long as they could. Just as the pilot of the escape vessel turned off the cockpit's display and pressed the manual driving button, a violent jolt shook the entire battleship. Hundreds of air vortices appeared around the ship, which, while not enough to shatter the hard exterior, caused it to roll and shake uncontrollably, preventing any further navigation. The escape vessel was forced to cease its startup. Such a vast area of air vortices could not harm the battleship, but could easily obliterate the small spacecraft. Lin grasped Lin Mianmian's hand reassuringly. He wished to help fight the Zerg, but his greater concern was for Lin Mianmian's safety here. The atmosphere grew tense. The sounds of laser explosions, clashes, and the grinding noise of air vortices resonating ominously. Like the tolling of a death knell striking at the hearts of all present, that a few Zerg managed to slip through the defenses, stealthily approaching the escape corridor for a surprise attack. Yet, before they could come close to the spacecraft, Li Yin swiftly crushed their heads. More and more Zerg climbed aboard the battleship, and any that dared approach the escape vessel fell victim to Li Yin's hands. As the bodies of Zerg piled up around the spacecraft, the number daring to approach gradually diminished, retreating to other areas to feast. Inside the vessel, the brown-haired female and another unfamiliar female had begun to sob in fear, while Qianla anxiously clutched Lin Mianmian's hand. Witnessing Li Yan's formidable prowess, the blonde female's eyes flashed with jealousy. Why was it that the male who had taken her was not herself, but this worthless creature? Even in the central star system, a male with such capabilities would be considered exceptional. Lin Mianmian offered a few words of comfort to the frightened females, gaining several points of favor, but given the current situation, She had no time to concern herself with favorability. Her only wish was to safely weather this crisis. After a night of fierce battle, Lei Lai's movements grew increasingly sluggish to deal fatal blows to the high-level Zerg. Electronic laser cannons required precise targeting of their heads, yet the Zerg moved too swiftly to aim at. Even tracking cannons could be evaded. All the pressure rested on Lei Lai, a high-level psychic. Fortunately, the air vortices were beginning to diminish. It seemed the unseen assailant controlling them was also expending energy. The Zerg pouring from the black hole showed no signs of abating, as if they were endless. Lei Lai mused inwardly that this particular Zerg bore a grudge. Having merely grazed its mimicked shell, it relentlessly pursued him. Thus, Zack, having been wounded by Li Yin, would not let him off easily. Li Yin, cloaked in black, stood tall like a guardian at the entrance of the spacecraft. Any Zerg daring to intrude would meet a swift demise. Sir, General Lei Lai has sent me with supplies. Here is the latest healing potion. I hope it aids you in facing the enemy. An officer wearing silver-framed glasses handed a vial of medicine to Li Yan. Li Yin, trusting the officer, seized the opportunity to mend his previous injuries sustained during his battle with the Zerg. Chapter 18. Wealth Awaits. After consuming the healing potion, Li Yin felt a fiery heat engulf him, causing him to shatter the empty vial in his hand. What have you given me? The officer observed the increasingly berserk Li Yin. A sly smile creeping across his lips. You enjoy this little gift I bestowed upon you. Zack mused, gingerly touching his cheek, where the pain required the life of this black serpent to offset. Li Yin soon found himself overwhelmed by the chaotic energy coursing through him, causing him to drop to one knee. Gene induction agent. The male would uncontrollably enter a state of heat upon use, transforming into a beast driven solely by primal desires. Li Yan's eyes turned crimson, and dark scales erupted uncontrollably across his body, his black cloak torn asunder and discarded. Lin Mianmian peered through the transparent window of the spacecraft. Noticing something amiss with Li Yin and yearning to investigate, Qianla grasped her hand firmly. Mianmian, do not go down there. That male seems to have undergone a transformation. Transformed males become ferocious and violent, and could harm you. Lin Mianmian gazed at Li Yin, now enveloped in black scales save for his face, feeling a twinge of apprehension. However, she could not bear to stand idly by, without Li Yin. Everyone here would become fodder for the Zerg system. What has happened to Li Yin? Can we save him? Host. Detection reveals a potent drug component within the target's body. If uncontrolled, he may lose his sanity. It is advised to maintain distance. Lin Mianmian anxiously pressed against the window, observing. That officer wearing glasses was a soldier, wasn't he? It was the potion he had handed over that caused Li Yan's transformation. At that moment, the glasses-wearing soldier was reveling in the pained expression of Li Yin, whose eyes blazed with crimson fury and veins bulged on his forehead. The officer took a twisted pleasure in glancing at Lin Mianmian inside the spacecraft. Isn't that little female in the spacecraft the one you purchased? Why would you rather face death than seek her help? Li Yan's crimson eyes appeared to blaze with an inner fire, instinctively unleashing a mental assault towards Zack. Zack effortlessly evaded the attack, teleporting closer to the spaceship, realizing that the little female was his Achilles heel. How intriguing. This vessel was exceedingly fragile. A mere fissure in its structure could spell its doom. In his hand, Zack conjured a violently swirling vortex of air, playfully tossing it alongside the ship. Do not harm her. Li Yin strained to suppress the turbulent energy within him, barely managing to rise. Determined to protect the vessel, Zack, evading to the top of the spaceship, declared that if the people inside wished to survive, they must remain compliant and resist not. Li Yan's scarlet gaze swept over the window where Lin Mianmian stood, causing him to halt as Zack's lips curled into a smirk. Since you are so infatuated, let us see how far you are willing to go for her. Two small air vortices manifested at Li Yan's knees, instantly shredding the black scales upon them, exposing the flesh and bone beneath. Li Yin gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. The vortex persisted in its relentless assault, further grinding the flesh and rapidly reducing parts of his bones to mere fragments. Ultimately, Li Yin could no longer withstand the torment and fell to his knees. And no matter how advanced interstellar medicine may be, it could merely regenerate flesh. If bones were shattered, one would be left to resort to mechanical limbs, becoming a mere shell of a beast. Moreover, given Zack's brutal demeanor, it was improbable that Li Yin would emerge alive. Unable to contain herself, Lin Mianmian abandoned the escape pod and rushed to Li Yan's side. Supporting him, Lin Mianmian's system. If I perish, you must find a more powerful host that I cannot bear to witness Li Yan's demise. Host, without you, how shall I exist? Host, return, Li Yan shouted urgently as Lin Mianmian approached. Fearing for the little female's safety, Zack retracted his attack, observing with interest the figure shielding Li Yan. That I cannot stand by and watch you die. Besides, if you perish, I shall be unable to defeat him. Is that not the same fate? Lin Mianmian's heart ached as she gazed at Li Yan's knee, nearly pulverized. How excruciating it must be. Li Yan attempted to rise, yearning to envelop Lin Mianmian in his embrace for protection, knowing that such a vortex attack could obliterate her in an instant. Little female, do you truly wish to perish for this worthless male? Zack tossed an air vortex into the air, threatening, if you do not step aside, you shall be ground to a pulp. I am eager to witness how far this little female will go. Typically, females are timid, hypocritical, and heartless. I long to see you abandon this serpent in the face of life and death, rendering him to suffer worse than death. Ha ha. Lin Mianmian perceived Zack's twisted nature and resolutely refused to comply. I shall not allow you to see that. She stood firmly before Li Yan. Unfazed by Zack's threats, Zack narrowed his eyes, sensing Lin Mianmian's seemingly hypocritical bravado. When true death arrives, let us see how steadfast you remain. A vortex imbued with destructive energy surged toward Li Yan, who grasped Lin Mianmian tightly, shielding her with his body. Just as the attack was about to strike his heart, Lin Mianmian pushed him away. Despite his grievous condition, Li Yan was indeed propelled aside, and the vortex punctured Lin Mianmian's energy shield, sending her hurtling backward. Li Yan's eyes widened in fury as he transformed into his true form, racing to catch Lin Mianmian. Zack, quick to react, teleported behind Lin Mianmian. Catching her in his arms, he was astounded. She was genuinely willing to sacrifice herself for this serpent beast. Fortunately, he had only tested her resolve with a minimal attack, fearing the potential for such an implausible outcome. Release her. Li Yan's aura surged violently, instantly transcending S-Class to SS-Class. His massive serpentine form doubled in size, becoming unwieldy in the confines of the cramped military vessel, prompting him to revert to human form. The scales on his face and hands vanished, replaced by a black serpent-shaped mark upon his brow. With a speed that left an afterimage in his wake, he surged towards Zack, delivering a punch infused with dense black energy. Forcing Zack to teleport away. Li Yan carefully cradled the unconscious Lin Mianmian and placed her within the escape pod. Congratulations, host. You have gained 115 favorability from SS-Class male Li Yan. Current favorability. Full value, 200. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 favorability from SS-Class male Zack, 8200. Congratulations, host. Your charm level has upgraded to level 3, 55 1000. Congratulations, host. This upgrade has yielded 3 bronze cards. Congratulations, host. With full favorability, you have acquired the skill True Eye, enables perception of the essence of things, discerning the disguises of all. But in her unconscious state, Lin Mianmian exclaimed, "Wow, I have struck gold." Chapter 19. The guardian Li Yan enveloped the perimeter of the spaceship in a protective shield imbued with black energy. This barrier was impervious to anyone below SS-Class. Furthermore, should it be attacked, Li Yan could swiftly sense it and return. Following his upgrade, the negative energy within Li Yan was entirely purged, leaving him with an overwhelming reservoir of energy yearning to be unleashed. Curse those insects. I shall personally sever your head. Though Zack's presence had faded, the insects remained. Li Yan, cloaked in black energy, plunged into the swarm, leaving nothing but a carpet of insect corpses in his wake. The pressure on Lei Lai diminished drastically. Under their combined efforts, the wormhole soon dissipated, annihilating all the insects that had infiltrated the military vessel. Observing Li Yan's formidable SS-Class aura, Lei Lai was astonished. What kind of creature is this? When did ascending to SS-Class become such an effortless feat? Once the military ship was cleared, Li Yan returned to the passenger cabin with Lin Mianmian and briefly recounted the recent events to Lei Lai. Understanding that Zack was behind this incident, Lei Lai surmised that this male must have wronged him to warrant such retaliation. After a brief discussion, Lei Lai invited Li Yan to join the Empire's First Legion. Li Yan's current power was nearly on par with his own, and considering his potential for further enhancement post-transformation, the First Legion was in dire need of such talent. After a moment's hesitation, Li Yan accepted. To gain a status worthy of Lin Mianmian, He must prove himself capable of remaining by her side. Upon awakening, Lin Mianmian found herself surrounded by an array of treatment devices, each varying in height and size. So many different models existed. She felt almost no discomfort, not a hint of pain. Host, that attack was quite feeble. With my shield protecting you, it was akin to being gently brushed by a breeze. Lin Mianmian, oh my, whose little system is this? So impressive. Host, I adore you. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 favorability from System 0188. Lin Mianmian replied. What does this mean? My favorability is only 1 point. No, host. This is a system malfunction. It was just a glitch. Lin Mianmian, curious, rolled her eyes, realizing the system could not lie. Indeed, it must have been a glitch. The favorability I possess must be exchanged for points. Do not let her discover this. Shield the mind-reading skill. System, quickly activate the card. Lin Mianmian rubbed her hands together, eagerly anticipating her first silver card. If the true eye skill is not merely X-ray vision, it's far more advanced. Alright, congratulations, host. One of the 3 bronze cards has yielded a basic beauty card, which adds 5 points to beauty. And the other 2 have granted basic physique cards, which add 5 points to physique. Congratulations, host. 1 silver card has produced a basic mental core repair card, which can restore a damaged mental core to F class. Initially dissatisfied with the seemingly trivial beauty and physique points, Lin Mianmian felt elation upon learning her mental power would be restored. She eagerly checked her mental core. Among the 5 fragmented petals of stone, 1 had transformed into a deep green hue. Why did only 1 change? Shouldn't the fragments merge first before changing color? Confused, Lin Mianmian sensed a newfound vigor coursing through her body. Her vision sharpened, and the sounds of footsteps outside the cabin became crystal clear. Tentatively, she conjured a green light in her palm, the size of a flickering candle flame, swaying gently as though a single breath could extinguish it. Is this F-class so weak? What can this light accomplish? Host, you can use this light to purify the mental pollution of F-class males. Are there F-class males? I've not encountered a single one. Throughout her journey, the lowest males she had seen were E-class. Only females seemed to be F-class, and she had assumed none existed. Host, the universe comprises numerous star systems. Some impoverished ones are home to ordinary beastmen without mental power levels. They often possess greater physical strength. Lin Mianmian felt reassured. As long as someone else was beneath her, she didn't feel entirely worthless. Stealing another glance at her current information. Name, Lin Mianmian. Age, 17 years, still a young girl. Beauty, 45-100, unremarkable. Physique, 25-100, perhaps a hint of curvature. Fortune, minus 20,100. Seems a bit unlucky. Mental power level, F. Mental talent. Mind reading skills, mental power detection. True eye charm level, LV3, 55-1000. Lin Mianmian gazed at her chest. Is this what you call curvature? Host, it appears that your previously unimpeded path is now strewn with obstacles. Lin Mianmian patted her rear, noting that it had gained a slight curve. But what difference did that make? If she were once akin to a flat iron plate, now she at least had a rise sufficient to prop up among being. Lin Mianmian exclaimed, "Get lost." Despite her annoyance at this rather useless upgrade card, the rewards bestowed upon Li Yin were undeniably delightful. At last, she could begin cultivating her mental strength. What did it matter if it was only F-grade? The deep hue of her mental core indicated a superior mental talent, and with diligent practice, she would inevitably reach the pinnacle of her abilities. Lin Mianmian rubbed her hands together in anticipation, asking the system how one might upgrade their mental strength. Host, since you have returned to the Central Star System, any academy for females will offer courses in mental strength training. You simply need to attend the academy to learn. What? I have to go back to school. Though she had endured an abundance of unpleasant memories during her student days, starting anew might not be so bad. It could serve to mend the regrets of her youth. Knock. Knock, knock. A familiar presence resonated outside the door, and Lin Mianmian instinctively sensed that it was Li Yin. Was this the sensation that accompanied having mental strength? She swiftly opened the door to find Li Yin indeed standing there. She pulled aside the robe he had draped over himself, inspecting his knees and other injured areas, only to discover that he had fully healed. So this was the reward for advancing in mental strength. Li Yan's ears flushed as he covered his chest, only donning the robe once Lin Mianmian had completed her examination. Lin Mianmian noticed that the scales on Li Yan's face and arms had disappeared, replaced by a serpentine mark on his forehead. Lin, do you feel any discomfort? Li Yin smiled and shook his head. No, I have leveled up, Mianmian. From now on, I can protect you better. So, may I become your guardian? Lin Mianmian queried, puzzled as to why Li Yin desired to be her protector. Li Yin paused, contemplating before explaining. A guardian is a backup option for females before they find a match partner, and can become their partner preferentially. In Chapter 20, titled On the Run from Justice, it is explained that upon reaching adulthood, females in the interstellar realm are matched with the most compatible males according to their genetic compatibility. Each female must have at least 3 matches. Partners selected by the genetic system are rarely unsuitable. Other partners can be chosen based on the female's preferences, with just 3 being sufficient. Typically, guardians during adolescence become partners. Females have no limit to the partners they can have, as long as both parties consent. Lin Mianmian fell into contemplation. Rather than being randomly matched by the star network with an unknown partner, it would be far better to choose Li Yan. His feelings for her were already at maximum value, signifying he would never betray her, thus meeting the fundamental qualities of a suitable partner. Indeed, it was not merely superficial attraction to looks, physique, or strength. Ahem, Li Yan, would you be willing to be my guardian? Lin Mianmian gazed at him with shining eyes, seemingly awaiting his affirmation. Yin felt a lump in his throat. The word he wished to utter caught within him, unable to escape. After a moment of inner turmoil, he looked steadfastly at Lin Mianmian and declared, I am willing. Even if Lin Mianmian regains her memory upon returning to the central star system and remembers her identity, I will never let go. Lin Mianmian, elated, began to ask Li Yin a flurry of questions, eager to learn more about her past, so she would not inadvertently reveal anything upon her return to the central star system. Li Yin only mentioned that Lin Mianmian was the daughter of a noble family. The rest could wait until she returned, when the truth would reveal itself naturally. In truth, if she could not remember, it would not matter much. After all, she had not committed any wrongdoing. Regardless of how much she had changed, her core personality and habits would remain intact. Moreover, if it were merely amnesia, why had Lin Mianmian engaged in so many actions that the former Lin Mianmian would never have considered? Li Yin had come to understand this, which was why he easily forgave her and even developed feelings for her. Really? I am actually a noble. Is my family quite wealthy? Lin Mianmian asked excitedly. Li Yin nodded helplessly. Do you like money that much? I shall strive to earn more for you. Lin Mianmian was moved to tears. System, I can forgive the entire world now, since I am a rich heiress. What do those initial struggles matter? Host, do be mindful of your image. You are about to drool. Lin Mianmian hastily wiped her mouth. How dare you, little system, offend me? I acknowledge my misdeeds. I shall refrain next time. Lin Mianmian was speechless. Had the system also upgraded, it seemed less charming than it had initially been. Host, I can hear you. No, you cannot. All right then, I suffer from intermittent deafness. The military vessel safely arrived at the docking station of the Central Star System. Several police hovercars were already stationed at the platform, awaiting their arrival. A plump male police officer approached Lei Lai with a bow. Greetings, Major General. Thank you for your contributions to maintaining peace in the Interstellar Empire. I will ensure that these rescued noble females are carefully verified before returning them home. Lei Lai had tasks to report back on, and thus did not have time to accompany Lin Mianmian and the others to the police station. He merely provided Li Yin with a contact number, instructing him to report back. When he had the chance, Yin accompanied Lin Mianmian to the police station. Qin La was the daughter of a minor merchant and was quickly returned home. Before her departure, she left her communication number with Lin Mianmian, instructing her to add her once she confirmed her identity and procured a communicator. The brown-haired female, named Winnie, came from an ordinary family. Her rather stern mother arrived to retrieve her, expressing disappointment that Winnie had been so careless as to be captured by space pirates. Winnie hung her head, silent under her mother's reprimands, until a female police officer intervened, suggesting a gentler approach. Winnie's mother finally took her home, leaving one to wonder if the chastisement would continue once they arrived. Lin Mianmian was taken aback. No wonder Winnie appeared so timid. The 2 older females were collected by their partners, who wept tears of joy upon reuniting with their lost companions, endlessly lamenting their failure to protect them. Fortunately, both females had endured hardships, leading them to cherish their freedom. They said little and followed their partners home. The blonde female underwent a pupil examination, and Lin Mianmian caught a glimpse of her information. Her name was Serena, and her father was a police officer in the station. After completing her examination, She did not return home with her father, but opted to remain at the police station, curious to observe what a lowly, impoverished family would produce, due to Li Yan's presence. Serena dared not directly instruct her father to apprehend Lin Mianmian, opting instead to observe the situation. She was determined to exact revenge for the shattered mental core. Lin Mianmian attempted to check her own pupils, only to find that the system indicated she lacked the authority to query the police records. The officer assumed the system was malfunctioning and rechecked, but the access remained denied. Brother Peter. The police station cannot query the identities of individuals without permissions. Could they be unregistered? Serena sneered, suggesting that perhaps Lin Mianmian was the progeny of some unsavory criminal. The young officer was taken aback. He had never encountered such a situation before. Serena's father, a veteran officer, pondered the possibility, though it seemed improbable. Given Serena's assertion that Lin Mianmian was merely an ordinary female without any mental strength level, it might indeed be the case that she was an illegitimate child of some sort. Since they could not ascertain her identity for now, they decided to confine her in a holding room until further information could be obtained. Serena's father remarked indifferently, "She is just an ordinary female." Even with an SS-level powerhouse by her side, her lack of identity renders her inconsequential. How dare she shatter his daughter's mental core? Serena was their family's most promising female, with the potential to align with a minor noble. Because of this wretched female, their family had lost an opportunity to ascend into high society. If Lin Mianmian were merely an ordinary female without connections, he would wield his power to ensure she faced dire consequences. Lin Mianmian was bewildered, glancing at Li Yan as if to inquire about the situation. Just then, several customized flying vehicles buzzed above the police station, descending with aim. As they landed, a group of strikingly handsome youths, all with at least S-level mental strength, emerged, led by a cold-faced, golden-haired youth possessing the most exquisite features. He strode swiftly to Lin Mianmian, kneeling on one knee. "I apologize, esteemed Miss Mianmian, for my tardiness. Please, punish me." Lin Mianmian was taken aback. Who exactly was she? Even the police station lacked the authority to investigate her. Seeing Lin Mianmian's silence, the golden-haired youth assumed she was upset, given that she had been captured by space pirates. They, as her guardians, had indeed failed in their duty and deserved punishment. Even if she cherished him, it was only right for her to express her displeasure at as he raised his gaze to placate Lin Mianmian. He noticed Li Yan beside her, and, momentarily astonished, scoffed. "What is this lowly serpent beast doing by your side? Hasn't he escaped from the detention planet and been wanted? He dared to return. Could he be the one who abducted you?" Upon hearing those words, the officers at the police station swiftly surrounded Li Yan and immediately employed a scanning device to examine his pupils. Name: Li Yan. Age: 19. Identification number: XG0526200711075420. Mental power level: a grade, previously registered level of Li Yan, fugitive. S-class wanted criminal instantly. A contingent of police officers brandished laser guns, aiming them at Li Yan. Lin Mianmian hastily waved her hands, questioning if there had been some misunderstanding. Li Yan, what is going on? The question came from a golden-haired youth, whose malevolent gaze towards Li Yan unsettled Lin Mianmian. "Who are you? Explain yourself." Chapter 21. Driven to madness, the golden-haired youth appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly incredulous as he pointed to himself. Observing his deference, Lin Mianmian realized that her status must carry significant weight. "I suffered an injury while fleeing and lost my memory. Please clarify who I am. Who are you, and what is the situation with Li Yan?" Upon hearing this, the golden-haired youth's expression turned to one of rage. "Miss Mianmian, it must be this despicable serpent beast that has employed some vile trick to rob you of your memory. I recommend executing him on the spot." Lin Mianmian sighed, perplexed by the intensity of the hatred directed at Li Yan. She gently tugged at Li Yan's hand. "Li Yan, please explain." Li Yan's previously indifferent expression softened upon seeing Lin Mianmian, and he replied with resignation, "You are the daughter of a duchess, and he is Charles, your guardian. As for me, I inadvertently offended you." Despicable liar. Charles leaped up, attempting to suppress Li Yan with his mental power. "Esteemed Miss Mianmian, he not only stole your possessions, but also disrespected you after being apprehended. He dared to retaliate after merely receiving a few lashes. Fortunately, I arrived in time, or you would have been harmed by him." Li Yan, now an SS-grade powerhouse, had grown amidst bloodshed, vastly different from Charles, whose mental prowess was bolstered by various treasures. With a slight counterattack, Charles found himself seated on the ground, gazing at Li Yin in shock. You ascended to SS grade so swiftly. That accursed serpent beast, despite his lowly origins, possessed such exceptional talent. He had consistently overshadowed me at the academy, and now, even after my advancement, I still cannot surpass him. I must eliminate him, this fool, Lin Mianmian, who previously loathed him and deliberately tormented him. What transpired outside? Miss Mianmian, you must punish this vile criminal. Charles's pale blue eyes rippled with invisible waves, and Lin Mianmian suddenly felt an overwhelming aversion towards Li Yan, as if she wished to end his life. Alarmed, she questioned the nature of this ability. Li Yan retaliated with a fierce punch to Charles's eye, instantly transforming it into a panda eye. The police rushed forward to apprehend Li Yan. Stop right there, Lin Mianmian commanded. Dismissing the officers, the unsettling feeling faded. She offered Li Yan a reassuring smile. Yan is my chosen guardian. I will not allow anyone to bully him. Noticing Li Yan's eyes reddening, Lin Mianmian discreetly squeezed his hand and turned to the alerted sheriff. Since Li Yan's criminal record stems solely from offending me, may I now rescind all charges against him? The sheriff nodded affirmatively. Yes, Miss Mianmian, you may rescind any individual's criminal record. Lin Mianmian replied. That may not be necessary. Li Yan's criminal record was expunged, restoring him as a commendable citizen of the stars. Lin Mianmian then searched the sheriff's database for her information. Name, Lin Mianmian. Age, 17. Identification number, XG0082071107541888. Mental power level, B grade. Previously registered level of Lin Mianmian. Guardians, Charles, AI Lu, Cyril. Wait, this long list. Are all these my guardians? Isn't that excessive? Clear all of them, Lin Mianmian instructed the sheriff. These were the original choices, not hers. Given Charles's duplicitous demeanor, it was evident that the original owner had poor judgment. The sheriff, momentarily stunned, confirmed with Lin Mianmian 3 times before systematically eliminating the list of guardians. Add Li Yan. Lin Mianmian winked at Li Yan, who, for once, displayed a rare smile on his eternally indifferent face. Charles stood petrified at the entrance, listening to Lin Mianmian's astonishing demands. This accursed ugly creature merely lost her memory. Yet now she seemed utterly deranged. Hey, there is no need for such foul language, Lin Mianmian remarked. Guardians could freely access the mistress's residence and were entitled to certain privileges. As a noble lady, Lin Mianmian enjoyed numerous advantages, which would now extend to her guardian as well. These were privileges that had previously belonged to Charles, now stripped away. His handsome features twisted in anger that I must quickly take this madwoman to see a healer to restore her memory. I long to witness the grotesque expression on her face when she begs for my forgiveness upon regaining her senses. Brother, you might be disappointed. I am now Nugula Mianmian. You think you can still control me? Charles, being the original owner's guardian, was undoubtedly well acquainted with her. However, he remained oblivious to her true identity, and pursuing him now seemed unwise. Lin Mianmian contemplated this for a moment, deciding it best to distance herself from him to prevent any realization of her peculiarities. She would seek retribution once she fully understood the circumstances. As Lin Mianmian prepared to depart, she caught sight of Selina and her daughter, cowering in a corner, attempting to diminish their presence. Their malice towards her was palpable. Especially from Selina. I harbor no grievances against those who do not wrong me. Yet, your repeated provocations leave me no choice. Those 2 just offended me. Let them be sent to a penal planet. Lin Mianmian pointed at Selina and her daughter, and the sheriff immediately bowed to carry out her command. Nearby, perceptive officers approached the 2, placing mental restraints upon them, upon hearing that she was to be sent to a penal planet. Selina immediately knelt, pleading for Lin Mianmian's forgiveness. As a female, her survival in such a place was nearly impossible. It was a den of ruthless criminals, and she would rather perish on Central Star. Lin Mianmian felt she had already afforded her too many chances. This was a consequence of her own foolishness. Nearby officers swiftly kicked Selina away. This foolish female, had she offended a minor noble, might have had a chance, but this one was a top noble lady, comparable to a princess in the imperial upper echelons. She deserved her fate. Lin Mianmian no longer spared her a glance. She only wished to return home and assess the situation, so she boarded the aircraft with Li Yan. These luxurious vessels belonged to Lin Mianmian, while the dismissed guardians returned to their respective homes. She issued a command for the aircraft to head home, and it promptly sped along the optimal route. As Lin Mianmian gazed out the window, she observed various hovering vehicles, flying machines, and floating motorcycles congesting the ordinary lanes. Her own lane, situated above them, remained clear, devoid of traffic. Despite everything, it felt rather exhilarating. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Lin Mianmian surveyed her surroundings in disbelief. Was this not a park? The area was adorned with flourishing flora and greenery, seemingly endless, with not a single house in sight. Lin, did this aircraft take a wrong turn? Where's my home? Master, there was no error. I was merely conducting an access permission check that we shall enter shortly, replied the aircraft's intelligence system. Intrigued by the intelligence of the system, Lin Mianmian engaged it in further conversation. Soon, the aircraft maneuvered through the park and, after weaving through the trees, revealed a castle hidden behind the foliage. Lin Mianmian's jaw dropped as she beheld the imposing castle, towering at least 10 stories high. Just how many people resided in such an expansive abode? The aircraft halted at the castle's entrance, where 2 rows of staff awaited, numbering perhaps in the dozens. Their attire indicated they were butlers, chefs, maids, bodyguards, and gardeners. Welcome back home, esteemed Miss Mianmian, they exclaimed in unison as Lin Mianmian disembarked, feeling a tad awkward. Lin Mianmian had always found such scenes on television to be grand, yet now, in reality, it felt somewhat embarrassing. After a brief nod and greeting, she swiftly led Lin into the castle. The gathered staff exchanged astonished glances. Did Miss Mianmian just politely greet herself? She didn't scold anyone. Perhaps she has devised a new scheme. Where were Master Charles and the other guardians? Miss Mianmian seems different. Chapter 22. Personal social homepage. Lin Mianmian toured her residence, discovering that the first floor served as the quarters for all the servants, while the upper levels were designated for offices, relaxation, and entertainment. She possessed an entire floor of private space, which included a dedicated swimming pool, a beauty salon, a dance studio, and a kitchen. Upon returning to her room, she was greeted by an overwhelming sight of pink custom-made furniture that adorned every corner, leaving her slightly fatigued by the monotony. 2 gray blonde maids approached her with trepidation, addressing her as the esteemed Miss Mianmian. God bless your safe return. May we inquire if there are any commands you wish to issue? Could the color of this room be changed? Lin Mianmian inquired politely. The 2 maids momentarily froze, then quickly knelt before her. We humbly apologize, esteemed Miss Mianmian, we have erred in today's room theme. Please, punish us. Why is there such a penchant for punishment here? Lin Mianmian mused, helping the 2 to their feet. That I sustained a head injury during my escape and have lost my memory. What is the theme of this room? The maids gasped in surprise, their mouths agape before promptly closing them. Such an unseemly display could warrant punishment. However, upon seeing Lin Mianmian's calm and gentle demeanor, they believed her claim of amnesia, for had she not been sincere, the whip would have long since been applied to them. The 2 maids guided Lin Mianmian through her surroundings, elucidating various high-tech features. It turned out that the colors of the walls, floors, and furniture within the room could be altered at will. As they were all intelligent custom designs, they could be dressed in any hue. The original occupant craved novelty, desiring a different theme each day, thus establishing rules that dictated the room's color scheme. Any deviation would result in punishment by whip. The whip hung upon the wall, adorned with tiny barbs, and its handle featured a rare blood-red crystal that enhanced mental acuity. The original occupant was a B grade, and a single lash could bring a D grade maid to the brink of death. Several maids had already been driven away by her, leaving those who remained trembling at the sight of her. This was the impression Lin Mianmian left upon the 2 maids. She activated the spare intelligent device in her room, scanning her pupils to initiate it, and began to explore how to modify the room's theme color. She settled on a primary shade of soft cream white, complemented by a delicate pastel hue, which finally provided her with a sense of comfort. Lin sat on the sofa beside Lin Mianmian, watching her with gentle eyes as she gradually learned to navigate the device. Once Lin Mianmian felt somewhat familiar with it, she recalled Li Yan's presence. By the way, Li Yan, where is your home? Do you wish to return? In truth, Lin Mianmian did not want Li Yan to leave, as he was currently the individual she felt most familiar and trusting with. Yet, fearing he might feel uncomfortable about missing home, she casually inquired. Yan's expression stiffened slightly. May I stay by your side? I could simply reside in the storage room on the first floor. My father is no longer here, and my stepmother despises me. I do not wish to return to that home. Lin Mianmian's heart swelled with joy as she grasped Li Yan's hand. Of course, there are plenty of rooms next to mine. Choose anyone you desire. Li Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Really? I can live next to you? Lin Mianmian found his current demeanor quite endearing. He finally appeared like a youthful man. Of course, didn't we live next to each other on the garbage planet as well? Li Yan appeared somewhat embarrassed. I apologized. I did not take good care of you on the garbage planet. He reflected on his initial malice towards Lin Mianmian and felt deep regret, grateful that he had recognized his mistake in time. I was quite happy on the garbage planet. There were plenty of delicious treats and enjoyable activities, especially with you keeping me company. It was wonderful, Lin Mianmian replied sincerely, for under those conditions, it had indeed been quite favorable for her. Li Yan chose the room closest to Lin Mianmian, believing that the greatest happiness would be to see her every day. After sending Li Yan to his own room, Lin Mianmian decided to take a bath, as she had not had the luxury of a proper soak aboard the military ship for quite some time. Entering the opulent dressing room felt akin to stepping into a grand fashion boutique. A plethora of splendid gowns, reminiscent of the Rococo ball gowns from the Middle Ages, adorned the space. Surely, someone must be tasked with lifting these skirts while walking. They are indeed beautiful, yet impractical. Navigating school wearing such attire would make even a trip to the restroom a challenge. Lin Mianmian selected a few pieces that she deemed suitable for potential important occasions, while the rest were tucked away. She purchased a new batch of simple and elegant clothing. Upon glancing at her personal star coin balance on her intelligent device, she was astounded by the lengthy series of numbers, unable to comprehend the total amount. However, having been raised in frugality, she only acquired comfortable fabrics with minimalist designs and even bought several pieces for Li Yan. Believing he was rather hard on his clothing, often ruining several during a single skirmish, just after placing her order on the Star Network, a delivery robot promptly arrived with the items before she had even finished her bath. The maids, bewildered by the non-customized garments, placed them on Lin Mianmian's desk. Once Lin Mianmian completed her bath and donned a previous set of pajamas, she discovered the newly arrived clothes atop her desk. "What remarkable speed!" she exclaimed, trying on a few items. The quality and style were commendable, perfectly suiting her otherwise unremarkable face and figure. Unaware of where the washing machine was located, she instructed the maid to take the clothes for washing and place them in her dressing room, along with Li Yan's garments. Though surprised, the maids found the situation reasonable given her amnesia. They simply needed to follow orders. Lin Mianmian lay blissfully on her large bed, engaging with her intelligent device. After familiarizing herself with her various platform accounts, she was taken aback to find that the original occupant had posted over 1,000 rants on her Interstellar personal social homepage, causing her to sit bolt upright in shock. Lin Mianmian, Princess Aeoliana resembles a foolish, earthy fruit. I can almost smell the earthy stench emanating from her. Lin Mianmian, the new queen is nothing but an old witch. Every time I see her gaping maw, I feel as if she has just feasted on infants. Lin Mianmian, your so-called idol goddess, Lilia, is a shameless harlot, rolling in the garden with the married Duke William. Their cries can be heard all the way to the distant garbage planet. Lin Mianmian, Count Robert's hair is a wig. He has long been bald, his head resembling a glowing, intelligent light bulb. Lin Mianmian, you wretched commoners, dare to send me anonymous messages berating me, and I shall turn you into paste. Lin Mianmian, oh, wait, sisters, I still need to go live to garner goodwill. You are narrowing my path, entirely narrowing it. Interstellar accounts are strictly under real name regulations, with each individual permitted only one account. Anonymous accounts exist solely for those too fearful to confront those they wish to criticize. Lin Mianmian regarded the stream of anonymous and impoverished accounts hurling insults in her private messages, wondering how deeply she was loathed. Fan, 25 million. Well said, just don't increase. If you gain one more, I will be displeased. Congratulations, you have gained a new follower. Upon checking, Lin Mianmian discovered a new addition to her follower list. Real name, Li Yan. Nickname, Mianmian's Guardian. Chapter 23. Duchess Catherine Li Yan's social homepage was remarkably pristine, devoid of any posts. His following list contained only Lin Mianmian. She reciprocated the follow eagerly. How I wish my account were as clean as yours. Lin Mianmian's following list was filled with individuals she did not recognize. She would have to wait until she became more familiar with them before deciding whether to keep them. Resigned, Lin Mianmian began deleting posts one by one, addressing those she had offended, both justifiably and unjustifiably. The platform, in an effort to prevent malicious mischief from deleting others' content, only allowed for individual deletion of posts, causing Lin Mianmian to click the screen repeatedly until her fingers ached. What a trial this is. Lin Mianmian. System, what would happen if I went live now? Host. based on the volume of abusive private messages directed at you on your current social platform. You would be subjected to scorn from billions of netizens, compelling you to withdraw. Lin Mianmian. Am I not a young lady? How dare they insult me? Host. Once the social platform enables anonymity, it is forbidden to disclose personal information. This is a fundamental right of imperial citizens. The Star Network operates under strict surveillance by the imperial military's main system, unless the individual is engaged in illegal activities. Their true identity cannot be revealed. Many illegal acts or critical information rely on anonymous reports. Thus, to ensure the empire's development, the privacy of anonymous individuals is not casually disclosed. Lin Mianmian felt a twinge of fear at the prospect of online harassment. This was not her doing. It seemed prudent to postpone her live streaming plans until she could post more uplifting content, exuding positivity and serenity. To cleanse the atmosphere of her homepage, she also changed her profile picture from a middle finger to a lotus flower inscribed with, "I wish to bloom." After completing her revisions, Lin Mianmian felt utterly exhausted and tossed her intelligent device aside, entirely unaware that she had trended on the Star Network, Imperial's infamous villainous Lin Mianmian's account, suspected to be hacked. Social content has been cleared. Anonymous. Grateful to the chivalrous hacker for purging evil. Anonymous. Villainous Lin Mianmian has been missing for days, suspected to have resurfaced. Anonymous. Villainous resurrected. Is it a distortion of beastly nature or a degradation of moral integrity? Anonymous. Lin Mianmian stepped out of the room, yearning for a bite to eat. This family was truly busy, with no one around. The original host's mother, Catherine, was an SS-level female officer in a military auxiliary department. SS-level females in the Star realm were exceedingly rare. Apart from a few in the royal and noble families, there were almost none in the impoverished districts. Even those who did exist were swiftly absorbed by the military. Enjoying generous conditions as spiritual purifiers for the armed forces, soldiers frequently overexerted their mental powers, making them susceptible to mental pollution that could exceed safe levels. These soldiers were the guardians of the empire, and they could not simply wait until their mental pollution reached critical levels, leading to a collapse and their demise at the hands of their comrades. Thus, the late Queen Victoria established this auxiliary department to recruit females of sea level and above capable of purifying male spirits through external means. They were required to work only 3 hours a day, providing one-on-one purification for S-level and group purification for those above S-level. Recently, due to frequent invasions by alien species, Catherine likely had to work overtime often. The original host also had a younger brother, Yak, who was currently only D-level and 6 years old, attending elementary school. Both fathers were Catherine's assistants and returned home with her. Neither of them was the biological father of the original host, as her real father had already passed away. Although the two fathers treated the original host well, it seemed she did not particularly like them. This was Lin Mianmian's first time returning home, and she wished to leave a good impression as someone who had turned over a new leaf. She pulled Li Yan into the kitchen and prepared a sumptuous feast with the timid cook. Given that Lin Mianmian could only make simple home-cooked dishes and desserts, she used ingredients similar to those on Earth and in the Star realm to whip up roasted meat, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried meat with chili, spicy tofu, braised Crucian carp, and dry-fried green beans, typical home-cooked fare. The tofu was made by Lin Mianmian herself, having found ingredients similar to yellow soybeans and tried her hand at it. She had previously succeeded in her culinary blogging days, and to her surprise, she managed to replicate it here as well. The staple foods included rice, bread, and cake, allowing everyone to enjoy according to their preferences. Looking at the table filled with dishes, Lin Mianmian felt a sense of accomplishment. After finishing the cake, she distributed a piece to each of the servants for tasting. Of course, this was also a means to gain favor. As all the servants were at least D-level, and the bodyguards were even SS level, a little generosity could easily result in a significant boost in her standing. Some of the servants who received the treats contributed a few points of goodwill, while others remained indifferent, and some even discarded the food outright. Lin Mianmian saw this but said nothing. After all, she had no idea what the original host had done to offend anyone, and she could only gradually change their perceptions over time. Feeling a bit hungry, she was savoring her second slice of cake when the front door opened, and the servants respectfully received the outer garments or belongings from those entering. Lin Mianmian discreetly scanned the newcomers. Catherine had long, jet-black hair, fair skin, and delicate features resembling a Central European mixed blood. Her expression was somewhat serious, tinged with fatigue, likely from overwork. Following her were two companions, both golden-haired and blue-eyed, fitting the mold of handsome Western gentlemen. Nearby, Yak, a chubby little boy, was drawn by the aroma to the dining table, where he eagerly grabbed a cream cake. After taking a bite, his blue eyes widened in delight, and he dove into the cake with gusto. Lin Mianmian approached Catherine and politely called her mother, acknowledging the two fathers behind her. The trio was momentarily taken aback, and even Yak halted his eating, looking at her in astonishment. But my goodness, this mischievous sister actually called them father. Catherine, observing the innocent glint in Lin Mianmian's eyes, sensed her only possessed F-level mental energy and furrowed her brow as she pressed the communication button on her smart device. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with graying hair and a white lab coat entered. Accompanied by several assistants, Lin Mianmian interjected, "Can't we eat first? Brian, see where she is injured and why her mental energy level has dropped to F." Catherine stated with a hint of irritation as she seated herself on the sofa. Though her daughter could indeed be quite willful at times, she was still her biological child. Who would dare to commit such a heinous act against her? After her disappearance, Catherine had dispatched a military search team to locate her, only to discover that the perpetrators had erased all traces. Over a month had passed without a single clue. In the end, she was rescued from the lair of space pirates on a garbage planet. Madam Catherine, Miss Lin Mianmian's spiritual core has suffered severe damage, which has led to the decline in her mental energy level and symptoms of amnesia. With subsequent care and training, there remains a chance for her to recover her previous mental level. Brian informed her. Catherine clenched her smart device tightly. "Very well, Brian, I understand." As Brian and his team withdrew, Catherine approached Lin Mianmian. "Do you remember anything at all? Have you forgotten who harmed you?" Lin Mianmian innocently nodded. Her mother seemed a bit distant. Chapter 24. To benefit others with the heart that benefits me. Catherine was already aware of what had transpired today. She glanced at Lin Mianmian's guardian, who had been replaced by Li Yan, but said nothing. After learning of this, she had sent someone to investigate Li Yan's background. He was a child from a fallen noble family, although his status was somewhat lacking. His abilities were commendable. "Mother, I learned to cook on the garbage planet. Would you like to try?" Lin Mianmian tugged at Catherine's hand, leading her to the dining table. Catherine was momentarily taken aback. This table of dishes was actually prepared by Lin Mianmian? What hardships had she endured outside? She had once needed a maid to serve her even a glass of water. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 favorability from SS level female Catherine. 20200. Lin Mianmian's eyes lit up. She understood how to win over her mother. Catherine took a bite of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, pleasantly surprised by the sweet and sour flavor that suited her taste. Lin Mianmian eagerly served her more dishes, listening to the delightful sounds of increasing favorability ringing in her ears. She was so excited that she hardly paid attention to her own meal, all the while serving Catherine and her two SS-level fathers, sharing tales of her perilous journey. She even interacted with little Yak, promising him she would prepare delicious food for him the next morning. Noticing that Lin Mianmian was not eating much, Li Yan quietly helped her serve more dishes. This meal felt somewhat magical. Catherine felt gratified, realizing that Lin Mianmian had matured after her trials. Her two companions were taken aback. Previously, Lin Mianmian had regarded them with disdain, claiming only her father deserved to be her mother's partner. While they were merely lowly male servants, it seemed that hardship had fostered growth, and this once privileged young lady had come to understand her place. Little Yak innocently felt that his sister had changed for the better, transforming into the gentle sister of his dreams, and generously contributed all his 40 points of favorability. After the meal, he clung to Lin Mianmian, wanting to play together. After finishing her meal, Catherine advised Lin Mianmian to rest well and return to the academy once she felt better, to which Lin Mianmian obediently agreed. This meal had boosted Catherine's favorability by 60 points, and each of the two fathers by 80 points, while little Yak contributed 40 points. Lin Mianmian returned to her room. Satisfied, gaining her family's favor was surprisingly easy, she thought, giggling. Back in her room, Lin Mianmian intended to spend some time on her smart device when she noticed her name trending on the Interstellar news hot list. Goodness, these clever folks even knew how to remain anonymous. Viewing the unsightly comments below, Lin Mianmian sighed, realizing that her journey as a streamer would be arduous. Oh well. Given her current appearance, streaming would likely attract only haters. Were they drawn to her unremarkable looks or her shapely figure? Lin Mianmian had specifically researched several exceptionally popular female streamers. Their looks and figures made her want to shower them with gifts. Perhaps she would wait until she had acclimated to her new life here before making any decisions. The next morning, when Lin Mianmian awoke, Catherine and the others had already departed for the military headquarters. Little Yak eagerly awaited her, wanting to have breakfast together. Lin Mianmian made a sandwich for him using the leftover bread from yesterday, causing his eyes to squint with pleasure as he savored it. Wow, this bread is so delicious. Sister, you are the best sister in the world. This little foodie. After finishing breakfast, Yak tugged at Lin Mianmian's clothing, asking her to take him to school. Lin Mianmian decided to escort him before heading to the academy with Li Yan. Li Yan's record had been cleared, and Lin Mianmian had informed the school that he could return to continue his studies. Originally, with Lei Lai's invitation, Li Yan could have joined the 1st Army Corps directly. But he preferred to accompany Lin Mianmian to school for the time being. Although she had bodyguards escorting her both to and from school, her amnesia made him feel more secure staying by her side. 2 bodyguards cleared the way in front of them, ensuring a smooth journey, and Lin Mianmian soon arrived at the gates of Victoria Noble Academy. The academy's entrance was not as grand as she had imagined. Instead, it exuded an air of solemn antiquity. The motto inscribed on the marble at the entrance read, "To benefit others with the heart that benefits me." This academy was founded by the late Queen Victoria, who was beloved by the imperial populace and fought for many rights for females during her reign. Over a century ago, females were prohibited from working outside the home, a tradition she shattered. Females are not tools for spiritual purification, nor are they mere vessels for reproduction. It was she who initiated the protests. The king once contemplated deposing her, provoking an uproar among the nation's females, who took to the streets in defiance, unwilling to submit to the soothing machinations of the males, ultimately securing victory in this conflict. Regrettably, Queen Victoria passed away several years ago, leaving behind her eldest daughter and the 3rd prince, who do not fare well within the confines of the palace. The original host was an ardent admirer of Queen Victoria, and a significant portion of her posts on social media was dedicated to disparaging the new queen and her 6th daughter. Lin Mianmian disregarded the scrutinizing gazes of passing classmates, pulling Li Yan along as they ventured inside. The academy was vast, with the female and male classrooms situated quite far apart, and the use of flying devices was prohibited on campus. Thus, the majority of females who wished to avoid walking relied on guardians to carry them to class. Lin Mianmian felt embarrassed to ask Li Yan to carry her. Instead, they walked side by side, following a pre-researched map to her classroom. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Mianmian stepped inside, while Li Yan reluctantly turned to leave. The moment Lin Mianmian set foot in the classroom, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent. With a mindset of the more one speaks, the more one says, Lin Mianmian found her seat and quietly began reading. After undergoing a systematic transformation to enhance her appearance, her previously gaunt and unattractive visage had returned to normal. Her seat was by the window, where the occasional gentle rays of sunlight graced her face, rendering her demeanor unexpectedly pleasant. Had Lin Mianmian truly been abducted by star pirates during her absence? Or had she merely undergone cosmetic surgery? To everyone's astonishment, Lin Mianmian had not uttered a single curse or struck anyone since entering the classroom. Thank heavens she was adorned in her most detested color, black, thus narrowly escaping calamity. I wager 5-star coins and spicy strips that she won't be able to maintain her composure for 5 minutes before leaping up to kick Tina's backside for wearing black today. Lin Mianmian thought to herself, the original host would kill me. The slightly trembling plump girl beside her must be Tina, as she was the only one in class donning a black cloak. Tina, are you aware that just as Lin Mianmian was about to strike up a conversation with her deskmate to improve their rapport, she suddenly plopped down onto the floor with a thud? I am sorry, Miss Lin Mianmian. It's my fault. I shouldn't have worn such clothes while you were away. Tina sat on the ground, clutching her head, seemingly terrified of being struck. Lin Mianmian attempted to help her up, but Tina, frightened, scooted backward a meter. This rapport, let whoever desires it pursue it. Lin Mianmian prudently remained silent and returned to her book. I told you so. She couldn't hold it for 5 minutes. It seems Lin Mianmian has become even more intimidating. She used to display angry expressions, yet now she effortlessly deals with others with a smile. Down with Lin Mianmian. Down with Lin Mianmian. Lin Mianmian glanced at the female who wished to overthrow her. She was vigorously tapping the head of a roly-poly toy on the desk. Chapter 25. The first lesson was conducted by a kind, elderly female instructor, who taught how to harness external objects to stimulate the mental core. Maximizing the use of mental energy, she distributed an initial version of a magic wand and a pot of small flowers shrouded in black mist to the front row students. Lin Mianmian examined the magic wand in her hand. It felt cool to the touch, made of an unknown metallic material, approximately 30 centimeters long, with a high-grade crystal embedded in the handle. This was the school's standard teaching tool, fitted only with high-grade crystals. Upon mastering this, students could customize tools better suited to their needs, with rarer crystals yielding superior effects. The instructor demonstrated with a deep red crystal. The most common crystals were transparent, while colored ones were considered high-grade, with deeper colors indicating rarer types. The crystal embedded in the magic wand provided by the school emitted a faint green hue, suggesting it was merely average among high-grade crystals. Nevertheless, for an academy to freely distribute high-grade crystals as practice tools was a testament to its wealth. On a garbage planet, a female of F rank would be valued at just one high-grade crystal. Concentrate your mental energy and channel it into the magic wand, then aim it at the polluted Yusong flower. The teacher instructed. No sooner had the instructor finished speaking than Lin Mianmian directed her feeble energy into the wand. A small flame expanded through the wand, then surged toward the black mist enveloping the Yusong flower, instantly purging a portion of it and creating a hollow space, though the remaining black mist lingered. Wow, that's incredible! Lin Mianmian continued to focus, channeling another meager burst of green energy into the wand. The instructor observed the students' practice, noticing that several excellent students had managed to channel their mental energy into their wands, although their energy dissipated upon entry, rendering it unstable. Some could stabilize their energy but failed to lock onto a target, sending it elsewhere, while others could not even accomplish the initial step of channeling into the wand, opting instead to play around aimlessly. Tina watched in astonishment as Lin Mianmian diligently cleared away the black mist. Although her emitted energy was minimal, her repeated efforts quickly eradicated the darkness. Meanwhile, Tina, who had always ranked among the top students, had barely managed to clear a small portion of black mist from her own flower. Lin Mianmian had previously been the most inattentive student in class, never passing her courses. Why was she now so formidable? The instructor, pacing around, nodded approvingly upon observing Lin Mianmian's table. Tina, being an exceptional and talented child, quickly grasped the essence of the task, having already purged a small amount of black mist, an impressive feat for someone with only C-grade mental energy. The instructor's gaze fell upon Lin Mianmian, who appeared revitalized and even spirited as she rubbed her eyes, chuckling softly. It seems there was a mix-up in the allocation of materials. You received a perfectly normal Yusong flower. After speaking, she collected the Yusong flower Lin Mianmian had painstakingly purified and returned with a pot of polluted flowers for her. Lin Mianmian exclaimed in dismay, "No, that was the one I just fixed." Just as she was about to explain to the teacher, a classmate inadvertently detonated their Yusong flower, sending soil flying everywhere. Lin Mianmian promptly shut her mouth to avoid getting dirt in it. A few classmates were injured by the flower pot shards and were hurriedly taken to the medical room. The instructor accompanied them, resulting in the lesson ending prematurely. Thus concluded the day's single lesson. After class, students could practice in the school's training room or return home to hone their skills. Such freedom. Tina scurried away like a frightened mouse, wary of Lin Mianmian seeking retribution, hastily packing her belongings and dashing toward the exit. She needed to return home quickly. Lin Mianmian had become even more formidable, and she was terrified. Lin Mianmian wandered aimlessly around the school, having completed only half of her courses. Li Yin likely had not finished his class yet, providing her an opportunity to familiarize herself with the surroundings. A sudden urge to relieve herself struck, prompting Lin Mianmian to dash toward the nearby restroom. "Isn't your father in charge of the Empire's mining department? Can't he procure even a single rare crystal? I suspect she simply doesn't want to." It was said that Lin Mianmian, that foolish girl, had returned today without any punishment. Perhaps we should assist in teaching her a lesson. Three blonde females cornered Tina against the wall, the leader brandishing a metal baseball bat, twirling it ominously as if poised to strike Tina's head at any moment. Tears streamed down Tina's face as she cried, "I truly cannot enter the mines. They are guarded by the military. Even as the daughter of the department head, I have no access. Please, spare me." "Spare you? Go ask Lin Mianmian if she would be willing to let you off the hook. We're here to punish you at her behest. If we are too rough, just remember to blame Lin Mianmian." The leader of the blonde females grinned maliciously, advancing with the baseball bat raised, intending to bring it down upon Tina's head. Tina could only kneel on the ground, pleading desperately for mercy. "Hey, when did I ever give such an order?" Lin Mianmian pushed open the restroom door and entered. The three girls stiffened at the sight of Lin Mianmian, initially tense, but the leader quickly approached her with a smile. "Miss Mianmian, it was our misunderstanding. We thought you were preoccupied today and had not dealt with this wretched fool. If you're interested, you could certainly finish what we started, she said, extending the baseball bat toward Lin Mianmian. You fool. If it weren't for your mother being a duchess, I would have already brought that bat crashing down upon your face, making your ugly visage even more grotesque. What a pity. This time, I intended to shatter Tina's mental core and frame Lin Mianmian for it. How infuriating that she didn't leave. Her presence is even more advantageous. I could take the opportunity to eliminate Tina and have her bear the blame for the murder of a female, ensuring she spends the rest of her days in the regulatory bureau. It appears that this individual harbors a grudge against the original owner, yet one who so readily takes a life in such a carefree manner cannot possibly be a person of virtue. Lin Mianmian accepted the baseball bat, a faint smile gracing her lips as she approached the blonde-haired female. With a fierce swing, she struck her across the face, causing her head to snap to the side. And blood gushed from her still fair visage. As she opened her mouth, two teeth clattered to the floor. The two lackeys behind her, along with Tina, stood in stunned silence, utterly shocked. The blonde-haired female could scarcely contain her desire to retaliate against Lin Mianmian on the spot. She covered her face in agony, suppressing her rage, and discreetly activated her campus live stream. Chapter 26. Campus live stream. The blonde-haired female knelt on the ground, blood smeared across her face and pooling in her mouth. Miss Mianmian, what have I done to offend you? You came at me without provocation. Blood continuously trickled from the corner of her mouth, while tears cascaded down her cheeks. That I know I am merely the child of a minor noble, a worthless insect in your presence. Yet even insects have the right to live. That I implore you, spare my life. Her performance seemed excessively contrived to Lin Mianmian, who was perplexed by this sudden display of theatrics, especially considering the fiery rage that had just burned in the blonde's eyes. Host, she has secretly activated the campus live stream. Anyone following her can witness this. Fury surged within Lin Mianmian. Could it be that the original owner's reputation was being sullied by these individuals? They revel in their theatrics, do they? Campus Heartthrob. Goodness, it's the wicked Lin Mianmian. When did she return to school? Wasn't it said that she had perished? Top scorer. Are you on a 250G network? She resurrected on Starnet yesterday, and I've even followed her. She is truly bringing shame to the esteemed Lady Catherine. Sweet red fruit. Oh my, Samantha is live streaming. How did she end up getting beaten? Star coin gotcha. To lay such a heavy hand on a delicate female. Lin Mianmian is truly malicious. I am the great wild bull. How dare you strike my goddess Samantha? Where is she now? I wish to protect her. Lin Mianmian could not see the comments on the live stream, yet she could easily imagine the profanities being hurled. Bang! The baseball bat fell helplessly to the ground. And Lin Mianmian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What are you saying? It was I who witnessed the three of you cornering my deskmate Tina in the restroom, intent on shattering her mental core. In a moment of desperation, I acted to intervene. She hurried to Tina, who was still kneeling in the corner, and gently helped her up. Tina, are you all right? Goodness, you nearly had your mental core destroyed by them. Tina, still dazed from the shock, felt a warmth in Lin Mianmian's gentle touch. The blonde-haired female, trembling with rage, pointed at Lin Mianmian. When did we ever intend to shatter her mental core? We merely wanted to frighten her. Oh, then why did you wish to scare her? Lin Mianmian pressed her lips together, as though you still want her to return and assist you in stealing precious crystals from her father. The blonde was momentarily speechless. Damn it, how much had she overheard? There is no such thing. We were merely joking. Lin Mianmian examined the footprints on Tina's body and the bruises on her exposed skin. Was it really just a joke? I have recorded the footage of you assaulting Tina. If you kneel and apologize to her now, I might consider being merciful and not pursuing your punishment. Lin Mianmian intended to strike a nerve. And the blonde female indeed appeared to weaken at the knees. Although Tina was someone everyone could kick around, the difference between bullying her in secret and being caught on camera was immense. In the Empire, the status of females was exceedingly high. Even if the blonde was also a female, being caught abusing and assaulting another female would invite severe repercussions. The blonde hastily shut down the live stream. If it continued, she would be the one exposed on the internet. Little did she know. A nearby onlooker had continued streaming from the shadows. Campus Heartthrob. What the heck? Why did it cut off? Is the signal bad? Impossible. The school uses the most advanced laser network sensors. Top scorer. No way. Could it be as Lin Mianmian said, that she witnessed someone bullying a female and acted heroically? Sweet red fruit. Nonsense. I sit right behind Tina. She has always been clumsy, so it's certainly her own fault. Star coin gotcha. Pfft. Females are so weak. She probably just bumped into something accidentally. I am the great wild bull. Sigh. The blonde female is quite attractive. A bit spoiled is to be expected. Why does Lin Mianmian have to keep harping on it? Is she jealous? Chapter 27. I do not wish to forgive in Lin Mianmian's gaze. Tina found encouragement. She promptly shed her heavy cloak to reveal a simple short-sleeved top and matching shorts beneath. Her exposed skin bore countless scars, the result of whippings and knife cuts, and a large burn scar marred her thigh. Lin Mianmian gasped in astonishment. I do not wish to forgive them, Tina declared, pointing at the scar on her leg. This mark is from when they cornered me in the hot water room and deliberately burned me. All because my pocket money wasn't sufficient for their whims. The myriad of cuts on her arms were inflicted as they coerced her into drugging your drink to humiliate you. I dared not refuse, and they slashed me over 20 times until I lost consciousness. Tina seemed to be unleashing all the pent-up resentment she had harbored. The daily beatings after school became routine. I sensed their malice was particularly intense today. Had you not intervened, I would have been shattered mentally and reduced to a mere shell. Tina appeared drained, collapsing onto the ground, covering her tear-streaked face. Why should I forgive? Why should I forgive? Woo-woo, the blonde female scoffed disdainfully. What a fool. She genuinely believes Lin Mianmian will stand up for you. Perhaps she is merely bored in toying with you. Lin Mianmian draped the cloak over Tina, saying, Tina, I shall accompany you to the Regulatory Bureau. They have already violated the female protection regulations and are to be subjected to confinement and re-education. Tina shook her head. Samantha's father is the head of the Regulatory Bureau. I've been there before. He merely offered some compensation and sent me away. Samantha, the blonde female, looked at Tina with a mocking smile. So why not just behave yourself? Graduation is less than half a year away. Do you not wish to graduate? Lin Mianmian scoffed. The head of the Regulatory Bureau, such a lofty position, as the leader of the department tasked with protecting females. His own daughter turns out to be a scoundrel who abuses them. I wonder if, as the daughter of a duchess, I possess the right to seek justice for an abused female. Samantha clenched her teeth. Lin Mianmian, we are all high-ranking nobles and should stand united. How dare you support a lowly noble? Are you not afraid of inciting public wrath? Who decreed the distinction between high and low? In the empire, all citizens are equal. The more power one wields, the greater one's responsibility. What you ought to do is use your authority to protect the populace, not wield it like a dagger against the very vulnerable who deserve safeguarding. Lin Mianmian, fueled by her own indignation, proclaimed, as the daughter of a duchess, a beneficiary of the empire's privileges, I shall report this act of abuse to the regulatory agency with utmost fairness. You and your father shall receive the judgment you deserve. Campus Heartthrob. The turn of events is utterly unexpected. I find Lin Mianmian rather impressive, sprinting to first place, if this is true. The Regulatory Bureau deserves a thorough investigation. Even low-ranking noble females are left helpless, let alone ordinary citizens. Starcoin gotcha. Is this really Lin Mianmian? Weren't there ugly photos of her on the campus forum? She seems to look different now. I am the big wild bull. Ah, who is this chubby female? She is too pitiful. I want to protect her. Samantha's forehead broke into a cold sweat. If Lin Mianmian intervened, it would not only implicate her, but also her father. She could not allow her to speak out that if necessary, she would claim Lin Mianmian bullied Tina, resulting in Tina's retaliation leading to her demise. After all, Lin Mianmian was just an ordinary female now. Samantha summoned her psychic energy. Lin Mianmian, if you are so fond of being helpful, then you can accompany her to the Regulatory Bureau in hell. Samantha was a B-rank psychic. Even though the system had promptly shielded Lin Mianmian, she was still struck by the sudden surge of energy, colliding against the restroom wall. Lin Mianmian immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Clutching her chest in agony, hastily pressing the alarm on her chest, Tina, terrified, rushed to Lin Mianmian's side, angrily confronting Samantha. Have you lost your mind? She is the daughter of a duchess. Samantha sneered. And so what? She is merely an ordinary female now. The duchess would not advocate for such a worthless daughter. Besides, who said the one who would kill her is me? You two mutually wish to end each other's lives. That is none of my concern. As she prepared to attack again, Lin Mianmian urged Tina, I am devoid of psychic power. You must flee and summon help. Tina, tears streaming down her cheeks, gritted her teeth and conjured a psychic shield. Attempting to escape, but unfortunately, Samantha's two minions, also C-rank psychics, blocked the doorway. Campus Heartthrob. This is serious. A murder is about to happen. Who has notified the teachers? I will rush over to save her, sprinting to first place. I am also heading that way. It seems to be a restroom in the female area. I hope Lin Mianmian can hold on. Starcoin gotcha. Oh my. I am going to notify the teachers. Brothers, do your best. I am the big wild bull. Who is live streaming? Hurry and intervene. I am on my way. Sweet red fruit. How did it come to this? The live streamer, a C-rank female, dared not approach. Initially, she intended to capture Lin Mianmian's disgraceful behavior, not anticipating such a major scandal. Now, she wished she could vanish. She feared that if anything happened, her family would bear the brunt of the Duchess's wrath. Desperate, Tina returned to Lin Mianmian's side, watching her cough up blood while constantly apologizing. Tina, it is not your fault. The blame lies with those villains. Lin Mianmian endured the pain in her chest, trying to soothe the trembling Tina. System, has Li Yin arrived? Host, he is already on his way. Lin Mianmian let out a sigh of relief, still having the presence of mind to comfort others, perhaps feeling assured of her victory. Samantha toyed with the green energy in her hands. Lin Mianmian. If you kneel and admit your mistake now, I might allow you a more painless death. Lin Mianmian chuckled. How delightful. This fool does not realize that villains often meet their demise through excessive verbosity. I am certainly saved now. Seeing Lin Mianmian mockingly gaze at her without uttering a word, Samantha coldly laughed and unleashed the energy she held. The green energy struck the vacant wall, causing a significant dent in the hard metallic surface. Had it hit a fragile female, it would undoubtedly have been fatal. Li Yin, with bloodshot eyes, embraced the weakened Lin Mianmian. Only when Lin Mianmian felt secure did she finally succumb to unconsciousness. Chapter 28. Indefinite confinement. Li Yin initially intended to eliminate the barely conscious Samantha, whom he had subdued with his psychic power, but upon hearing footsteps approaching, he swiftly carried Lin Mianmian to the infirmary. The teachers and several students who had arrived witnessed Lin Mianmian's rescue through the live stream, all exhaling a sigh of relief. It was inconceivable to imagine the repercussions had Lin Mianmian perished within the school. The Duchess would have dealt with them severely. Samantha and her two minions sought to escape while Li Yin was absent, but were met at the door by a large crowd. She feigned calmness, attempting to leave. Samantha, the video of your attack on Lin Mianmian has been saved. You are directly being taken to the Regulatory Bureau. Oh, wait, your father is the head of the Bureau. Let us just imprison you until the Duchess arrives to deal with you. The old principal sighed. Under his administration, the school nearly witnessed a female being murdered. And that female was the daughter of a Duchess. He could not absolve himself of responsibility. Likely, the lightest punishment he would face would be dismissal. Two teachers placed psychic shackles on Samantha and her followers, escorting them to an empty classroom for detention. 4 or 5 students who had rushed over after witnessing the live stream breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Mianmian saved. It is hard to believe. I almost witnessed the scene of Lin Mianmian's murder. How could such a gentle female commit such a cruel act? Yet, Lin Mianmian was nearly silenced for saving someone. She does not seem as wicked as the rumors suggest. Who spread the word that she is a villainous female? It was true that she had bullied the 6th princess and often commanded her guardians to bully others. And that was a fact. I have already posted the video on the campus forum. Everyone can see for themselves. I am merely stating the facts. Unbeknownst to Lin Mianmian, amidst the rising discussions, she could hear the notifications of her increasing favorability even in her unconscious state. Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 favorability from Tina. Congratulations, host, you have gained 5 favorability from. Congratulations, host, you have gained 15 favorability from. Once uploaded, the video reached over 1,000 students, accumulating a total of 715 favorability points. Congratulations, host, your charm level has upgraded to level 4. Charm level, LV4, 202,000. Congratulations, host. This upgrade has produced 1 silver card and 4 bronze cards. Lin Mianmian eagerly opened the cards. She held no illusions. Congratulations, host. 2 of the 4 bronze cards yielded 2 basic beauty cards, each capable of adding 5 points to beauty, and 2 basic physique cards, each capable of adding 5 points to physique. Congratulations, host. The silver card yielded 1 basic fortune card, which can increase fortune by 5 points. It seems the silver card is indeed more useful. Lin Mianmian opened the information. Name, Lin Mianmian. Age, 17. Still a young girl. Beauty, 55,100. Upon closer inspection, one can discern some grace. Physique, 35,100. Congratulations, a pert posterior can hold up a walnut. Fortune, minus 15,100. It seems I am a bit unfortunate. Psychic level, F. Psychic talent, mind reading skills, psychic detection. True eye charm level, LV4, 202,000. Well, I nearly lost my life and ended up with such useless rewards. Lin Mianmian. Next time, could I possibly receive some cards to enhance my strength? Host, your fortune value is too low. It is already remarkable that you can draw cards, and yet you still have the audacity to be picky. Lin Mianmian opened her eyes in exasperation, moving her limbs. Noticing the pain had vanished, she must have been healed, and there was not a hint of discomfort left. Lin and Tina watched anxiously by the bedside as Lin Mianmian smiled. I am well. Not in the slightest bit of pain. Lin, with reddened eyes, knelt before Lin Mianmian. I am sorry, Mianmian. I failed to protect you. Punish me as you see fit. Lin Mianmian helped Li Yan up. Did you not save me? I should be thanking you. Had you not arrived in time, I would. Li Yan embraced Lin Mianmian tightly, not allowing her to utter the words that would cause him pain. All right, see? I am truly fine. Lin Mianmian gently comforted Li Yan, while several males who had rushed over to check on her were left in a state of astonishment. Was Lin Mianmian truly being so tender towards a male? Had they fallen prey to an illusion? Even the renowned campus goddess, Princess Oleana, had never displayed such gentleness towards her guardian. Lin Mianmian appeared to be less unattractive than before, who had unleashed her unflattering photos on the forum, leading others to believe she was so homely. She tilted her head, noticing a few males at the doorway awkwardly withdrawing from Li Yan's embrace. Are you all here to treat someone injured? I'm perfectly fine now. Please utilize your skills, she declared, intending to take Li Yan and Tina and leave the infirmary. No, Miss Lin Mianmian, we came because we saw the live broadcast and were concerned for your safety. One of them explained. Yes, I was the one who called the teacher for help. Another added. The female who attempted to harm you has been apprehended, so you need not fear. Lin Mianmian cast a glance at them. Recognizing 3 S-rank individuals and 1 A-rank. I am incredibly grateful to you all. May I inquire your names? Once I resolve this matter, I shall personally express my gratitude. Clutching her chest, she appeared as fragile as a frost flower swaying in the wind, evoking a pang of sympathy in the 3 onlookers, who had spread the rumor that Lin Mianmian was a wicked female. She seemed so gentle and endearing. Heavens, what have I missed? Had I known, I would have sought to be her guardian sooner, but alas, I am already matched. If anyone dares to label Lin Mianmian as an ugly villain again, I shall be furious. She is simply too adorable. I yearn to protect her. Congratulations, host, for gaining favor from an S-rank male. 30. Lin Mianmian added several of their social media accounts, thus acquiring 4 new fans. Her favorability was now assured. Before they could continue their conversation, the hum of flying vehicles filled the air, with 3 aircraft and numerous police hover cars circling above the infirmary. Catherine rushed into the medical room, relief washing over her upon seeing Lin Mianmian unharmed. How could you be injured and yet lie here so peacefully? Brian, come and see how Mianmian is doing. Brian scanned Lin Mianmian's body with an advanced healing device. Everything appears normal, even better than the data from yesterday. Madam Duchess, Miss Mianmian has received timely medical attention and is safe and sound, he reported. Catherine breathed a sigh of relief. She had witnessed the video on her way there, and one could only imagine her worries. Thankfully, her daughter was unharmed. She chided herself for being too engrossed in work to understand her daughter better and for having criticized her due to some rumors. She had not realized how sensible her child truly was. Congratulations, host, for gaining favor from SS rank female Catherine. 150, 200. SS rank female Catherine's favorability is now maxed out. 200. Congratulations, host, for reaching max favorability, granting you 10 luck points. Catherine's feelings of guilt towards Lin Mianmian reached a peak as she addressed her partners. Kylar, Andrew, you must personally oversee this matter. The female who attempted to harm my daughter must be held accountable and sentenced to life imprisonment. Not only must the director of the regulatory agency resign, but there must also be a thorough investigation into any illegal activities he has engaged in over the years, with severe consequences. The 2 partners exchanged a few concerned words with Lin Mianmian before departing to attend to the matter. Chapter 29. Huaxia restaurant females are exceedingly rare in the Empire, thus there is no death penalty for them. The most severe punishment is life imprisonment. Males, however, face the death penalty, with harsher penalties overall. Although Catherine's 2 partners were currently assisting her with work, they held the rank of general in the military. They directly summoned military forces to access all records related to the director of the regulatory agency, including chat logs on the intelligence network and surveillance footage from the StarNet. Even searching his home thoroughly, they uncovered a considerable amount of evidence of criminal activities, abuse of regulatory personnel, embezzlement, and even dealings with space pirates. Due to the substantial amount embezzled, the director was sentenced to death. Following this incident, Lin Mianmian became a household name at school. Those who had only heard of her notorious reputation began to deliberately seek encounters with her. eager to ascertain if she was as amiable as depicted in the video. Meanwhile, those who already knew her reflected incredulously on their past interactions, recalling how she had merely been a bit fierce. If someone offended her, she would retaliate with a whip. Upon further reflection, if someone offended them, they too would feel inclined to retaliate. Why had they ever harbored disdain for Lin Mianmian? It seemed that it all stemmed from the incident where she had made the sixth princess cry, leading to a collective animosity towards her. Gradually, the crowd began to regard Lin Mianmian with a more neutral perspective. "I'm so sorry, Miss Mianmian. I didn't mean to bump into you," exclaimed a small blue-haired female. Having accidentally collided with Lin Mianmian as she prepared to leave class, both girls fell to the ground. Curious classmates paused to witness the unfolding scene. What would Lin Mianmian do? Would she strike her with a whip, or hurl a few insults? This was an excellent opportunity to garner favor, and Lin Mianmian was determined not to let it slip by. She flashed an official, gentle smile. "It's all right. Did I hurt you?" As she helped the blue-haired female to her feet, she noticed, "Oh no, you have a bruise on your forehead. Lin, hand me the healing device." "I will mend it." Lin retrieved a portable advanced healing device from the spatial button and handed it to Lin Mianmian. This was something Catherine had insisted she carry for protection. The warm green light illuminated the blue-haired female's forehead, and soon, it was as smooth as before. The blue-haired girl stared in astonishment at Lin Mianmian's smiling face. Realizing just how gentle she truly was. "I used to believe the rumors and disliked her. I must be a fool. Congratulations, host, for gaining favor from a blue-haired female. 2020. Host. You are just 500 points away from leveling up." The surrounding classmates once again reassessed their opinions of Lin Mianmian. Hearing the continuously rising favorability points, Lin Mianmian's smile grew even sweeter. "Mianmian, wait for me." Tina, dressed in a simple short-sleeved shirt, dashed toward Lin Mianmian. After having been mistreated by Samantha, Tina was not allowed to receive treatment. Otherwise, the next punishment would be even worse. Thus, she had refrained from seeking healing, instead wrapping herself in a robe. With her mother deceased and her father managing a mine in a remote star system, Tina had not received any attention during his occasional visits. Now, with Lin Mianmian using the advanced healing device to restore her long-standing injuries while continually encouraging her and helping her choose suitable clothing, Tina gradually began to radiate positivity. "Mianmian, a new restaurant has opened in the central business district, offering all sorts of delectable dishes. Have you ever heard of cake? It has a layer of snow-white cream on top, and it's absolutely delicious. I received some pocket money today. Let me treat you." For the first time, after receiving her allowance, Tina thought of Lin Mianmian first, wanting to invite her to enjoy what she deemed the best food. Lin Mianmian chuckled. How could she not know? That very establishment was her own, the cuisine in the galaxy, whether due to the method of preparation or the chefs being predominantly male, often left much to be desired. Having dined out several times, even the most extravagant and highly rated Augustine restaurant failed to showcase the exquisite flavors of its ingredients. Could one imagine stir-frying strawberries with pork? Or braising fish with cantaloupe to eliminate the fishy taste? And chocolate cookies that were savory. In the galaxy, sugar primarily came from honey, and only a small portion of the nobility could afford it, resulting in many dishes lacking sweetness. Lin Mianmian discovered a sugarcane-like ingredient on a planet rich in diverse flora. She had even made a special trip to explore and found nearly every edible plant she recognized from Earth. Thus, she purchased that planet to serve as her personal garden, with so many vegetables that she could not consume alone. It made perfect sense to open a restaurant, allowing her to both earn money to replenish her dwindling finances and satisfy her culinary cravings. Why not? The restaurant was named Huaxiao Restaurant, spanning 3 floors. The first floor featured an open dining area accessible to all patrons, while the second floor was exclusive to members, offering reduced seating with curtains for privacy between tables. The third floor was reserved for private rooms. Upon reaching a specific spending threshold, members would attain diamond status and gain access to the third-floor dining rooms. Constructed entirely from temperature-controlled glass, the restaurant sparkled like a magnificent diamond from the outside. Upon arriving at the entrance, the staff, hired by the manager, did not recognize Lin Mianmian. Due to the crowd, they politely asked her to take a number and wait in the lounge. Though Lin Mianmian possessed a top-tier black card, she refrained from using it to avoid embarrassing the eager Tina, instead choosing to wait with her in the lobby. "The last time I came here, there weren't nearly this many people. It seems the food is so delicious that everyone has flocked here." Tina expressed her concern, fearing that Lin Mianmian might grow impatient waiting in line. "It's perfectly fine. I'm not hungry yet. Just a few more tables ahead of us. There's no rush," Lin Mianmian reassured her. The restaurant's prices were not low. Situated in the heart of the capital star system, even higher than those of surrounding establishments. Lin Mianmian was astonished by its popularity. Owning a restaurant, even waiting in line, felt like a blessing. What brings you here? This restaurant is quite expensive. Do you possess wealth? Surely it cannot be acquired through theft. A tall, gaunt male with a sullen expression directed his words towards Li Yan. It appeared that Li Yin had encountered someone familiar, and Lin Mianmian felt a tinge of curiosity about his identity. Li Yan's gaze turned icy. The previous incident where he had been forced to relinquish Lin Mianmian's necklace from his spatial button was likely orchestrated by this individual who had cast it aside. His spatial button was never out of reach, save for when he was at home attending to personal matters. That as for Watson, his half-brother, it was highly probable that he was the one who had conspired against him. If you wish to avoid demise, keep your distance. Li Yin was determined to sever any ties with this scoundrel in front of Lin Mianmian. But a female approached Watson, questioning, "What is the matter, Watson? Was I not clear in instructing you to stand in line?" "Indeed, Miss Leah. I merely spotted a despicable criminal and feared he might disturb you, so I intended to assist in teaching him a lesson," Watson replied, ingratiatingly smiling at Leah. Leah advanced, looking down at Li Yin with a glimmer of astonishment in her eyes. "Who are you? You are rather pleasing to the eye. Perhaps I could permit you to be my guardian." Chapter 30. Legal aid. Li Yan's countenance resembled that of one who had ingested something distasteful. A wave of nausea washing over him, Watson hurriedly stepped forward. "Miss Leah, as your suitor, I must caution you. This serpent beast is a vile thief, previously incarcerated on a regulatory star, now a fugitive." The timid beastmen nearby, having overheard, quickly retreated, distancing themselves from Li Yin. "A serpent beast? Then let him be my male servant. I am not particularly fond of serpent beasts, yet your appearance is quite to my liking. Having you by my side as a servant would not be amiss." Leah mused regretfully. Serpent beasts are generally ferocious, their beastly forms somewhat intimidating, and thus often lack favor among females. Granting him the opportunity to serve as a slave would surely satisfy him. Alas, if need be, he could merely be kept as a decorative ornament. Li Yin could not afford to engage in combat with a female. Even with Lin Mianmian's protection, he would still risk capture by the regulatory authorities. Thus, he could only coldly utter a dismissive "get lost." Leah felt her feminine dignity had been affronted, her anger flaring as she prepared to confront the audacious serpent beast. Lin Mianmian rose and forcefully kicked Leah to the ground. "How dare you strike someone in my presence?" A gasp echoed through the crowd. Leah, possessing an E-level psychic ability, recognized that Lin Mianmian was merely an F-level female and unleashed a psychic suppression in an attempt to incapacitate her mental core. "You brought this upon yourself." However, Lin Mianmian was shielded by a system protective barrier, rendering her immune to such a low-level psychic assault. From her small spatial button, she produced the magic wand adorned with rare crystals that Catherine had gifted her. Launching a fist-sized green energy attack at Leah, the energy orb struck Leah's mental core, causing her to feel as if her head would split open, writhing on the ground while clutching her head in agony. Lin Mianmian's F-level psychic energy, enhanced by the rare crystals, had effectively reached E-level potency, more than sufficient to deal with an E-level Leah. Watson, not a fool, trembled as he observed the energy wand in Lin Mianmian's grasp. Rare crystals were possessions fit only for the Empire's super aristocrats. Who, exactly, was this female? How did that wretched being manage to associate with someone of such stature? "My lord, he is merely a lowly serpent beast." "Why do you choose to stand up for such a male?" Watson queried, begrudgingly addressing Lin Mianmian. Sensing Li Yan's tense demeanor beside her, as though he were on the verge of pouncing to strike Watson down, Lin Mianmian grasped his hand. "He is my guardian, my most cherished individual that I will not permit anyone to bully him. My affection for him bears no relation to his beastly form. Furthermore, serpent beasts are not vile. Rather, it is you who are contemptible, passing judgment on other beast types with your prejudiced perspective." Earlier, when Lin Mianmian had kicked Leah, someone had discreetly initiated a live broadcast, seeking to capitalize on the viewership of a female brawl. To their surprise, it had transformed into a celebration of serpent beasts. "Secretary, please assist me in uncovering the complete details of this female. I am a serpent beast. Today marks the first time I have dared to stand tall as a beast. I shall kneel and lick this little female's feet. Do refrain from tarnishing our serpent beast image. Honestly, you must be a lecherous rodent beast. Who on earth is she? Who is she? I am SS level. Boasting 108 abdominal muscles. I shall follow her. Are you a brother upstairs with tumors on your abdomen? Quite alarming. Heed my advice. Train less. Females do not favor such appearances." All serpent beasts watching the live stream collectively saw Lin Mianmian's information. But alas, her identity was encrypted. Even the original Star Network's personal page had never posted her photo due to its unappealing nature, only sharing some explosive rants. Lin Mianmian, bemused by the system notifications of increasing favorability ringing in her ears, questioned whether it was the patrons in the restaurant, yet the numbers seemed overwhelming. Law enforcement officers, having received reports, arrived on the scene and swiftly transported the suffering Leah to the central hospital. Upon understanding the situation, they determined that Lin Mianmian had acted in self-defense. However, Leah's brother, the squad leader, would undoubtedly seek retribution for his cherished sister being bullied. Approaching Lin Mianmian with psychic shackles in hand, he declared, "You are suspected of intentionally harming a female. Please accompany us to the police station for investigation." Those nearby rushed to explain Lin Mianmian's actions, fearing she would be unjustly treated at the station. Leah's brother glared sharply at those interceding, and the surroundings gradually fell silent. "Damnable female, you dare harm my sister. I shall ensure you suffer tenfold or 100-fold in the police station." Lin Mianmian was left speechless. Her opinion of the Interstellar police had plummeted. These individuals seemed ignorant of the law, acting solely based on their personal connections. "What grounds do you have for arresting me? You should already be aware that my actions were in self-defense." Lin Mianmian's gentle demeanor was replaced by a cold, serious inquiry directed at Leah's brother. "I care not for your self-defense. Who can attest to it? You have harmed my sister, and thus you must accompany me to the police station for an investigation. You will be released once it is confirmed that your actions were in self-defense." After speaking, Leah's brother attempted to forcefully shackle Lin Mianmian, only to be sent flying by Li Yan's punch. Several onlookers among the police could no longer remain passive and moved to detain Li Yan. "Heavens, I knew it. Those accursed imperial police are nothing more than a bunch of incompetent fools who cannot separate public from private interests. What to do? Is there anyone present who can assist in rescuing my dreamlike female? Do not panic. Observe the magic wand in the little female's hand. It seems her identity carries weight. Is that rare crystal embedded in the wand's handle. Such a rich green hue. My goodness, the quality of that rare crystal. There cannot be more than 1,000 of such in the entire empire." Lin Mianmian decided against wasting further time in futile arguments. She produced her golden identity card, akin to an identification card, yet distinguished by its color, for only the super aristocracy. Nobles could utilize their identity cards to summon local powers for their service. "I am the daughter of Duchess Catherine, and I have the right to demand that you officers handle today's matter impartially. I will pursue criminal responsibility for that officer who attempted to unlawfully detain me." Upon seeing the card, the officers promptly stood at attention, and Leah's brother was restrained by other officers. Lin Mianmian felt no sense of joy. It was only due to her power that she could free herself from such petty tyrants. What of those without power or influence? Were they to be taken to the police station and coerced into confession? She bore the rights bestowed upon her by her mother, yet she also understood the responsibilities accompanying such privileges. Lin Mianmian opened her intelligent device and composed a message to post on her social media page, marking her first communication since deleting previous rants. "Hello, everyone. I am Lin Mianmian. I solemnly pledge to provide legal assistance to all imperial citizens who have faced unjust treatment. If you are compelled to compromise with malevolent forces due to low status or poverty and find yourself without recourse, please leave a comment beneath this message. I will enlist the most qualified lawyers to aid you in seeking justice against wrongdoers. I am the great mighty male." What is this? A prank? I have been lurking here for months, hoping for the latest gossip, and you present me with this farce. Peanut tree, did you get 250G internet? Hurry and check out I Am the Great Fool's page for Lin Mianmian's latest video. Lin Mianmian's haters, who dares to showcase their tale of blood and tears and see if they receive legal aid? The noble and graceful saint female Lin Mianmian, has she lost her mind? A proper noble lady assisting a bunch of lowly peasants, establishing a virtuous persona, a Star Network purifier, indeed. Upstairs, you vile female. The impoverished are merely poor, not lowly. Mind your language. Lin Mianmian, having no time to peruse comments, followed the officers to the police station, personally recounting the entire incident. The chief, sweating profusely, dealt with Leah's brother. Since her return, this noble lady had repeatedly stirred the police station, prompting the chief to consider posting her photograph in every officer's quarters as a cautionary reminder to avoid provoking her. Unfortunately, her information remained encrypted, forbidden from being leaked. From the third-floor floor-to-ceiling windows of the restaurant, a tall male, witnessing the entire affair while gently swirling a glass of red wine, mused, "Is she the owner of this establishment?" A male, seemingly a secretary, bowed his head in response. "Indeed, Lord Augustine." Chapter 31. Mental power training after completing her tasks. Lin Mianmian took Tina to her exclusive private booth on the third floor of the restaurant, where they indulged in a delightful meal before heading home. Throughout their journey, Li Yin held her hand tightly. As if fearing that she might suddenly vanish, this adorable little snake, so devoid of security, how could it be subjected to the disdain of others simply for being a serpent beast? Lin Mianmian engaged a team of professional lawyers to assist the orc who had left a message seeking help beneath her post. Dante asked. The answer is simply an abundance of funds. In truth, while Lin Mianmian was indeed motivated by a desire to help those weaker than herself, reminiscent of her past life, she was also keenly aware of the benefits to her favorability rating. Why not pursue a win-win situation? She did not find it meaningful to wait until she became more attractive, swaying in front of the camera and uttering a few green tea quotes to garner favor. Rather, she wished to leave a testament of her existence in this body. Upon returning home, Lin Mianmian washed up and lay down on her bed. Lin Mianmian system, I am ready. Let us begin. Congratulations, host. You have gained favorability points from Source 30-20-50. Congratulations, host. Your charm level has upgraded to level 5. Charm level, LV5, 5,000 10,000. Congratulations, host. This upgrade has yielded 1 silver card. Congratulations, host. Your charm level has upgraded to level 6. Charm level, LV6, 8,800 10,000. Congratulations, host. This upgrade has yielded 1 silver card and 2 bronze cards. Wow, 2 levels in a row. Lin Mianmian joyfully stamped her feet in excitement. Congratulations, host. 1 silver card has produced a primary mental power restoration card, which can repair damaged mental power and elevate its level by 1. Your current mental power level has upgraded to level E. Congratulations, host. 1 silver card has produced a fortune card, which can increase fortune points by 5. Congratulations, host. 2 bronze cards have produced 2 primary body cards, each adding 5 points to physique. Information, name, Lin Mianmian, age, 17, still a young girl. Appearance, 55-100, with a hint of delicate beauty upon closer inspection. Physique, 45-100, congratulations. Your shape is no longer peculiar. Fortune, 0-100, you are no longer unfortunate. But neither are you particularly lucky. Mental power level, E. Mental talent, telepathy skills, mental power detection, true sight charm level, LV6, 8,800 10,000. Wow, I finally received the mental power upgrade card. I am glad I didn't give up. Level E, with the enhancement of a magic wand, can exhibit the prowess of level C. To ensure her safety in future encounters, Lin Mianmian inquired. Lin Mianmian system. What level of beings can your shield currently defend against? Host. Level C. There is still room for improvement. Host. You cannot rely solely on my shield. You need to diligently train your mental power, as you can also conjure a shield yourself to withstand attacks. Lin Mianmian touched her nose. Am I not learning? Host. The school curriculum is too simplistic. You can practice combat on the virtual battlefield of the Star Network. Lin Mianmian had not extensively explored the Star Network, as she had been busy catching up on the original owner's studies, much of which she needed to learn from scratch. Otherwise, she likely wouldn't pass the graduation exams, seizing the opportunity to practice with her freshly upgraded level E. She decided to give it a try. Lin Mianmian donned the latest model of holographic glasses and laid down on her bed. The brainwaves and holographic chips linked seamlessly. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself standing in her personal room within the Star Network. The room was predictably adorned in shades of pink. Her avatar was that of a blonde, blue-eyed, voluptuous beauty, standing at an impressive height of 1.8 meters. Lin Mianmian fell silent for a moment before readjusting her avatar to that of a muscular, bearded man. This way, she would exude a more imposing presence on the battlefield, since she wouldn't be residing in this room. Lin Mianmian couldn't be bothered to waste time altering the DCOR and headed straight to the mental power training battlefield. Mental power level, E mode, hard host. You've just leveled up and you're attempting hard mode? You can't bring your magic wand with you. Lin Mianmian smirked, a hint of sarcasm on her lips, though concealed by her beard. I'm a mighty man. How trivial can hard mode be? The challenge commenced as a swarm of over a dozen level E insects charged towards Lin Mianmian. She activated her mental core, continuously launching energy attacks to vanquish the insects. After dispatching several, a mutated green-shelled insect ensnared her limbs with a vine, rendering her unable to attack further. Desperately, Lin Mianmian diluted her mental energy into a thin layer that enveloped her entire body. The remaining 7 or 8 insects lunged to gnaw at her energy shield. Any breach needed immediate repair. She felt her mental power depleting rapidly. Excessive consumption of mental power led to a throbbing pain in her head. Lin Mianmian attempted to attack with her hands, but the vine was too sturdy to break free. If she continued this way, she would exhaust her mental power and be devoured by the insects. Host, mental power is formless. Why must you manifest it into a weapon shape to attack? Do you have some sort of compulsion? Lin Mianmian felt a bit embarrassed. Wasn't this how it was portrayed on television? A flick of the finger and a hidden weapon is unleashed. How was she to know? Unsure where to direct her mental power attack. Her eyes, they seemed devoid of energy. Her nostrils, that resembled a snack being ejected, which was quite unappealing. Finally, Lin Mianmian had an epiphany. Ha! One insect down. Ha! 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 Good! A triple strike. Lin Mianmian continuously expelled green energy from her mouth. System, I've got it. I can channel it through my mouth, elated. Lin Mianmian spat to eliminate all the insects and successfully passed the level. System, host, have you truly comprehended this? That is not what I meant. A live-streaming host, fatigued from battling in the mental power arena, happened to glance at the screen, showcasing various challengers in their rooms. Typically, low-level challenge rooms were filled with humor and entertainment, so he switched the camera to Lin Mianmian's room. Viewers watched in amusement as a masculine figure, appearing quite imposing, struggled against a few pitiful E-level insects. Even resorting to using his mouth. What a bizarre tough guy. I thought he'd be able to take down at least 8 with a single punch, with such a robust character design. He might just be a scrawny little winner in reality. This tough guy is too funny. It's my first time seeing someone use their mouth to launch mental attacks. I'm definitely trying that next time. Upstairs, I agree. Even if we can't defeat others, we can drown them in our saliva. Lin Mianmian, oblivious to the host's mockery, exited the Star Network, satisfied with her perceived mastery of a new skill. Overwhelmed by her mental power depletion, she fell asleep as soon as she emerged. Lin sensed Lin Mianmian's steady breathing and noticed the blanket nearly slipping to the floor. He quietly covered her before leaving the room. Chapter 32. Oriana. Early the next morning, Lin Mianmian struggled to rise from her slumber, groggily consuming breakfast before being embraced by Li Yin and carried onto the flying vehicle. It seemed she could not afford to excessively deplete her mental power any longer, as her body felt utterly drained. Upon arriving at the academy, she immediately sensed a difference in her class. Seated in the front row was a young lady clad in splendid attire, with waist-length chestnut curls, deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and slightly full lips. She was a striking beauty. Noticing someone had entered, she lifted her gaze and revealed a radiant smile. Mianmian, during your absence, I prayed for you every day. I am grateful to the beast god for your safe return. The class had only one student with health issues who often required rest, and Lin Mianmian had never encountered her before. Princess Oriana, the 6th princess. Thank you, princess. Was the original owner on poor terms with her? Why was she so effusive? Lin Mianmian awkwardly replied, sensing that the princess was rather amiable. What a pity. Why didn't she perish outside? What kind of despicable fiends would resort to kidnapping females? Do you remember who abducted you? I shall report to father and ensure they are punished severely, Oriana said worriedly, grasping Lin Mianmian's hand. Lin Mianmian felt a slight prick from her grip and slowly withdrew her hand. Unable to recall the incident, she had lost her memory. That is truly unfortunate. Does this mean you've forgotten even Bruce? Oriana gazed intently into Lin Mianmian's eyes, seemingly trying to discern whether she was lying. Bruce? Who is he? Lin Mianmian genuinely did not know, and after such a long time without seeing him, how could he possibly be significant? Oriana's smile appeared more genuine this time. It seems you truly cannot remember. No wonder you've severed your guardian relationship with Charles. You once cherished him dearly. Poor Mianmian, it's truly heartbreaking. If you cannot remember, it would be wise to remain honest. Otherwise, you may not be so fortunate next time. Could it be that she was responsible for the original owner's predicament? Lin Mianmian recalled the suspicious Charles, who seemed capable of manipulating others' actions. Was it possible that all the blunders made by the original owner were orchestrated by her? It is entirely her fault for being oblivious upon her return. Had she paid closer attention, she would not have so readily allowed Charles to leave. After casually conversing with Oriana for a few moments, Lin Mianmian returned to her designated spot. Through her diligent efforts, she had cultivated a positive rapport with her classmates, who now greeted her warmly, their goodwill surpassing the halfway mark. The mentor's regard for her was even slightly greater. As Lin Mianmian tirelessly showcased her eagerness to learn, endearing herself to the instructor further, the current lesson focused on the purification of male spirits. The students in the class ranged in spiritual levels up to FA, with Lin Mianmian being the lowest at F. However, she had yet to inform the teacher of her recent upgrade, resulting in the mentor assigning her an F-level male. The group proceeded to the practice room, where they were met with a row of cages, each containing a male specimen, their spiritual levels clearly marked. All were afflicted with spiritual pollution around the 60 mark, and the instructor instructed the young ladies to find males corresponding to their own spiritual levels. Upon hearing this, Lin Mianmian approached the last cage, where a dark-haired male with brown eyes was confined. He appeared to be in a state of distress, prompting Lin Mianmian to glance at the other males, who seemed relatively normal. Generally, males with spiritual pollution exceeding 80 would struggle to contain their internal chaotic energy, while those surpassing 90 would uncontrollably transform into beasts, and those over 100 would devolve into mere beasts, ultimately leading to their demise. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Mianmian as she activated an untested skill, True Eye, hoping to discern the beast form of this male. What she saw frightened her to the point of wanting to flee. Before her stood a colossal silver-white armored insect, its body shimmering like steel, with translucent grayish-purple wings and two drooping silver antennae atop its head. Its crimson compound eyes were filled with anguish. He was of SS level. The instructors here barely reached S level. If she inadvertently startled this disguised creature, it could erupt into chaos and devour everyone present. In a panic, Lin Mianmian reached for the alarm at her chest, only to realize she had forgotten to put it back on after her shower yesterday. How dreadful! The prolonged period of tranquility had dulled her vigilance. Oh, how infuriating! She involuntarily took a few steps back, preparing to message Li Yin on her light brain. Miss Mianmian, today's lesson is crucial. It is a key course for your graduation, so you must not be distracted, the mentor chided, taking Lin Mianmian's light brain as if to reprimand a mischievous child. She was pushed back to stand before the cage as the instructor continued. By enveloping your eyes with spiritual force, we can perceive the dark mist within these males' minds. These are the manifestations of spiritual pollution. At this juncture, we must employ our wands to channel energy and attack these dark mists. The class began practicing, though some, unable to control their spiritual energy, inadvertently struck other parts of the males. Fortunately, the males had tough skin, and the attacks only resulted in mild discomfort. The male before Lin Mianmian seemed to notice her unusual behavior. Gripping the edges of the cage, he fixed his gaze upon her. A cold sweat broke out. She felt as though she might be devoured. Seeing that the insect showed no signs of exposing itself, Lin Mianmian steeled herself and, cloaked in energy, dared to look at him. The silver insect was enveloped in a thick, crimson-black mist. She attempted to unleash a spiritual attack with her wand, only for it to be consumed by the black fog upon release. Not a single splash was made. Zack, sensing his spiritual pollution level nearing 90, suddenly dropped by 0.001. A smirk crept across his lips as he addressed Lin Mianmian. Oh, could it be effective? In a desperate bid to avert her own fate, Lin Mianmian recklessly expended her spiritual energy. Eventually, she collapsed to the ground, pale from overexertion. Miss Mianmian, are you all right? The mentor inquired, noticing her distress with a hint of regret. That it seems that although Miss Mianmian's spiritual level has recovered, her core has sustained damage, rendering her still too weak. No, the one before me is SS level. You handle it. Lin Mianmian shook her head at Mentor Sophia, insisting, I'm fine. It's just that my spiritual energy has been overused. A brief rest will suffice. Oleana had already completed the purification of 10 dark mists, and upon witnessing Lin Mianmian's struggle with a mere F-level male, her mood brightened considerably. Do you need assistance? Mianmian, I've finished my task. Perhaps I could demonstrate for you. Oleana approached Lin Mianmian's cage, drawing the attention of other classmates who had yet to grasp the technique, eager to observe her demonstration. Indeed, Princess Oleana excelled in all endeavors. Might we also observe your highness's demonstration? One student inquired. The F-level male was exceedingly fortunate. With a mere flick of her wrist, the princess could purify all the dark mist within him. With a humble nod to the onlookers, Oleana began, wielding her wand with grace. Chapter 33. The insect and Bruce. Lin Mianmian had no desire to watch her performance. She anxiously checked the time, knowing that Li Yin would arrive 10 minutes before class ended. At this moment, Zack's spiritual pollution level had dropped to 89, temporarily eliminating the risk of transformation. He watched Lin Mianmian's every move with interest. Could this intriguing little female see through his disguise? His previously restless legs stilled, and Lin Mianmian endeavored to remain composed. Oleana's released green energy was more potent, flowing from her wand toward Zack in the cage. Crack! Just as the energy was about to reach Zack, it veered and struck the glass wall behind the cage, shattering a large hole. Several timid young ladies screamed in fright. Oleana's expression soured as she glanced at her wand. Bewildered. What happened? It was working perfectly moments ago. The mentor, appearing flustered, explained, Princess, it seems you have exhausted too much energy, resulting in instability. A brief rest should remedy this. Unwilling to accept defeat, Oleana insisted, I wish to try again. That was merely an accident, determined to salvage her dignity. She summoned her energy once more, this time with greater force and speed. Crack! The energy collided with the cage and ricocheted off the massive crystal chandelier in the practice room, causing the crystals to rain down like snow. Several nearby young ladies were cut by the flying shards, covering their faces in terror as they glanced at Oleana, instinctively distancing themselves from her. The mentor, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, announced that class was officially suspended due to the injuries. Chaos ensued as everyone hurried to escort the injured girls to the medical room, leaving Oleana frozen in place, her complexion ashen. A group of S-level staff members entered, removing the cage, and Lin Mianmian sighed in relief, stealing a furtive glance at the insect. Zack caught her eye and winked before gradually fading from her view, though he was somewhat insufferable. Lin Mianmian felt a flicker of schadenfreude at Oleana's misfortune. How delightful it is to see you humbled. Oleana composed herself and proceeded to the medical room to apologize to her injured classmates. Her entourage of guardians awaited her outside the door. Lin Mianmian, having overexerted her spiritual energy, felt lightheaded. With her light brain taken by the mentor, she had no means to contact Li Yin, thus choosing to squat at the practice room entrance to rest while waiting. In the distance, a tall male approached, and Lin Mianmian squinted to discern his features. His chiseled face was strikingly handsome, and his deep-set, peach blossom eyes seemed to harbor a wealth of affection. A true charmer. However, having gazed upon Li Yan's extraordinary visage daily, she found it difficult to be thoroughly captivated by another. The handsome male halted before Lin Mianmian, his expression a mix of concern and complexity. Miss Mianmian, are you unwell? Where is your guardian? Why has he been so remiss in his duties? The male appeared to be quite familiar with the original owner of her body. Li Yin had specifically requested that he attend class diligently and not arrive too early to wait for her. Furthermore, as her guardian, how could an outsider presume to question him? Excuse me, who are you? Bruce raised an eyebrow, noting the severity of Lin Mianmian's condition, seemingly forgetting even him. His amber eyes shimmered with a ripple of energy as he introduced himself. I am Bruce, Miss Mianmian. Look into my eyes. Do you truly not remember? Suddenly, Lin Mianmian felt an overwhelming surge of affection, as though this male was destined to be her one true love. As she blinked, her pupils appeared to morph into heart shapes. Bruce. The skills released by the SS-level Bruce were beyond her capacity to resist. She felt like a lovesick fool, gravitating toward him as if to embrace. Bruce smirked, anticipating her affectionate advance. What a scene it would be when Oleana emerged to witness this foolish display. However, just as Lin Mianmian was jolted back to reality by this sudden surge of emotion, she resolved to prevent her own social demise by ensuring that this ill-intentioned scoundrel faced his own downfall. Instead, smack, Lin Mianmian slapped Bruce across the face, exclaiming, Help! Pervert! Bruce had never anticipated that he would be struck. Completely unprepared, resulting in a distinct imprint of 5 fingers on his face, just as he contemplated escalating his control in a fit of anger to ensure that the wretched female before him paid dearly. He was sent flying by a fist enveloped in black energy. Oriana gazed in astonishment at Bruce, who lay on the ground with 2 streams of blood trickling from his nose. Oh my goodness. What on earth is happening? Mianmian, who has wronged you? And you, Bruce, who could possibly inflict such harm upon you? You are an SS-level being. Lin Mianmian buried her head in Li Yan's embrace, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Bruce. This despicable male claimed to have liked me in the past, and insisted that if I were willing to grant him a hug, he would consider becoming my guardian. Good heavens! How could such a frivolous male gain admission to the academy? It's utterly terrifying. Princess, do you know him? Oriana looked at Bruce with a grim expression. Bruce rose from the ground, the customary gentleness in his demeanor vanishing. Miss Lin Mianmian, this jest is far from amusing. Lin Mianmian scoffed. Who was joking with you? Did you not approach me to speak just now? I have already stated that I do not know you, yet you insist on asking me repeatedly if I remember you. I merely inquired whether you recall me, Bruce hurriedly explained. Enough, Bruce. Shouldn't you be waiting outside the infirmary for me? Oriana's usual forced smile faltered. She had already suffered a significant embarrassment today and was in a foul mood. Hadn't Bruce always expressed disdain for Lin Mianmian? Why was he now so eager to engage with her? Even more infuriating was the fact that he had been bested by Lin Mianmian's contemptible serpent beast guardian. Bruce suppressed the anger welling in his eyes. I apologize, Your Highness. It is my dereliction of duty. I shall return and accept 100 lashes. After a hasty farewell to Lin Mianmian, Oriana departed. Lin Mianmian peeked out from Li Yan's embrace. Li Yan, that Bruce possesses an ability that stirs the hearts of others. He nearly caused me to lose my composure just now. Much like Charles, whose matchmaking I previously cancelled, he has a talent for evoking disdain in others. Li Yan had sensed the abnormal energy emanating from Charles earlier, prompting him to strike Charles's eyes, preventing further escalation. This must pertain to his mental talent, as long as you avoid looking into his eyes. You should be fine. This matter needs to be reported to the Duchess. Their intentions are anything but simple. A flicker of concern crossed Li Yan's eyes. Mianmian, are you all right? Why does your complexion appear so pale? Oh, by the way, I saw a bug today. Chapter 34. The soft-hearted deity Lin Mianmian recounted the events of her class that day, prompting Li Yan to anxiously check for any injuries. He suspected that the bug was the same one encountered on the warship. SS-level bugs were a rarity. After sending a message to Lei Lai, he cradled Lin Mianmian and boarded the flyer. I will take you home. On the flyer, Lin Mianmian succumbed to sleep, having sacrificed much to avoid being devoured. Upon their return home, Li Yan gently placed the sleeping Lin Mianmian onto her bed. After instructing several SS-level bodyguards to enhance security, he departed in the flyer. He intended to rendezvous with Lei Lai. Hoping to capture that bug'd in the castle's back garden, a silver-white beetle flitted its transparent wings, buzzing towards a bedroom on the 3rd floor. There, the scent of a young female lingered. The injured and delirious Zack flew to the window of the 3rd floor. Squeezing through the ventilation pipe, the silver-white beetle settled upon the bracelet worn by Lin Mianmian, gradually merging with the silver-white crystal atop it, concealing its presence entirely. When Li Yan returned, he found Lin Mianmian rubbing her eyes as she awoke, searching for something to eat. She had overslept, and her family had already finished dinner. Spotting Li Yan's return, she hurriedly donned her slippers and scampered to his side, inquiring about the situation. Though Li Yan bore a minor injury that had been treated earlier, Lin Mianmian still detected the scent of blood emanating from him. Li Yan, are you hurt? Where are you injured? Lin Mianmian, anxious, began to unbutton Li Yan's shirt to inspect the injury. Li Yan, his ears reddening, restrained her delicate hands. I am fine. If you continue to touch me, it may lead to complications. Lin Mianmian, reassured that Li Yan was not merely feigning strength, calmed down to listen to him. The bug disguised as an F-level male had caused Oriana significant humiliation. There was no way she would let this transgression go unpunished. Upon departing, she had instructed the guardians to escort him to the royal palace's detention room for appropriate punishment, a means of venting her pent-up fury. Just as their flyer neared the royal palace, the vehicle transporting the male suddenly exploded, and the shockwave sent Oriana's flyer plummeting to the ground. That male had indeed transformed into a silver-white bug. And against the 2 SS-level guardians defending the princess, he not only held his ground but also gained the upper hand. When Li Yan and Lei Lai arrived, Bruce and another SS-level guardian were already gravely injured and unconscious. The spatial rift summoned by the bug nearly consumed Oriana whole, but fortunately, Lei Lai managed to rescue the already wounded princess just in time. Li Yan single-handedly engaged the bug, astonished to discover that in just a few short days, his previously unpolished abilities had stabilized, enabling him to wield spatial powers with greater ease. Moreover, it seemed he had exceeded the threshold for mental pollution, resulting in an uncontrollable transformation into beast form. Soon after, the royal city's guards arrived to rescue the princess, allowing Lei Lai to join Li Yan in subduing the bug, inflicting significant injuries upon it. Regrettably, the creature ultimately managed to tear open a spatial rift and escape. As Lin Mianmian indulged in a bowl of fried sauce noodles, she lamented, "Ah, it got away. What a shame." Bruce appeared to be such a nefarious character. Li Yan chuckled, affectionately ruffling Lin Mianmian's hair. "Once I recover, I shall ensure he receives another serious injury." Lin Mianmian covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. Is that truly acceptable? I suppose it might not be out of the question. After satisfying their appetites and exchanging light-hearted banter, they each retreated to their respective rooms. The maid had already prepared a bath, and in the temperature-controlled super bathtub, Lin Mianmian swam about like a fish. Ding! The sound of a message from the intelligent system interrupted her. Lazily leaning against the edge of the bathtub, Lin Mianmian commanded the system to relay the message. A message from Lawyer Braid appeared. Hello, Miss Lin Mianmian. A rescuer named Xiao Luo, a poor mecha designer, has reported that all of his design results have been monopolized by the mecha development team under Duke Robert. Upon verification, this information is accurate. Important note: Duke Robert is the brother of the new queen. Would you like to accept this assistance request? How outrageous! If he desires it, why not purchase the designs instead of stealing them? I demand he be prosecuted. Utilize my authority if the judge dares to be biased. I shall sue the judge, master. I have already sent your reply. Xiao Luo wandered aimlessly through the streets. His eyes reddened as he kicked at the pebbles along the roadside. The mecha design proposals were the fruit of his labor over the past 6 months. Originally intended to be sold for money to buy spirit purification agents for his father, they were now being produced and sold by a company that had previously rejected his proposals. And to his dismay, they were selling like hotcakes. Born into the lowest strata of society, his mother had abandoned him and his father for another male the moment she gave birth. His father's mental pollution level was nearing 90. Without the means to purchase purification agents, he would face a dire fate. Xiao Luo had explored every available avenue for assistance. Police, judges, yet all cited insufficient evidence. Even after presenting them with evidence, they remained indifferent. Seated on a bench at the street corner, Xiao Luo coldly gazed at the tallest technology building in the capital, a storm of rage brewing in his usually gentle eyes. Duke Robert, if my father dies, I will ensure you pay dearly. Utilizing his last funds, Xiao Luo purchased 2 high-grade nutritional agents, bowing his head as he trudged homeward. Throughout his father's life, he had consumed only near-expired nutritional agents. In these final days, all Xiao Luo could do was ensure he received a few doses of high-quality ones. Ding! The intelligent system signaled a new message, and Xiao Luo curiously opened it. Hello, Mr. Xiao Luo. Your assistance request posted on Miss Lin Mianmian's social page has been processed. Robert Technology Company has acknowledged its error and has compensated you twice the amount for the development fees. The funds have been transferred to your personal account. Please check. Your Star Coin account has received a real-time deposit of 2 million yuan. Please confirm receipt. You have received an apology letter from Robert Technology Company. Please check. Xiao Luo covered his mouth and knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face and dripping onto the screen of the intelligent system, soaking the words that he would never forget. He had merely turned to the request for help out of sheer desperation, gambling on a slim chance, and unexpectedly encountered the soft-hearted deity, Lin Mianmian. Meanwhile, Lin Mianmian sat eating watermelon while watching animated shows, her peals of laughter causing the usually silent system to crack. Host, could you refrain from being so noisy? I fear you might transform into a rooster and take flight. Oh, come on. Lin Mianmian played along. Wait, host, you have leveled up? Huh? I thought I still needed over 90 points. My progress has been so incremental lately. How did I suddenly gain such a large amount? Congratulations, esteemed host, on receiving a 100 affection rating from the S-rank male. Xiao Luo. We also celebrate your charm value ascending to level 7, now standing at LV7, 820,000. Furthermore, congratulations on this upgrade, which has yielded 2 silver cards. Chapter 35. The Shy Serpent Xiao Luo. Wasn't he the one who sought assistance just moments ago? Wow, such a swift resolution. Incredible, it almost rivals the speed of China. It seems that wealth truly allows one to act as they please. This lawyer, having been hired at a premium, is indeed exceptional, even at this hour. He.s. working overtime to assist us. The money was well spent. Host, you are a lady of fortune. Could you please refrain from perpetually appearing so destitute? Lin Mianmian smiled. System, are you aware of the difference between you and a dog? Huh? How would I know? I am merely a noble and charming system. Lin Mianmian retorted. Oh, dogs don't know either. Host, you're not implying that I am a dog, are you? Lin Mianmian exclaimed. Certainly not. You simply seem to have forgotten that you are, in fact, a dog. Host, I am a system, not a dog. Lin Mianmian. Look, you've forgotten. Haven you. The system, in a fit of rage, twisted darkly within Lin Mianmian's mind, appearing somewhat dog-like. Host, I apologize. I should not have referred to you as pitiful. I kneel before you. Lin Mianmian, please rise. Let us open the card. Yes, congratulations, host. 1 silver card has yielded a mid-tier beauty card, which adds 10 points to beauty, and a mid-tier physique card, which adds 10 points to physique. Lin Mianmian carefully scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. Her skin had brightened, her eyes sparkled, and her lips appeared more rosy. The changes to her features were subtle, yet her aura had undeniably improved. She no longer resembled an ordinary passerby, but rather a refreshing little flower, modest yet quietly exuding her unique charm that it's passable, I suppose. She merely looks like a cute neighbor girl, Lin Mianmian remarked with a hint of pride. The system rolled its eyes, refraining from further comment. I saw you roll your eyes. Yes, host. I kneel. Lin Mianmian trained her mental fortitude in the psychic battlefield before drifting into a deep slumber. The silvery crystal on her wrist emitted a faint silver glow in the dim room. Gradually returning to normal. As the morning sun shone brightly, Lin Mianmian awoke refreshed, energetically accompanying Little Yak for breakfast before escorting him to school, then proceeding to the academy. She felt as though she had transformed into a childcare tool. Catherine was relieved. Her busy work schedule left her little time for Little Yak, and now Lin Mianmian, as his sister, fulfilled that role, allowing Catherine to dedicate more time to her career. A few soldiers with laser guns had appeared at the academy entrance. As Lei Lai spotted Lin Mianmian and Li Yin disembarking from their aircraft, he greeted them. Several of Lei Lai's admirers, standing at the school gate, attempted to sneak a photo of him with their smart brains, only to be thwarted by nearby soldiers, resulting in their disgruntled entry into the academy. Miss Mianmian, good day. It seems you have changed somewhat during our time apart. Major Lei Lai, it's been a while. You remain as handsome as ever, Lin Mianmian exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with admiration for Lei Lai's S-rank affection rating, thus offering a courteous compliment. For a brief moment, Lei Lai's icy blue eyes widened in surprise, suppressing the warmth rising to his ears. You jest, Miss Mianmian. Compared to our first meeting, you have only grown more beautiful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 10 affection rating from the SS rank male, Lei Lai Horn 40. 200. Li Yin discreetly squeezed Lin Mianmian's hand, positioning himself in front of her to block Lei Lai's gaze. Major, is there anything else you wish to discuss regarding yesterday's incident? Yesterday, the princess was injured, which alarmed the emperor. Fearing that the creature might return to the academy, he dispatched me to remain here for a while. Lei Lai glanced at Lin Mianmian, behind Li Yin, requesting their cooperation in the days to come. Recalling that Lei Lai was a foodie, Lin Mianmian leaned forward. Major Lei Lai, may I invite you to dine at my restaurant after class? Consider it a token of gratitude for rescuing me from the garbage star. Naturally, Lei Lai agreed. While Li Yan's smile gradually faded, once fond of Lei Lai, he now found the Major's handsome face increasingly irksome. After bidding farewell to Lei Lai, Li Yin and Lin Mianmian walked side by side through the campus. In the future, if I joined the military, I could achieve a rank, Major, Lieutenant General, as long as you desire it. Huh? Lin Mianmian shot a puzzled glance at Li Yin, who wore a slightly aggrieved expression. Surely, he wasn't feeling jealous. She teased him with a sly smile. In that case, I shall aspire to the title of Marshal. Can you attain that as well? Li Yin halted, his expression earnest, as long as you wish for it. I will strive to achieve it. Ha ha ha. I was just joking. Lin Mianmian playfully pinched Li Yan's cheek. Whose little snake is so sensitive to jealousy? Li Yan's previously furrowed brow turned a delicate shade of crimson, and he dared not meet Lin Mianmian's gaze. Class is about to begin. I shall carry you to the door. A gust of wind swept by, and Lin Mianmian found herself at the classroom entrance. Turning around, she saw Li Yin waving at her from a distance, urging her to enter. With a resigned wave, she stepped into the classroom. What a shy little serpent he is. The lesson focused on theoretical knowledge, and Lin Mianmian found herself feeling drowsy. Tina discreetly held a book to shield her, providing cover. Today's instructor was notably strict, and sleeping in class would earn reprimand. All right, now, Miss Mianmian, please answer this question. The instructor S1 rhythmically tapping the lectern. Lin Mianmian jolted upright, glancing at the lecture screen. What question? Regarding the question you posed, I find it particularly insightful. The crux of this matter is that, as far as I know, I am entirely ignorant of it. I apologize, Professor Selina, but I did not quite catch your question. Lin Mianmian scratched her head, seeing Lin Mianmian's earlier response was somewhat adequate. Professor Selina had assumed she was merely inattentive, not asleep. To her surprise, after a lengthy monologue, Lin Mianmian had failed to grasp the question entirely. A few students couldn't help but laugh. Professor Selina, irritated, rapped the lectern. Miss Mianmian, for this class, please sit at the desk beside the lectern and pay attention. Lin Mianmian felt a slight itch on her wrist and scratched it while taking a seat in the right-hand assistant position. She thus attentively listened to the remainder of the lesson until class was nearly over. Professor Selina, holding her textbook, addressed the class. Today's assignment is to find a male with the same psychic level as yourself and purify his pollution value. If you can purify more than 5, it will be deemed satisfactory. Once completed, please submit a video of the purification process via your smart brain. With a pointed glance at Lin Mianmian, she indicated the class's lowest performing slacker. With less than a month until graduation exams, I hope all of you will pass successfully. I wish that the ladies from Victoria Academy will shine in various fields and contribute to the empire's advancement. The class applauded as they bid farewell to Professor Selena. Tina, her head bowed, approached Lin Mianmian. I'm sorry, Mianmian. I should have discreetly reminded you earlier. Lin Mianmian grasped her hand. No worries. It was my own fault for dozing off. How could I blame you? Would you care to join me for a meal at the restaurant today? Tina immediately nodded enthusiastically. Chapter 36. A loss of control. The first floor of the restaurant was already lined with a queue stretching to the entrance of the Augustine restaurant across the way. The waitstaff at Augustine sat in a row outside the entrance, looking forlorn as they watched patrons enter and exit the Huaxia restaurant. Is Lord Augustine dining at the establishment again? Indeed, he hasn't missed a single day. Our chef, Barber, has already ruined 2 pots in frustration. To be honest, I'd like to try it as well. I've heard the dishes are unforgettable after a single taste. Don't even think about it. Not only is the price prohibitive, but you wouldn't even be able to get a table. I just opened today, and the line is nearly at our door. Everyone sighed in unison. Lin Mianmian and her companions took a special passage to their exclusive private room. Although the restaurant was busy, they had dedicated a chef to prepare Lin Mianmian's order. Tina felt a flutter of nervousness upon seeing Lei Lai. He was the dream of 900 million young ladies in the empire. An array of delectable dishes awaited them. Chinese cuisine, Western cuisine, barbecued meats, desserts, everything imaginable, with a chef grilling dishes on an iron plate. The group decided to treat it like a buffet, selecting their favorite foods and sitting at the long bar in the private room. Tina joyfully indulged in the food, quickly forgetting her nerves as she focused on her meal. Lei Lai elegantly sliced his medium-rare steak with knife and fork, clearly favoring Western cuisine. He resolved that from now on, all his contributions in the military would be dedicated to this restaurant. The conversion rate of contribution points to star coins is 1/10, and the contribution points in Lei Lai's account are sufficient for him to dine in the restaurant for a lifetime. Lin Mianmian bestowed upon him a premium card for the 3rd floor, which not only offers discounts but also grants him access to a private dining room, allowing him to avoid queues indefinitely. Congratulations to the host for gaining 30 affection points. 70200 from the SS class mail. Lei Horn. Lin has been helping Lin Mianmian with the food. He himself is not particularly interested in it, but rather enjoys the sensation of cooking for Lin Mianmian. Noticing Lili's fondness for Western cuisine, Lin Mianmian naturally thought of wine. She instructed the waiter to bring a bottle of wine exclusively for 3rd floor guests and poured a glass for Lei Lai. Lei Lai, shall you try this wine? It pairs exquisitely with steak. Curiously, Lei Lai accepted the red wine glass and took a delicate sip. A subtle sweetness mingled with fruity notes, and the rich aroma of the wine filled his senses, causing his ice blue pupils to widen in delight, clearly enamored with the flavor. Congratulations to the host for gaining 30 affection points. 100200 from the SS class mail. Lei Horn. Lin Mianmian discovered that there was no wine available in the galaxy, so she attempted to brew a batch using grape-like ingredients. To her surprise, the taste was exceptional. It was reminiscent of soda, but with a considerable alcohol content. After her initial tasting, she felt dizzy, and it was Li Yin who carried her back, after which she had quite a raucous bout of drunkenness. Consequently, Li Yin strictly forbade her from drinking again. Tina also dared not partake, after a single taste. She slept for an entire day and night. Watching Lei Lai revel in his drink made Lin Mianmian feel a twinge of envy, but upon seeing Li Yin's serious expression, she obediently continued eating her rice. Once she had nearly finished her bowl, she looked up to find Lei Lai's face flushed. He was pouring the wine, but it seemed to be gone. What? How could he finish a whole bottle so quickly? Lin Mianmian slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten to warn him about the wine's potency and that he should drink sparingly. It would be best to return him before he succumbed to drunken antics. Roar. A lion's roar startled Lin Mianmian, nearly causing her to topple from her seat. Lei Lai transformed into a magnificent golden lion, enveloped in swirling black mist that fluctuated ominously, as if ready to consume him. Li Yin immediately embraced Lin Mianmian, pulling her away, while Tina and the chef cowered beneath the bar, trembling in fear. Lei Lai, seemingly displeased with the small being's reactions, swiped his paw, summoning lightning to seal the room and prevent their escape. In his uncontrollable state, Lei Lai acted mischievously, repeatedly nudging Li Yin with his head, attempting to shove this bothersome figure aside. The alluring scent of the female behind Li Yin tempted him, urging him to approach her. Though Li Yin could barely hold his ground against Lei Lai, engaging in a struggle would inevitably destroy the establishment, endangering the many diners downstairs. Moreover, he could not guarantee Lin Mianmian's safety amidst the chaos. Thus, he could only hope that Lei Lai would regain his senses after sobering up. He was not truly out of control, but rather intoxicated and confused, allowing the black mist to exploit his state. As long as he remained partially cognizant, his violence would not escalate excessively. Lin attempted to secretly inject Lei Lai with a mental purification serum, only to have it knocked from his grasp by a powerful paw. This was Lin Mianmian's first encounter with an out-of-control male. Typically, males exhibiting over 80 mental pollution required injection of a mental purification serum, while those nearing 90 necessitated reporting to the Regulatory Bureau to prevent sudden violent outbreaks. Lin Mianmian recalled that the insect had an SS-level mental grade. If her purification energy could affect it, perhaps she could attempt to purify Lei Lai as well. She retrieved her magic wand and pointed it at the black mist enveloping Lei Lai. A green energy surged toward the black fog as if it were free, managing to purify a minuscule amount. Lei Lai nuzzled against Lin Mianmian's wand, seemingly aware that this object was assisting him. He lowered his head obediently, allowing her to disperse the black mist with greater ease. Eventually, Lin Mianmian exhausted her energy and collapsed into Li Yan's arms, while Lily's ice-blue eyes gradually regained clarity. He affectionately nudged Lin Mianmian's hand, and Li Yin couldn't help but feel an urge to deliver him a punch for his shameless demeanor. Gazing into Lily's innocent azure eyes, Lin Mianmian tentatively patted his large head. What a lion's head this is. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 affection points. 110200. From the SS class male, Lei Lai Horn.0. If you behave like this, I might just get excited. Lin Mianmian stood up and stroked the large lion's gently inclined head. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 affection points. 120200. From the SS class male, Lei Lai Horn. She then reached to pet his back, feeling the smooth, sleek fur, which was delightful to the touch. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 affection points. 130200. From the SS class male, Lei Lai Horn. If only you could shrink a little, Lin Mianmian mused aloud as the lion towered over her, necessitating her to stand on tiptoe to reach him. Suddenly, Lin Mianmian's eyes widened in disbelief. He truly did shrink. He had approximately transformed into the size of a small golden retriever, adorably glaring at Li Yin with a fierce roar. Lin Mianmian felt her heart melt. She scooped up the little lion joyfully and began to pet him, eliciting a comforting purr from his throat. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 affection points. 150200. From the SS class male, Lei Lai Horn. Mianmian, however, faced Li Yan's plaintive grievance regarding her affection for the little lion. Did she prefer creatures with fur? Even in his smaller form, he was still Lei Lai. After all, Lin gritted his teeth, recognizing the cunning little furry beast. Chapter 37. Collaboration. Lin Mianmian was momentarily taken aback. The little lion, now lying belly up, gazed at her with pure, trusting ice-blue eyes, its tiny paws adorably clutching her hand, while its small head rubbed against her. The warmth radiating from her hand resting on the little lion's belly suggested that she was indeed stroking Lily's abs. She quickly withdrew her hand, feigning composure as she coughed lightly. He seemed to have calmed considerably. You may proceed, she said, before unceremoniously shoving the little lion into Li Yan's arms. Lin restrained the wildly struggling little lion. But alas, in his diminished state, he could not escape Li Yan's grip. With a swift injection of the mental purification serum, the little lion ceased its struggles and gradually succumbed to slumber. Once he awakens, he will revert to his human form. I have instructed someone to return him. Lin wished he could cast him out immediately, his expression rife with disdain as he held the fluffy creature. Lin Mianmian nodded regretfully. What a charming little being. She had never had the chance to pet a lion before. Once Lei Lai was taken away, Tina dared to peek her head out to the SS class male losing control. How terrifying. Tina rushed to Lin Mianmian's side, her eyes filled with admiration. Mianmian, you are incredible. You managed to pacify an out-of-control SS class male. Then, realization dawned on her. Lady Catherine's mental level was also SS class, and as her daughter, Mianmian undoubtedly possessed high mental aptitude. Lin Mianmian deemed this explanation somewhat reasonable. The mess of shattered plates and food remnants required prompt cleanup as she exited the room, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window on the 3rd floor. She gazed down at the scene below while waiting for Li Yan's return. Miss Lin Mianmian, it is an honor to see you here. May I have a moment of your time to discuss matters concerning a collaboration with our master? Turning around, Lin Mianmian encountered a male, impeccably dressed and sporting glasses, standing at the entrance of the first VIP room on the third floor. This was the first super premium card-holding room sold, right next to her own. Noting the gentleman's courteous demeanor, Lin Mianmian nodded. "May I inquire who your master is?" "It is I." The room door swung open, revealing a tall male with dark red hair. Clad in an exquisite tailored suit and adorned with a rare crystal-studded watch, the sharp contours of his face, illuminated by the corridor lights, resembled a stunning work of art. He approached Lin Mianmian with an elegant, unhurried gait. "Good day, Miss Lin Mianmian. I am Augustine Sommerfeld. It is a pleasure to meet you." Augustine placed his right hand over his chest, performing a gentlemanly bow. The wealthiest individual in the galaxy, Augustine, consistently ranked No. 1 on the StarNet rich list. Just how wealthy could he be? Lin Mianmian pondered, almost wishing to experience such wealth herself. Did he truly take an interest in her modest restaurant? Tina, standing behind Lin Mianmian, covered her mouth to suppress a scream. This was a figure deserving royal treatment. She was witnessing a living legend today. "Greetings, Lord Augustine. What collaboration do you wish to discuss with me?" Lin Mianmian felt a twinge of nervousness. The idea of collaborating with the wealthiest man felt like a dream beyond her reach. Augustine's elongated, fox-like eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Miss Mianmian, your restaurant is exceedingly unique. If you are willing to share your ingredient recipes, you shall receive 50 of the profits from all restaurants under my purview." Lin Mianmian contemplated this proposal. It essentially equated to her providing the expertise while he supplied the resources and finances, splitting the earnings evenly. With her noble status, she felt confident that he would not attempt to deceive her. This small restaurant was nearing its full capacity daily. If we could promote exquisite cuisine and bring a delightful feast to this gastronomic desert of the stars, it would indeed be a remarkable endeavor. Your Excellency Augustine, I am in full agreement with your collaboration. To my knowledge, your esteemed restaurant is spread throughout the central star systems of the galaxy. While some galaxies may not be as bustling as the capital star, I shall promptly compile a detailed menu and pricing for your review. With the prospect of wealth beckoning, Lin Mianmian is naturally eager to expand her business horizons with fervor. Augustine was taken aback by Lin Mianmian's straightforward response, which brought him an even greater surprise. He had initially assumed that the restaurant was the creation of her family's adept culinary servants, only to discover that she herself was the mastermind. Her elegant lips curved into a joyful arc, and she eagerly anticipated the collaboration. "Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 favorability from the SS class male Augustine Sommerfeld, 20,200. The two exchanged contact information. Lin had just returned after escorting Lei Lai and saw Lin Mianmian engaged in serious discussions, so he stood by waiting. As Augustine departed, he brushed past Li Yin, whose amber eyes flickered with indifference before he strode away. Li Yin raised an eyebrow, bypassing the interstellar tycoon to swiftly approach Lin Mianmian, taking her hand. "Mianmian, Lei Lai has been returned. Let us head home." Lin Mianmian, exhausted from expending her mental energy, bid farewell to Tina and eagerly embraced Li Yin. He gently enveloped her in his arms, watching as her eyes fluttered shut, a wave of affection swelling within him. The restlessness that had plagued him began to subside. Regardless of how many superior males she might choose in the future, as long as he could remain by her side, he would be content. Lin Mianmian slept throughout the journey on the aircraft, and upon returning home, she passionately penned numerous business plans. Having often explored various eateries as a food blogger, she possessed a considerable understanding of both grand establishments and humble diners. Consequently, she meticulously included everything from luxurious restaurants to small taverns and bubble tea shops in her plans. In conclusion, she expressed her hope that, in addition to upscale restaurants, these smaller taverns and tea shops could adopt a franchising model, allowing ordinary citizens to earn a living through hard work. If one entity dominated the market, monopolizing it, then new, unique, yet affordable establishments would encroach upon the survival space of small diners, potentially leading to the bankruptcy of ordinary beastmen running those small restaurants, a scenario Lin Mianmian wished to avoid. Exhausted from her planning the previous night, Lin Mianmian could barely keep her eyes open. After promptly sending the proposal to Augustine, she fell into a deep slumber. Augustine reclined in the bathtub, savoring red wine while listening to classical music, the mist swirling around as droplets of water coalesced on his well-defined physique. "Ding dong, master, a message from Miss Lin Mianmian has been received." With a long stride, he exited the tub, casually throwing on a loosely fitting bathrobe. Augustine curiously opened the message. The restaurant, bubble tea shop, tavern, and small diner all featured corresponding menus and prices, with even the general layout and item placements meticulously outlined. Lin Mianmian. I hope Your Excellency Augustine will not encroach upon the survival space of ordinary restaurants while expanding the market. Any lost profits can be deducted from my share. A low, husky chuckle escaped his lips as Augustine forwarded the proposal directly to his secretary. He complied entirely with her wishes, altering the contract's profit-sharing to a 4-6 arrangement. Augustine would take 4, while she would receive 6. Just as he contemplated modifying the contract to favor a 6 for split in his favor, the secretary rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misread. After reviewing it 3 times, he confirmed that the 5 words were indeed correct. The ever-shrewd Augustine, who never suffered losses in business, had actually conceded. Congratulations to the host for gaining 30 favorability from the SS-class male Augustine Sommerfeld, 50,200. The slumbering Lin Mianmian remained oblivious to the favorability notifications, counting gold coins in her dreams until her hands grew weary. Chapter 38. Mental Purification. When Lin Mianmian awoke the next day, she felt as though she had forgotten something important, only realizing what it was upon boarding the aircraft. Oh no, I haven't done my homework. As she dozed in her seat, it dawned on her that today was the day when Minter Selena would check assignments. The bodyguards in the 2 aircraft behind her all possessed a minimum mental level of S, making it challenging to find an E-level male with a high mental pollution value. A C level would suffice. I can purify them using my magic wand, Lin Mianmian thought eagerly. After being interrupted by that pesky bug last time, she hadn't had the chance to test her abilities. Lin escorted Lin Mianmian to the regulatory bureau, where, although most individuals were males with high levels of mental instability, his presence should mitigate any issues. Upon learning that Lin Mianmian was there to complete her assignment, the new director of the regulatory bureau immediately welcomed her with a bow. Keenly aware that the previous director had been ousted by this very lady, and he needed to tread carefully, respectfully guiding her to a cell containing E-level mental instability individuals, he said, Miss Lin Mianmian. Here are the E-level mental deviants. You may select any one of them. 7 or 8 males with crimson-tinged eyes crowded into the small cell, each exhibiting mental instability levels exceeding 85, yet still maintaining human form. The fact that a noble lady was willing to provide free mental purification for them caused them to rush to the front of the cell, gazing at Lin Mianmian with eager anticipation. As the crowd parted, Lin Mianmian spotted a black hawk slumped in the corner, barely clinging to life in its beast form. She immediately pointed at him, declaring, I choose this one. The shallow brown eyes of the black hawk flickered with a glimmer of hope. Could he truly be saved? The black hawk was taken to a solitary confinement room, where Lin Mianmian activated the video recording, noting an initial mental pollution value of 92. The mental measuring device emitted alarming warnings. Danger. Danger. Mental pollution value exceeds normal levels. Lin Mianmian drew her magic wand and directed it at the black mist enveloping the black hawk. The mist had thickened to the point of near liquefaction, wrapping around the hawk's entire body. It felt as though, at any moment, the black hawk would be entirely consumed by the darkness. As the green mental energy was released, the black mist dissipated upon contact, gradually fading away. The clarity in the black hawk's eyes increased, and the overwhelming sense of suffocation and pain began to alleviate significantly. After purifying approximately 5 points, Lin Mianmian's nearly invisible silver crystal bracelet on her wrist began to glow with light not visible to the naked eye, absorbing all the green energy without her realizing it. I only managed to purify about 5 points. Why has the black mist reacted? Lin Mianmian was astonished. Was the E-level black mist so formidable? She had only managed to easily purify 5 points at the beginning, and now, after expending half her energy, the black mist remained unchanged. Did mental pollution values exceeding 90 lead to mutations? With a mind full of questions, Lin Mianmian resolved to exert her utmost effort to purify as much as possible, as submitting a lackluster assignment would be embarrassing. After exhausting her mental energy, Lin Mianmian felt her worldview shift once more. As an E-level mentalist, wielding a magic wand to elevate her to D-level, she had used all her energy to purify an E-level male, yet only managed to achieve a mere 5 points. This could only signify that she was utterly inept. Although the Black Hawk's mental pollution value had decreased to 87 and he had reverted to human form, Lin Mianmian still felt disheartened. After sending her assignment to the mentor, she boarded the aircraft, feeling utterly drained. How could I be so weak every day? Would others think I have poor health? Lin Mianmian thought bitterly, her face pale. I must never exhaust my mental energy again. Even a gust of wind could knock me over. I've truly become Lin Mimi. Mentor Selena, having not received Lin Mianmian's assignment the previous night, assumed that the recent events had left her traumatized and had planned to offer her guidance upon her return today. To her surprise, early in the morning, she received the belated assignment. After reviewing the video, she furrowed her brow in confusion. Based on Lin Mianmian's initial purification progress, cleansing an E-level male should be quite manageable. How could it have taken so long and drained all her energy for just 5 points? It seemed that Miss Mianmian's mental core was still not properly repaired, as her energy must have been leaking out after being released. Selena shook her head, sighing regretfully for the class's poorest performer. Xiao Luo followed behind a young lady with an E-level mental capacity, unable to resist urging, "Miss Lucy, could you please walk a bit faster? My father's mental pollution is already at 92. I'm afraid it will continue to rise if we delay. Stop rushing me. Even if your father dies, it cannot disturb my enjoyment of this leisurely stroll." The purification of one's mental fortitude is an endeavor that demands immense effort. How could you, a mere commoner, possibly comprehend such a burden? Lucy cast a glance over her shoulder at Xiao Luo, who was adorned with black frame glasses, his heavy bangs nearly obscuring his brows and eyes. Humph, this male, dressed in such squalor, somehow managed to stumble upon a fortune, agreeing to my asking price of 1,000,000 star coins for a single purification point. Had I known he possessed such wealth, I would have quoted a much higher price. Xiao Luo clenched his fists. Although he had retrieved the money that day, upon returning home, he discovered that his father had lost control and was taken by the patrolling officers to the regulatory bureau. By the time he arrived at the bureau, his father's mental pollution level had already reached 91. Even the most advanced purifying agents could not remedy such a severe degree of mental contamination. He would need to seek out a female with purification abilities. Most females in the star realm were supported by males, lacking for nothing, and would hardly waste their mental energy assisting other males with purification. This Lucy had been procured at a high price. Were it not for the dire condition of his father, he would have never sought her assistance. Advanced purifying agents were sold for merely 10,000 star coins each, capable of cleansing 10 points of mental pollution, yet she demanded 1,000,000 for a single point. He would have acquiesced, but why was she so indifferent to his father's life? "Listen, I must inform you that my mental energy can only purify up to 3 points of pollution. If your father exceeds a level of 93, I will be unable to assist." Lucy finally grew weary, lazily boarding the aircraft and waving her hand as if commanding her servant to depart. Xiao Luo suppressed the anger in his gaze and prepared to board the vessel. Beep beep, a message from the AI system rang out. Xiao Luo's pupils dilated, and he froze in place. "Hey, did you not hear me say to depart? Are you no longer interested in saving your dying father?" Lucy frowned, her mouth turned down in displeasure. This male truly was both foolish and dim-witted. My father's pollution level has already decreased. Thank you, but I no longer require your assistance. Xiao Luo yearned to rush to the regulatory bureau to retrieve his father. A kind-hearted noble lady had randomly chosen his father from the regulatory bureau and performed a mental purification, reducing his father's pollution level to below 90. Xiao Luo was taken aback by this sudden stroke of good fortune, his anger towards Lucy dissipating entirely. Lucy, incensed, retorted, "What do you think you're doing? You can summon me at will, but expect me to leave without compensation. If you wish for me to depart, you must pay me 300,000 star coins." Chapter 39. Mini Mecha Xiao Luo could no longer tolerate this female. He unleashed his S-grade mental aura. "Your male rank is merely A-grade. That if you desire 300,000 star coins, I can arrange that. I will render them all incapacitated, and 300,000 shall suffice as their treatment fee." The S-grade mental pressure caused the males behind Lucy to nearly buckle at the waist. Hastily dropping to their knees in supplication, Lucy, equally intimidated, dared not utter another word, though the malice flickering in her eyes was impossible to conceal. This accursed male. In the end, Xiao Luo paid 100,000 star coins, considering it merely the fare for Lucy's journey, and hurried to the regulatory bureau to retrieve his father. Black Hawk had returned to a middle-aged male, his body appearing particularly frail due to years of arduous labor. Xiao Luo rushed forward and embraced his father. "You are finally well." Suppressing his overwhelming emotions, Xiao Luo produced several advanced purifying agents and swiftly administered them to his father. Xiao felt a refreshing sensation enveloping him. The oppressive black haze that had weighed upon him began to dissipate, and his body gradually grew lighter. The purifying agents had a resistance factor. No more than 3 could be administered at once. However, Shaoan's mental pollution level had now receded to 57, within a safe range. As long as he continued to administer purifying agents in a timely manner, he would not lose control again. This is an advanced purifying agent. Where did you acquire the funds? We must not engage in wrongdoing. Shaoan expressed his concern that Sha Luo might resort to dubious means for his rescue. Sha Luo shook his head, a flicker of joy igniting in his light brown eyes. A benevolent noble lady assisted me in reclaiming my mecha development funds. Upon hearing this, a smile finally broke through the stern expression on Shaoan's face. That is splendid. My mental pollution was also purified by a kind-hearted noble lady. It seems that the noble ladies these days are quite benevolent. The identity of the noble lady who had helped Shao and remained confidential, leaving him unaware of her name, yet he vividly recalled her appearance, hoping that one day he could express his gratitude in person. Sha Luo silently thanked the mysterious noble lady in his heart. Although he had already become a devoted admirer of Mianmian, he remained profoundly grateful to this kind-hearted individual. Upon returning home, Sha Luo crafted a miniature mecha charm by hand, capable of conversing with its owner, answering all questions that could be found on the Star Network, recording audio and video. Most remarkably, it could shield its owner from a single S-grade attack in critical moments. Although Lady Mianmian was surrounded by experts who might not require such protection, this was the finest gift he could offer at present. Under the watchful gaze of Mentor Safina, Lin Mianmian completed a lesson, her head resting on the desk, unable to bear the weight of fatigue. Mianmian, are you all right? Tina inquired, helping her gather her belongings with concern. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. I exhausted all my mental energy last night, and though I managed to rest a bit, I depleted it once more this morning. Even a body of iron cannot withstand such strain. Another day passed with Lin Mianmian reclining in Li Yan's embrace aboard the aircraft, her image gradually transforming into that of a frail noble lady. Fortunately, the following day was a day of rest, allowing her to indulge in a long slumber. Upon returning home, Xiao Yak had already arrived, scampering over with his short legs to assist Lin Mianmian in removing her coat and offering her slippers. Lin Mianmian praised him, and he immediately leapt into her arms, beaming with joy. Miss Mianmian, you have received a package. I have already checked it, and it is safe. Would you like to inspect it? The maid stood before Lin Mianmian, cradling a metallic box. It was common for those she had aided to send small tokens of gratitude, often letters of thanks or local specialties from other planets. The metallic box featured a button. Upon pressing it, the box would open, and Lin Mianmian pressed it without hesitation. Inside lay a palm-sized miniature mecha, entirely white with accents of the faintest pink. Beneath the mecha lay a handwritten letter of thanks, signed by Sha Luo, whom Lin Mianmian recalled as the S-grade supplicant with whom she had developed a favorable rapport. That it was precisely due to his appreciation that she had managed to level up. Sister, this mecha is so beautiful, even smaller than my Eggbot toy mecha. Xiao Yak expressed his curiosity about its capabilities. Sister, let us activate it and see, following the activation steps outlined in the letter. Lin Mianmian pressed on the mecha's heart. Xiao Luo, activate. Upon hearing the name Xiao Luo, Lian's dark eyes dimmed momentarily. The mecha's eyes emitted a bright light before it autonomously stood upright. Greetings, Miss Mianmian. I am Xiao Luo. It is an honor to become your companion. I can sing, dance, and entertain you. Whatever your wishes may be, I shall strive to fulfill them. Although Xiao Luo was small, it moved with remarkable agility, clinging to the edge of the metallic box, its eyes displaying a pair of glistening, hopeful orbs, as if yearning for its owner to take it away. Lin Mianmian immediately grasped it. Its texture surprisingly not cold and metallic, but rather exuding a comforting warmth. Xiao Luo's arms wrapped around Lin Mianmian's fingers. Xiao Luo adores its master. Sister, this little mecha is even more agile than the latest smart robots. Xiao Yak poked at the mecha's head, and it quickly dodged away. Lin Mianmian found it amusing. The castle's household robots merely handled waste disposal, and she had encountered other smart robots that seemed somewhat stiff, requiring extensive programming for interaction. After playing with Xiao Yak for a while and finishing dinner, Lin Mianmian retreated to her room, placed on the display cabinet. Xiao Luo scanned its surroundings and selected the bedside table nearest to Lin Mianmian. Master, may I reside here? Xiao Luo nimbly climbed onto the bedside table, seemingly intent on settling in. Such intelligence was remarkable, almost rivaling that of an AI system, yet far more endearing. Host, I can hear you. Lin Mianmian quipped, deliberately addressing it. Host, hello. You may reside wherever you wish. Lin Mianmian, unable to resist the charm of such a delightful creature, naturally consented to its request. "Thank you, Master. You are the best master in the entire star realm," Xiao Luo exclaimed, showering her with compliments. Lin Mianmian grew fond of her new toy and, after some thought, gifted it a customized set of mecha repair tools. At that moment, Xiao Luo was deeply engrossed in a pile of mecha parts. Having been granted a spot in the mecha combat department of the first military academy, with some time before the semester commenced, he intended to design several more mechas during this interval. Beep beep, the AI system chimed with a message. "Master, there is a package for you outside." Xiao Luo, puzzled, stepped outside. A delivery robot stood there, holding a gift box, and he nearly suspected it to be a prank. Given his family's financial struggles, he spent most of his free time working part-time jobs, leaving him with little opportunity to forge friendships at school. Who would send him a gift? With trembling fingers, he accepted the package. Even if it were merely a prank, he was grateful to spend time on him. Chapter 40. Mental confusion clearing the clutter of parts from his desk, Xiao Luo placed the package upon it. Removing the outer wrapping revealed a beautifully crafted box within. He pressed a button, and the lid of the box opened automatically, leaving Xiao Luo in shock, the lid he held forgotten in his hand. As he gazed at an entire set of exquisite mech repair tools nestled inside. Each tool bore the mark of Master Aorn. He had long dreamed of possessing a set crafted by Master Aorn. Though he had recently acquired some wealth, he had yet to indulge himself with such a purchase. The letter was tucked inside the box, and Xiao Luo hurriedly retrieved it, a wild guess forming in his mind. Though he dared not voice it, Lin Mianmian. "Hello, Xiao Luo. I adore the mini mech you gifted me. It is utterly charming. Hence, I present to you a set of mech repair tools, hoping you find joy in it." The pristine letter seemed to carry the fragrance of Miss Mianmian. Xiao Luo read the brief note countless times before carefully storing it away. Reflecting on the mention of charming, it dawned on him. Did Miss Mianmian prefer charming males? After rising, Lin Mianmian placed Xiao Luo in the spatial button, pulling him out during leisure moments for amusement. After a night of rest, she was revitalized and strode toward the academy gates, seemingly determined to prove she was no mere shadow. Major Lei Lai had not arrived the previous day. After regaining his human form, he vaguely recalled the events of his drunken stupor, the memory of his antics as a juvenile, attempting to please Lin Mianmian. Filled him with embarrassment. The actions taken during that loss of control were devoid of conscious will, driven purely by instinct, and he blushed recalling the gentle touch of Lin Mianmian's hand upon him. Shaking his head to regain composure, he continued his patrol, his current task being the protection of all students at the academy. Major Lei Lai, good day. Upon seeing Lei Lai, Lin Mianmian was reminded of a charming little lion. Although it was challenging to associate the icy Lei Lai with charm, she felt that the little lion was indeed his true nature. Lei Lai exhibited no other expressions. However, his heart raced unusually fast as he feigned calmness and nodded to Miss Mianmian. Greeting her, after exchanging pleasantries, Lin Mianmian entered the academy directly, while Li Yin followed behind, casting a glance at Lei Lai's already flushed ears, emitting a cold huff. Naturally, Lei Lai heard this and smiled wryly. Surely, Li Yin was not concerned he would compete for the affection of the female lead. How absurd, he chuckled. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Lei Lai fell into contemplation. When Lin Mianmian entered her classroom, she found a gathering of students surrounding Alian Na's seat, inquiring about her well-being. Wasn't she severely injured? How had she recovered so swiftly? Lin Mianmian, uninterested in the commotion, leaned over her desk to play with Xiao Luo. "Mianmian, how fortunate it was that I was the one injured. Had that dreadful insect attacked you during class, it would have been disastrous." Alian Na approached, flanked by a throng of admirers. Why didn't that wretched insect take the opportunity to devour her during class? This green tea princess was truly deranged. Lin Mianmian had no desire to engage with her, offering a perfunctory response. "Oh, perhaps it's because I'm kind and charming, so I'm simply lucky." Alian Na's smile faltered. What kind of virtuous person would utter such shameless words? Oh, it was Lin Mianmian. How typical. I had thought that insect favored Mianmian, which is why it spared you. It's quite terrifying for a female to be favored by the insect race. Akin to a serial killer taking a liking to you. Wouldn't that be unsettling? It was well known that the insect race was brutal and murderous. Alian Na's words were likely intended to frighten a timid female into tears. I've already stated that I am beloved by all, blooming like flowers in spring. Even the insect race's admiration for me is entirely normal. I cannot help it if I do not exude the same loathsome aura as you. Lin Mianmian ceased feigning ignorance. This matter was a nuisance, and despite her disregard, Alian Na seemed eager to provoke her. "Mianmian, you." Alian Na appeared wounded by Lin Mianmian's retort, clutching her chest, on the verge of tears. Humph. Can you no longer maintain your facade, Lin Mianmian? Soon, you shall once again be the object of everyone's disdain. Princess Anna, do not be upset. Mianmian simply speaks her mind. She meant no malice. Tina interjected first. Indeed, Princess Anna. Mianmian must have been startled by your words, reacting in the heat of the moment. Another added. Your Highness, are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to assist you to your seat for some rest? Alian Na, dazed, was escorted to her seat, pondering why these fools did not rally to confront Lin Mianmian. Hadn't they previously denounced her vehemently whenever she feigned injury? Of course. This was due to the fact that everyone's fondness for her hat sword. Lin Mianmian reclined with her legs crossed, reveling in Alian Na's impotent frustration, as if she had struck a cotton ball. Were there a system for tracking hatred, it would seem that this green tea princess's animosity towards her had reached its zenith. In high spirits, Lin Mianmian eagerly answered several questions during class, garnering an abundance of goodwill from her instructor. After class, Alian Na, with a sullen expression and surrounded by her guardians, returned to the royal court. Today was originally meant for seeking revenge on Lin Mianmian, for her injuries were indeed due to that fool. Had it not been for her, she would not have brought back that wretched insect. What had gone awry during her absence that the perception of Lin Mianmian had shifted so dramatically? Charles, that good-for-nothing, had firmly captured Lin Mianmian's heart, hadn't he? How could he have been so easily cast aside? Inside a luxurious flying vessel adorned with the royal crest, Alian Na coldly swatted away the teacup Bruce offered, demanding her useless brother to approach Lin Mianmian. By any means necessary, I shall ensure Lin Mianmian remains a rat in the gutter. Bruce's gaze flickered as he tenderly regarded Alian Na. Very well, Your Highness. As your loyal guardian, I shall diligently fulfill the task you have entrusted to me. Alian Na felt her tumultuous emotions dissipate as she affectionately embraced Bruce. Knowing he was indeed the best, yet, shadows brewed in Bruce's eyes. Even the A-grade Alian Na could not escape her mental entrapment. How had this Lin Mianmian managed to evade it? Upon receiving Bruce's message, Charles angrily slammed his brain interface onto the table. That Li Yin was always by Lin Mianmian's side, leaving him no opportunity to approach her. Since losing his status as a guardian, he could not enter the castle. Nor could he access places he once frequented with ease. How could he ever return? That Lin Mianmian, once merely foolish, had now gone mad, entirely unlike her former self. Previously, he could control her through his skills, making everyone detest her, thus showcasing his own merits and ensuring her obedience. Now, after that despicable serpent beast had ensnared her side, he had lost all chances of returning. It seemed he would need to devise a careful plan. First, he must deal with that wretched snake. Chapter 41. His Majesty Claude. With only a week remaining until the graduation joint examination, Lin Mianmian dedicated herself to intensive study. Each night, she could now slightly challenge the simple difficulty of D-grade in virtual battlefield combat. The Green Tea Princess had not attended class recently, and Lin Mianmian felt the atmosphere in the classroom had considerably brightened. Speaking of which, she truly emanated an earthy, fruity scent. Was her beast form a groundhog? The graduation joint examination would not only assess theoretical knowledge but also practical skills, as all girls' schools in the Central Star System united for a mental purification competition. The competition involved purifying the mental pollution of uncontrolled males, with rankings determined by the degree of purification achieved. Since its establishment, Victoria Girls' School had produced numerous first-place winners, and this time, the instructors were most optimistic about Princess Alian Na, known for her outstanding mental purification practical courses. Lin Mianmian looked at her own dismal E-grade in her information and sighed, realizing she could only purify to a pollution value of 5. Another sigh escaped her. Surely, she wasn't in last place? Mianmian, I just saw Li Yin being taken away by a group of military personnel, Tina exclaimed, a bit breathless as she leaned on Lin Mianmian's desk. What? Lin Mianmian had no time to respond before sprinting out, dialing Li Yin's number as she ran, only to find it unreachable. It seemed Tina had not been mistaken. Upon reaching the entrance, Lei Lai appeared to have been waiting there all along. Miss Mianmian, board my flying vessel. I shall take you to find him. Lin Mianmian promptly followed him onto the vessel, learning along the way that a group of royal guards had taken Li Yin. What connection did this have to the royal court? Thanks to Lei Lai's influence, Lin Mianmian was granted access to the palace. She had no interest in admiring the palace's opulence. All she desired was to see Li Yin immediately. Your Majesty, Major Lei Lai and Miss Lin Mianmian, daughter of Duchess Catherine, request an audience. The royal court's attendant reported respectfully before standing aside. Edward Claude, the king of the Interstellar Empire, sat at his desk reviewing correspondence from his ministers. Perhaps due to the overwhelming state affairs, the king, in the prime of his life, had already begun to show traces of gray at his temples. "Catherine, what brings her daughter here?" Claude inquired casually, his eyes still glued to the documents. "Her guardian has been apprehended by the royal guards. She has come to seek his release," the attendant replied respectfully. "Oh, she has chosen a serpent beast as her guardian." Claude was somewhat astonished. Rumors circulated throughout the empire that he harbored a disdain for serpent beasts, and noble ladies typically would not choose a serpent beast as their companion. Rubbing his aching brow, he felt a rare flicker of interest and decided to lead them to the council chamber. Once in the council chamber, Lin Mianmian found herself restless, ultimately standing and leaning against the door, eagerly awaiting the king's arrival. Lei Lai, who had long resided in the military and was not overly concerned with etiquette, saw nothing amiss in her behavior. However, the palace attendant standing aside could not help but mock her inwardly. "Are you waiting for me?" Claude, emerging from the inner chamber, spotted Lin Mianmian peering out from the door and mused that this noble lady seemed less pretentious than before. As Lin Mianmian turned her head, she noticed the king had already taken his seat at the head of the table. "Where did he come from?" "Yes, your majesty. I wish to know the charges against my guardian that have led the royal court to apprehend him." Lin Mianmian approached the table, gazing at the king, whose countenance was cold and seemingly unapproachable. Claude scoffed. "He is the scion of a notorious criminal. Anyone who advocates for him will be deemed guilty by association. Do you wish to plead for him? I am curious to see if this little female will risk herself for him." Without a trace of fear, Lin Mianmian replied, "I would like to inquire. Your majesty, what crime has Li Yin committed? The blood that flows from him is his crime. He is the child of someone I loathe." Claude's expression was one of disdain and impatience. "Surely, the young lady must be aware of my stance. Do you still wish to plead for him?" The overwhelming aura of Claude, a being of SSS rank, made even Lei Lai feel somewhat uncomfortable. He positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Mianmian, determined to shield her from the king's potential wrath. Lin Mianmian suppressed the urge to kneel under the weight of his formidable presence. "Of course, in the eyes of imperial law, all are equal. Does your majesty truly decide the fates of individuals based solely on personal likes and dislikes?" "Impudence." Claude slammed his hand down on the council table, causing all the attendants in the room to fall to their knees in fright. "Your majesty, please temper your wrath. Miss Mianmian has suffered amnesia after being abducted by star pirates and has yet to recover. She did not intend to offend your majesty." Lin Mianmian, like a determined rooster, refused to back down and faced Claude with unwavering resolve. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 favorability from SSS rank male Edward Claude, 10,300. If you continue to plead for him, I shall revoke your status as a noble lady, stripping you of all noble rights. Even your life may be forfeit alongside his. Would you still wish for this? I do not believe you would be willing to sacrifice fame and life for a mere guardian. Just as my foolish brother abandoned the throne for that female, only to be ultimately forsaken by her and die in a foreign land. What a story. Could Li Yin be the child of his brother?" "Yes, your majesty. I am willing. If I were to forsake the most important person in my life for the sake of a noble title, then my existence would be a mere jest." Lin Mianmian's eyes shone with clarity, betraying no hint of fear or insincerity. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 favorability from SSS rank male Edward Claude, 30300. Claude sighed. Had his brother's partner treated him with such regard, perhaps his demise would not have been so tragic. Although Li Yin was the offspring of that detestable female, he still bore his brother's blood. After all, that female had already met her end, so this child could be left to his fate. Having absorbed a plethora of gossip, Lin Mianmian exhaled in relief. It seemed the king had come to a realization. Claude unexpectedly acknowledged that this young lady from the Catherine family had transformed in ways he had not anticipated after her ordeal. He feigned indifference while summoning a contingent of guards, their synchronized march exuding a formidable presence. Lei Lai stepped forward to shield Lin Mianmian, having resolved that he would protect her with his life should the guards attempt to seize her. Claude raised an eyebrow. It appeared that the esteemed Major Lei Lai had finally come to an understanding. "Release those you have captured today. Escort this lady and her companion away." As soon as Claude's words fell, the guards replied in unison, "Yes." Lin Mianmian hurriedly performed a rather awkward curtsy. "Thank you, your majesty. I knew you were the most wise and formidable of kings. Under your reign, the empire shall undoubtedly conquer the entire starry expanse." Ushering in an unprecedented era of greatness, Claude's lips curled into a faint smile before he assumed a serious demeanor. "Now, do hurry along. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 favorability from SSS rank male Edward Claude. 40,300. In the dimly lit Royal Underground prison, Li Yin found himself bound by psychic chains, restricting his neck, hands, and feet. These chains, crafted from a special metal, suppressed any psychic abilities he might possess. Charles, in high spirits, gazed at Li Yin within his cell. That I never expected your adoptive mother would provide me with such a delightful surprise. You needn't worry about my interference. You shall soon be secretly executed by the king. In your final moments, I permit you to relish the experience. Charles drew forth a laser longsword, its blue energy tip slowly piercing Li Yin's shoulder blade, the scorching sensation of burning flesh filling the air. Li Yin gritted his teeth. Such pain was trivial to him. His only wish was for Lin Mianmian not to seek him out. He did not wish to involve her in his plight. Observing Li Yin's lack of the agonized expression he had anticipated, Charles, displeased, discarded the laser sword to the side. A wretched serpent beast like you should hide in the filthy sewers, clinging to life. Why must you venture out into the light? He replaced it with a whip doused in a special potion and struck it harshly across Li Yan's face. That I never imagined you would be the illegitimate son of the former crown prince. The king's most detested individual is that brother of yours, and due to his aversion, the entire empire despises serpent beasts. With another crack of the whip, the corrosive potion left 2 bloody welts across Li Yan's face, forming a ghastly X. Enough? Charles, do not waste any more time. Take his serpent head to the king and claim your reward. Bruce impatiently urged. His brother was not only incompetent, but also envious of a lowly serpent beast. Bringing shame upon himself, although Charles had not yet grown weary of his torment, he obediently picked up a laser gun, aiming it at Li Yan's brow. In a state where his psychic abilities were bound. No matter how strong Li Yan's physical form, he could not withstand the laser gun. He resignedly lowered his head. Thankfully, Mianmian had not come for him. If his identity were to implicate her, he would die without peace. Just as Charles was about to pull the trigger, a flash of lightning struck his hand. Lin Mianmian rushed to Li Yan's side, and upon seeing the injuries on his face, she was filled with rage against Charles. The guard stepped forward to free Li Yin from his bonds, leaving Charles momentarily stunned. You cannot let him go. He is a serious criminal of the empire, the son of the former crown prince. Once Li Yan's shackles were removed, though his wounds were gruesome, they were thankfully not fatal. Young Master Charles, the king has permitted his release, the captain of the guards announced, preparing to escort Lin Mianmian and the others out. Lin Mianmian produced a handkerchief and a special medicinal powder to treat Li Yan's wounds before turning to glare at Charles. She sensed that the king held a neutral stance towards Li Yin and would not easily take his life. Therefore, some grievances were best settled in the moment rather than postponed. Li Yin, who struck you? Strike back. Beat them. Lin Mianmian seethed, glaring at Charles and Bruce, both of whom deserved punishment. Li Yin did not inquire about the reasons. A dense black energy enveloped his fists, each strike landing with force, instantly breaking several of Charles's ribs. Seeing this, Bruce hastily retreated. I am the protector of Her Highness the Princess. Do not act recklessly. You may strike my brother, but not me. Lin Mianmian seized the whip soaked in the potion and lashed it at Charles, leaving his fair visage marred with welts. He screamed and attempted to flee towards the exit, cursing the wretched girl for attacking him. Previously, it had been amusing to watch her strike others, but now she was turning her ire upon him. The potion made the wounds all the more agonizing, as even if they healed, the process would be torturous, accompanied by unbearable itching. Upon reaching the exit, Charles finally exhaled in relief, only to be horrified as Lei Lai, stationed at the door, seized him and flung him back. Help! Charles shrieked in a frenzy, but the soundproofing of the dungeon rendered his cries unheard. Bruce's eyes were now ringed with dark circles, his face bearing the marks of Lin Mianmian's lashes. It was not until Lin Mianmian's arm grew weary that she ceased her assault. She approached the seemingly unremarkable captain of the guards. Esteemed and valiant captain, you surely witnessed these 2 shameless males attempting to offend me, did you not? What? Esteemed, valiant, flattered. The guard puffed out his chest and replied loudly. Indeed, esteemed Miss Mianmian. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 favorability from SS rank male Komodo. 20200. Charles. Bruce. Wow. The captain's voice is exceptionally charming and delightful. You would not mind reporting the misdeeds of these devious miscreants to the king on my behalf, would you? Charming, delightful, the captain replied even more loudly. Indeed. Esteemed Miss Mianmian, congratulations to the host for receiving a 20 increase in favorability from the SS class male Komodo 40200. Surely the wise and formidable guardian is aware of the grave offenses they have committed. Isn't he? Lin Mianmian smiled sweetly, rubbing her sore wrist. Komodo glared furiously at the brothers Charles and Bruce. These wretched males have indeed caused injury to the delicate noble lady. Their sins are truly unforgivable. Is she not sore because she struck us? Can we be blamed for this? Charles and Bruce bore the bruises and bloodstains on their faces, protesting, "No. Is this reasonable? Then let the selfless guardian impose punishment upon these two villains." This is utterly terrifying, and I am genuinely frightened. Lin Mianmian wiped the corner of her eye, appearing so fragile, so pitiable. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 20 increase in favorability from the SS class male Komodo. 60,200. Komodo automatically disregarded the earlier display of Lin Mianmian's fierce temperament. These two males had offended the noble lady and shall each receive 100 lashes as punishment. You two, go carry out Komodo's orders. His two subordinates promptly seized the already battered Charles brothers, and soon cries of anguish echoed in succession. Satisfied, Lin Mianmian chatted with Komodo for a few more moments, accumulating an additional 100 favorability points before departing with Li Yin and Lei Lai. Li Yin had already learned the details of the incident from Lei Lai, and the emotions of gratitude and affection swelled within him, threatening to overflow his chest. Unable to contain himself, he embraced Lin Mianmian deeply. How wonderful it was to hold her once again. Lin Mianmian returned the embrace, reassuring him, "Do not fear, Li Yin. I shall always be by your side." The torment he had endured, the lashes, the near loss of life, had not stirred a single ripple in his heart. Yet now, a gentle word from Lin Mianmian felt like a heavy blow, striking deep within. It was a blow so profound that it threatened to bring him to tears. From childhood, he had been the reviled serpent beast. When his father passed away, his mother coldly handed him over to a female, leaving behind a meager sum of money before vanishing from his life. No one had ever loved him, and now that he finally understood the feeling of being loved, he thought that if all his past suffering had been in preparation for meeting Mianmian, then he would gladly endure it all again. Lei Lai turned his gaze toward the distant neon lights, pressing his right hand against his racing heart. What is this feeling? Chapter 43. The hospital. Although Li Yin insisted he was fine, Lin Mianmian remained unconvinced. She took Li Yin to the most luxurious hospital in the central district, where the finest healing potions and equipment worked to mend his wounds. The whip marks on his face faded to a mere pink scar, which would vanish in a few days, while Li Yin received treatment. Lin Mianmian quietly rested her head on the waiting area table, playing with Xiao Luo as she awaited his return. Lei Lai stood nearby. Despite the hospital's security being impeccable, he accompanied them under the pretense of protection. A patient who recognized Lei Lai began a live stream to secretly capture him. Lei Lai sensed it, but did not intervene, but he anticipated that later he might see the video of himself and Lin Mianmian together on the Star Network. A keepsake for when he returned to the military. Isn't that Major Lei Lai? He's in the hospital. Is he injured? It seems he is waiting for someone. The little female beside him is so adorable. Too bad we can't see her face as she's resting on the table. She is mate. Major Lei Lai is a coveted bachelor who has yet to find a partner. I heard the daughter of a duke proposed to him, but he turned her down. The mystery is solved. That female is the daughter of Duchess Catherine, accompanying her guardian for treatment, and it's merely a minor injury. What kind of guardian is so precious? Even without being his mate, he dotes on her like this. No, I have envy. I can't stand to see this. Congratulations to the host for receiving 20 favorability points. Huh. Lin Mianmian looked around. There aren't that many people here. Where did all this favorability come from? Host, someone is secretly live streaming. Your current persona of deep affection is quite appealing. Perhaps you should maintain it. What persona? I am simply a deeply affectionate and kind-hearted individual. All right. Yes. Host, keep it up. The favorability points you've been accumulating are on the verge of leveling up. Congratulations to the host for upgrading charm level to 8. Charm level. LV8. 105-0000. Congratulations to the host. This upgrade has yielded 3 silver cards. It seems, perhaps I should plan for live streaming myself in the future. This favorability is skyrocketing. Lin Mianmian decided to proceed. Congratulations to the host. 2 silver cards yielded 2 intermediate beauty cards. Intermediate beauty cards can add 10 points to appearance, and 1 silver card yielded 1 primary mental power upgrade card, can upgrade mental power levels below D grade. Information name, Lin Mianmian. Age, 17 years old, still a girl. Appearance, 85,100. Congratulations, you fall within the realm of beauty. Figure, 55,100. Congratulations. Your shape is no longer peculiar. Fortune, 0-100. You are no longer unlucky, but not particularly fortunate either. Mental power level, D. Mental talent, telepathy skills, mental power detection, true eye charm level, LV8, 105,0000. The mental power level has improved, D grade, which can be amplified to C grade with a magic wand. It seems I won't be at the bottom of my graduation exam. Lin Mianmian cheerfully sat up. Xiao Luo, take a picture of me right now and send it to me. All right, beautiful master. Xiao Luo promptly sent a selfie of Lin Mianmian to her. The girl with thick black hair had skin as white as jade, and beneath her long, curled eyelashes were bright, gem-like eyes. Her nose and mouth were both delicate and well-proportioned, stunning enough to leave one in awe. Her facial features were accentuated, as if they had been expertly edited. She truly appeared significantly more attractive. Having added 20 points to her appearance, she was now among the top tier of beauties in the galaxy. She raised her head. Did anyone see clearly? Blogger, do you even know how to take pictures? Come closer. I wish I could lean against the blogger and walk up to the lady to have a look. The sneaky blogger seemed to have been provoked by the barrage and grew impatient. Moving to a seat right in front of Lin Mianmian to capture her face that in his haste, he stumbled over the potted plants on either side and fell heavily at Lin Mianmian's feet. The device used for the live stream also fell with a thud to the ground. Oh my. Lin Mianmian is the notorious villainous. This blogger is in trouble, likely to face punishment. What? I refuse to believe that such a cute little female could be a villainous. Just wait. Soon your face will be slapped. Are you all right? Lin Mianmian had just become beautiful and was in high spirits. Though this male was sneaky, he had indirectly helped her level up. Charles felt his heart tighten. He heard the crowd's comments about Lin Mianmian through his earpiece and began to feel anxious. He had always been frail and often resided in the hospital for recuperation. He could not bear a few lashes. Lei Lai, could you help steady him? Although Charles was weak, he was still a tall male, and Lin Mianmian found it difficult to support him. Lin Mianmian picked up the fallen device, still in live stream mode, and curiously looked at the camera, which showed her own image. Oh my. Is this Lin Mianmian? Don't say she is a villainous. Even if she were a serial killer, I would still be enamored. Hey, you lack principles upstairs. I advise you to step aside and let me handle this. However, she realized she had been filmed without consent and would likely be very angry. Are you live streaming? Lin Mianmian returned the device to the already assisted Charles. Charles trembled as he took the device. I'm sorry, Miss Lin Mianmian. I filmed you without your permission. After speaking, Charles closed his eyes in fear. Having made a mistake, he resigned himself to his punishment. If you wish to film, you could simply ask us. After all, covert filming is quite impolite. Lin Mianmian's voice remained gentle, like a warm spring breeze. Easing Charles's tense and frightened heart. I truly apologize. I am willing to accept punishment for my mistake. Charles's face was pale, seemingly awaiting his sentence. Then I shall punish you to publicly announce the Empire's privacy laws in front of all your viewers for 3 days. Is that acceptable? Lin Mianmian's doe-like eyes glimmered with clarity as she gazed unblinkingly at Charles. Of course, that is acceptable. Charles quickly responded, shutting off the stream. I will return and live stream the reading of the privacy laws. Lin Mianmian happened to see Li Yin emerge from the treatment room, a smile gracing her lips. Good. My guardian has completed his treatment. Do not forget the punishment. With that, she dashed to Li Yin. Examining him closely, satisfied that his wounds were nearly healed, she happily took his hand and left. Charles gazed gratefully at Lin Mianmian's retreating figure and immediately returned to his hospital room to start a live stream to apologize for his covert filming. For an entire week, he streamed himself reciting the Empire's privacy laws. By the end, many of his fans who were aware of the situation envied him for having spoken with Lin Mianmian. While a surge of new fans quietly flocked to Lin Mianmian's personal page after watching the stream. Chapter 44. Leveling up again. After bidding farewell to Lei Lai, Lin Mianmian and Li Yin nestled together in the flying vehicle. Li Yin, His Majesty will no longer pursue your identity. From now on, do as you wish without any reservations. Yin embraced Lin Mianmian and gently kissed the top of her head. Upon returning home, Lin Mianmian, exhausted from a day of activity, took a shower and fell into a deep sleep. After tucking her in, Li Yin quietly left the castle. Who would have thought that the little serpent would prove to be somewhat useful? The adoptive mother excitedly counted a pile of inferior crystals, exclaiming, "So many crystals can be exchanged for a substantial sum of money. Mother, are you certain that wretched snake will be executed? What if it returns unharmed to seek us out?" Watson, still haunted by the previous incident at the restaurant, voiced his concerns. The adoptive mother scoffed, dismissing his fears. He has endured beatings and scoldings in silence all his life. If he dares to show up, I shall dispatch him without hesitation. Does he truly believe he can retaliate? Just as Watson began to relax, the door to their home was violently kicked open. Standing in the doorway was Lin Mianmian. Clad in black, his cold gaze fixed upon them, his pitch-black eyes glimmering with a hint of crimson, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the abyss. Both the adoptive mother and Watson felt a jolt of apprehension. What level had this snake reached now? The mere aura he exuded was enough to send shivers down their spines. However, years of bravado had dulled the adoptive mother's fear. She shouted, summoning her 3 companions, one of whom was of S rank. With her companions shielding her, the adoptive mother straightened her posture, declaring, "A lowborn is still a lowborn. Just because you become the lapdog of a noble miss doesn't mean you can rise above your station. When I have the chance to meet that lady, I shall expose your vile origins to her and ensure she renders you powerless." The adoptive mother's eyes burned with jealousy upon learning that Lin Mianmian had become the guardian of a noble miss. Her own beloved son, Watson, had persistently pursued a daughter of a minor noble family for years, yet she had never even acknowledged him. How dare that lowborn child presume to elevate himself? He was merely the offspring of a criminal and deserved to languish in the depths of hell. Abandoned by the entire galaxy. In the past, Lin Mianmian would have felt sorrow over the adoptive mother's disdain, but now he reveled in the adoration he received and was unafraid for this family. They were about to reap the consequences of their actions. He could endure their abuse and schemes against him, but it was utterly intolerable that they had exposed their identities, endangering Mianmian. If His Majesty were to direct his wrath at Mianmian because of him, he would never forgive himself. Gathering dark energy in his hand, Lin Mianmian swiftly incapacitated Watson's spiritual consciousness, rendering him a complete invalid. Overwhelmed by pain, Watson fainted immediately. The adoptive mother screamed as she rushed to embrace him, hurling curses at Lin Mianmian. "I am a female. If that wretched child dares to lay a hand on me, he will be apprehended and imprisoned." The other 3 male companions hesitated. This snake had grown to a level beyond their reach, and confronting him would be tantamount to suicide. Children could always be born anew, but one's own life was singular. This is merely a warning. Should you provoke me again, I shall undoubtedly claim your lives, Lin Mianmian declared before vanishing into the night. Upon waking, Lin Mianmian discovered that she had leveled up once more. She hurriedly checked the star network. A gentle female escort accompanied her guardian to the hospital. Merely for a minor injury, the hospital was abuzz with the presence of the beautiful and gentle young female, Lin Mianmian. Lin Mianmian, suffering from amnesia, was trending, with comments varying in quality, yet the surge in positive sentiments was undeniable. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 reputation from. Congratulations, host. Your charm level has upgraded to level 9, 5,210,000. Congratulations, host. This upgrade has yielded 4 silver cards." Lying in bed, Lin Mianmian welcomed such delightful surprises without even opening her eyes, her spirits soaring. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn 4 mental core repair cards, capable of restoring damaged mental cores. But my mental core was already repaired." Lin Mianmian was baffled, wondering if this was just a fluke. "Host, your mental core has split into 5 separate cores, so you now possess 5 cores instead of 1. Correspondingly, your mental energy storage is quintuple that of an individual with a single core." Lin Mianmian observed as the 4 originally dull stones in her mind transformed into a translucent hue. "Why are these cores transparent? Host, your primary core's innate skill is purification, while the other 4 split cores lack attributes. The energy within them can now be converted into any mental talent's energy. If you unlock other mental talent skills in the future, you will possess those abilities as well. For now, all 5 cores can only convert into purification energy. Although the other 4 are of F rank, the quantity is substantial. If this were a game, wouldn't that mean you have 4 extra health packs compared to others of the same level?" Having come to this realization, Lin Mianmian felt elated and merrily descended the stairs for breakfast. To her surprise, Catherine was still at the dining table, not having rushed off to work. Upon seeing Lin Mianmian, she immediately inquired, "Mianmian, did you visit the palace yesterday?" Lin Mianmian nodded. "Yes, mother, the matter has been resolved." Catherine frowned. "Next time, you must inform me beforehand. What if something were to happen while you recklessly ventured to the palace alone?" She reached out to caress Lin Mianmian's smooth, delicate skin. "Your mental level has returned to D rank. You seem to have matured as well. It appears you are undergoing a second growth spurt." Catherine, already a stunning beauty, looked at her increasingly remarkable daughter, and a hint of a smile finally graced her serious expression. "Remember to consult your mother about any matters in the future, even if it involves His Majesty." Do not hesitate to call upon your mother's influence. Lin Mianmian affectionately hugged Catherine's waist, nuzzling against her. Understood, mother. Once you graduate and complete your exams, you will soon turn 18. We shall hold a coming-of-age ceremony for you at the Imperial Central Venue. Didn't you always wish for a grand adult ceremony? The Imperial Central Venue, the most opulent banquet hall in the empire, hosted numerous state banquets. Many noble ladies held their celebrations there, and organizing an event in such a prestigious location required both wealth and status. Lin Mianmian was indifferent. Mother, you decide. Catherine expressed further concern for Lin Mianmian's studies, and after a brief conversation, she departed. Sister, today's buns are delightful. Hurry, I saved the best flavors for you. Little Ike, his cheeks stuffed, had even set aside some of his favorite flavors on a separate plate. What a well-behaved little brother, Lin Mianmian teased, poking Little Ike's cheek. Little Ike squinted his eyes in joy, swallowing his food before eagerly responding. It's Little Ike. Lin Mianmian ruffled his hair before calling for Li Yan, who stood behind them, to join them for breakfast. How wonderful it was to have family and loved ones in this world. Chapter 45. Pollution Value 0. The first round of the graduation exam. Theoretical knowledge. During this period, Lin Mianmian dedicated herself to intensive study, and her efforts bore fruit as she completed the theoretical exam with ease. Feeling quite confident about her performance, the second round was practical, purifying male specimens with a mental pollution level exceeding 90. To prevent any mishaps, 2 squads of soldiers were stationed nearby, with Lei Lai and an SS rank Major General also present for protection. The male specimen before Lin Mianmian was a D-rank gray wolf. Cowering in the corner of the cage with drooping ears, he trembled all over, eyes tightly shut, as if enduring immense suffering. To be cautious. Lin Mianmian first used her true eye to confirm he was not a mutated creature and breathed a sigh of relief upon verifying he was merely an ordinary gray wolf. Nevertheless, she felt anxious. The passing mark required purifying more than 10, but she had previously managed only 5 with all her energy expended. Although she had leveled up, so had the purification targets. As the starting bell rang, Lin Mianmian steeled herself and directed her wand at the gray wolf. His mental pollution level had reached 95, with thick black mist enveloping him like liquid. In some areas, the black mist had even penetrated his flesh, causing patches to darken ominously, suggesting he would soon be entirely consumed by the darkness. Focusing intently, Lin Mianmian unleashed her energy, the dark green energy expanding dramatically from her wand and eagerly lunging at the black mist. A silver-white bracelet on her wrist flickered briefly, as if sensing something concerning, before extinguishing. Lei Lai, with his ice-blue eyes scanning the surroundings, wondered why he sensed a hint of insect presence. The moment Lin Mianmian's energy touched the black mist, the viscous darkness began to dissipate, gradually transforming into a lighter vapor until it vanished completely. A few remnants of black mist still embedded in the flesh proved challenging, but the purification process had proceeded so smoothly that Lin Mianmian felt invigorated. Brimming with unyielding determination, resolutely tackling the stubborn patches of tainted flesh, she vowed, "This time, I shall reclaim my glory." Once her primary mental core's energy was depleted, a few small remnants of black mist lingered. Overcoming her obsessive tendencies, Lin Mianmian activated all 4 of her F-rank cores, channeling their energy until the gray wolf was entirely free of any trace of mist. The gray wolf transformed into a young man with gray hair. Incredulous as he experienced a newfound lightness in his body, even more astonishing was the return of his previously lost mental rank, now restored to C rank. What kind of energy is this? Who is this extraordinary purifier? Though somewhat fatigued and with sweat dampening his bangs, Lin Mianmian nodded in satisfaction. What a fulfilling accomplishment. This is what purification is all about. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of the examination rang out. Oriana gracefully waved her wand and returned to the waiting area. This time, she had performed exceptionally well, undoubtedly securing the first place. The peculiar creatures in the cage had transformed back into human form for some, while others remained unchanged, indicating a failure in their attempts. The first to be tested was Oriana. She had purified a bear beast with an initial pollution value of 92, reducing it to 30, thus purging 62 points of contamination, which left the audience in awe. The best record in history belonged to Lady Catherine from the first session, whose purification score was 80, also an A grade. Although Princess Oriana did not surpass Lady Catherine, she nonetheless achieved the best results seen in many sessions. As the results continued, it became evident that no higher scores followed. The second highest was Tina, who managed to purify a mere 30 points of pollution, which was exactly half of what Princess Oriana had achieved. Amidst the crowd congratulating her on her first-place victory, Oriana wore a modest smile. Mianmian has not been tested yet. Perhaps, through her diligent efforts, she might surpass me. After all, she is the daughter of Lady Catherine, and her performance is sure to be commendable. The crowd turned to Lin Mianmian, who leaned back in her chair, seemingly drained, and then glanced at the trembling gray wolf in the cage, which, despite having taken human form, was clearly suffering. That IT had likely just managed to reduce its pollution level to 89. Though it could maintain a human shape, the pain would soon force it back into its beastly form. Beep beep. The pollution level read 0. The tester paused momentarily before retesting. Beep beep. The pollution level remained at 0. The Imperial Academy's graduation examination for the most outstanding female students was being broadcast live by the media. The principal, displeased with such a significant malfunction of the equipment, ordered a backup device to be brought forth. The Academy's instruments were state-of-the-art, and there should be no quality issues. Who would dare to tamper with the measuring devices and produce such shoddy results? That old fellow from the procurement department would be dismissed upon return. The tester switched to a backup device and measured again. Beep beep. The pollution level still read 0. The media began to murmur amongst themselves, as they deemed this occurrence impossible. The barrage of ridicule in the live chat overflowed the screen. Although female mental levels were equivalent to those of males, their capacity for storing mental energy was significantly inferior, making it impossible for a female of the same rank to completely purify a male's pollution value. Where could the problem lie? The principal was sweating profusely. Such a situation had never occurred before. The tester had even gone back to test other males, all of which displayed normal results. Did this imply that the instruments were not malfunctioning? The discussions among the crowd grew louder, and Oriana's eyes flickered with an unusual light. She believed that such an impossible feat could not happen to Lin Mianmian, whom she deemed a failure. If the instrument could not measure it, let it revert to its beast form and see if the black mist still lingered. With a gentle tone, she reassured Lin Mianmian, "Do not fret. Your results will certainly not be invalidated." Lin Mianmian rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Why should I be anxious? You seem rather concerned." The gray wolf smoothly transformed back into its beast form, exuberantly howling in delight, eager to frolic in the grass for 3 days and nights. The spectators observed its beastly shape, and Oriana rubbed her eyes in disbelief. This was impossible. Not a trace of black mist was visible on its body. Even with the deepest purification, a slight trace of darkness would always remain. Not even the SS rank Lady Catherine could entirely eliminate all pollution values. The gray wolf spoke. "This young lady has completely purified my pollution. There is not a trace left. Previously, my pollution had lowered my mental rank to D, but now I have returned to C." The media fervently recorded this moment, capturing video and photos as the pale-faced Lin Mianmian, appearing delicate and fragile, was bombarded with flashes. Even if it was merely a spectacle, the news of a female who could clear the pollution of male counterparts of the same rank was sensational. Chapter 46. SSS-level mental talent. Lin Mianmian had often faced cameras before. She smiled and posed, knowing this news would undoubtedly enhance her public image. Ultimately, amidst the crowd's incredulity, it was confirmed that the gray wolf's pollution level had indeed reached 0, placing Lin Mianmian at the top of the rankings with a purification value of 95. A remarkable 33 points ahead of the second place, Oriana. Oriana appeared to be petrified as she watched the crowd rush to congratulate Lin Mianmian, their once admiring gazes now directed solely at her. "This was inconceivable. Principal, should we not double-check? If this result is the product of cheating, the repercussions for the school would be immense." Oriana expressed her concern. The principal, too, felt troubled. If it were true, she would surely be delighted, yet such a scenario was nearly unheard of. Wait, there was one exception. Victoria, the SSS-rated female, possessed such capabilities. However, Lin Mianmian's mental core talent had been rated S since birth, indicating that her maximum potential was S level. Could it be that? The principal promptly instructed an assistant to retrieve the mental talent testing device from the regulatory bureau, though the assistant was slightly puzzled. They hurried off. A glimmer of hope crossed the principal's eyes. Might she witness an SSS-rated female in her lifetime? The mental talent testing device was an ancient crystal ball, its base composed of a solid piece of deep green crystal, topped with a pure, transparent crystal sphere. As1 placed their hand upon it, a green energy would rise from the base like water, reaching a height that indicated the corresponding level. The beginner level corresponded to D, E, and F ranks, with the energy filling the initial section to 13 representing an F rank, and so forth. Families with female offspring would take their children to the regulatory bureau for testing. Females with high mental talents would receive greater government subsidies. The principal had experienced many storms in her life, but at this moment, she felt a tremor of anticipation with both hands. She placed the testing crystal on a table facing the media. What is the testing crystal doing here? Is there perhaps a newborn cub to be tested? They wondered. Who knows? Let us focus on capturing Lin Mianmian. This news will undoubtedly explode. The principal waved Lin Mianmian over, who approached with curiosity. This brought her closer to the media, and the cameras extended eagerly, desiring clearer shots. The principal took the microphone and proclaimed, "To validate my hypothesis, I would like to publicly retest Miss Lin Mianmian's mental talent level." "What? Isn't the talent level fixed from birth?" came the murmurs. "I don't know. Look, Miss Mianmian has placed her hand on the testing crystal. Her hands were fair and slender, truly beautiful. Oh my. The testing crystal has already reached SS level. No, it's SSS level. The energy in the crystal is nearly overflowing. The rich emerald energy was on the verge of spilling out, and the crowd erupted in astonishment. It's SSS level mental talent. The media were so stunned that they forgot to take photos. Simply staring incredulously at the crystal ball, such a spectacle was unlikely to be witnessed again in their lifetimes. Lin Mianmian did not need to look to know that the live chat was fervently discussing her. Her favorability notifications continued to soar. Congratulations, host, on gaining 20, 30, 50 favorability. Congratulations, host. Your charm level has upgraded to level 10. Congratulations, host. This upgrade yielded 4 silver cards and 2 bronze cards. Congratulations, host. Your charm level has upgraded to level 11. Congratulations, host. This upgrade yielded 4 silver cards and 2 bronze cards. Congratulations, host. Your charm level has upgraded to level 12. Lin Mianmian's smile grew even sweeter following the examination. The principal excitedly escorted Lin Mianmian onto the flying vehicle, with Lei Lai personally leading a squad of soldiers to ensure her safe return home. The revelation of an SSS-rated female posed a significant threat to Lin Mianmian's safety. Lei Lai disapproved of the principal's actions, arguing that in her pursuit of elevating Victoria Academy's reputation, she had overlooked Lin Mianmian's privacy. The Empire was not an impenetrable fortress. The lurking insectoid races and scattered space pirates across various planets, not to mention the Empire's own rebellious factions, all posed threats. The value of an SSS-rated female was well known to all. Males with a pollution value above SS could be purified more effectively, thereby strengthening the Empire. Currently, the Empire boasts 3 male SSS ranks. Aside from His Majesty, there are 2 marshals who suffer greatly from the torment of mental corruption. The purifying effect of females below SSS rank on them is negligible. Furthermore, there are several more S ranks among the males, and the scant number of S-rank female purifiers is utterly insufficient. If Lin Mianmian can ascend to SSS rank, the Empire will witness a greater splendor. During this period, most males are occupied with their duties, and those with leisure to watch live broadcasts are predominantly females. They are astonished by the emergence of an SSS rank female. A significant portion of their favorable impression stems from their contributions, while a smaller fraction, driven by jealousy or other sentiments, chooses to disbelieve. In recent days, Lin Mianmian's progress has been remarkably smooth, and her joy is visibly palpable. Although Li Yin harbors concerns, he cannot help but be influenced by her cheerful demeanor, and a smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. After a full day of examinations and encountering unforeseen circumstances, the sky has already begun to dim by the time he returns home. The castle is awash with light as Lin Mianmian joyously pushes open the door, eager to share her achievement of ranking first with her mother. His Majesty sits in the main seat of the living room, flanked by attendants and a silver-haired male of SS rank. His demeanor is as ethereal as that of a celestial being, with gentle, light gray eyes reminiscent of a compassionate bodhisattva. Lin Mianmian, taken aback by the vintage charm of this male, cannot resist stealing a few glances. Qin Mo senses her gaze and offers a warm smile in her direction, causing her to shyly avert her eyes. Catherine and her 2 companions, seated on the left sofa, immediately approach Lin Mianmian, with Catherine ruffling her hair and asking, "Mianmian, are you feeling unwell?" Lin Mianmian shakes her head, secretly glancing at Claude while hugging Catherine's waist. Could it be that the king is here due to her SSS talent? Yet she has only just attained D rank and lacks the ability to purify him. Catherine introduces Lin Mianmian to His Majesty, who instructs an attendant to present a talent-testing crystal ball. "Miss Mianmian, His Majesty wishes to witness your talent assessment process firsthand. Please conduct the test once more." The attendant places the crystal ball on the table beside Lin Mianmian. Chapter 47. Coming of Age Ceremony. Lin Mianmian has specifically inquired with the system, And the Mental Core Restoration card can completely repair the mental core. This implies that even if one is born with an F-rank mental talent, the Restoration card can elevate it to SSS rank. Lin Mianmian is astonished, realizing the extraordinary capability of the system's Mental Restoration card. Relaxing, she places her hands once more upon the testing crystal, and the onlookers witness the crystal's energy filling it entirely. A rich dark green hue seemingly striving to break free from its confines. Claude's furrowed brow finally relaxes, and he breaks into an uncharacteristic hearty laugh, exclaiming good 3 times. Miss Mianmian, from now on, this esteemed healer, Qin Mobai, will remain by your side as your personal physician. Please take care of your health. You are the hope of the Empire's future. I look forward to witnessing your growth to SSS rank. Naturally, Lin Mianmian would not dare to diminish the stature of the Empire's most prominent figure. Your Majesty, I will certainly strive to do my utmost for the prosperity and glory of the Empire. I shall give my all. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 favorability points from the SSS rank, male Edward Claude, 140300. Claude gazes at Lin Mianmian with a blend of warmth and affection, feeling a tenderness towards her that he has never felt for his own children. He never expected this little one to be an SSS rank female. Fortunately, he had not acted recklessly and harmed her previously. To protect Lin Mianmian from those with ulterior motives, the news of her SSS mental talent has been kept under wraps by Claude. Aside from the media present during the examination and the Academy students, no one else has disseminated this information. In the end, His Majesty enjoys a dinner at the castle before contentedly returning to the palace. Lin Mianmian feels somewhat awkward in the presence of Qin Mobai, as she fears that being around such a divine figure might tarnish his sacred aura. Lei Lai, however, is quite familiar with Qin Mobai, as the military frequently requires assistance from the Snow Wolf clan of healers for severely injured soldiers. Qin Mobai is the heir of this lineage that if the medical instruments cannot save a life, the healers can often sustain it. Lei Lai has also been retained by Claude to protect Lin Mianmian. She has too few guardians, and had she not declined, Claude would have eagerly assigned her 10 or 8 protectors. Guardians are potential future partners and cannot be chosen casually. Lin Mianmian can only accept Lei Lai at most. Both he and Li Yin appear during her most vulnerable moments and hold a special place in her heart. After returning to her room, Lin Mianmian showers and lies on her bed, excitedly hugging her pillow. Lin Mianmian, understood. Congratulations to the host. You have drawn an intermediate mental power upgrade card from 1 golden card. Can elevate mental levels below S rank by 1 level. An intermediate physique card from 2 silver cards can increase physique by 10 points. A luck value card increases luck by 5 points. An initial beauty card from 2 bronze cards can increase beauty by 5 points. And an initial physique card can increase physique by 5 points. Congratulations to the host for drawing 8 initial mental power upgrade cards from 8 silver cards. Can elevate mental levels below C rank by 1 level. In an instant, Lin Mianmian feels her nightgown tighten. The silk fabric, which once fit her perfectly, now feels somewhat constricting. Fortunately, females in the interstellar realm can seek partners after coming of age, allowing for a second growth spurt, during which physique or appearance may change significantly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain her sudden curvaceous transformation. Information: name, Lin Mianmian. Age, 17 years, still a young girl. Beauty, 9100, congratulations. You have become a stunning beauty. Physique, 7100, congratulations, you possess all the attributes you should have. Luck, 5100, somewhat unfortunate. Mental power level, C, D4 mental talent. Telepathy skills, mental power detection. True Eye charm level, LV12, 1,082,000. Aside from her somewhat ordinary luck, everything else has progressed remarkably. Lin Mianmian gazes contentedly at her C-rank mental power level. At this rate, if she continues to broadcast frequently, won't she soon level up again? Host: most residents of the Central Star System are nobles or affluent individuals, and this area is the farthest from the gamma radiation zone, making it the safest. Hence, the fewest people. You might saturate your favorability level in just a few more upgrades. Lin Mianmian, can't people from other star systems view the broadcast from the Central Star System? 2 remote star systems cannot receive broadcast signals. They can only access military and government news programs. Lin Mianmian's dreams are dashed. The revolution has yet to succeed, and the brave must continue to strive. The ensuing days bring immense joy to Lin Mianmian, akin to the exhilaration following the end of a college entrance examination. Moreover, she has already been granted admission to the esteemed Academy of Purifiers, an institution akin to a military academy for females. It is located merely a wall's distance from the Imperial First Military Academy. After a year of advanced studies at the academy, she will be eligible to serve in the Purification Department of the military. During the graduation ceremony of Victoria Academy, Lin Mianmian was honored as an exemplary student representative and delivered a speech, with her photograph and name enshrined on the Academy's wall of historical figures, alongside that of Catherine. Soon, the time for Lin Mianmian's coming-of-age ceremony arrived, now relocated to the Royal Banquet Hall of the Imperial Court. Every family receiving an invitation was of the highest nobility. At the very least, holding the title of Viscount, the most youthful and beautiful eligible bachelors from various families gathered, resembling a grand matchmaking soiree. After receiving the blessings of His Majesty, Lin Mianmian's mother, Catherine, personally adorned her with the crown symbolizing adulthood. The crown, crafted from pure gold, was embellished with an array of transparent crystals, with an oval-shaped deep red rare gem at its center. Lin Mianmian's lustrous black hair was elegantly styled into an intricate updo, and her porcelain-like skin appeared even more delicate against the backdrop of the rare gem. Following the coronation, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause, the lights dimmed, and the time for the ball commenced. Having learned the basics of social dance at home, Lin Mianmian was accompanied by Lei Lai, as Li Yin was unable to dance. Once both had grasped the steps, they transitioned from stumbling to a graceful proficiency. During the first dance, several eager young noblemen approached Lin Mianmian with inviting gestures. Lei Lai strode confidently before her, executed a proper gentleman-esque bow, and extended his hand. Their hands clasped, and the two stunningly attractive youths began to glide gracefully across the dance floor. Lei Lai and Qin Mabai observed from the sidelines. Lei Lai's eyes were obscured beneath thick lashes, rendering his expression unreadable. He drained his glass of dark red wine, suppressing the melancholy within, for he still had a chance for a second dance. This particular waltz seemed endless, as Lin Mianmian leaned against Li Yin, savoring the enchanting melody. Other dancers soon joined, and the music became livelier as the second dance commenced. After a twirl, when Li Yin attempted to catch Lin Mianmian, he found her already in Lei Lai's embrace. Under the dim, flickering lights, the tall and aloofly handsome male held the petite and delicate female's hand. His icy blue eyes filled with tenderness. Li Yin suppressed his own feelings of discomfort and discreetly withdrew from the stage. Chapter 48. Guardian Lei Lai. Even after countless practice sessions with Lin Mianmian, in such a setting, Lei Lai found his heart racing uncontrollably with emotion. Congratulations to the host for gaining a 10 favorability rating from SS Class Male Lei Lai Horn, 160,200. The feelings he had suppressed during this enchanting atmosphere crumbled into dust, though he felt that Lin Mianmian and Li Yin shared a bond too profound for him to gain acceptance. He still wished to T.R.Y.as Lin Mianmian listened to the announcements in her ear and caught sight of the faint blush on Lei Lai's normally stern face. She wondered if perhaps Lei Lai harbored feelings for her as well. Initially intending to follow a modern approach of having just one partner, Lin Mianmian found herself conflicted. If that partner were to be Lei Lai, abandoning her modern notions would not be entirely out of the question. Two partners were certainly feasible. After all, wasn't it customary for individuals to have three in this world? With righteous conviction, coming to this realization, Lin Mianmian ceased to resist Lei Lai's advances. As their dance steps intertwined, she climbed onto Lei Lai's shoulder, her feet dangling in midair. Lei Lai, caught off guard by this sudden intimacy, felt his rhythm falter. He had previously told Lin Mianmian that such movements were typically reserved for those who shared mutual feelings. Could it be that Lin Mianmian harbored feelings for him? Noticing Lei Lai's distraction, Lin Mianmian seized the moment as the music softened, leaning in to whisper in his ear, "General Lei Lai, one must not lose focus at such times." Her soft lips brushed against his ear, and her warm breath, infused with the sweetness of youth, enveloped his face. Lei Lai's ears turned crimson, and he could no longer concentrate, allowing Lin Mianmian to lead the dance as he silently acquiesced. Congratulations to the host for gaining a 10 favorability rating from SS Class Male Lei Lai Horn, 170,200. As the dance concluded, the crowd descended from the stage, leaving it to the musicians. Lei Lai, still dazed from the sweetness of the moment, followed Lin Mianmian as she guided him to the seating area occupied by Li Yin and Qin Mabai. Li Yin, unimpressed by Lei Lai's foolish demeanor, brushed past him to sit beside Lin Mianmian. That moment, Lei Lai suddenly regained his composure and defiantly took a seat on Lin Mianmian's other side. Qin Mabai lounged comfortably on the opposite sofa, observing the unfolding drama. Miss Mianmian was indeed a remarkable female. Had it not been for their Snow Wolf clan's prohibition against intermarriage, he might have been tempted to feel something for her. Lin peeled the skin of a red, prickly fruit, revealing its tender and fragrant flesh. Lin Mianmian, taking advantage of his hand, savored the fruit, and in return, she peeled another piece and offered it to his lips. Lin opened his mouth to consume the fruit from her fingertips, even planting a kiss on them. Lin Mianmian felt a warmth rush to her fingertips, her cheeks flushing slightly. Ever since her coming of age, Lin had shed all restraint. The once timid serpent who blushed at a mere touch now behaved with the audacity of a seasoned man. In contrast, Lei Lai, the novice, retained his innocence, diligently arranging the fruits that needed peeling on an empty platter for Lin Mianmian's convenience. The stern and rugged Major General approached this small task with meticulous care, the assorted fruit pieces artfully arranged as if crafted by an artist's hand. Under Lei Lai's expectant gaze, Lin Mianmian picked up a piece of fruit and took a bite. Lei Lai's heart swelled with joy as he yearned to do more for her. Oriana stood in the shadows nearby, her expression inscrutable. Bruce and Charles had yet to recover from their recent defeat, so they were not accompanying her today. Damn Lei Lai. I had previously invited him to be my guardian, yet he coldly declined. Now he trails behind that wretched Lin Mianmian like a lovesick fool. Lin Mianmian turned her gaze toward the source of the voice, noticing Oriana surrounded by several males, her eyes fixed upon her. This sister who incessantly whispered behind her back yet smiled sweetly to her face. Did she not tire of such duplicity? Lin Mianmian deliberately leaned against Lei Lai's shoulder, feeding him a piece of fruit. Lei Lai eagerly accepted, as if savoring an exquisite delicacy. Congratulations to the host for gaining a 10 favorability rating from SS Class Male Lei Lai Horn, 190,200. Lin Mianmian chuckled softly. Lei Lai's innocence was genuinely endearing. With just 10 more points to reach full favorability, perhaps she should reward him with the maximum. She leaned in, her lips brushing his cheek as she whispered in his ear. General Lei Lai, would you be willing to be my guardian? With a thunderous rush, Lei Lai felt the blood surge to his head. He didn't need to think, exclaiming, I would. Congratulations to the host for gaining a 10 favorability rating from SS Class Male Lei Lai Horn, 200,200. Congratulations to the host. Favorability has reached maximum value. Unlocking skill lightning, ability to convert mental energy into lightning attacks. Wow, this is akin to replicating Lei Lai's unique abilities. Henceforth, her mental energy could not only purify, but also transform into lightning for combat. Lei Lai eagerly submitted his guardian application through the official channels, and Lin Mianmian, in a splendid mood, promptly accepted. Thus, Lin Mianmian's profile would now reflect 2 guardians. Lei Lai could hardly contain his excitement. Gripping Lin Mianmian's hand tightly to assure himself this was not a dream. Observing his pitifully joyous countenance, Li Yin turned away in disdain, completely forgetting that he had once been equally exhilarated. Watching the two closely entwined in what appeared to be a passionate embrace, Oriana's eyes flickered with resentment. She instructed a servant to bring forth a glass of wine laced with a special male stimulant. If Lei Lai were to consume it and succumb to his beastly nature, revealing his brutish instincts, would Lin Mianmian still hold affection for him? Furthermore, offending the Empire's cherished SSS class female would surely lead to Lei Lai's downfall. Branding him as a despised male, congratulations, Lin Mianmian, on your coming of age, Oriana said, gently smiling as she offered Lin Mianmian a glass of fruit wine. Lin Mianmian, having heard her sister's scheming thoughts, felt an urge to pour the wine into her mouth. However, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, she graciously accepted the glass from Oriana, thanking her. Thank you, Your Highness. Oriana drained her glass in one gulp, then turned her gaze toward Lin Mianmian. If you are not fond of drinking, your guardian may partake on your behalf. Is Major General Lei Lai your new guardian? Lin Mianmian was just about to feign a tremor to spill the wine when Qin Mabai interjected. Miss Mianmian is not suited for alcohol. Allow me to take her place. He took the glass from Lin Mianmian's hand and downed it in one go. Oriana's eyes narrowed in annoyance. What is wrong with this snow wolf? This potion is colorless and tasteless. Even as a healer, he shouldn't be able to detect it. Lin Mianmian anxiously gazed at Qin Mabai, and upon seeing no signs of distress from him, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Qin Mabai had discerned Oriana's ploy. He should be able to neutralize the effects of the potion, right? Otherwise, engaging in a dispute with the princess in such a setting would undoubtedly be quite embarrassing. Oriana maintained her poised smile as she turned to leave, and Lin Mianmian noticed the basket held by her attendant, filled with various gifts sent by suitors. Lacking an attendant herself, Lin Mianmian simply tucked them into her spatial button. With a slight movement of her eyes, she quietly retrieved a beautifully packaged box of chocolate-filled candies from her spatial button and stealthily placed it into Oriana's basket. After all, it is only courteous to reciprocate. Chapter 49. Gifts. This box contained the exceedingly spicy chocolate she had mistakenly created when experimenting with desserts. Having confused the chili jar with the sugar jar, she hoped this green tea princess would take a liking to it. As the banquet drew to a close, some guests, thoroughly inebriated, were promptly escorted away by servants. Lin Mianmian felt a bit fatigued and prepared to return home. Suddenly, a piercing scream startled everyone, drawing their attention to the source. Princess Oriana. At that moment, a trace of chocolate lingered at the corner of her mouth, and she gasped for air, exclaiming, "Water! Give me water!" She appeared as if she were about to ignite, her face flushed and drool uncontrollably trickling down her chin. Lin Mianmian stifled a laugh, while Li Yin covered her face to prevent anyone from seeing her schadenfreude. The attendant, flustered, hurriedly offered her a cup filled with a transparent liquid, unaware of Oriana's predicament. Thinking any liquid would suffice, Oriana, feeling as though her mouth were being sliced open by knives, seized the cup eagerly and gulped it down, only to erupt into an even louder scream, her voice rendered hoarse by the spiciness. "You fool, what did you make me drink? I will kill you. Damn it! Water! I need water!" Oriana, now hopping mad, had veins bulging on her forehead, presenting a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. Ultimately, it was Oriana who, with her mouth under the faucet, managed to calm herself down. Many suitors who had previously admired her gentle demeanor were so frightened by her current state that they took their leave, opting to avoid her in the future. Having enjoyed the spectacle, Lin Mianmian boarded her flying vehicle home. Yin and Lei Lai sat beside her, a rare occasion where Lei Lai could sit openly beside her instead of in the back seat. Lin Mianmian turned to the silent Qin Mabe. "Are you all right? Was there something unusual in that drink?" Qin Mabe maintained his gentle demeanor, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Miss Mianmian. I can manage. The effects of the potion within me have long since awakened, and I have been resisting it with healing energy. Once we return, a cold shower and an antidote will suffice." Qin Mabe leaned back against the seat, his ethereal features now slightly pale, his long, ivory fingers gripping the armrest tightly. Lin Mianmian stole a glance at him. She realized his spiritual contamination levels were steadily rising, surpassing the warning threshold of 80. Activating her true sight, she perceived a domineering force slowly descending within him, seemingly intent on claiming a mysterious territory. Lin Mianmian's cheeks flushed, and she averted her gaze, recognizing that she would need to keep a close eye on Qin Mabe after returning home to prevent any mishaps. "Miss Mianmian, this is an adult gift sent by His Excellency Augustine." Upon arriving home, Lin Mianmian received a delicate gift box that was small, and she was curious about its contents. Once in her room, she opened the box to find a radiant bracelet. Its center lay 3 blood-red rare crystals, and the chain's texture resembled that of a magic wand. Lin Mianmian picked up the accompanying instruction card, confirming that the bracelet indeed had the capability to channel spiritual energy. Ding ding. Her smart brain received a message. "His Excellency Augustine regrets not being able to attend your coming-of-age ceremony and has sent you this gift. I hope you like it." Lin Mianmian felt the energy flow through her hands, and indeed, as it passed through the rare crystals, it expanded to twice its size. It seemed she could purify energy directly without needing to use her magic wand in the future. "I truly love the gift you sent. Thank you, His Excellency Augustine." Gif of a cat expressing gratitude. After sending the message, Lin Mianmian reminisced about her collaboration with Augustine, who had not only followed her vision for the restaurant, but had also generously increased her share by 10. What a remarkable partner. No wonder he was a tycoon. His generosity was unmatched. Now, Huaxia Restaurant had spread across various planets in the Central Star System, with several luxurious new locations opened in the capital's most bustling areas, allowing those who previously faced long waits to finally enjoy a meal. Lin Mianmian fully understood the meaning of money being merely a number. Considering her current wealth, she could likely spend it over several lifetimes. Thus, she established a formal charity organization near the police station, which significantly improved the efficiency of the police's operations since its inception. On a lavish bed, Augustine administered 3 doses of a high-grade purification agent, managing to barely reduce his pollution level from 85 by 10. The look of pain in his amber eyes gradually faded as beads of sweat trickled from his neck down to his waist, disappearing from sight. He had initially intended to personally congratulate Lin Mianmian at her coming-of-age banquet. However, after a prior inspection in a remote star system, he returned only to find his spiritual pollution levels unacceptably high. making it difficult even for high-grade purification agents to lower them. Fearing a loss of control at the banquet, he had to send his butler to deliver the gift instead, gently tapping on the cute cat emoji on the screen. He reflected on how this partner of his always brought unexpected surprises. An SSS-grade female? Lin Mianmian glanced at the silver bracelet on her left wrist, gifted by that bearded man, which she had forgotten to remove since putting it on. She realized she had barely noticed it, as if it were invisible. Had it not been for today's reminder, Lin Mianmian would have thought she wore nothing at all. A sense of foreboding surged within her. And upon activating her true sight, she discovered a silver-white beetle with a metallic sheen nestled within the crystal of the bracelet, just as she was about to discard the bracelet and call for help. Her mouth was covered in the distortion of space. A bizarre silver-haired youth pressed his hand over Lin Mianmian's lips. No one will hear you here. I have placed a spatial barrier. Lin Mianmian, refusing to believe it, shouted, Li Yin. Lei Lai. No response. Zack, with interest, watched Lin Mianmian's voice dwindle. Thanks to you, my injuries have healed remarkably fast, and my spiritual pollution levels have returned to a safe range. How should I express my gratitude to you? Lin Mianmian recalled her own spiritual purification experience, where her level had been a mere 5. It was all the doing of this wretched bug. Hadn't it absorbed her energy during practice? Thieving bug. This bracelet was a gift from the bearded man. Who exactly are you? Lin Mianmian, sensing a realization, still asked aloud. Zack's elongated gray-purple eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. Do you fancy my current form? Alas, it has already been ruined. If he were the bearded man, perhaps they could negotiate. At least he would not devour her. Lin Mianmian felt somewhat reassured. Since you are well now, you should leave. I promise I won't call anyone to capture you. Little female, you have come of age today. How about I become your first partner? Zack leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against Lin Mianmian's neck, sending shivers down her spine. Help? Who would fancy a bug? Chapter 50. A nasty bug. Lin Mianmian kicked Zack's shoulder, but he remained unmoved, feeling as though her foot had struck a rock, causing her eyes to well up with tears from the pain. Zack grasped her small foot and gently massaged it. Next time, if you wish to kick, aim for my face. It's softer. He then rubbed his cheek against the back of her foot. Ugh, you perverted creep. Lin Mianmian lamented. Let go. Zack, sensing her displeasure, instinctively released her foot. I am the heir to the next king of the insect race. Do you not find that appealing? In the insect realm, he was adored and admired by all. So why did she not like him? Not at all. You should leave right now. Lin Mianmian shot him a glare. No matter how handsome you appear in human form, you are still a bug. Zack, feeling wronged, clutched the bracelet given by Augustine. So you prefer this bracelet he gifted you over mine? Will you cast me aside for it? Seeing that the bracelet was nearly crushed in his grip, Lin Mianmian reached out to snatch it from him. You have no right to mishandle someone else's belongings. Not only did he steal energy, but now he was stealing her bracelet. Zack, dissatisfied, shoved his silver bracelet into Lin Mianmian's hands. My bracelet is also rare crystal. It can channel energy as well. Lin Mianmian hurriedly discarded it. If another bug resided within, she would surely be terrified, upon witnessing his gift being so disdainfully rejected. Zack was infuriated and began to stomp his feet. He did not wish to harm the young female, so he vented his frustration on the bothersome stone instead. Lin Mianmian, momentarily distracted, found the bracelet gifted by Augustine suddenly in Zack's grasp. He crushed the bracelet with ease, tossing the 3 barren blood-red crystals out of the window. Seeing his malicious behavior, which seemingly posed no threat to herself, Lin Mianmian felt compelled to test his limits. With a resounding slap, she struck Zack's face. The pain radiated through her palm. Was his skin made of iron? Zack rubbed his cheek against Lin Mianmian's reddened hand, remarking, My skin is quite thick. Does your hand not hurt? At that moment, Lin Mianmian questioned the very nature of existence. She had never encountered anyone so brazenly shameless. Whatever, let it be destroyed, she thought, utterly exhausted. What do you want? What will it take for you to leave? Put it on, and do not take it off, Zack insisted, shoving the bracelet back into Lin Mianmian's hands. I promise I won't intrude again. All right? A flicker of pleading glimmered in his grayish-purple eyes. Lin Mianmian, wishing to dismiss him, reluctantly donned the bracelet once more. Fine, just go. Zack's fingers lightly brushed against the silver crystal on the chain, which emitted a faint glow before returning to stillness. If you dare to remove it, I will come find you, he whispered, leaning close to Lin Mianmian's ear. And by the way, I am Zack. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 favorability from the SS class male, Zack Guas. With that, he vanished in a twist of space. The door swung open from the outside, revealing Li Yin and Lei Lai standing together. Mianmian, what is wrong? Li Yin sensed Lin Mianmian's sleeping aura and approached to cover her with a blanket. Only to discover the door was locked. He initially presumed it was Lin Mianmian's doing, but upon returning to his room, he realized something was amiss. Lin Mianmian was not typically so tranquil while asleep. She often talked in her sleep, ground her teeth, and occasionally rolled off the bed. He quickly sought Lei Lai's assistance to open the door, only to find it could be opened now that I'm fine. It was just that insect, hiding in my bracelet. It has already left, Lin Mianmian explained, attempting to remove the bracelet, only to discover that the clasp was no longer there. When had he made that move? The material of the chain was unknown to her, remarkably sturdy, impervious even to scissors. Neither Li Yin nor Lei Lai could budget with their energy. Lin Mianmian could only helplessly use her true eye to inspect. Ensuring there were indeed no insects inside before feeling relieved, Lei Lai examined the chain and speculated it was crafted from a type of crystal, likely a byproduct of the insect species. As such, silver crystals were not found in the central galaxy. Once worn, the chain adjusted to fit snugly around her wrist, and after applying skincare products, Lin Mianmian found her wrist reddened, with no way to remove it. Concerned that a violent method might harm Lin Mianmian, Lei Lai decided to wait for a solution later, reasoning that for now, it was merely an ordinary bracelet. Fearing the insect's return, the two guardians set up a makeshift bed in Lin Mianmian's room to watch over her. Lin Mianmian, still feeling shaken, was able to sleep soundly with Li Yin and Lei Lai's company to eye in the middle of the night. Lin Mianmian nearly rolled off the bed again, but Li Yin reacted swiftly, catching her and holding her in his arms for the night. Now that Lin Mianmian had matured, there was no need for hesitation in embracing or kissing her to eye in her dreams. Lin Mianmian felt a kiss pressed to her forehead, and nestled in familiar arms, she enjoyed a deep slumber. Zack, drawn by the scent, swiftly made his way to Augustine's villa rooftop, clutching the 3 blood-red crystals he had pretended to discard. It is this wretch. He launched the 3 crystals through the window, striking Augustine, who was lying in bed in his attempt to dodge. Augustine's robe was torn by an unexpected whirlwind of air, and a patch of skin was scraped off his arm. Zack, in high spirits, sat on the rooftop swinging his legs, amused that this older man, 8 years Zack's senior, would dare to covet her. Consider this a small lesson. The bodyguards sensed something amiss on the rooftop. But by the time they flew up, Zack had already vanished. While he may not have been the strongest in a fight, when it came to escaping, none could rival him. The physician sprayed Augustine with a high-level healing agent and utilized a healing device. Quickly repairing the wound, Augustine picked up the scattered blood-red crystals, realizing they belonged to the bracelet he had given Lin Mianmian. Could this be related to her? This injury caused Augustine's pollution level to rise back to 80. As he spent more time earning money than honing his combat skills, it seemed he would need to arrange for more bodyguards. Early in the morning, Lin Mianmian received a message from Augustine. Miss Mianmian, are you well? Last night, a villain attacked me with the crystals from the bracelet I gifted you. Are you unharmed? Lin Mianmian was shocked by Zack's audacity and hurriedly replied, I am truly sorry. Lord Augustine, the bracelet you gifted me was stolen by a small thief last night, but I am fine. Are you injured? Augustine responded, I am not gravely harmed. I will repair the bracelet and return it to you. Lin Mianmian replied with a simple, all right, thank you, before returning to the embrace of Li Yin, who bore a faint, refreshing mint scent. She nestled against his neck and drifted back to sleep. Li Yin pressed a soft kiss on Lin Mianmian's cheek. Feeling the warmth radiating from her, he restrained his burgeoning instincts, content to serve as a compliant human pillow. After waking, Lei Lai returned to his own room, aware that while they were both guardians, he could not compare to Li Yan's status in Lin Mianmian's heart, and he willingly gave them space. Qin Mohite had spent the entire night in the bathtub, in low-temperature mode. By morning, the effects of the medication had nearly worn off. But because he had spent the entire night combating its effects, his mental pollution had surged. By the time he finally regained consciousness, he could no longer maintain his human form and transformed into a snow wolf. Chapter 51. A nosebleed. Lin Mianmian finally awoke feeling well-rested and turned to see Li Yan's defined jawline. A glance upward revealed his handsome profile. To awaken each day to such a striking face was indeed a form of happiness. Awake? Are you hungry? Li Yan opened his eyes, gently kissing Lin Mianmian's forehead, his gaze clear, as though he had been awake all along. Lin Mianmian was about to nod in agreement when she seemed to remember something. I'll be down for breakfast in a moment. she said before dashing toward Qin Mo White's room. Having been disturbed by Zack the previous night, Lin Mianmian had forgotten to check on Qin Mo White's well-being. To her surprise, the door was ajar. Upon entering, she found the room empty. Perhaps he has gone down for breakfast? No matter. It seems he has managed to neutralize the poison in that drink, just as she was about to leave. A massive snow wolf pinned her to the ground, its dark eyes curiously studying her, its nose gently sniffing her, clearly enamored with her scent. Qin Mo White, Lin Mianmian tentatively called out. The snow wolf extended its tongue, giving Lin Mianmian's cheek a gentle lick, its head nuzzling into the crook of her neck. Lin Mianmian infused her eyes with energy, revealing the thick black mist surrounding the snow wolf. He has lost control, she realized as she stroked his head. Please let me go. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 favorability from the SS class male, Qin Mo White. It seems their beast forms are quite easy to win favor with. Lin Mianmian thought, recalling how Lei Lai, in his lion form, had also easily garnered affection. She employed the same tactic, smoothing the snow wolf's fur while using the energy from her bracelet to dispel the black mist. Although the effect was minimal, it should lower his pollution level from 91 to below 90. The snow wolf eagerly exposed its belly for Lin Mianmian to rub, behaving quite differently from the typically restrained and polite Qin Mo White. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 favorability from the SS class male, Qin Mo White. Can you also transform into a smaller version? Lin Mianmian asked, her hand growing slightly sore from petting. She preferred her mini version of Hakimi. The snow wolf instantly morphed into a small snow wolf the size of a Bichon Frise, its round, dark eyes gazing at Lin Mianmian, seemingly anticipating her affection. Lin Mianmian nearly squealed with joy as she scooped up the little snow wolf, ruffling its fur, while the little creature nuzzled her hand, its mouth curling into a smile. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 favorability from the SS class male, Qin Mo White. After petting it, she buried her face in the little snow wolf's neck. Finding it unbearably adorable, congratulations, host. You have gained 20 favorability from the SS class male, Qin Mo White. As the mental pollution level dropped to 89, the little snow wolf transformed back into its human form, and Lin Mianmian found herself sprawled atop Qin Mo White. He was entirely naked, save for a towel wrapped around his waist. His gray-white hair was tousled, and his cheeks were flushed with a faint hue from the warmth. Turning his head, he revealed his striking profile. Tense with embarrassment. I apologize, Miss Mianmian, for my lack of decorum. Please allow me a moment to compose myself. Lin Mianmian realized her hand was resting in an inappropriate place. Suddenly aware, she jumped up in a fluster. I will step out first. As she exited, her mind was filled with images of Qin Mo White's flawless, porcelain-like chest, his elegantly sculpted physique, and, Mianmian, why are you bleeding from your nose? Lian felt that Lin Mianmian had been gone for too long. When she came over, she saw blood trickling from Lin Mianmian's nose onto her clothes. Lin Mianmian hurriedly took out a handkerchief from her spatial button to cover her nose, exclaiming, the weather is too dry. I'll go back to my room and change. Li Yin glanced at the sky, which was clearly on the verge of rain, feeling rather humid. At the dining table, Lin Mianmian bowed her head silently, drinking her kanji, too shy to meet Qin Mabai's gaze. Qin Mabai remained poised and graceful, as if nothing had happened moments ago. After receiving 3 injections of a mental purification serum, his agitated emotions gradually subsided. Mianmian, you should eat some red food. You just had a nosebleed and need to replenish your blood, Li Yin suggested, placing a pair of chopsticks filled with crimson dishes onto Lin Mianmian's plate. Lin Mianmian replied, thank you. Qin Mabai's eyes flickered slightly, his lips curving into a subtle smile as he added a piece of date cake to Lin Mianmian's plate. This too replenishes blood. Lin Mianmian gulped down the remaining kanji in her bowl and declared, I am full. As she left the dining table, Lei Lai watched worriedly as Lin Mianmian hurriedly exited, thinking, how could she eat so little? After a nosebleed, she needs to eat more to recover. He picked up the plate of date cake and hurried after her. Qin Mabai continued his meal in good spirits, while Li Yin pondered the unusual popularity Qin Mabai seemed to possess today. He appeared rather odd. 2 days later, Augustine invited Lin Mianmian to a newly opened restaurant to sample dishes and to return her repaired bracelet. The restaurant was located on the outskirts of the city center, near the military academy. To her surprise, it was a buffet. Given the voracious appetites of beast men, she wondered how he could profit from such a venture. The price was 1,088 star coins. Well, he wouldn't lose out, as the ingredients are sourced from his own planet, and transportation costs are minimal. Lin Mianmian tasted a few of the chef's innovative dishes. offered some minor suggestions, and then proceeded with Li Yin and the others to Augustine's private dining room. Perhaps having grown familiar with Lin Mianmian, Augustine appeared quite relaxed. He produced the newly forged chain. Intricately set with 3 blood-red rare crystals, Miss Mianmian, the chain has been deeply processed and will no longer be easily damaged, Augustine said. His amber fox-like eyes narrowing slightly. I also have a spray specifically designed to deal with insect beasts. Should you require it? Lin Mianmian's eyes brightened. Yes, I do need it. The spray bottle was small enough to be held in one hand, made of a material reminiscent of nutrient liquid, revealing a deep green liquid inside. This potion could temporarily render insect beasts incapable of utilizing mental energy. I hope you need to use it, Augustine added, generously providing Lin Mianmian with several additional bottles. Lin Mianmian accepted them with a smile, thinking that the next time that pesky insect dared to come, she would spray it. On the opening day of the restaurant, Lin Mianmian wished to immerse herself in the buffet atmosphere, so she and Li Yin found a table in the main hall, each selecting their favorite foods for lunch. Augustine had work to attend to and left for his company. As Lin Mianmian returned to her seat with a glass of juice, she suddenly felt her foot slip, nearly falling. A pair of slender, knobbly hands steadied her shoulder. Are you all right? It was a tall, slender youth with short, curly brown hair and light brown eyes, looking at her with concern. Lin Mianmian noticed that her juice had splashed all over him and quickly pulled out a handkerchief to help wipe it off. I am so sorry. I've stained your clothes. Let me compensate you. The youth broke into a big smile as he accepted Lin Mianmian's handkerchief, wiping the stains from his shirt. You don't need to worry. I am fine. Lin Mianmian insisted on compensating him, and he awkwardly raised the handkerchief in his hand, saying, this is compensation enough. With that, he turned and ran off, looking back to give Lin Mianmian a broad smile. His dog-like eyes crescent-shaped and revealing his cute little tiger teeth, exclaiming, I'm so happy to meet you. What a charming boy. Watching the vivacious figure of the boy, Lin Mianmian couldn't help but smile. Chapter 52. Public live stream. After several days of carefree play, Lin Mianmian finally remembered to attend to serious matters. She planned to host a live stream to garner goodwill. The C-level mental ranking was still insufficient. She wanted to assist Li Yin, Lei Lai, and Qin Mabai in effectively purifying mental pollution. Therefore, she needed to upgrade to at least A level. With the bracelet's enhancement, she could potentially purify up to 50. After much contemplation regarding the livestream content, she realized that singing and dancing were not her forte. Food reviews would only leave viewers envious without the chance to relish the dishes themselves, likely yielding little goodwill. Ultimately, she decided to live stream her purification efforts at the Regulatory Bureau. This was pertinent to every male, ensuring their attention and subsequently drawing them into her narrative, naturally increasing goodwill. Assuming each person could purify around 10, and with the bracelet's enhancement, she could purify 10 out-of-control males in a day. With 5 days until the Purification Master Academy commenced, she would live stream for 5 consecutive days. Lin Mianmian specifically notified the media, ensuring that the entire process from her entry into the Regulatory Bureau was broadcast live. Who is this beautiful lady? What is she doing at the Regulatory Bureau? Let me enlighten you. Her name is Lin Mianmian, the only female in the Empire with an SSS-level mental talent. You can check the Victoria Academy's official website for her profile. Is that true? I've never seen an S-level in real life. She looks so delicate. I hope she doesn't end up crying when she sees an out-of-control male. Come on. At least she has the heart to visit those poor out-of-control males. Who knows if we might end up in there ourselves someday. A reporter respectfully aimed their camera at Lin Mianmian, asking, Hello, Miss Lin Mianmian. May I ask what brings you to the Regulatory Bureau? Lin Mianmian, hearing the goodwill notifications in her ear, smiled pleasantly. I've heard that many males in the Empire lose control and do not have enough purification specialists to assist them. Some may even suffer mental breakdowns and pass away. They could be fathers or partners to females, and if they were to perish, how heartbroken their families must feel. As a member of the Empire, I wish to contribute my modest efforts. For a brief moment, the comments section fell silent as everyone seemed to await her intentions. Was she there to offer encouragement? Or to assist in purifying pollution levels? Most thought it impossible. The mental energy of females is exceedingly precious, typically only sufficient to share with their own partners. How could they spare any to help others? Those within the Regulatory Bureau were often impoverished individuals unable to afford purification agents, rendering assistance futile. Lin Mianmian, with her high ponytail and simple casual wear, appeared just like the girl next door. Yet, her words made the hearts of the males watching the live stream race. I want to help purify the pollution levels of males exceeding 90. She then bashfully added, Due to my previous injuries, my mental level has recovered. I'm currently only at sea level, so I can only purify males at sea level or lower, given my limited capacity. Once I recover to a safe range, I'll provide a high-level purification agent for free. A hush fell over the crowd, and the reporter took a long time to regain his voice. Miss Lin Mianmian, are you certain? You've been injured. Can your body handle it? Lin Mianmian nodded firmly. Yes, I'm truly sorry. My abilities are limited, and I can only do so much. Oh my, where did this little angel come from? I am willing to be her lifelong fan. How can she be so kind? Someone come and hit me, so I can lose control and end up in the regulatory bureau. I've already found the Little Angel .net personal homepage. Miss Lin Mianmian's fan count just increased by 1. I envy today's lucky individual, who will be chosen by Miss Mianmian. I hate being so healthy. In the regulatory bureau, nearly 100 sea-level out-of-control individuals were housed in cages brimming with various beast forms, reminiscent of animals on display in a zoo. The first to be purified was a sea-level individual whose pollution level had already reached 98, a monkey who could no longer stand, simply lying on the ground awaiting death. Even upon seeing Lin Mianmian, he could only lift his eyelids slightly, as the relentless pain within him left no room for thought. Lin Mianmian instinctively drew out her magic wand, directing it at the liquefied black mist surrounding the monkey. The green energy expanded significantly before rushing towards the black mist, quickly eliminating 10 units of it. The monkey, bewildered, regained its human form, staring incredulously at its fingers, feeling the vitality returning to its body. Upon realizing what had happened, it wept tears of joy, kneeling to Lin Mianmian in gratitude. Lin Mianmian hurried to help him up, while staff members escorted him to receive a high-level purification agent nearby. Oh my, that was so fast. Who was timing this? I thought it would take at least an hour, but it seems to have been accomplished in the blink of an eye, and she seems ready to continue. Am I seeing this correctly? She managed to purify a male with a pollution level of 98. I already find that remarkable. How could she possibly continue? She isn't a deity. Lin Mianmian hadn't even begun to exert herself. How could she stop? The second individual was a sea-level white bear with a pollution level of 97, its fur patchy and missing in several places, possibly due to self-harm from the pain of losing control. Upon seeing the monkey, who had arrived before him, restored, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. Could he really recover today, without waiting for tomorrow? Hearing the voice of his heart, Lin Mianmian smiled, declaring, not today. But now, with a magical flourish, energy was released, and the white bear felt as if, within mere minutes, he had reverted to human form. With a similarly bewildered expression, he was led away for purification. The third, the fourth, the eighth. The barrage continued to count, and finally, upon reaching the eighth, Lin Mianmian tucked away her magic wand. You scared me to death. If you continue, I might have to call the police. 8. Who understands the significance of this? Even if each one is worth 10, that's 80. Miss Mianmian, from this moment on, you are my goddess. Having arrived a bit late, it was time for lunch. Wait for me to finish my meal before we continue. Lin Mianmian said, taking Li Yan's hand as they made their way to the employee cafeteria of the Regulatory Bureau. The cameras followed closely. If I am not mistaken, following Miss Mianmian is none other than Major Lei Lai. Yes, and as far as I know, the one she is holding is a serpent beast. Does Miss Mianmian have a fondness for serpent beasts? Choose me, choose me, choose me. During mealtime, Lin Mianmian certainly did not waste any time. She attentively served Li Yan and Lei Lai with dishes, her affectionate gestures attracting a wave of CP fans that asked for Qin Maobai. He seemed a bit awkward despite maintaining an ethereal demeanor. Yet Lin Mianmian could not help but think of him, struggling to suppress inappropriate thoughts. She listened as the notifications of admiration rang out that it appeared today would yield a bountiful harvest. Chapter 53. Perfect beauty in the afternoon. Due to the presence of E-grade males, the energy was more than sufficient, exceeding her expectations. Lin Mianmian successfully purified another 15 out-of-control males, had she not feared exposing the secret of her 5 cores. She could have purified 50 today. The barrage had gone wild. I now believe she possesses an SSS-level mental talent. What a sight to behold. Thank my ancestors for allowing me to be born in this era with an SSS-level female. Speaking of which, the last SSS-level female was Queen Victoria. Could it be that Miss Mianmian might also become a queen? The third prince is frail, and the second prince is most likely to ascend the throne. Could Miss Mianmian become the second prince's consort? Seeing this barrage, Julia angrily slammed her smart device. What's wrong, dear? Edward Grant, the second prince, kissed Julia's furious cheek. Who has angered such a beautiful female? It breaks my heart. Julia bashfully embraced Grant, exclaiming, "Those damned commoners who speculate about the second prince's consort should have their tongues pulled out." Grant playfully tapped Julia's nose. "Who else could be the second prince's consort but you?" The esteemed S-grade female, Julia, displeased, pointed at the screen where Lin Mianmian, the jester, was purifying the spiritual pollution of some commoners, attempting to use this method to covet the position of the second prince's consort. Grant glanced at Lin Mianmian on the screen, a spark of admiration flashing in his eyes before he casually turned off the display. "My dear, who else could I love but you?" Before long, intermittent sounds echoed from the bedroom. Lin Mianmian had no time to check the barrage. Once the energy of the main core was nearly depleted, she ceased the purifying process. With a farewell to the viewers and announcing her return the next day, she promptly ended the live stream. "Brothers, we shall meet again at 9:30 tomorrow morning." Why did it end just like that? I haven't finished admiring the goddess Mianmian's beauty yet. The flight tickets to Capital Star had been purchased. Tomorrow I will be waiting at the Regulatory Bureau's entrance. "Brother, take me with you. I'm buying now. I'll wear black tomorrow. Remember to find me." Upon returning home, Lin Mianmian dove into her room, and the previously silent system notifications erupted all at once. "Congratulations, host. You have gained affection points from 203050. Congratulations. Your charm level has upgraded to level 13. Charm level, LV 13, 5 million 5 million. Congratulations, host. This upgrade yielded 2 gold cards. Congratulations. Your charm level has upgraded to level 14. Charm level, LV 14, 1.8 million 10 million. Congratulations, host. This upgrade yielded 3 gold cards and 1 silver card. Excellent. Today's efforts were worth it. Lin Mianmian thought as she showered, unable to resist opening the cards. Congratulations, host. From the 2 gold cards, you have drawn 2 intermediate mental power upgrade cards. S-grade and below can increase by 1 level. Congratulations, host. From the 3 gold cards, you have drawn 2 intermediate luck cards. Intermediate luck cards can increase luck by 10 points, and 1 advanced physique card. Advanced physique card can increase physique by 20 points. Congratulations, host. From the 1 silver card, you have drawn 1 intermediate beauty card. Can increase beauty by 10 points. With better luck, opening cards shouldn't be so grim, right? Lin Mianmian felt a sudden tightness in her chest. And then she watched as her bosom expanded noticeably, its shape becoming more perfect. The little belly that had protruded from overeating dinner instantly transformed into a soft and smooth curve, with a delicate waist that could be grasped with 1 hand and long, elegant legs. She stood before the mirror, admiring her figure. Although ample, her proportions were superb. She envied her future partner who could indulge so well. Upon closer inspection of her face, she saw her snow-white skin, raven black hair, and eyes as clear and bright as stars in the night sky, with a delicate nose and rosy lips, all forming a harmonious and flawless visage. Lin Mianmian touched her face, which felt smooth and soft, so tender it seemed one could draw water from it. This is what it means to be a heartthrob. It was as if she remained the same person, yet all her attributes had been upgraded to nearly their pinnacle. Information. Name, Lin Mianmian. Age, 18. Congratulations on reaching adulthood. Beauty, 100/100. Your face is now perfect. Physique, 90/100. Congratulations, you are now curvaceous. Luck, 25/100. So you are my little fortune. Mental power level, A. D4. Mental talent, telepathy skills, mental power detection, true eye, lightning charm level, LV 14, 1.8 million 10 million. A grade. Lin Mianmian system. Will upgrading so quickly be problematic? Host, I can help you conceal your mental level as B grade. If you only upgrade by 1 level, it won't be so conspicuous that in truth, you possess an SSS level mental talent. There's no need to be so cautious. Have you been reading too many stories about pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Lin Mianmian's system. Should you consider enrolling in a class? This system knows everything and can do anything. Why would I need to attend classes? Lin Mianmian. Can you produce ivory from a dog's mouth? After her shower, Lin Mianmian climbed into bed, feeling as if she were enveloped in ethereal energy. A knock resounded. Lin Mianmian glanced at the intelligent surveillance display and saw it was Li Yan. Li Yan, come in. As the door opened, Li Yan entered, holding a sleeping mat. Mianmian, do you want me to accompany you tonight? Lin Mianmian nodded eagerly. Who would refuse such a comfortable human pillow? Li Yan chuckled softly, laying the mat beside the bed before lying down. Aren't you coming onto the bed? As a poised and elegant noble lady, Lin Mianmian naturally would not extend an invitation, so she opted for a playful nudge. That night, as expected, Li Yin once again found himself encircled by Lin Mianmian, who could easily circle capital star while sleeping. The fragrant scent wafting from her made Li Yan's heart race, and his face involuntarily flushed crimson. He gently embraced Lin Mianmian. What is going on? The delicate maiden I could easily hold yesterday seems to have changed today. Could it be a second maturation? If I hold her tightly, it feels as though I might squish her. At this moment, Lin Mianmian, unbeknownst to her, dreamt of something, wrapping her arms tightly around him. That a wave of warmth surged through her body, and Li Yin felt a prickling sensation, causing 2 streams of warmth to trickle down his nose. He quickly got up, covering his nose, and returned to his room to compose himself before lying back down. What was once enjoyment had turned into torment, and Li Yin fully experienced what it meant to be pained yet delighted. Lin Mianmian was particularly restless in her sleep, her mischievous hands often straying into forbidden territories. Yin silently suppressed his body's excitement, spending the entire night thwarting her playful advances. Chapter 54. The Nosebleed Guy After a Night of Sweet Dreams. Lin Mianmian opened her eyes to see Li Yan's sculpted profile, unable to resist nuzzling against his neck. Li Yin, who had not slept a wink all night, was now subjected to this torture at dawn. He shut his eyes, feigning sleep. As she drew nearer, Li Yan's body trembled slightly, moving away from Lin Mianmian. The oblivious noble lady had no idea how stimulating it was for her form to be pressed so closely against an adult male. With his eyes tightly shut, Li Yin became increasingly aware of the sensations coursing through him. Noticing that Li Yin had yet to rise, Lin Mianmian curiously touched his forehead. Could he be unwell? With all this commotion, he should have woken by now. The warmth felt slightly elevated, and Lin Mianmian sat up, testing again with her forehead. Their foreheads touched, breath mingling, their lips mere inches apart. Unable to resist any longer, Li Yin finally opened his eyes. Mianmian, don't come so close. Lin Mianmian noticed that it wasn't he, just his forehead that was hot. His entire body seemed to radiate warmth. Why? Li Yin, are you not aware that Lin Mianmian had her lips sealed before she could finish speaking? I found myself unable to restrain my desires as I kissed her tender, soft pink lips, as though finally savoring a long-anticipated delicacy. Lin Mianmian transitioned from initial panic to a state of ease, allowing my minty cool breath to dance upon her lips. After waiting so long for this body to mature, what harm could there be in a kiss? My small hand ventured down, finally discovering the abdominal muscles I had long coveted, firm and resilient. This waist surely possesses great strength. Ugh, Li Yin let out a muffled groan, reluctantly parting from her soft lips and swiftly turning his back to Lin Mianmian to conceal his own feelings. Mianmian, I must return to my room. He seemed to flee in haste, fearing that if he continued, he would lose control. Lin Mianmian, still yearning for more, rubbed her hands together, lamenting the fact that she hadn't had enough contact. At the doorway, Li Yin encountered Lei Lai, who was on his way to Lin Mianmian's room. Lei Lai, puzzled, pointed at the blood trickling from Li Yan's nose. Why is your nose bleeding? Li Yin covered his nose, his dark eyes flashing with a hint of embarrassment. It's nothing. The weather is a bit dry. With that, he closed the door to his room. Lei Lai touched his nose, which had almost been caught in the door. Thinking to himself, the weather forecast clearly indicated high humidity. It must be that Li Yan's body isn't as robust as my own. Lin Mianmian, having shed her sleepwear to change into clothes for breakfast, found the door ajar. Li Yin had rushed out and forgotten to close it. Seeing the open door, Lei Lai strode in without hesitation. Upon raising his head, he was greeted by the sight of Lin Mianmian's smooth, jade-like back, causing his gaze to drift downward uncontrollably. Whoosh, 2 streams of nosebleed erupted forth, and Lei Lai quickly turned his back. I'm sorry, Miss Mianmian. I didn't mean to see that, he exclaimed before hastily retreating to his own room. This weather is indeed excessively dry. Qin Mobai stood at the doorway, watching the 2 hapless nosebleed brothers with amusement, realizing he would need to prepare some cooling tea for them shortly. Lin Mianmian turned to glance at Lei Lai's retreating figure, blushing for 3 seconds before sinking into distress. Her clothes had become snug, feeling somewhat tight against her body. Lin Mianmian had no choice but to don her sleepwear once more. Ordering several sets of appropriately sized undergarments, along with numerous new nightgowns and outfits, the delivery was swift, with flying robots set to deliver right after breakfast. Today, she descended later than usual. Catherine and Little Yak had already left, leaving only 3 strikingly different handsome men at the table. Lei Lai and Li Yin had composed themselves, and upon seeing Lin Mianmian appear, they hastily placed the prepared breakfast before her. Even her loose sleepwear could not conceal the changes in Lin Mianmian. As she lowered her head to sip her soup, it became even more apparent Yin and Lei Lai, both covering their noses, hurriedly finished their breakfast before retreating back to their rooms. Lin Mianmian looked at the peculiar behavior of the two and shook her head. Continuing her meal, Qin Mobai, holding his chopsticks, momentarily paused, averting his gaze as unbidden thoughts of a past encounter flooded his mind. The flowing, light blue energy circulated within him, and he finally managed to suppress that stirring sensation. The Snow Wolf clan is not permitted to intermarry with outsiders. He must not develop feelings for her. The two men, usually so attentive, had bolted from the table halfway through their meal today, leaving Lin Mianmian to peel shrimp by herself. "Master, your package has arrived and has been scanned successfully," the intelligent assistant announced, as the delivery robot, laden with several oversized parcels, waited at the door for a signature. The maids were busy upstairs, leaving Lin Mianmian and Qin Mobai alone in the dining hall. Observing her oil-stained gloves from peeling shrimp, Lin Mianmian felt too lazy to wash her hands, and thus turned to Qin Mobai, who had just finished his breakfast and was sipping tea. "Qin doctor, could you please help me retrieve the package? I will call Li Yin down to assist me with it after I finish eating." Qin Mobai rose silently. "No need. I've already finished. I can take it up for you right away. Oh, thank you so much." Lin Mianmian continued eating, feeling that her appetite had increased as her physique improved. Qin Mobai ascended the stairs, carrying 2 large boxes. Due to an obstructed view, he did not notice Lei Lai standing at Lin Mianmian's door checking his messages, and collided into him. Instinctively, Lei Lai threw a punch, sending the boxes soaring into the air, spilling their contents. Dozens of colorful undergarments, like rain across the floor. A few adorable strawberry pink panties and lace bras landed on both of their heads, shoulders, and hands. The two stood frozen, unsure of whether to remove the garments from themselves or pick up those scattered on the floor. Lin Yin, hearing the commotion, opened the door and was met with this scene. He scrutinized the two seemingly perverted males, wondering if they intended to steal Mianmian's intimate clothing. "What kind of look is that? You two are Miss Mianmian's guardians. Go tidy up. I'm merely here to help retrieve a package," Qin Mobai said, feigning calm as he stepped over the scattered items towards his room. Yin and Lei Lai hurriedly gathered all the garments, realizing that Mianmian, having grown in size, would need to wear her newly purchased clothes promptly. Li Yin washed every piece by hand, while Lei Lai dried them. When Lin Mianmian returned to her room after finishing her meal, she found her new clothes washed and neatly hung in the wardrobe. "Wow, what a divine boyfriend," Lin Mianmian exclaimed. She finally donned comfortable attire, and with her trusty trio, they headed off to the Regulatory Bureau. With a capable husband at home, the mistress naturally must strive for advancement. Upon arriving at the Regulatory Bureau, Lin Mianmian stepped out of the vehicle to find the area flanked by crowds. Most were males. "Look, Miss Lin Mianmian has truly arrived. My goodness. Miss Lin Mianmian is 100 times more beautiful in person than in the videos. Miss Lin Mianmian, look at me. I'm your diehard fan. Miss Lin Mianmian, I want to bear your children." The throngs were so numerous that the security at the Regulatory Bureau nearly faltered. Lei Lai had to dispatch a small squad of troops to quell the commotion. This was Lin Mianmian's first experience of such a scene, her pink lips parting in astonishment, and once she regained her composure, she revealed a professionally polished smile. Dimples blossomed beside her lips, and her stunning beauty transformed the atmosphere into something dreamlike. "Hello everyone, please remember to stay safe and avoid overcrowding to prevent injuries." She understood this principle well. When encountering fans, mishandling the situation could easily turn adoring fans into detractors. Miss Mianmian cares about me. Get lost, dream beast. She is clearly concerned for everyone. "Miss Mianmian, look over here." Cameras and shutters clicked wildly until Lin Mianmian entered the Regulatory Bureau, at which point they gradually subsided. Bang! The intelligent assistant crashed into the exquisite porcelain on the table, shattering it into pieces. Oriana, seething with rage, pointed at the video of Lin Mianmian. How did she suddenly become so beautiful? She was clearly an ugly duckling. Chapter 55. The Second Prince-Princess. Females undergo a second maturation after their coming-of-age ceremony. Miss Mianmian was simply too slender before, a maid remarked, observing Lin Mianmian on the intelligent assistant. Lin Mianmian's brother was among the males purified at the Regulatory Bureau yesterday, and he had become her loyal fan. Unable to refrain from retorting even in the presence of the princess, Princess Oriana only started looking somewhat presentable after her coming-of-age ceremony. She was once just a bean sprout. Oriana kicked the maid in the stomach, sending her crashing to the ground. Get out. The maid, clutching her abdomen, stumbled away, her eyes brimming with tears if not for the generous benefits of being a palace maid, who would choose to serve such a capricious princess. With the system of hierarchy concealed, Lin Mianmian had previously informed the director of the Regulatory Bureau that her mental level had risen by 1 grade, now at B level. The energy purity and reservoir capacity of B level far surpassed that of C level, allowing her to purify all remaining C level and below uncontrollable males today. The director of the Regulatory Bureau, though experienced, could not help but marvel at the rapid growth of her SSS level talent. He had heard she was merely de-leveled during her graduation exam at the academy. In just a few short months, she had ascended 2 levels. Even Victoria, once hailed as a genius, had not progressed this swiftly. Today's purification process was noticeably easier than yesterday's, and in the blink of an eye, the mental pollution levels of the nearly expired uncontrollable males fell below 90 to Miss Mianmian is now B level. I can't wait to see her reach SSS level. At this rate, I estimate it 1 TB long. I adore Mianmian. But merely B level. Princess Oriana was already A level at this age. Which cave did that Miss Mianmian emerge from? She has merely recovered from her injuries and is now at B level, but she will eventually grow to SSS level. Fool, if you don't like Miss Mianmian, why do you watch her live stream? Are you masochistic? Oriana, infuriated, smashed the intelligent assistant from the maid's hands. The maid dared not speak out. The external world portrayed the princess as beautiful and gentle, but only those who served her closely understood her duality. By the way, princess, you 1 TB held responsible for breaking my intelligent assistant. Will you? It was very expensive. Oriana, filled with indignation, sent several messages to media outlets with whom she had previously collaborated, and soon received a swift response that we regret to inform you, Princess Oriana, that Miss Lin Mianmian is a key protected individual of the Empire. Any deliberate defamation of her character could result in criminal charges. Princess Anna, I advise you to act with kindness. Our previous assistance was misguided by your portrayal of Miss Mianmian as a villain, and we now find ourselves regretting that decision. We apologize, but your messages have been rejected. The room of the princess echoed with a cacophony of clanging sounds, causing the maids to cower outside, too frightened to enter. Today, there remained 86 individuals classified as C level or below who had lost control. With Lin Mianmian purifying nearly 1 every couple of minutes, completing the task in just half a day, outside the Regulatory Bureau, a throng of family members and curious onlookers awaited to catch a glimpse of Lin Mianmian. Inside, the majority were impoverished citizens, likely to perish at the slightest disturbance. Those who had once lain on the cold floor of the bureau, awaiting their demise, now finally glimpsed their salvation. Each male, restored to human form, departed with gratitude and reluctance. The very bureau they had once despised now radiated a warm glow that made it hard to forget. After purifying the last out-of-control male, Lin Mianmian remained remarkably at ease. The energy pool designated as a level possessed an energy purity and capacity several times that of C level, and with the assistance of her magic wand, her efforts were exponentially more effective. However, to avoid appearing overly formidable, she decided to leave room for humility and promised to return the next day to purify the B-level outlaws. After bidding farewell to the audience watching the live broadcast, Lin Mianmian took hold of Lian's hand, intending to leave the Regulatory Bureau. Miss Lin Mianmian, please wait. The director of the bureau, perspiration glistening on his forehead, hurried to catch up with Lin Mianmian, who had reached the door, upon noticing their halted steps. The director bowed respectfully. Miss Lin Mianmian, His Royal Highness the Second Prince is awaiting you in his office. Might you be so kind as to pay him a visit? The Second Prince? Oriana's brother? I do not know him. What could he possibly want from me? Lin Mianmian expressed her reluctance. Director, I have no particular acquaintance with the Second Prince. I am uncertain why he seeks my presence. I apologize, Miss Mianmian, but the Second Prince indicated that it was a matter of great importance. I do not yet know the specifics. I implore you to see him personally. The director's gaze was filled with desperation. The Second Prince was known for his relentless pursuit of his goals, and if he could not even secure a meeting, he feared retribution. Originally, she had planned to conclude her day early and take Li Yan and others to dine at a huaxia restaurant. But this endeavor had been thwarted by the Second Prince's demands. The director, diligent in his duties, did not overlook the plea in his eyes, and despite her irritation, she acquiesced and keyed the door of the office. 4 SS-level bodyguards stood sentinel at Lin, and the others were unable to enter, feeling somewhat embarrassed, leaving Lin Mianmian to go in alone. The atmosphere was charged, with 4 SS-level guards, royal personnel, present, should a conflict arise. It would be difficult to explain to His Majesty Claude. After all, it was rumored that the second prince was the next in line for the throne, and Lin Mianmian wished to avoid escalating matters unnecessarily. If it truly was a matter of significance, she could enter alone to discuss it. All right, I will go in. If there's an issue, I will call for you. Lin Mianmian reassured them with a comforting glance before pushing the door open. To be cautious, she kept a watchful eye, holding onto her mini-robot and activating its recording function as the chair behind the desk turned. The second prince, Grant, finally laid eyes on the female figure he could never forget. To his astonishment, she was even more beautiful in person than in the videos. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 affinity from SS-level male Edward Grant. 20200. Grant possessed golden curls and deep blue eyes. Although he appeared handsome and tall, there was a hint of darkness beneath his gaze, which unsettled Lin Mianmian. With a smile, the second prince rose and offered a gentlemanly gesture. Beautiful Miss Mianmian, it is a pleasure to meet you, he said, leaning in to kiss the back of her hand. Lin Mianmian quickly withdrew her hand behind her back. May I inquire, Your Highness, what business do you have with me? Grant raised an eyebrow. Discreetly retracting his hand. As the crown prince of the empire, I was deeply moved by your benevolent deeds, Miss Mianmian, and I came specifically to make your acquaintance. What does this entail? Just to become friends. As the second prince finished his introductions, I have matters to attend to, Lin Mianmian replied tersely, wishing to avoid lengthy exchanges with someone she did not favor. His affection rating was of no concern to her. She was not in need of financial support. Grant maintained his cheerful demeanor, yet his fingers tightened behind his back. Miss Mianmian, you are quite humorous. Regrettably, I was unable to attend your coming-of-age ceremony due to official duties. Otherwise, we would have already become acquainted. Had it not been for that foolish Julie preventing me from attending, I would have already secured this enchanting creature. However, it is not too late. Lin Mianmian rolled her eyes inwardly at his presumptuousness. He was hardly more attractive than Lei Lai. What gave him the confidence to think he could win anyone over, just based on his title? Everyone knew that his mother had been a mistress, having climbed into the emperor's bed during Queen Victoria's pregnancy, resulting in his birth. His status had only been legitimized after Queen Victoria's death. Prior to that, he had been a shameful, illegitimate child. Chapter 56. Xiao Luo's contribution. Your Highness, I apologize, but I have urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave. Lin Mianmian attempted to open the door to escape. Grant swiftly blocked her path. Suddenly, the room's ambience shifted, transforming into a candle-lit chamber. Lin Mianmian was taken aback and hurriedly retreated several steps, wishing to distance herself from the second prince, Lin. She called out loudly, hoping to summon her companions. It's futile, Miss Mianmian. This is my psychic ability, domain. Within my domain, no one can enter, nor can anyone leave without my permission, Grant stated, lifting a glass of red wine from the table, savoring Lin Mianmian's distress as he swirled the wine. Second prince, what are your intentions? If you do not release me, I shall not hesitate to inform His Majesty and my mother, Lin Mianmian protested, her brow furrowed in anger. Miss Mianmian, you are quite delightful. Without my father's consent, I would not dare to lay a finger on the Empire's only SS-level gifted female. Grant advanced toward her step by step. I am the future king of the Galactic Empire. My queen must undoubtedly be the most perfect. Mianmian, would you do me the honor of becoming my queen? Grant asked with a self-satisfied smirk. Lin Mianmian was nearly repulsed by his oily demeanor and politely declined. I already have a partner. Please let me go. Grant chuckled and shook his head. Naughty. That answer is incorrect. I shall grant you another opportunity to respond. Lin Mianmian felt exasperated. He was SS level, and she could not contend with him at present. Otherwise, she would have certainly struck him. Moreover, she would need to procure several tons of detergent to scrub off his grease. Of course, he would have to foot the bill himself, as Grant drew closer. Lin Mianmian resorted to evasive maneuvers, leaping onto the table and ducking beneath the bed in an attempt to escape. Ultimately, Grant could no longer contain himself and sealed off a wall behind her, blocking her escape route. Stop running. Darling, you cannot escape my grasp. Be obedient, and I shall ensure you enjoy yourself. Lin Mianmian felt her limbs stiffening under his control, unable to evade this oily presence in no way. She thought in distress, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. If he were to touch her, it would be utterly revolting. Just as Grant's lips were about to brush against Lin Mianmian's, Xiao Luo suddenly emitted a piercing alarm sound. Grant frowned and turned to see the mini-mech rolling beneath the bed. Video has been recorded, and transmission to Star Network Cloud Space is underway. Emergency alert activated. Transmission is being sent to contact list His Majesty Claude. Transmission is being sent to contact list Lady Catherine. Transmission is being sent to contact list Li Yin. Bang. With a furious punch, Grant shattered Xiao Luo, while Claude, informed of the situation, remotely breached his domain. Upon entering the familiar office, Lin Mianmian needed no words. Upon receiving the alert of her peril, Li Yin had already dispatched 2 bodyguards who rushed in. Lei Lai and Qin Mabai swiftly dealt with the remaining 2 intruders. The Grant's eyes had swollen into dark circles, resembling a panda, and his body bore multiple fractures. In a fit of rage, Lei Lai relentlessly pounded his face. And had he not been the second prince, Lei Lai would have ended his life right there. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Catherine, who had intended to return home, abruptly redirected her craft to the regulatory bureau. The near assault on her newly adult daughter ignited her fury, causing her steps to falter. Even upon witnessing Grant sprawled on the floor, reduced to a grotesque state, Catherine remained unsatisfied that a message from the intelligence system caught her attention. She opened it to find that Claude's actions had indeed been misguided, pleading for his life. Far away in the royal palace, Claude sighed. He was aware of the second prince's scandalous exploits, yet the females involved had consented. So he chose to turn a blind eye in the realm of male promiscuity. Such behaviors were typically inconsequential. In aristocratic circles, where strength dominated, no one would raise an eyebrow at a male having multiple lovers. Grant's true transgression lay in his coercion of a female, particularly one from a powerful and influential family. Had he sired many offspring, the second prince could have been discarded. However, he was the most gifted among his few heirs, while the third was frail from birth, and the others were still too young. Should the second prince perish, he would fear the ambitions of the aristocracy that would be unleashed. Catherine held Lin Mianmian close, whispering reassurances, anxious that she might be frightened. Lin Mianmian had barely preserved her dignity. The thought of being sullied by such vile creatures was repulsive. The second prince lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Although the onlookers were furious, they could not bring themselves to kill him. Qin Mabai retrieved a black jade porcelain bottle from his spatial pocket, forcing the contents down Grant's throat. In that moment, Grant became a hapless lamb, aware that the substance fed to him was far from benevolent, yet he had no choice but to swallow. With a final breath, Grant was discarded like refuse, as the group shielded Lin Mianmian and returned home. Curiously, Lin Mianmian inquired of Qin Mabai what he had administered to Grant, that a medication that would diminish his interest in females. Qin Mabai's ethereal visage momentarily darkened. This drug would not only quench his interest, but also render him increasingly effeminate. One could only hope that the second prince would appreciate the gift. Watching intently from the intelligence system, Xiao Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief as he saw Lin Mianmian's craft exit the regulatory bureau unscathed. Heaven knows he was nearly driven to violence upon receiving Xiao Luo's distress signal. Witnessing the near assault on Miss Mianmian, that despicable male dared to affront her. He immediately activated the alarm system, interrupting that loathsome individual. Though he had been tormented by longing, he had never dared connect with Xiao Luo's signal to catch a glimpse of Miss Mianmian. How dare that scoundrel, turning off the feed from the aerial regulatory system. He felt reassured once he confirmed Miss Mianmian's safety. Yet, he had other matters to attend to. The news broke. Prince Grant had sustained grave injuries. The second prince, His Highness Grant, had been attacked by nefarious individuals, resulting in hospitalization. The Snow Wolf clan refused to treat the second prince. On the Star Network, ignorant of Grant's true nature, females lamented for him. What kind of villain would dare to assail the Empire's second prince? The most formidable candidate for heir apparent, they prayed for his swift recovery, insisting that such a handsome visage could not be marred. As the females expressed their sympathy, Xiao Luo moved his fingers, swiftly disseminating a trove of private information regarding the second prince to all intelligence systems. Within were incriminating videos capturing his clandestine encounters with numerous noble ladies. Each maiden, unaware of the others, believed herself to be the future consort of the second prince. Outrage erupted, prompting them to urge their fathers to withdraw support for his claim to the throne. The dossier also contained explicit chat logs, rife with manipulative language and nauseating sentiments, inducing physical discomfort. Most shockingly, there were records of several civilian females who had been coerced, with some tragically dying in resistance. The nation was thrown into turmoil. The second prince faced universal condemnation from the females, who vowed to demand justice from the emperor, calling for the revocation of his princely title, deeming him a disgrace to the entire empire. Chapter 57. The rescue Claude was beset with agitation as he read the joint petition from the ministers demanding the second prince's abdication. Initially, he believed Grant's actions to be mere folly. But he was unprepared for the gravity of the situation. Even as king, he could not ensure the second prince's safety. The empire harbored many dark secrets that must remain hidden from the light of day. Now that the second prince had stirred up a tempest of outrage, he could only expect severe repercussions. The imperial court swiftly issued a statement. Due to the second prince's violation of imperial law, he was sentenced to life imprisonment and exiled to a penal planet for his sentence. The penal planet, notorious for its harsh conditions and proximity to gamma radiation zones, would drive even the luckiest of inmates to madness from the radiation's contamination. Queen Margarita wept openly as she watched her son, still unconscious in his hospital bed, being loaded onto the vessel bound for the penal planet. She pleaded with Claude countless times, yet her entreaties changed nothing. Fortunately, she had hidden ample valuables within the second prince's spatial button. Even in exile, he would be able to procure necessities. As the Augustine Trading Guild was ubiquitous, she resolved to implore her brother, Marshal Rail, to keep an eye on him, hoping to bring her son back once the storm had passed. Margarita, still anxious, sent another message via a backup intelligence system. With his protection, Grant would surely be safe. The lower echelons of the empire erupted in celebration at the harsh punishment meted out to a royal. Particularly, families who had suffered losses of females to violence wept tears of anguish. Having nowhere to turn, they felt relentlessly targeted. Just as they teetered on the brink of despair, the news of the second prince's exile filled them with joy. It seemed the beast god had intervened, and justice had finally been served. Augustine pondered the dossier in his hands. How dare the second prince harass Miss Mianmian? She was his partner. He ordered all members of the Augustine Trading Guild to refuse to sell anything to Grant. Not even a drop of nutrient fluid. His voice, low and gravelly, was tinged with ire. The assistant promptly complied, hastening to execute the order. When had the second prince incurred Augustine's wrath, though the assistant was bewildered. He could sense Augustine's anger and reiterated the necessity of strict adherence to the orders, lest they face dire consequences. The vessel transporting Grant had entered a signal jamming zone, often plagued by starbursts and electromagnetic disturbances, compelling the pilot to proceed with caution. Beep, beep, beep. Alarm. Swarming from an unknown source, a mass of insects enveloped the cockpit's transparent glass. The pilot hastily engaged the defensive systems, but alas, this swarm was formidable. Even the laser cannons merely grazed their exoskeletons, forcing them back only slightly. Zack snapped his fingers, commanding the insects to attack. Countless creatures surged towards the ship, eager to penetrate and devour the loathsome Grant. You dare bully my little female? Zack's stormy violet eyes glimmered with a depth of rage as countless spatial rifts obstructed the vessel's path, sealing Grant's fate. Inside the medical chamber, Grant lay semi-conscious like a lifeless husk. Regret washed over him. He had no idea whom he had angered. How had he drawn the wrath of insects? He had seduced numerous noble ladies in the past, and one encounter had always sufficed to ensnare them. Why had this time failed? All he could do was curse his injuries. As escape now seemed impossible, he could only resign himself to his fate. Just as the insect's mandibles pierced Grant's flesh, a thunderous noise resonated throughout the void. An ethereal figure emerged, and with a mere wave of its hand, the swarm was obliterated as Zack's pupils constricted. He tore open a rift in space, fleeing in haste. A SSS-level powerhouse. At the very least, one must possess an SSS-level capability. As a mere consciousness could effortlessly extinguish oneself. Klein's shadowy figure, with fingers transformed into claws, grasped the spatial rift through which Zack sought to flee. With a mocking glance at the apparition, Zack instantaneously vanished into another spatial tear. The shadow seemed somewhat incensed at being toyed with by such a trivial creature, and with a flick of its hand, It obliterated all remaining insects before gently seizing Grant from the healing pod and disappearing without a trace. At that moment, Lin Mianmian lay nestled in Li Yan's embrace, her eyes closed as she communicated with the system. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20, 30, 50 in favorability from. Congratulations, host. Your charm value has upgraded to level 15. Charm level, LV 15, 1,172,000. Congratulations, host. This upgrade has yielded 4 golden cards and 1 silver card. Lin Mianmian replied. Let us proceed. Congratulations, host. The 4 golden cards have yielded 4 intermediate psychic power upgrade cards. Psychic levels below S can be elevated by 1 level. Congratulations, host. The 1 silver card has yielded 1 intermediate physique card, which can increase physique by 10 points. Information: name, Lin Mianmian, age, 18 years. Congratulations on reaching adulthood. Beauty, 100/100. Your visage has reached perfection. Physique, 100/100, a flawless figure. With golden proportions. Fortune, 25/100. So you are my little stroke of luck. Psychic level, A. C4 psychic talent. Telepathy skills, psychic detection, true sight, lightning charm level. LV 15, 1,172,000. In an instant, Lin Mianmian felt as though she had grown taller. Her fingers and limbs elongated, appearing delicate and fragile. Lying down, her head now seemed to rest slightly closer to Li Yan's neck. With both her beauty and physique reaching perfection, she could now focus solely on enhancing her strength in future upgrades. The sensation of being at the mercy of others due to her current limitations was profoundly unsettling. Even an imperial female with high status merely possessed a position afforded by others. If her status were not derived from her own strength, it could be rescinded at any moment. Tomorrow, she must continue her live stream. Having finally discovered a method for upgrading her favorability, she intended to capitalize on this momentum. She estimated that after another day's work, she would have harvested nearly all the benefits from the capital star. The habitable zones within these star systems were quite limited, while they were nominally referred to as planets. The areas suitable for human habitation were relatively small, with only portions of these zones being livable, rendering them slightly larger than some major cities on Earth. As she pondered these thoughts, Lin Mianmian drifted into slumber. Li Yan gently pressed a kiss between her brows, murmuring softly to her sweet sleeping visage, "Sweet dreams, my esteemed female sovereign." Chapter 58. The charming boy today. The entrance of the regulatory bureau was off limits to crowds, with 2 formidable squads of soldiers stationed on either side of the road, diligently preventing any malefactors from harming Miss Mianmian. Although Catherine harbored concerns for Lin Mianmian's safety, she did not wish to confine her within a gilded cage and thus provided her with a spatial button brimming with protective gear. This included an array of items like a golden bell shield, an iron cloth shirt, and even outdoor protection tents. The spatial button, fashioned into a petite green ring, felt no burden on her finger. Today, the number of uncontrollable males below B grade had significantly diminished, as those above B grade could receive priority for governmental purification services. A grade individuals possessed the potential to evolve into S grade, hence everything was dictated by strength. Conversely, those below B grade, possessing inferior talents, were relegated to menial tasks. Males who could not even afford purification agents were deemed unworthy of society's resources. The principle of survival of the fittest remained an immutable truth. Consequently, with the purification of this batch, the regulatory bureau would soon be emptied. The bureau chief's demeanor today was so subservient that he seemed to be kneeling in service. He regretted aiding the second prince in delivering a message yesterday. Had Miss Lin Mianmian suffered any harm within the bureau, his position would likely have met a dire end. Fortunately, his life was spared. With 12 B-grade uncontrollable males, the occupancy in each cage had also decreased significantly. Just 2 or 3 individuals lay on the mats within each cage. If they could endure for a while, without succumbing to mental breakdown, they would be prioritized for assistance once the A-grade and above uncontrollable males had been purified. Initially, they had expected a lengthy wait, only to be graced by a stunning angelic figure, more beautiful than any earthly female, who offered her services to purify their pollution levels free of charge, even providing a high-grade purification agent. Such beauty was beyond their wildest dreams, yet it had come to fruition that today's goal was 10. Prioritizing her efforts, Lin Mianmian swiftly reduced the psychic pollution levels of the 10 males to a safe range. In the end, Only two forlorn creatures, a zebra and a leopard, remained in their cells to prevent them from feeling neglected. Lin Mianmian explained that her energy had been depleted for the day, promising to return tomorrow to assist with their purification. The zebra stood up happily, kneeling in gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Lin Mianmian." The leopard, adorned with mottled patterns, remained despondent, slumped on the ground. It was futile. An A-grade purifier had come before, offering salvation, yet with a pollution level too high and a damaged psychic ocean. It had fallen from A to B grade, and would likely soon descend to C grade. It could feel the dark mist beginning to consume its psychic sea, and soon it would encounter the beast god. Regrettably, it had yet to exact vengeance, nor would it see its sister one last time. Today's livestream was still thriving, but the duration was too brief, and many had already contributed to favorability, leading Lin Mianmian to believe the chances of leveling up today were slim. After exiting the regulatory bureau, she proceeded to her second destination, the Xiao family, grateful for Xiao Luo's assistance the previous day. She had risen early to bake numerous cookies and pastries. A small portion found its way into Xiao Yak's belly, while the majority were stored in a food preservation box, capable of keeping contents fresh for months. She intended to express her gratitude to Xiao Luo, the S-grade male who had directly granted her 100 favorability points, and her curiosity about him was piqued. She had already investigated Xiao Luo's background, discovering he had only a father. His father, with a low psychic level, could only manage odd jobs to support him. Yet, Xiao Luo had proven to be industrious, demonstrating exceptional talent in mecha and securing a scholarship to the Empire's premier military academy in the mecha combat department. Additionally, he had earned his first pot of gold through mecha design blueprints. Though that was compensation Lin Mianmian had helped him reclaim, it was nonetheless a testament to his own abilities. It was said that his father was also in poor health, so she had specifically invited Qin Mabe to assist with treatment today. Despite his newfound wealth, Xiao Luo had not vacated his previous small apartment. Rather, he had purchased it outright. Now, his father no longer needed to toil in menial labor, but could engage in work that interested him. The small apartment, nestled within a narrow alley on the outskirts of the central business district, though dim and cramped, was remarkably clean and tidy. The street vendor below, the abundance of potted plants, and the elderly residents chatting amiably at the entrance infused this shadowy alley with vitality and a sense of warmth. Having already made a public appearance, Lin Mianmian feared being recognized and causing unnecessary traffic congestion, so she donned a mask and hat. The Xiao residence was on the third floor. Lin Mianmian, accompanied by her three little followers, stood before the pristine white metal door and pressed the doorbell. Xiao Luo was diligently crafting a new mini-mecha, as his previous one had malfunctioned, and he aimed to produce a replacement swiftly for Lin Mianmian. His father, Sean, was in the kitchen preparing a meal. The family now managed to enjoy natural food several times a week. Nutritional supplements could only serve as adjuncts. Relying solely on them would inhibit natural muscle and fat growth, resulting in a gaunt physique. The cost of natural food was several times that of nutritional supplements, and previously, the father and son had scarcely enjoyed a few meals throughout the year. Now, in light of Xiao Luo's health, Sean was attempting to prepare meals for him. Although the taste left much to be desired, Xiao Luo consistently finished every morsel under his father's hopeful gaze. This hour, who could be visiting? Puzzled, Sean activated the surveillance screen, only to see the face imprinted in his memory. No, it was even more beautiful than the last time he had seen her. It was that benevolent noble lady. Sean, who typically shunned the internet, was unaware of Lin Mianmian's identity. Only recognizing her as his savior, he hurriedly opened the door, momentarily forgetting what he ought to say, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he gazed at Lin Mianmian. Having no recollection of him, Lin Mianmian had left in haste that day, only waiting for the test results before departing, and she had not even seen Sean's human form post-transformation. "May I inquire? Is this the Xiao residence?" Lin Mianmian, having removed her hat and mask, smiled politely, revealing two charming dimples. Yes. Please come in." Sean quickly stepped aside, ushering Lin Mianmian and her companions inside. "Father, what is it? Who rang the bell?" Xiao Luo, holding mechanical parts in hand, emerged to check on his father, concerned something was amiss, only to behold the person he had longed for. With a clatter, the parts he held fell to the ground. It was the one he had only glimpsed in videos, the person whose live stream he needed to watch each night to fall asleep. Surely, he could not be dreaming. Xiao Luo's light brown dog stared incredulously at Miss Mianmian. who placed the food box she was holding on the table. Upon seeing Xiao Luo, her face also reflected surprise that it turned out to be him, the charming boy she had encountered at the buffet. Chapter 59. A visit. Typically, no one visits the house, making the living room rather small. With the sudden addition of 4 people, it felt slightly cramped. Xiao Luo's face flushed crimson as he internally lamented that he should have opted for a larger home. Driven by nostalgia, he had chosen not to move, believing this cozy little abode was more than sufficient for him and his father, thus avoiding the purchase of a bigger house. Now, he regretted it. Especially if he had known Miss Mianmian would come. So you are Xiao Luo? Haha, we have met before at the buffet, Miss Mianmian exclaimed, her initial shyness evaporating instantly. She approached Xiao Luo, her dimples showing as she spoke. I encountered some difficulties yesterday, and it was your mini-mech that saved me. I've come to express my gratitude. I hope I'm not intruding on you and your uncle? Of course not. Xiao Luo replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. It's just that the space is quite limited, and I feared you might feel uncomfortable. Not at all. I find it quite cozy, Miss Mianmian said, opening the food box in her hands. A token of my appreciation, I've prepared some treats for you. There are various flavors. I hope you enjoy them. Xiao Luo trembled as he accepted the food box, the sweet aroma of the pastries wafting into his nostrils, making his heart feel sweeter than indulging in candy. As long as it pertains to you. I cherish it all, he murmured, his voice barely audible, leaving Miss Mianmian unable to catch the last part, though Li Yin and the others heard it, exchanging glances at Xiao Luo, who resembled a blushing tomato. However, they understood Miss Mianmian's allure to males, so it was no surprise that those who disliked her might find it perplexing. After a brief conversation, Miss Mianmian noticed that Xiao Luo's father was halfway through preparing some ingredients, which bore the hallmarks of questionable culinary skills. Initially intending to drop off the treats and leave, she now found herself wishing to stay for a meal, of course, with Li Yin doing the cooking. Xiao Luo's father anxiously observed the formidable high-ranking psychic effortlessly stirring the pot in their humble kitchen. It's all my fault for being such a poor cook. The dishes I attempt to create turn out so unpalatable that I must trouble my guests to cook. He lamented. Miss Mianmian enjoyed the fruits washed by Xiao Luo. She reassured him, Uncle Xiao, you needn't worry. Li Yin absolutely loves cooking. If you don't let him, he might become upset. Li Yin chimed in. I only enjoy cooking for you. Xiao Luo shyly glanced at Miss Mianmian, his eyes filled with gratitude. Actually, I've seen you before at the Regulatory Bureau. During that period, I was utterly exhausted and felt like I was waiting to perish there. It was you who suddenly appeared and purified my pollution levels, allowing me to return to normal. Recalling that moment of despair, Xiao Luo felt a pang of emotion, tears welling in his eyes. In truth, it is my son and I who owe you our gratitude. Back then, I had no idea who you were, miss, but I silently memorized your face, hoping to repay you someday. I had no idea you were the kind-hearted lady who helped my son. Miss Mianmian was taken aback to learn that her small act of kindness had salvaged a family. She handed Xiao Luo's father a tissue from the table. Uncle Xiao, that only means we are fated to meet. Doesn't it? Shouldn't we be happy about that? Xiao Luo's father chuckled through his tears. Yes, we should indeed celebrate. Look at me, at my age, still unable to control my tears. How embarrassing for you too. After a few more comforting words from Miss Mianmian, Xiao Luo's father found himself unable to dwell on sadness, his mind now occupied with joyous thoughts. Xiao Luo felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. His reality surpassed all his dreams, more perfect than he could have imagined. After dinner, Xiao Luo's father mused that all the meals he had previously prepared had been a waste of food. Grateful that Xiao Luo managed to eat everything, that Li Yan's culinary skills had received the golden seal of approval from Miss Mianmian, as evidenced by Lei Lai devouring several bowls of rice. Uncle Xiao, if you're interested in cooking, you could apprentice as a chef at the Huaxiao restaurant. If you learn well and wish to continue, you can stay. If you decide you no longer want to work, you can simply return. Miss Mianmian noticed that Xiao Luo's father genuinely enjoyed cooking. He had even been secretly observing Li Yin while he prepared meals, eager to learn a few tricks. Xiao Luo's father immediately shook his head. That's a young person's job. I'm too old, and my health isn't great. I cannot be a burden to you. Food is so expensive. It would be a waste of money to learn on my own. He acknowledged Miss Mianmian's good intentions, yet he felt he should be content and not take advantage of her kindness. How could it be a burden? Uncle Xiao, do you know, I fear the restaurant will go under without someone I trust. I am just an inexperienced young lady. What if they take advantage of my ignorance? Miss Mianmian sighed. If you truly don't wish to, I'll think of another way. Xiao Luo's father quickly agreed. Miss Mianmian, I'm willing. Rest assured, I will help you keep a close watch on the restaurant and ensure they don't engage in any deceitful practices. Miss Mianmian clapped her hands in delight. Really, Uncle Xiao? I cannot thank you enough. The restaurant closest to your home happens to be my very first establishment. When you go there, just mention your name, and I will inform them in advance. With a sense of duty, Xiao Luo's father nodded solemnly. I will definitely help you safeguard the restaurant. Finally, Qin Mo Bai examined Xiao Luo's father's health, relieved to find it was merely some old ailments. The esteemed physician had not encountered such minor ailments before. He simply utilized healing energy to alleviate the issues and prescribed a few restorative pills, returning Xiao Luo's father to optimal health. Soon after, the group departed amidst the reluctant gazes of Xiao Luo and his father. The following day, Xiao Luo's father stood anxiously outside the restaurant, waiting for it to open for his new job. As an apprentice, he was earnest, eagerly volunteering for any tasks. Initially, the head chef had concerns about this connection, but soon he felt completely at ease. Yet, why did this apprentice always gaze at him as if he were a thief? Did he think he might secretly take home leftover bones from the restaurant? After returning home, Miss Mianmian checked her affinity levels. Charm level, LV 15, 19,900,000 20 million. As expected, she had not leveled up. She was still short by 100,000. The recent surge in experience points had been quite rapid, and it would likely take a long time to accumulate the remaining amount. After a bath, she lazily settled into Li Yan's embrace. Li Yan, in a few days, I will be attending the Purifier Academy. It's an enclosed environment, and I can only return home on weekends. Not wanting Miss Mianmian to sleep on the floor, Li Yan took the initiative to climb into bed. He made a concerted effort to ignore the soft sensations against his chest. I will return to the military with Lei Lai and come back on weekends. Qin Mo Bai will accompany you to the academy. Due to the restrictions at the Purifier Academy, males were not allowed entry, meaning Li Yan and Lei Lai could not accompany her. However, as a physician, Qin Mo Bai could make an exception and remain in the infirmary there. After all, only the most exceptional females from the Empire could enter the Purifier Academy, and upon graduation, they would directly join the auxiliary combat divisions of the military. Particularly outstanding individuals might even receive military ranks. Currently, Catherine held the title of general. She was tasked with purifying the pollution levels of SS-class military officers, serving as an indispensable support for the military's core operations. The Purifier Academy only accepted females of B rank or higher, though those with psychic talents above B rank who had not yet reached that level could also enroll, albeit potentially in separate classes from those above B rank. Chapter 60. Loss of control. Having spent so much time with Li Yan, Miss Mianmian found it difficult to adjust to their impending separation. Unhappily, she nestled into Li Yan's embrace, whining, "What if I miss you?" Li Yan gently stroked her restless head and kissed her eyes. "Then just press the alarm, and I will come to see you." The looming farewell made Miss Mianmian cling to him even more. Wrapping around him like an octopus, she wanted to express her reluctance for him to leave, yet felt guilty about keeping him from pursuing his own desires. She could only cling to him a bit longer before their parting. Li Yan felt his ears grow warm, the soft sensations against his body nearly driving him to the brink of losing control. Miss Mianmian, still restless, stealthily kissed him, with the thread of reason finally snapping. The long-suffering Li Yan lost all restraint. Xiao Luo's expansive room barely accommodated his beast-formed head. Observing the thick, blood-tinged black mist enveloping Li Yan, Miss Mianmian scolded herself for her oversight. She had always believed Li Yan to be in perfect health, and he had not shown any signs of losing control. The one person she should have been concerned about had been neglected. Using the chain in her hand to channel energy, she gently stroked his head. Though she was afraid of snakes, if this snake were Li Yan, she would only feel affection. That he was clearly enamored with the little female before him, nuzzling against her cheek. The sensation tickled her, prompting her to swat at his misbehaving mouth. "Stop it." Li Yan obediently closed his mouth and shrank his beast form to rest on her shoulder. Exhausted and nearly depleted of energy, he finally reverted to his human form after consuming 3 high-grade purification agents to quell his inner turmoil. Miss Mianmian lay limp on the bed, too weary to move. Adjusting her lace nightgown that had been snagged by his scales, The fabric was damaged, but she lacked the energy to change. Lin returned with another nightgown. Mianmian, do you still have the strength to change? Lin Mianmian could hardly keep her eyes open. Feeling drowsy, let's change it tomorrow, she murmured. Lin gently kissed her eyelids, saying, I will help you. He tenderly assisted her in removing the tattered nightgown. His head tilted to one side, afraid to gaze at the alluring scene beneath the garment. After removing it, he picked up a new nightdress to help her put on, but perhaps due to the lack of visibility, he inadvertently touched a forbidden spot, prompting a soft murmur from Lin Mianmian. Lin quickly turned his head, fearful of causing her discomfort by misdirecting his hands. Then he caught sight of a captivating view that nearly sent him into a frenzy once more. Boom! The flush of embarrassment spread from his head down to his neck. The color on his face nearly dripping down, he hurriedly and shakily dressed Lin Mianmian in the nightgown. Perhaps his movements were a bit too swift and lacking in gentleness. Lin Mianmian rubbed her eyes in discontent. Lin, be gentler. His heart raced like a drum as he leaned down to kiss her forehead, murmuring, I'm sorry, Mianmian, I will be gentler. His lips inadvertently brushed against Lin Mianmian's, seemingly the only way to soothe the turmoil within him. In her drowsy state, Lin Mianmian felt as if she were on the verge of drifting away. Forget it. I want to see Lin for a long time, so let him kiss me as much as he wants today. Lin appeared insatiable, as if no amount of kisses could quell his desire. Finally, he ceased his kisses only after Lin Mianmian succumbed to sleep, holding her tightly in his embrace, as if cradling the most treasured gem in the world. In the adjacent room, Lin irritably covered his ears with a pillow, lamenting how Lin dined so lavishly every day while he had yet to sit at the table. Even if his culinary skills were inferior, he believed himself to be on par in appearance, and his personality was certainly more capable of bringing joy to Mianmian. Fine. He does indeed deserve a place at the table. Frustrated, he suppressed his impulse to eavesdrop. Muttering, what right do you have to get up? Qin Mabai stared blankly at the response on his smart brain. Father, if I were to fall in love with a female who is not of the Snow Wolf clan, would you agree? His father replied, a female not of the Snow Wolf clan cannot bear an heir with healing abilities. You are the next clan leader and should understand your responsibilities. Qin Mabai switched off his smart brain, standing by the window as he gazed at the distant lighthouse. What if I am not the clan leader? The following day, Lin Mianmian overslept, missing her appointment at the Regulatory Bureau, which was supposed to be at around 9 o'clock. And instead woke up at noon. It's all Snake's fault. However, considering he had specially prepared a delicious breakfast today, she decided to forgive him. Seeing Lin Mianmian relish her meal, the tenderness in Lian's eyes seemed ready to overflow. He reached out to wipe the soup from the corner of her mouth, saying, take your time eating, it's all yours. Lin secretly observed Lian's actions, thinking to himself that he could never emulate such behavior. Having spent so long in the military, speaking in such a manner felt more challenging than death itself. As long as he could remain by Mianmian's side, he would be content. Lin had already informed the director of the Regulatory Bureau in advance. And naturally, the director had no objections. Even if Lin Mianmian did not attend, he would remain silent. There was no live broadcast today since it was just the two of them. The process would be swift and did not warrant the fuss of broadcasting. In the cage, the zebra looked anxiously at the leopard. Gray, can you hold on? The leopardess voice emerged from his throat, thick with growls, as if speaking was a torment for him. Gale, after I die. I hope you can take care of my sister. Gale paced anxiously. Perhaps that lady can save you. Not even an A-level purifier can save me. She's only B-level. Gale, please. Lin Mianmian arrived outside the cage, her energy enveloping her eyes. The zebra's pollution level was 95. Although the mist was dense, it appeared considerably less so compared to the leopard, who looked lifeless. With a pollution level of 99, the mist had already condensed into liquid, deeply eroding his skin and even infiltrating his mind. In an effort to free her hands to focus on purifying the leopard, Lin Mianmian decided to expedite the process by starting with the zebra. Although Gale felt a flicker of hope, his mood was heavy. It seemed this lady had given up on Gray. Otherwise, she would have started with the severely polluted male each time. Soon, Gale transformed back into human form. After administering the high-level purification agent and thanking Lin Mianmian, he hesitated, gazing at her. Lin Mianmian knew that purifying Gale would take a long time. Assuming the zebra had something to say, she inquired, do you have any questions? Gale awkwardly rubbed his hands together. I'm sorry, Miss Mianmian. Although Gray is nearly beyond saving, could you please think of another way? Although the request felt shameless, Gray had been his brother since childhood, and he was willing to swallow his pride for a chance to help him. Lin Mianmian smiled at Gale. Once I finish purifying you, I will assist him as well. Don't worry, he will be fine. Gale nodded eagerly, nervously watching as Lin Mianmian began to wave her magic wand. In his nearly unconscious state, Gray seemed to hear Lin Mianmian's voice, realizing that the lady had truly come. Gale must have been cured by her. If there were a next life, he would surely repay her. Chapter 61. Purification. Though the liquid black mist was stubborn, Lin Mianmian, with her A-level mental prowess and magic wand, consumed the black mist at a visibly rapid pace with her verdant energy. Gray felt the suffocating sensation enveloping him gradually dissipate, allowing him to breathe freely once more. Gale, witnessing the sparkle returning to the leopard's eyes, felt tears welling up. For so long, Gray had been nearly blind, and now salvation had finally arrived. Once the swirling black mist around him was purified, Gray was able to stand. Lin Mianmian did not relax, knowing that the deeply embedded black mist within the skin and even the mind would be the most challenging to eradicate. The green energy adhered to the dark stains on his skin, washing them away in large swathes, the color fading gradually. Gray's heart raced. Could his mental trauma truly be healed? He had initially thought that even if he were cured, he would continue to lose control, as his injuries were within his sea of consciousness. Mere purification was simply treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. Thus, he had felt such despair. Once the black stains on his body were entirely cleared away, Lin Mianmian tentatively sent a portion of her green energy into Gray's sea of consciousness. This realm was the most vital and sensitive aspect for mentalists. Even family members should not casually probe one another's mental seas, as it could lead to irreversible damage. Gray closed his eyes, trusting that vibrant green energy would take care of his inner self. The green energy joyfully pursued the fleeing black mist, no longer appearing as docile as it seemed, but rather forcefully devouring the black mist strand by strand. Fortunately, not much black mist had infiltrated the sea of consciousness, and Lin Mianmian managed to eliminate all pollution just before her energy was depleted. Gray instantly regained his A-level status. His once withered fur began to regrow, and he felt that his current state was even better than at his peak. Transforming back into human form, Gray knelt down with a thud, pressing his forehead against the cold floor, giving Lin Mianmian a deep bow. He was at a loss for words to express his gratitude, repeatedly saying, "Thank you. I am truly grateful." Gray's pollution level not only returned to zero, but after regaining his A-level status, he also hinted at a breakthrough into S-level. He had originally been at the pinnacle of a level, and if not for that incident, he might have already been an S-level powerhouse. However, he was relieved that he still had a chance. Lin Mianmian had exhausted the energy from her main core, but she still had 4 C-level cores, so her vitality remained robust. "All right, I can feel your gratitude. Now please get up," Lin Mianmian said, successfully purifying the solidified black mist for the second time. This time without the previous chaos. She truly felt her strength had grown, a sense of accomplishment washing over her, her lips curving into a smile as her dimples appeared, clearly in high spirits. After leaving the regulatory bureau, Lin Mianmian received an invitation from Augustine to taste dishes at a restaurant. He had left abruptly last time due to urgent business, and to express his apologies. He chose a newly opened hot pot restaurant this time. The hot pot establishment had yet to officially open, with all the tables and chairs pushed together to form a long tasting table. Various soup bases and ingredients, along with small condiments, filled the long table. In front of each pot of soup, clean bowls were placed. Lin Mianmian picked up a bowl and dipped slices of lamb into the spicy broth. "Spicy enough?" she mused, but those unaccustomed to spicy food might struggle. She noted the different levels of spiciness, while other broth options like mushroom and tomato were quite good, though she found the fruit juice broth rather peculiar. Augustine had heard that Lin Mianmian would soon be attending the Purifier Academy, and he sought an excuse to see her before her departure. Why would he personally need to come to such a small hot pot restaurant for a tasting? The fruit juice broth was, of course, his creation. If there were no standout flavors, how would it showcase Miss Mianmian's significance? He couldn't quite explain it, but he simply wanted to see her, watching Lin Mianmian earnestly taste and jot down notes. A hint of a smile flickered in Augustine's fox-like eyes. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 favorability from SS level male Augustine Sommerfeld. 60200, huh? As Lin Mianmian gazed upwards, she observed Augustine intently instructing his subordinates to document their opinions. A sense of understanding washed over her. It seemed her diligent demeanor had indeed impressed him as a partner. Professionalism held considerable significance. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Lin Mianmian found herself satiated. However, her gluttonous companions, the lion-hearted Lei Lai and the others, had yet to eat. Thus, when Augustine proposed dining at the most luxurious Huaxiao restaurant in the central area, she readily acquiesced that in mere minutes. Their aerial vehicle arrived at the restaurant's pinnacle. Alighting from the craft, the group descended the staircase leading to the transparent garden on the next floor. At a long rectangular dining table, capable of accommodating dozens, was elegantly positioned at the center of the restaurant. Surrounded by blooming flowers, with scattered petals beneath, ethereal white drapes hung from the transparent walls, creating a fairy-like ambience that left Lin Mianmian utterly enchanted. Noticing her delight, Augustine's eyes sparkled with mirth. Delectable dishes, replete with aroma and flavor, were artfully presented on the table. Lin Mianmian, having already consumed a hearty portion, gingerly placed her hand on her slightly full stomach, realizing she could still indulge a bit more. After savoring some exquisitely crafted pastries, she found herself unable to eat further and opted instead to sip on a cup of delicate tisanes. She admired the flowers adorning the table. A sudden whiff of alcohol caught her attention. Wasn't there no wine on the table? Her gaze shifted to Lei Lai's plate, which was heaped with shrimp shells. Drunken shrimp. The vivid memory of Lei Lai's previous drunken antics flooded her mind, and a flicker of concern arose. Would he lose control again? Lei Lai, the drunken shrimp contains alcohol. You should consume less, she cautioned, unable to suppress her voice. Lei Lai, feeling a bit dazed, looked up in confusion. A wave of restlessness washed over him, prompting him to transform into a magnificent golden lion, strutting around the table as if to scrutinize the foolish humans before him. Lin Mianmian held her forehead. Feeling embarrassed, Lord Augustine, my guardian has lost control. I fear I must escort him home. As Augustine stepped closer to bid her farewell, Lei Lai's paw instinctively pushed him away. Embarrassed, Lin Mianmian gently patted Lei Lai's large head, coaxing him to shrink down. In an instant, he transformed into a kitten-sized creature, leaping into her embrace. Lord Augustine, I will be at the Purifier Academy, likely only available on weekends. If you require anything, please feel free to communicate with me through the intelligent brain, she said, cradling the restless little lion as she bid farewell to Augustine. Very well, Miss Mianmian. I also have properties near the Purifier Academy, should you need anything. This card will grant you access at any time, Augustine offered, presenting her with a sleek black card adorned with a crimson family crest. Recognizing its significance, Lin Mianmian accepted it with gratitude, believing it to be akin to a VIP card of her own. As she departed, soothing the little lion in her arms, Augustine felt a subtle shift in his heart. Did she have an affinity for furry males? Perhaps he should start taking better care of his own fur. Congratulations to the host for gaining a 20 favorability rating from the SS level male, Augustine Sommerfeld, 80200. Chapter 62. The Little Lion. Upon returning home, Lei Lai had clung to Lin Mianmian throughout the entire journey. Even when Li Yan attempted to approach, he was met with a dismissive huff from Lei Lai. Lin Mianmian had exhausted the core energy necessary for purification, so she could only wait until she had rested before addressing him again. On the grand bed, the little lion resembled a baby, nestled between Li Yan and Lin Mianmian. Attempting to displace Li Yan, he playfully nudged him with his back legs, but was swiftly reprimanded by Lin Mianmian's gentle slap on his head. The little lion let out a soft whimper, protesting Lin Mianmian's harshness, only to quickly resume licking her cheek affectionately, emitting adorable coos that moment. The usually aloof Major General displayed a fierceness unmatched, and Lin Mianmian couldn't help but pull him close, showering him with kisses. How utterly charming! The little lion basked in the affection, eyes closed in bliss, occasionally casting a challenging glance at Li Yan. Not wishing to feud with such a diminutive creature, Li Yan transformed into a small snake, coiling around Lin Mianmian's wrist. With the unpleasant scent of Li Yan dissipating, the little lion joyfully pawed at the fragrant and soft female. Lin Mianmian blushed, attempting to halt his antics. Although he was merely a little lion now, imagining it was Lei Lai was a tantalizing thought. The little lion, though confused, obediently ceased his movements, burying himself in the soft comforts he adored. drifting into a sweet slumber. Lin Mianmian adjusted the little lion's head onto her shoulder, and he instinctively nestled into his favorite spot. Feeling a bit fatigued from the entire ordeal, she closed her eyes, allowing herself to drift off as well. Throughout the night, Lei Lai dreamt enchantingly, even imagining himself kissing Mianmian. How delightful! Upon awakening, Lei Lai, no longer in a drunken stupor, transformed back into his human form, feeling the bed unusually soft and imbued with a captivating fragrance. As he groggily opened his eyes, he found himself embracing Mianmian, realizing he had indeed buried his face in her embrace. Thinking he was still dreaming, he pinched himself. Ouch! It was real. Lin Mianmian stirred awake at the sound of his self-inflicted slap. Lei Lai, you've transformed back. Yes, Mianmian, he replied, hastily distancing himself from her. Oh no, had he crossed any boundaries while intoxicated last night? Lian, you certainly offended me. Seeing the deep crimson hue on Lei Lai's face, Lin Mianmian playfully teased, Lei Lai, you were so forward last night. Why the sudden shyness? His neck flushed in embarrassment. He stammered, I'm sorry, Mianmian. Unable to contain her laughter, Lin Mianmian reassured him, I was just teasing. You transformed into a little lion and became quite clingy. There's nothing more to it. Relieved, Lei Lai felt grateful that he hadn't overstepped. Observing his nervousness, Lin Mianmian, sensing a lack of awareness regarding their future bond, grasped his collar and pulled him closer. Lei Lai, you are my guardian. There are certain things you can do, such as, with a gentle bite, her soft, sweet lips met his, causing a surge of warmth to rush to Lei Lai's head. Dazed, he succumbed to her lead. The sweetness of their first kiss intoxicated him, enveloping him in a blissful sensation he could hardly resist. Her tender lips brushed against his, sending electric shivers coursing through him, quickening his heartbeat and hastening his breath. Unconsciously, he wrapped his arms tightly around Lin Mianmian, his hands gripping her slim waist, feeling the strength of his masculine form. Lin Mianmian, unable to resist the urge, reached out to caress him. Lei Lai felt as though a fire coursed through his veins, his bloodshot eyes glowing brighter. Lin Mianmian, her face flushed, withdrew slightly. If she continued to tease, there would be no turning back. To reassure Lei Lai of her feelings, she wanted him to know he was cherished, but she wasn't yet prepared for any significant developments. Regaining his composure, Lei Lai, in a husky tone, said, Mianmian, I need to return to my room and gather myself. He hurriedly retreated, leaping into a cold water-filled bathtub to quell his rising passions. With a glint of amusement in his ice-blue eyes, he realized he had finally kissed Mianmian. Meanwhile, the little snake, dissatisfied, flicked its tongue in annoyance. This lion, usually so simple-minded, was playing tricks behind his back. Lian's figure gradually emerged from the void, transforming into his human form without hesitation as he enveloped Lin Mianmian in a tight embrace. He then leaned down, kissing her with fervent intensity, a kiss brimming with possessiveness and aggression, as though he intended to consume her entirely. As he grew bolder, a powerful shiver coursed through Lin Mianmian, enveloping her entire being. Her breath quickened, and her gaze grew hazy. What was she doing so early in the morning? Trembling, she pushed Lian away. You should leave. I need to take a bath, with mirth dancing in his obsidian eyes. Lian pressed a kiss to Lin Mianmian's cheek before departing to weak-kneed. She stumbled into the bathroom, her cheeks aflamed. It seemed she could no longer indulge in playful teasing. These men were far beyond her capabilities. Once she completed her preparations and emerged, she found Lian and Lei Lai waiting outside her room. With a playful glare at the two, the trio descended to partake in breakfast together. Seated on either side of Lin Mianmian, the two attentively served her, peeling shells and offering bites as if eager to feed her directly. Qin Mobo quietly consumed his meal, allowing the two to compete for her attention. Regardless, he has 5 days a week to see her, while they only have 2 days together. Lei Lai, having tasted sweetness, is no longer willing to be a mere backdrop. Lin Mianmian, holding Lian's hand with her right, claims the left side for herself. Originally, Lin Mianmian and Lian's world of two has suddenly gained an additional member, and the spark in Lian's gaze towards Lei Lai is unmistakable. With the academy looming tomorrow, Lin Mianmian chooses to remain at home today, accompanying the two competing males. Knowing that Mianmian adores his beast form, Lei Lai transforms into a small cub, blushing as he nestles against Lin Mianmian's chest. Seeking affection. Lin squints his eyes, unable to bear the sight of this cunning whimpering creature. Lin Mianmian affectionately kisses the little lion's head, finding him irresistibly adorable. Lin, metamorphosing into a black serpent, inquires, Mianmian, would you like to fly? Having never experienced the sensation of soaring atop a large snake, Lin Mianmian eagerly nods and sits upon Lin, embracing his head, with a protective shield enveloping her to prevent any falls or gusts of wind. Lin gently hums as he ascends to hover above the castle. The little lion, lying forlornly on the sofa, feels an urge to scratch, but upon remembering that this is Mianmian's favorite sofa, he immediately halts his mischievous paw. He obediently lies there, awaiting his owner's return. A gentle breeze caresses his cheek, and the view of the garden below, the trees, and the distant city unfolds before him. Although one can witness the scenery from a flying vehicle, it pales in comparison to the pure exhilaration of flight. Lin circles around the castle with Lin Mianmian for a while, taking in the breathtaking vistas before returning. Lei Lai has reverted to his human form, visibly annoyed with the scheming black serpent. With only one day left, can't he be afforded some time? Chapter 63, Purifier Academy. Joyful moments are fleeting. After playing with the two, Lin Mianmian falls asleep in Lian's embrace. Lei Lai, reluctant to part from her, engages in a silent stare-off, neither willing to yield. Having experienced the sweetness of companionship, Lei Lai is disinclined to revert to his previous passive demeanor. When Lin carries Lin Mianmian back to her room, he trails closely behind. Lin halts, dark currents swirling in his inky eyes. Lieutenant Lei, you should return to your own quarters. Lei Lai greedily glances at Lin Mianmian's sleeping visage, unwilling to argue with Lin lest he wake her, and reluctantly retreats, glancing back 3 times. With utmost gentleness, Lin lays Lin Mianmian on the bed, his gaze lingering on her serene face. Reluctant to close his own eyes, that he longs to remain by her side, yet he knows he must grow stronger to protect her. Should a character like the second prince arise again, he yearns to crush his skull without hesitation. A night of sweet dreams passes. Lin Mianmian stretches, nestling into Lian's embrace for a moment before rising to prepare for the academy. Lin had organized her spatial button the previous night, ensuring all her necessities were neatly arranged within the expansive space. A black ring, adorned with intricate patterns, now accompanies the green circle. Lin Mianmian, extending her delicate fingers, muses that if her belongings multiply, she hopes her hands won't be overwhelmed with spatial buttons. Today, Catherine makes a rare appearance at the breakfast table, intending to personally escort her beloved daughter on her first day of school. The headmaster of the Purifier Academy was once her teacher, and with the rigorous training ahead, she feels it prudent to greet him. Previously, her daughter's temperament had been volatile, and during her time at Victoria Academy, she had refrained from indulging her whims. Now, she seizes the opportunity to make amends for past regrets. During breakfast, Lei Lai, who usually devours meals with gusto, finds the food tasteless, while Lin continuously assists Lin Mianmian with her dishes. Qin Mabai, in high spirits, consumes an extra bowl of rice, his jade-like eyes sparkling with delight. After breakfast, each with their own thoughts, they finish eating, and Lin Mianmian feels as though it is Lin and Lei Lai who are the ones heading to school. Their anguished expressions seem to be mimicking hers. Having comforted the two during their flight, they become even more reluctant to part from her. Upon disembarking from the flying vehicle, and under the envious and resentful gazes of Lei Lai and Lin, Qin Mabai claims the position behind Lin Mianmian as they enter the academy together. Only when Lin Mianmian's figure disappears from sight do they board the vehicle, returning to the military with furrowed brows. The guards, witnessing the return of Lieutenant Lei after leave, initially display a stern demeanor tinged with concern, wondering if something unfortunate has transpired at home. The Purifier Academy is vast, but has only 5 classes. They are categorized by talent level: SS, S, A, B, and C. Each SS and S class comprises around 10 students, while AC classes host 20 to 30 students, given that no SSS class has been established in many years. Lin Mianmian naturally finds herself in the SS class. Females in the SS class enjoy the privilege of residing in standalone villas, while the S class has 2-bedroom apartments and the A class has 3-bedroom accommodations, with B and C classes offering 4-bedroom units. Lin Mianmian's villa is the first and grandest of them all, boasting comprehensive facilities and the highest grade defense systems. In the evenings, SS-level mentors from the adjacent military academy patrol the vicinity. diligently safeguarding the safety of the Empire's most esteemed females. The door automatically opens upon recognizing Lin Mianmian's iris. The room appears to have been previously cleaned, immaculate even on the windowsill. After Catherine inspects the living environment and offers a few reminders, she departs to find the headmaster. Upon hearing a knock on the door, the headmaster, who has just received a message from the new queen, frowns in contemplation, pressing the door button beside her desk. Catherine enters. "Good day, Director Susan." Catherine greets respectfully, acknowledging her former teacher despite her current success. "Catherine, have you come for your daughter?" Susan inquires, understandingly. "Yes, Director. My daughter Mianmian has sustained injuries in the past, and her mental level has only recently recovered. I hope you can take special care of her," Catherine replies, her usually icy demeanor softening at the mention of Lin Mianmian. "I understand, Catherine. As the Empire's future SSS-level treasure, I will ensure she is well taken care of," Susan assures, her gaze steady, satisfied with the response. Catherine converses briefly with Susan about recent events before taking her leave. Susan activates her holographic device, reflecting, "Margarita, my brother's mental trauma requires an SSS-level female's mental core for healing. Compared to an SSS-level female, I believe the Empire needs an SSS-level marshal even more." She massages her aching temples, her white hair lending her an air of weariness. She retrieves an old graduation photo from the academy, showcasing radiant females whose smiles exude youth and vibrancy. The one in the center, with her golden curls, stands out as exceptionally beautiful, as if destined to shine. Having already wronged Victoria once, she cannot afford to do so again. That evening, a welcome party is scheduled. Lin Mianmian, having taken a nap, groggily reaches out for the familiar embrace, only to find herself alone. Well, it seems the warm hugs and kisses she has grown accustomed to upon waking are absent. Perhaps she shouldn't even bother with school. A knock interrupts her thoughts, and the intelligence system relays an image of the visitor outside. It is Tina. Tina, possessing an S-level mental talent, is in the S class. Recently, Lin Mianmian has been too busy to meet, so they have only been in contact through their smart devices. After enjoying some snacks brought by Tina and chatting for a while, the sky gradually darkens. "Ding dong," announces the villa's smart broadcast. "The welcome party starts in 10 minutes. Miss Mianmian, are you ready to depart?" Lin Mianmian, already dressed, joins Tina as they board a small flying vehicle to their designated class location. Curious, she leans against the vehicle's glass window, gazing down at the academy's scenery, watching as other flying vehicles zoom past, trailing long tails of exhaust. The villa is only 3 minutes from the class. Soon, the two disembark, agreeing to return together after class before parting ways. In the SS class, Lin Mianmian is greeted by a row of 7 silver-white holographic nutrient pods, each marked with a corresponding student number. Currently, 3 females occupy the pods numbered 5, 6, and 7. Checking her own number, 01. She slowly approaches the first seat and sits down. "Hi, Miss Mianmian, I've watched your live streams. I'm Doris, and I'm your fan," chirps the chubby-cheeked girl from pod 6. Beaming as she greets Lin Mianmian. "Even if Uncle Augustine didn't ask me to look after Miss Mianmian, I still want to be friends with her. She's just too beautiful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 favorability from B-level female Doris, 2060. So, she is Augustine's niece. Hello, Doris. Thank you for your kind words. You're adorable too." Lin Mianmian replies, a small dimple appearing as she smiles and waves at Doris. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 favorability from B-level female Doris, 4060. Doris, flattered by the compliment, covers her flushed cheeks, exclaiming, "Miss Mianmian, how can you even make talking sound so lovely?" Subject 5 is a female with violet hair and violet eyes, exuding a gentle demeanor as she nods and smiles amicably at Lin Mianmian. Subject 7 has already closed the lid of the nutrient chamber above her, breathing steadily as if in slumber. Just in the final minute, 2 females entered together. Chapter 64, Classmates, the one on the left. An audacious female with silver hair cut to her ears and steely gray eyes cast a haughty glance at a few seated individuals before taking her place in seat 4 beside her. A stunning brunette, emanating hostility, shot a glance at Lin Mianmian before stepping onto seat 3 in her high heels. At this moment, the designated time for the orientation meeting had arrived, and Dean Susan walked in. She surveyed the individuals seated, her expression grave. "I am Susan, the Dean of the Purification Academy. I shall be establishing a rigorous training regimen for each of you, and I hope all ladies will diligently fulfill their daily tasks. Yes, Dean, the crowd responded in unison. Now, I would like each of you to introduce yourselves. Subject 2 is Princess Oriana, who is quite busy and may only occasionally attend the academy. This is merely for your awareness. All right, let us begin with Subject 1. Susan turned her gaze toward Lin Mianmian. Lin Mianmian rose, her image projected onto the enormous screen behind Susan. Hello everyone, I am Lin Mianmian, currently at a mental level of B. I look forward to your guidance. Lin Mianmian offered a formal introduction with a smile. Subject 3. I am Julia, at a mental level of S. My father is the left marshal of the empire. Why should a B-level waste sit in seat 1? What use is an SSS talent if it hasn't fully developed yet? Who knows, it might just become useless at any moment. Subject 4. Fiona. S-level. This girl may be pretty, but can she endure the academy's training with such a delicate demeanor? It would be a pity if she dropped out. Subject 5. Hello everyone, I am Aaron, and my mental level is A. Wow. I wonder which does Miss Mianmian prefer more, the serpent beast or Major Lei Lai. Both are so handsome, and having both together wouldn't be a bad idea. Subject 6. I am Doris. I am B-level. Miss Mianmian's face is so smooth and delicate, like glutinous rice pudding. I just want to take a bite. Subject 7. I am Elizabeth. B. Very well. Aside from Miss Mianmian, everyone present possesses an SS-level mental talent. Over the coming year, I hope each of you can achieve significant improvements in your abilities. Susan concluded before initiating today's tasks. Ladies, please enter the holographic nutrient chambers to complete today's assignments. Upon task completion, you may return to rest. Those who fail to finish before classes tomorrow shall face confinement as punishment. All right, you may begin now. After outlining all procedures, Susan turned and exited the classroom. Lin Mianmian activated the holographic nutrient chamber as the lid descended over the seat, establishing a connection between her head and the academy's spatial network through brainwaves in the initial room. 3 floating taskbars appeared before her. Task 1. Please set your initial image. This virtual persona will be used for collaboration and combat practice in the virtual space. Task 2. Purify 20 virtual, uncontrollable males matching your level. Task 3. Enter the virtual battlefield and utilize attack and defense functions to repel an assault from 10 insectoid creatures of the same level. Lin Mianmian envisioned a rugged, muscular man with a stubbled face. Please note, gender alteration is not permitted. Then let us just tie his hair back in a ponytail, shall we? Accepted. Congratulations on completing the first task. Lin Mianmian glanced at her reflection in the virtual space mirror, stifling a laugh. Her originally fierce, muscular man now appeared somewhat effeminate. Opening the second task, she found herself in a familiar locale, the Regulatory Bureau. This task was well within her competence, as 20 identical B-level males clung to the bars of a massive cage that looked somewhat unsettling. A B-level. Lin Mianmian purified each one in a minute, clearing them all. Accepted. Congratulations on completing the second task. For the third task, the scene shifted to the mental battlefield, another familiar setting. Lin Mianmian practiced here every night, mastering her lightning skills to perfection. She no longer needed to rely on verbal commands to defeat the insects. 10 B-level insectoids charged at her, and Lin Mianmian enveloped her hands in an energy shield, unleashing 10 bolts of lightning simultaneously, instantly reducing them to charred remains. Accepted. Congratulations on completing the third task. Would you like to submit your results? Is that all? I sent it a bit premature to submit now. System, can I attempt this again at my own level? Affirmative. Host, you may conceal your level during training moving forward. Lin Mianmian swiftly repeated the tasks, finding them still quite effortless. This is lacking in challenge. Perhaps I should try S level? Understood. Host, you may even attempt SS level if you wish, as you are my most beautiful, noble, elegant, and gentle host. Lin Mianmian, have you undergone training to have such lofty expectations? 20 S-level males materialized before her. The virtual space lacked the assistance of a magic wand, which would have been a significant advantage. The mental pollution of these males was 95. Purifying each would require just 6. Lin Mianmian was curious to see how many of her core energies it would take to purify. The first purification of 6 pollution points consumed half of her energy, while the second consumed the other half. If she had a magic wand, she could have purified double that amount, which would equate to 4. Not much at all. Luckily, I saved a bit of energy for the return journey. Otherwise, I would have to sleep here if my energy was depleted. She submitted the results of her second A-level task. The time taken for the task was displayed prominently. Lin Mianmian clicked to exit. The holographic chamber opened, revealing that seats 3 and 4 were vacant, indicating those two had completed their tasks and left. Seats 5, 6, and 7 were still engaged in their battles. Lin Mianmian dragged her weary body to the mini flying device at the classroom door, where the AI displayed a message from Tina, indicating she had returned with her roommate. Lin Mianmian climbed onto the flying device, set her destination, and closed her eyes to rest. Julia emerged from the shadows of the trees, staring at Lin Mianmian's flying device with disdain. What a waste, nearly losing her life over a B-level task. After a mocking laugh, she scoffed at the notion of considering such a weakling an opponent. It was truly embarrassing. Upon reaching the villa, Lin Mianmian sank into the bathtub, nearly dozing off after a while. System, how much favorability do I need to level up? Charm level. LV 15, 19,992,000 out of 20. 000,000. Host, you need just 1,000 more. Today, that S-level Julia had been particularly unfriendly, instilling a sense of crisis in Lin Mianmian. After her bath, she felt somewhat rejuvenated and donned a cute princess dress to take a selfie beneath the Academy's logo in her room. Today marks my first day at the Academy. How delightful. Let us gather some favorability from passers-by and fans of beauty. Let us aim for S-level first. She uploaded the photo to her personal social media page, which quickly garnered attention, with the comment section overflowing with compliments. Lin Mianmian was too preoccupied to read the comments, only hearing the sounds of increasing favorability around her. Ding ding. The AI notified her of incoming messages. Lien, I miss you. Leilai, how are you adjusting to the Academy? Miss Mianmian Augustine, congratulations on your first day of enrollment. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 favorability from SS level male Augustine Sommerfeld, 100. 200. Miss Xiao Luo, I'm at the military academy next door. Anything you need, just call. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 favorability from SS level male China Mo by 100,200. After Lin Mianmian replied to each one, she heard the sound of leveling up. Chapter 65. Confinement. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20, 30, 50 favorability. Congratulations to the host. Your charm level has increased to 16. Charm level. LV 16. 1,185,000 out of 20. 000,000. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 platinum card and 4 golden cards, totaling 50. 000,000. Should I consider entering the entertainment industry? Where else can I garner such a wealth of favorability? Host, there are likely several 100 million people joining the military. If you could become renowned among the ranks, perhaps you could initiate the next wave of upgrades. So, I must graduate from here and then serve in the military? The military stringently controls external communications, so it's likely not many will witness your live streams. Never mind, reaching S level is sufficient for now. One cannot achieve everything at once. I will continue to strive forward. Lin Mianmian, congratulations, you have drawn 1 high-level mental power upgrade card. Can elevate mental levels below SS level by 1. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 4 intermediate mental power upgrade cards. Can elevate mental levels below S level by 1. Information, name, Lin Mianmian, age, 18, congratulations on reaching adulthood. Beauty, 100. Your visage is now perfect. Figure, 100, a flawless physique, with golden proportions. Destiny, 25100. Originally, you were my little fortune. Mental power level, S, B4. Mental talent, telepathy skills, mental detection, true sight, lightning charm level, LV 16, 1,185,000. Although the order of these levels sounds somewhat unappealing, at least it has reached the S rank, which has relieved Lin Mianmian considerably, allowing her to collapse onto the bed and drift into a deep slumber. Under the shroud of night, a silver-white armored beetle breached the villa's protective system and infiltrated through the windowsill. Zack cast a spatial restriction, transforming into a silver-haired youth, and quietly approached Lin Mianmian's bedside. Lin Mianmian lay sprawled across the bed, the quilt long discarded onto the floor. Zack chuckled softly, retrieved the fallen quilt, and gently covered Lin Mianmian with it. As his gaze swept over her delicate wrist, he confirmed that the silver bracelet was still there, and he contentedly clasped Lin Mianmian's hand, placing a kiss on the back of it. A patrolling SS-level officer from the Eagle clan flitted past outside the window, and the silver-haired youth promptly vanished from sight. In the morning, after Tina's wake-up service, Lin Mianmian groggily rose to accompany her to the dining hall for breakfast. The cafeteria on the first floor of the academy offered free meals, serving simple dry bread and milk. The second floor housed a huaxiao restaurant, with prices slightly lower than those outside. Lin Mianmian was quite curious about how Augustine managed to establish the restaurant within the academy. As she stepped into the dining hall, she immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Those who did not recognize her were left wondering who this beautiful female was. The first floor was filled with unfamiliar faces. And after a quick scan, Lin Mianmian noticed none of her classmates. The two ascended to the second floor, where several females sat in small groups. Not wanting anything too greasy for breakfast, Lin Mianmian ordered steamed buns and plain congee. Alongside a plate of stir-fried vegetables, Tina, on the other hand, ordered numerous hamburgers and pizzas. They found an empty table to settle down. "Miss Mianmian, may we sit here?" Doris and Aaron approached Lin Mianmian's table. Linked arm in arm. "Of course, please have a seat," Lin Mianmian replied politely. "Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 favorability from B-rank female Doris, 60-60. Seeing the twinkling stars in Doris's eyes, Lin Mianmian couldn't help but smile. This little girl was truly adorable, and the favorability felt like a gift. That Doris's breakfast spread filled her table, and astonishingly, she finished every morsel. Lin Mianmian was curious how her little stomach could accommodate so much food. Aaron quietly munched on her sandwich, occasionally casting curious glances at Lin Mianmian. "Miss Mianmian, it really is you." Upon hearing a familiar voice, Lin Mianmian put down her spoon and looked up. Keela, the Keela before her seemed a tad thinner. Her face alight with surprise as she gazed at Lin Mianmian. "It's truly a delight to encounter you here. I sincerely apologize. I only discovered that the contact number I left you had been deactivated after returning home." In truth, Lin Mianmian had lost that note upon returning home and hadn't added her. Thankfully, there was no need for awkwardness. "It's all right. Adding you now is perfectly fine." Lin Mianmian graciously opened her contact information, and Keela quickly scanned it with her smart device to add her. "Miss Mianmian, may I add you as well?" Before Lin Mianmian could respond, Doris eagerly opened her smart device. Lin Mianmian chuckled, "Of course." "And Aaron, do you wish to add me too?" Aaron, blushing, nodded. She indeed wanted to, but hadn't found the courage to voice it. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 favorability from B-rank female Aaron, 2060. The five of them chatted and laughed over breakfast. As Julie walked in and saw the lively conversation, she disdainfully curled her lip, muttering, "What a bunch of rubbish." Fiona entered, quickly ordered her meal, and finished it in a few bites before heading to class. Lin Mianmian glanced around, not spotting Elizabeth. Had she already finished her meal? Upon entering the classroom, Lin Mianmian finally discovered Elizabeth's whereabouts. She was fast asleep in the holographic nutrient chamber, but IT remained uncertain whether she had completed her task. As the intelligent broadcasting system announced the start of class, Susan walked in. She glanced at Elizabeth and promptly pressed a control button on the podium, causing Elizabeth's nutrient chamber to open. Awakened, Elizabeth rubbed her eyes and, upon seeing Susan, stood up in alarm. "I apologize, Dean Susan. I did not complete the task. Those bugs were far too terrifying. I couldn't defeat them, and I ended up falling asleep." Elizabeth's failure to complete the task led her to follow the robotic steward to the confinement room. She could only return once her task was accomplished. After Susan finished speaking, she activated her smart device to summon two robots. Elizabeth, head bowed, silently followed behind. Lin Mianmian clicked her tongue. It seemed that punishment was indeed a reality. It appeared that Dean Susan was quite strict. "All right, ladies, today's tasks have been transmitted to your virtual spaces. You may enter the holographic chamber to commence your work. I will not frequently visit the classroom anymore. During class time, you are to come forward to undertake your tasks. Once completed, you may return." With a shift in tone, she added, "Should any lady fail to complete her task, please follow the robotic steward to the confinement room. Anyone who dares to shirk their responsibilities and avoid confinement will be expelled from the Purifier Academy. We do not require such students." After delivering her stern and cold statement, Susan exited the classroom. Aaron and Doris exchanged glances, recalling that they had ranked second and third from the bottom yesterday. If today's tasks proved more challenging, would they face confinement? Doris inwardly lamented, "No, I cannot go without food." Julie smirked. She had been the first to complete her task yesterday, These useless individuals, I eagerly await the sight of all of you can find. Chapter 66. The task. Fiona had already entered the holographic chamber, unwilling to waste time lamenting. Having missed Julie's exit by a mere moment yesterday, she was quite displeased. Today, she aimed to be first. Lin Mianmian settled into the chamber, curious about the nature of today's tasks. With a flash of white light, Lin Mianmian found herself in the virtual practice room. Welcome back to the practice room. Please receive today's tasks. Task 1. Purify a male of 1 level higher than yourself who has gone out of control. Achieving a pollution value within the safe range will suffice. Task 2. Transform an energy body into a weapon and control it to fell a tree. Task 3. Release an energy shield to withstand a high-level attack once. Upon selecting the first task, the scene transformed into the regulatory bureau. Inside a cage lay a striped tiger. Due to the virtual system's removal of mental level concealment, this tiger was classified as SS level with a pollution value of 93. It appeared that purifying just 4 points would complete the task. Raising her hand, Lin Mianmian released her energy body to dispel the black mist enveloping the tiger. After 10 minutes, the task was completed. The primary energy core had consumed 40 units of energy, which was relatively manageable. Success. Congratulations on completing the first task. Following the completion of the first task, the scene automatically shifted. Before her appeared a vast forest comprised of identical brown trees, each thick enough to be embraced by 2 people, corresponding to her S-level rank. During each purification, the energy body actively lunged forward to devour the black mist. However, Lin Mianmian had yet to experiment with shaping it. Focusing her mind, she released the energy body, manifesting a swirling green energy that curiously searched for the black mist. Lin Mianmian attempted to command the energy to transform into an axe, gradually, under her guidance. The energy body morphed into a somewhat dull emerald green axe. This would not suffice. It needed to be sharper to fell the tree. Continuing to refine the shape of the axe, its blade became increasingly thin. Only when it was sharp enough to easily slice through falling leaves did Lin Mianmian cease sharpening it. She then directed the energy axe toward the large tree. The initial strike lacked sufficient force, leaving only a shallow mark. With renewed determination, she swung the axe again, and a small notch appeared in the trunk. Lin Mianmian persisted, gauging the required strength before unleashing her maximum effort against the tree's body. Wood chips flew as she carved out a notch the size of a wrist. Picking up speed, the rhythmic sound of chopping echoed, and one could scarcely imagine that some of the Empire's most esteemed females were diligently chopping wood on the Star Network. Oh, perhaps there will be even more peculiar tasks in the future. Lin Mianmian mechanically wielded the energy axe, striking the tree a staggering 180 times before it finally toppled. The task consumed 20 minutes and depleted 30 units of energy. Would the remaining 30 units suffice to withstand an attack? Lin Mianmian felt uncertain. Previously, the system had always assisted her in creating energy shields. This time, she was about to test it herself. Success. Congratulations on completing the second task. As the scene shifted once more, Lin Mianmian found herself standing in the center of a colossal arena, facing an SS-level female. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched an attack. A blade-shaped energy projectile hurtled toward Lin Mianmian at breakneck speed, and she barely managed to envelop herself in an energy shield. Zing! The thin energy shield shattered instantly, and the blade sliced through Lin Mianmian's arm, eliciting a pain sensation of 100 units as she lay in the holographic chamber. The bitter taste of failure from her first task struck Lin Mianmian hard. With only 30 units of energy left, it was impossible to withstand such an onslaught. Even with 100 units, the outcome looked grim. Would you like to restart? A choice appeared before her, and Lin Mianmian selected yes. Once again, she faced the same direction, with the same speed and the same sharp sword. Lin Mianmian attempted to evade, only to find that the sword seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing her. The thin energy shield proved inadequate, and the blade struck her back. Lying there, Lin Mianmian grimaced in pain. Who could possibly pass this task? Wasn't it merely a matter of enduring blows? Frustrated, she sat on the ground, glaring at the lifeless virtual female figure before her. The previous level had consumed a considerable amount of time, but this one was exceedingly difficult. The earlier level, a spark of insight flashed in Lin Mianmian's mind. Hadn't she learned to manifest energy earlier? After selecting restart, she summoned an energy entity, deploying 10 shields between herself and the figure. Taking refuge behind the thickest one to observe, the sword effortlessly pierced the first shield, maintaining its relentless pace through the second. The third shield slowed it slightly, while by the eighth, its speed was visibly diminished. Ultimately, it penetrated the ninth shield and became lodged in the 10th, mere centimeters from Lin Mianmian. Congratulations, you have completed the task. Would you like to submit it? This time, it took an hour, with 3 tasks nearly consuming 2 hours in total. System, can you see the completion rates of others? Lin Mianmian, wary that her early completion might contradict her delicate persona, hoped to finish third instead. Host, the quickest progress is currently in the 2nd level. And no one has completed the task yet. Surely she wouldn't be left idly waiting. Host, it has been detected that the military academy next door is conducting an online virtual competition for new students. Your virtual avatar can be transported there to participate. Lin Mianmian gasped, but I can only use B-level core energy. Upon arrival at the arena, her mental energy would automatically be restored. The military academy required students to be at least C-level, with the highest being S-level. Wouldn't she be slaughtering them? Lin Mianmian secretly rejoiced. Finally, she could maintain her facade, imagining herself dominating the arena. Lin Mianmian found herself fully invigorated on stage, sensing the energy coursing through her. She stretched lazily, feigning the demeanor of a seasoned expert as she glanced at her opponent. He was an S-level male, with short brown hair spiked up like a hedgehog, and his gaze was predatory, as if he viewed her not as a fellow competitor but as prey. Jason couldn't help but cast a disapproving glance at Lin Mianmian's long-haired, muscular appearance. Was there truly such an eyesore in their school? He vowed never to let her catch his eye again. Otherwise, he'd be compelled to strike her each time. As the bell signaling the start of the match rang, Jason's mental energy transformed into a fiery dragon that lunged at Lin Mianmian. With her left hand, she summoned an energy shield to block the flames, then unleashed bolts of lightning from her right hand towards Jason. He deftly dodged the electric attack, internally noting that this ugly creature had some skill, more useful than the last opponent he had sent offline. Lin Mianmian was surprised by his speed. The virtual pests in the practice arena had never evaded her lightning strikes. No longer underestimating her adversary, she initiated her assault, releasing 10 bolts of lightning that nearly encircled Jason. In response, he conjured 10 fiery whips to counter her electric onslaught. Lin Mianmian realized she was outpaced and outmatched in stamina. After a prolonged exchange, she began to feel fatigued, internally lamenting that virtual pests were no match for real opponents. The overly confident Lin Mianmian simply wished for a draw. Unfortunately, Jason had no intention of granting her that opportunity. After probing her capabilities, a sinister smile crept across Jason's face. It was time to ensnare his prey. Lin Mianmian, inexperienced in battling males, merely absorbed his attacks with a practice mentality, occasionally retaliating with bolts of lightning. When another fiery whip came hurtling toward her, she instinctively raised her shield. Upon contact, the whip expanded into a robust fire dragon, incinerating her shield and barreling towards Lin Mianmian. What? It could transform. She had not anticipated this. Caught off guard, Lin Mianmian was overpowered by the fire dragon. The searing flames engulfed her, nearly rendering her unconscious. The intense pain coursed through her, distorting her features. Gritting her teeth, she summoned an energy shield to protect herself, extinguishing the inferno. Overwhelmed by agony, she resolved not to further torture herself and decided to surrender. Ignoring her plea for mercy, Jason wielded 2 fire dragons, his expression twisted with excitement, and hurled them at the already injured Lin Mianmian. Foul creature, there is no option for surrender here. Go to hell. Lin Mianmian was taken aback by Jason's complete lack of sportsmanship, intent on annihilating her. Even though injuries in the virtual arena only inflicted pain, being forced offline could damage her mental core. She would rather perish than allow him to have the last laugh. Convinced she could not evade the 2 fire dragons, she ceased her defenses and unleashed a lightning sword in Jason's direction. Jason scoffed, dismissing her attack, believing this ugly creature was nothing but a clown. How dare she challenge him with such a trivial weapon? But then, his eyes widened as the small sword transformed into dozens of arrows. Instantly peppering him, one arrow struck true, piercing his brow. Jason fell, forced offline. Lin Mianmian, too, was consumed by the fire dragons, meeting her demise in flames. Regaining consciousness, Lin Mianmian coughed up blood. She had been forcibly logged out. Fortunately, the task was complete. and she could now seek treatment in the medical BAYAS. The holographic pod opened. Lin Mianmian steadied herself against her chest as she rose at that moment. Julie also emerged from her pod. Her face pale, seeing that Lin Mianmian had completed the task before her irked her, but upon noticing the blood on Lin Mianmian's chest, her mood brightened. What was the rush to finish? She had sustained such severe injuries. Julie secretly hoped Lin Mianmian would harm her mental core and become a useless shell. Lin Mianmian shot her a sideways glance, puzzled by the source of her animosity. However, she had no desire to unravel it. She merely grumbled internally, confident that she would not fear her should she seek trouble now. After rising, Lin Mianmian found herself too weak to stand, messaged Qin Mabe, and then settled back into her chair to rest. Julie strutted out, her high heels clicking as she left. Qin Mabe soon arrived at the classroom, and upon seeing Lin Mianmian's injuries, promptly used healing energy to circulate around her. Fortunately, the pain-induced muscle stiffness was manageable, and the only serious issue was internal bleeding from a significant shock to her heart. Lin Mianmian's mental core was SSS level, and such a minor issue from forced logout could not harm it. Under the gentle healing energy, her body gradually recovered. Noticing Lin Mianmian's color returning, Qin Mabe finally relaxed his furrowed brow. Miss Mianmian, although your injuries have healed, your energy expenditure was excessive. You need to recover in the medical bay. Lin Mianmian nodded in agreement, but just as she prepared to rise, she felt herself lifted off the ground and cradled in Qin Mabe's arms. That you're too weak right now. Allow me to carry you to the flyer. With unwavering focus and a solemn expression, Qin Mabe held Lin Mianmian as if she were merely an ordinary patient. Lin Mianmian mused over her own vanity. How could someone as ethereal as Qin Mabe possibly harbor ulterior motives? Congratulations, host. You have gained a favorability increase of 20 from S-level male Qin Mabe, 120200. Huh. After Jason was forcibly logged out, he too spat out a mouthful of blood. He wore a holographic helmet. And in the classroom, only he and Xiaoluo remained engaged in battle, while the others had long since lost and were spectating. Many witnessed a formidable, long-haired brute meeting his end alongside Thanos Jason. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Today alone, over a dozen challengers had been forced offline by Jason and sent to the medical ward, yet unexpectedly, a tough opponent had emerged. Observing the bloodstains on Jason's chest, many secretly reveled in his misfortune. He usually wielded his superior rank ruthlessly in combat, having nearly turned one student into a cripple. Seeing him in such a disheveled state was truly satisfying. Jason shattered his holographic helmet with a punch and opened his smart brain to extract today's battle video. Saving a screenshot of Lin Mianmian's virtual image, Jason put out a school-wide bounty for this ugly creature, offering a reward of 1 million star coins for anyone who could find him. The military academy had several campuses and tens of thousands of students. Once this news spread, the entire academy was on the lookout. Who wouldn't be eager for a chance to earn 1 million star coins? A glimmer of malice flickered in Jason's eyes. Don't let me find you, or I will ensure you wish you were never born. Casting a disdainful glance at Xiaoluo, who was still battling, Jason turned to leave out a garbage from the civilian district. I'll let you have the first place. Beside Xiaoluo sat Jair and Gray, both wearing expressions of delight. They had expected Xiaoluo to be the final opponent against Jason, but to their surprise, someone had managed to take him down. This fellow clearly exuded the aura of a strong, true man. Should they meet again, they would undoubtedly call him brother. Qin Mohite gently placed Lin Mianmian in the treatment chamber and carefully removed her shoes and socks. Upon seeing her delicate, jade-like feet, a faint blush crossed his elegant face, and he quickly averted his gaze, softly saying, Miss Mianmian, take a rest. You'll recover once you wake up. Lin Mianmian indeed felt exhausted and anxious, the pain from the fire still causing her heart to race. With a familiar presence nearby, she soon drifted into slumber. Qin Mohite gazed at her serene sleeping visage for a moment before beginning to concoct potions. It seemed the academy's training was rigorous and perilous. He needed to prepare some mental recovery potions and healing elixirs suitable for females, ensuring that Lin Mianmian would have access to treatment in his absence. The pale green healing liquid enveloped Lin Mianmian like a warm spring. And under the gentle energy, all her negative sensations were eradicated. The energy pool that had been depleted was now replenished, sensing that the life form within the chamber had fully regained its health. The treatment chamber expelled the absorbed essence, and Lin Mianmian's clothing gradually dried. Chapter 68. Canine Perfume. Lin Mianmian opened her eyes. Feeling invigorated with energy, her body restored to its prime condition. The hatch opened automatically. And she sat up, stretching her limbs, her feet dangling joyfully in the air. How delightful. Qin Mohite noticed Lin Mianmian was barefoot and grasped her foot to assist her in putting on her shoes and socks. The sensation of his hands on her feet made Lin Mianmian slightly uncomfortable, her jade-like toes curling slightly. Qin Mohite paused, slowly sliding the socks onto her delicate feet, suppressing the racing of his heart. Once dressed, he calmly indicated the potions on the table. These are the remedies I prepared for you. The descriptions are on the bottom of the bottles. Arranged on the table were several porcelain vials of varying colors. Lin Mianmian casually picked one up, quickly replenishing her mental energy. Another vial swiftly healed all her internal and external injuries. Mental core nourishing and repair potion. Truly a healing master, Lin Mianmian exclaimed, sweeping them all into her possession. Thank you, Qin Mohite. Now I won't fear injuries during training. Qin Mohite recalled the sight of Lin Mianmian injured earlier and felt a pang of concern, yet he could not insist she cease her training. So he gently reminded her to take care of herself. Lin Mianmian, squinting her eyes in obedience, listened to his gentle admonishments, feeling a sense of reassurance. Lost in the moment, their heads drew closer, and as their breaths mingled, she caught the crisp scent of snow pine emanating from Qin Mohite. Realizing the proximity, she quickly blushed and leaned back. Miss Mianmian, are you hungry? Shall we go to the dining hall together? Qin Mohite inquired. His face flushed, though he did not possess a strong appetite. Even nutritional fluids sufficed. He wished to spend more time with Lin Mianmian. Thus, he recalled that there was a private dining area in the restaurant where he could ensure her comfort. In truth, Lin Mianmian's black card also granted her access to the private rooms, but she was unaware of it. Furthermore, the second floor had plenty of available space, making the private room unnecessary, given the time. It was likely that few people would be dining, and going with Qin Mohite was certainly agreeable. Lin Mianmian nodded in affirmation. The two walked hand in hand into the dining hall. On the first floor, only 3 or 4 unfamiliar females were dining. Qin Mohite's private room was located at the corner of the second floor, which was completely deserted. It appeared that either the tasks had not been completed or everyone had already finished their meals. Lin Mianmian ordered a few dishes she desired before heading to the restroom. A tall, slender female with short brown hair and blue eyes stealthily ascended to the second floor, tightly clutching an object. After an accidental injury, she had encountered the school doctor, Qin Mohite. In the medical room, his gentle demeanor and ethereal appearance captivated her entirely. However, Qin Mohite treated everyone with indifference, and her numerous subtle confessions had all been met with cold rejection. Her blue eyes flicked over the canine perfume in her hand. After all, if he became aroused and harmed her, he would be obliged to take responsibility. Moreover, envisioning the scene of a lofty deity kneeling at her feet, pleading for mercy, was undoubtedly enchanting. That a spark of excitement flickered in her eyes as her trembling hand clutched the perfume. Qin Doctor, this is your fault for rejecting me, although I am only B rank now. My mental talent is S ranked. I have even offered you the position of my rightful partner, yet you dare to refuse me. Let us see how long you can remain proud. The door to the private room was ajar, and fearing that Lin Mianmian might return and he wouldn't hear her knock, Qin Mohite, who possessed SS-level senses, thought it impossible to miss her. Yet, this esteemed doctor, under the guise of restraint, inadvertently revealed his own thoughts. Spotting the open door, the blue-eyed female's heart raced with excitement. Excellent. Even the beast god is aiding me. She pushed the door open to find the tall, handsome male meticulously washing the dishes. Qin Mohite sensed something amiss and frowned, raising his head to discover the female who frequently harassed him in the infirmary. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she raised her hands, smashing a bottle of an unknown substance at her feet. Instantly, the air became saturated with an aroma that would excite canine beasts. Qin Mohite quickly covered his nose and attempted to escape the room, but the blue-eyed female blocked his exit and locked the door. He felt his limbs growing weaker, and an uncontrollable urge to transform into his beast form surged within him. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he unleashed a wave of energy at the blue-eyed female. The blue energy, gentle yet potent, the currently B-ranked female was sent crashing into the wall, losing consciousness. Upon returning, Lin Mianmian knocked on the door but received no response. Calling out for Qin Mohite yielded silence as well. Could he have stepped out for something? He should at least inform me. While pondering the reason, The door swung open swiftly, and she was pulled inside by a pair of red, heated hands. Lin Mianmian gazed in bewilderment at the female lying unconscious on the floor and the obviously unwell Qin Mohite. She sniffed the air. Could it be this scent? Upon catching the fragrance from Lin Mianmian, Qin Mohite could no longer contain himself and let out a low howl, transforming into a snow wolf. The snow wolf's once dark pupils were now bloodshot as he slowly approached the figure he longed for. Lin Mianmian took a step back at the sight of Qin Mohite in this state. The snow wolf seemed to realize he had frightened her, hesitating to advance, instead lowering his head in frustration, attempting to suppress his overwhelming urges. Qin Mohite, are you all right? Can you walk back? Shall we head to the medical room for treatment? Lin Mianmian tentatively inquired. All that answered her was the snow wolf's helpless whimpering. Energy enveloped his eyes, and Lin Mianmian observed the black mist surrounding Qin Mohite rapidly expanding, attempting to engulf him in his weakened state. The pollution level surged from 70 to 80 and continued to climb. Lin Mianmian quickly utilized the energy from her bracelet to purify the pollution. The sudden closeness startled the snow wolf, who found himself unable to resist the urge to pounce on her. Yet he feared causing her harm and being despised. The discomfort within him was near explosive, and his dark, bloodshot eyes glistened with unshed tears. Unable to bear it, Lin Mianmian reached out to stroke his large head. Qin Mohite, you aren't crying, are you? It's hard to imagine such an ethereal gentleman being a little crybaby behind the scenes. The snow wolf whimpered as he nudged Lin Mianmian's palm, and the pent-up frustration within him seemed to find an outlet as he tentatively licked her hand. The sensation tickled Lin Mianmian's palm, and she laughed, covering his mouth. Stop it. Congratulations, host. On receiving a 20 increase in favorability from the SS class male, Chinamo by 140200. Release his mouth and continue to purify him. This time, the snow wolf tentatively licked her cheek. Lin Mianmian focused intently on helping him cleanse the pollution value, allowing him to proceed as he pleased. The snow wolf, exhilarated, continued to lick her neck, its fluffy tail swaying joyfully until Lin Mianmian felt a chill on her chest and finally noticed what this lecherous creature had been up to. Embarrassed, she swatted his head, commanding him to behave. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 20 increase in favorability from the SS class male, Qin Mo by 160200. It seems that their favorability in beast form is indeed easy to increase. Despite their serious demeanor in human form, a mere touch in beast form can max out their favorability. It appears the term beast in human clothing originates from this, as humans are quite adept at disguising their true selves. The snow wolf promptly shut its mouth, fearing it might irritate the sweet little female before him. After expending half her energy, Lin Mianmian finally managed to reduce the pollution value to a safe range. The snow wolf, however, remained unchanged. It took hold of Lin Mianmian's shoes and socks in its mouth. What are you doing? Lin Mianmian exclaimed, her face flushed as she attempted to reclaim her footwear. The snow wolf, clever in its antics, sprinted away with her shoes before returning to Lin Mianmian, eager to continue. Lin Mianmian shyly curled her toes, wondering if Qin Mo Bai was aware of what he was doing. Chapter 69. Favorability maxed out. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 20 increase in favorability from the SS class male, Qin Mo Bai 180200. He was undoubtedly aware, yet could not help but wish to continue. Lin Mianmian quickly stepped back, scolding him. That's enough. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 20 increase in favorability from the SS class male, Qin Mo Bai 200,200. Congratulations, host. Your favorability is now maxed out, unlocking the skill healing, capable of healing oneself or others from negative states. Lin Mianmian attempted to use the healing skill to channel energy toward Qin Mo Bai, a light blue energy swirling around him like water. The snow wolf's dark eyes gradually regained their calm, and Qin Mo Bai transformed back into human form, his gray-white hair cascading down, with several damp strands sticking to his face due to perspiration, giving him an alluring appearance reminiscent of someone who had just endured a fierce struggle. He knelt before Lin Mianmian, apologizing. I am sorry, Miss Mianmian, for my offense. You may punish me as you see fit. His jade-like face was filled with regret. Typically, he possessed remarkable self-control, yet today, under the influence of that fragrant potion, all his usual restraint had erupted forth at this moment. He could no longer harbor feelings for anyone other than Miss Mianmian. Even if she wished to punish him, he would accept it with pleasure. Lin Mianmian's cheeks flushed with 2 rosy patches. Since 3 partners were the norm, she could accept Qin Mo Bai as the third, far better than being carelessly matched by the Star Network system at the age of 20. Moreover, his favorability had reached its peak. Although he rarely displayed the depth of his affection, the subtle acts of care and tenderness were unmistakable. Lin Mianmian crouched before Qin Mo Bai, her blush still evident. Qin Mo Bai, would you be willing to be my guardian? Qin Mo Bai seemed taken aback by this conclusion. He had anticipated at least a scolding. Once he regained his composure, his obsidian-like eyes shone with delight as he eagerly nodded. I am willing to follow you for a lifetime. The tears that had lingered in his eyes during his earlier loss of control had yet to dry, and his hair was not as neatly arranged as usual. This was perhaps the most undignified moment of his life. Yet it was also the happiest. Lin Mianmian helped him to his feet. Although they had spent some time living together, he had always retained a cool, aloof demeanor, leading her to believe he held no interest in her. It turned out he was merely reserved. What had come over him today? That other female. Lin Mianmian glanced at the blue-haired female slumped in the corner. Motionless, Qin Mo Bai's excitement subsided. His brow slightly furrowed as he remarked, she shattered the canine pheromone potion in an attempt to provoke my desires. Despite her actions, she was a female, and a commendable one at that within the academy. Even if the academy learned of her transgressions, she would likely receive only a gentle reprimand rather than severe punishment. Furthermore, Qin Mo Bai had suffered no real harm, making it even less likely for her to face repercussions. However, Lin Mianmian still reported the incident to Dean Susan, harboring a sense of unease about the dean's distinct demeanor. If she chose to ignore this, Lin Mianmian would now be bound to Qin Mo Bai as his guardian. Should that blue-haired female dare to create further disturbances, she would not hesitate to take action against her. Meanwhile, Susan was reviewing the task completion status of the SS class for the day. Tasks 1, 3, and 4 had been completed, while tasks 5 and 6 were still ongoing. Surprisingly, task 1 had been completed first, prompting her to reflect on the exquisite, art-like Lin Mianmian, which cast a complex expression upon her usually stern face. Why was she so exceptional? Ding ding. The intelligence system received a message, coincidentally sent by that little female. After reading the message, Susan sighed and summoned the robotic steward, ordering the expulsion of the blue-haired female. Upon awakening, the blue-haired female intended to lodge a complaint, claiming that she, a noble female, had been harmed by a male. Even if that male was a physician, having been unconscious, she had not seen Lin Mianmian, and her mind was still occupied with fantasies of Qin Mo Bai begging for her forgiveness when she was informed of her expulsion. And no matter how loudly she protested, the only response she received were the cold commands of the 2 robotic stewards. Please leave the academy immediately, or we will notify the police to arrest you. The blue-haired female, the daughter of a minor noble, had been spoiled at home due to her high mental prowess. Ignoring the commands, she threw a tantrum within the academy. How could she return home if expelled? A police hovercraft swiftly descended from above the academy, and 2 female officers efficiently escorted the blue-haired female away, leaving several bewildered females watching as she was led to the police vehicle. Already burdened by the grueling training, the delicate females dared not even breathe in the aftermath. A few, unable to bear the strain of training and mental pressure, voluntarily withdrew from the academy. Why work so hard? Was it merely to join the military? With partners who were wealthy, considerate, and handsome, one would have to be foolish to endure such hardships. After escorting Lin Mianmian back to the villa, Qin Mo Bai returned to his single dormitory behind the medical room. The lingering heat in his body diminished but did not vanish entirely. He found himself soaking in a cold bathtub. Reflecting on the earlier events, he buried his head underwater to suppress his wicked thoughts. Realizing that in his 20 years of life, he had never understood himself so, Lin Mianmian's clothing was dampened extensively, and upon entering her room, she hurriedly stripped off her wet clothes. Leaving only her underwear, she needed to take a quick shower. Feeling sticky, Lin Mianmian rushed toward the bathroom to calm herself. However, the floor was slippery, and as she reached the bathroom door, she slipped and cried out. Fearing a serious fall, in the distortion of space, a pair of long, pale hands caught her waist. Upon seeing those mischievous gray-violet eyes, Lin Mianmian's heart sank. How could it be this worm? She would have preferred to fall. Zack detected the scent of other males on Lin Mianmian, his purple eyes narrowing with displeasure. Lin Mianmian pushed him away, hastily grabbing a piece of clothing to cover her chest, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? There are patrols. If you're caught, you'll be doomed." Zack approached her slowly. "Are you sure you want to attract attention in your current state?" Lin Mianmian was at a loss for words, attempting to put on her wet clothes, but Zack snapped his fingers, causing the garment to vanish without a trace. A wicked smile curled his lips as he leaned down, taking a deep breath. "So sweet," he remarked, his eyes igniting with desire, as if he intended to consume Lin Mianmian whole. Her face flushed with embarrassment. This perverted fiend, with her clothes gone, Lin Mianmian could only curl up in the corner, using her arms to shield her chest, inadvertently making the view even more enticing. A hint of crimson dusted Zack's pale cheeks, his gaze flickering with flames as he seemed intent on incinerating that bothersome fabric. Seizing the moment when he was distracted, Lin Mianmian shoved him aside and dashed into the bathroom. Heart racing, she peered through the one-way glass door, relieved to find that the perverted worm had vanished. The sound of a flying vehicle passing by indicated that the patrol had arrived, scaring him off. Lin Mianmian sighed in relief, finally feeling at ease as she untied her restraints and slid into the bathtub. Just as she closed her eyes, savoring the warmth enveloping her, a splash resounded, and the silver-haired youth suddenly appeared in the bathtub. Chapter 70. The Dining Hall. Lin Mianmian was stunned for 2 seconds before exclaiming, "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted, as a foot landed squarely upon Zack's face. "Hold your tongue." Zack grasped her foot. "The more you scream, the more exhilarated I become. Congratulations to the host for gaining a favorability increase of 20 from the SS class male Zack worth 120,200. Witnessing his body tremble with genuine excitement, Lin Mianmian promptly covered her mouth. The surface of the water was strewn with petals, though Zack could not see the underwater scenery. The mere sight of her exposed neck, collarbone, and a portion of her snowy skin was enough to incite his fervor. His silver hair, dampened by the water, clung to his cheeks, and amidst the rising mist, Zack found himself irresistibly leaning closer to Lin Mianmian's cheek. A sharp slap resounded, causing Zack's head to tilt away. Congratulations to the host for gaining a favorability increase of 20 from the SS class male Zack worth 140,200. How could she have forgotten? This was a reward for him. Zack rubbed his numbed cheek, the thrill in his eyes intensifying. "I wish to kiss you," he stammered, his voice trembling with anxiety. "Get out." Lin Mianmian's expression betrayed her fury, unable to strike him or utter a scathing retort. She felt herself on the verge of madness. "Just one kiss and I'll leave. All right?" Zack's eyes pleaded with earnestness, perplexed as to why the petite female harbored such disdain for him. Lin Mianmian shook her head. "Leave now. I do not like you." After a moment of stalemate, seeing Lin Mianmian's unwavering resolve, a flicker of defeat passed through Zack's grayish-purple eyes. If she could accept that serpentine beast, why could she not accept him? Both were forms of creatures disdained by females, yet he remained the object of her aversion. A profound sense of loss dimmed the once vibrant purple of Zack's eyes. Lin Mianmian felt a fleeting pang of pity, recalling that he was merely a bug, which made acceptance all the more difficult. And no matter how handsome he appeared in human form, he remained a bug. Fearing her own softening heart, Lin Mianmian shut her eyes, refusing to witness Zack's despondent, pitiful demeanor. Upon reopening her eyes, he had vanished. Though somewhat pitiable, she resolved to maintain her boundaries. Following this episode, Lin Mianmian lost interest in her bath, hastily finishing her wash before changing into her pajamas and preparing for sleep. The discarded clothing would be tidied up by the household robots. In Zack's hand lay the article of clothing Lin Mianmian had left behind, and in a foul mood, he sought out Qin Mobo's residence. Still immersed in a cold bath, Qin Mobo sensed something amiss and quickly leapt from the tub, which was subsequently shattered by an invisible vortex of air. Expecting another attack, he was taken aback when Zack merely destroyed his bathtub before vanishing. Still unsated, Zack stepped into a spatial rift and reappeared aboard his space pirate's cargo ship. The vessel was filled with bound females, while 4 pirates engaged in lewd banter, seemingly intent on selling this batch of quality females at a handsome price. 4 spatial rifts materialized around the 4 men, and in an instant, they were devoured as if by a ferocious beast. In the cockpit, a male hummed a tune while steering the ship. A pale, slender hand emerged from behind, swiftly snapping his neck. The terrified female screamed at the gruesome sight. "How noisy!" Zack irritably muted the bothersome sounds, autopiloting the ship to the police station before disappearing from the cockpit. He regretted not having taken her with him on the ship. What meaning did these actions hold now? Early the next morning, Tina and Sheila accompanied one another to rouse Lin Mianmian from slumber. Once the trio had gathered, they made their way to the dining hall. The first floor, with its 30-odd tables, was already brimming with diners, while several females lingered, unsure if they could venture upstairs for a table. The second floor had plenty of vacancies, and Lin Mianmian directly invited them up. The startled females expressed their gratitude, contributing several points to her favorability, though the complimentary meals on the ground floor consisted of merely dry bread and milk. They were natural foods and quite delectable for the less affluent females. On the upper floor, breakfast offerings included Chinese and Western dishes, desserts, and juices, everything one could desire. Although the prices were steep, the quality of the food was undeniably superior. The few females who had never dared to tread here stole glances at the tempting desserts before hastily averting their eyes, opting instead to soak their dry bread in milk that in their hearts. They mused that the sweet aroma emanated from those alluring desserts. As Julie ascended the stairs, she found her usual spot occupied by someone she recognized, a destitute acquaintance. Seeing her forego the second-floor delicacies to consume the free, stale bread from downstairs, Julie's ire flared. How dare she occupy a table up here? Already irritable from being awoken, the noble lady overturned a nearby table, sending milk and dry bread crashing to the floor. Several diners gasped in shock. Mia? What are you doing here? Who do you think you are to dine on the second floor? Julie glared down at the pale-haired, delicate female before her. Mia bit her lip, at a loss for words, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, rendering her all the more pitiable. Julie, sensing her advantage, retorted, "Weren't you so high and mighty, refusing to become my brother's lover? How now? Eating free breakfast while yearning for paid service?" Mia picked up the fallen bread and glass, uttering a soft apology as she turned to leave. Just as Lin Mianmian returned from placing her order, she witnessed this scene. That I invited them up, and each of them ordered a small cake, which I also treated them to. Julie, what is the meaning of this? Is it not permissible to dine on the second floor with just a small cake? As she spoke, the previously timid females who had ascended to enjoy their complimentary meal were served generous portions of cream cake by the robotic servers. They expressed their joy with heartfelt thanks to Lin Mianmian. Lin Mianmian helped Mia, who was cleaning up, to her feet. The cleaning robots will handle this. Come sit with me. Taking Mia's hand, she led her to the table beside her, where Lin Mianmian resumed her cheerful conversation with Tina and Sheila. Julie, with a scowl, watched Lin Mianmian, her appetite for breakfast dwindling as she felt her authority challenged. In a fit of rage, Julie slammed her palm upon Lin Mianmian's table. Lin Mianmian, as a B-class female. How dare you act so brazenly before me, relying on your unfounded SSS class talent? My mental level is S-class, and my father is a marshal. Lin Mianmian raised an eyebrow. Aren't we sisters? Even if your father is a figure of authority, it does not grant you the right to bully others, does it? Playing the family card, are we? Oh, my mother is Duchess Catherine. Though her rank may not rival your father's, she is a general within the purification department. Would you like me to ask her if being the daughter of a marshal grants you the liberty to act recklessly in the academy? Lin Mianmian took a bite of her small cake, watching as Julie's complexion turned a shade of green. At a loss for words, Julie recalled that Lin Mianmian's arrogance stemmed from her SSS class talent, neglecting to remember that her mother was the head of the purification department in the military. If she were to join the military, she might very well find herself under Lin Mianmian's command. How could she salvage this situation to avoid further embarrassment? Chapter 71. Class Distinction. Julie huffed. As a noble lady of the empire, mingling with a bunch of impoverished commoners, what a disgrace to the nobility. Julie seemed to find her justification, speaking with righteous indignation. The dining hall fell into an awkward silence, as both nobles and commoners felt the weight of her words. After all, in their time together, noble ladies had forged friendships with several commoners. Julie, your noble status only represents the efforts of your forebears to secure a future, and what they strive to protect is the glory of the empire and the very commoners you scorn. Lin Mianmian set down her cup. Indeed, there exists a hierarchy among beast men, yet their dignity and worth are equal. You may carry yourself as a lofty noblewoman, but you cannot use your self-proclaimed superiority to look down upon those who toil to survive. The dining females were moved by her words. and several commoner females who had faced disdain since enrolling began to weep. Unable to endure the gazes of the crowd, Julie, enraged, spun on her heel and fled. Congratulations to the host for gaining favorability 2020. Congratulations to the host for gaining favorability 60 from B-class female Mia, 60-60. Lin Mianmian continued her meal, unfazed by the events. Mia sat beside her, cherishing her slice of cake, the rich creaminess making her feel it was the most delicious food in the world. Thank you, Miss Mianmian, Mia said sincerely, her eyes glistening. Lin Mianmian smiled, shaking her head. From now on, we are friends. If anyone dares to bully you, come find me, and I will help you deal with them. Mia's tears transformed into a smile. Can I really be friends with Miss Mianmian? Of course. What could be better than being friends with such a beautiful and adorable female? Mia's pure, innocent appearance captivated Lin Mianmian. Who wouldn't adore a soft and sweet lady? Mia bashfully lowered her gaze. Miss Mianmian is the most beautiful. Tina pouted. If I don't look good, do you not like me? Lin Mianmian burst into laughter. Why must females be jealous? This reminded him of the two kings of jealousy, Li Yin and Lei Lai. How could this be? Tina, have you forgotten what I told you? Your adorable round face is simply charming. Lin Mianmian could only helplessly serve the water. Tina immediately brightened up. Happily indulging in a few bites of cake, the group laughed and chatted, finishing their breakfast before returning to their classrooms to in the private room on the second floor. Susan stood by the window, watching the departing females with a look of contentment on her face. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Mianmian noticed Doris at seat number 6, sitting tearfully on the holographic chamber's chair. Aaron was beside her, offering comfort. Julia and Fiona had already closed their holographic chambers and begun today's tasks. Upon seeing Lin Mianmian, Doris couldn't help but cry out, Mianmian, I failed my task yesterday, and I have to be confined today. I won't be able to enjoy a delicious lunch or dinner. I'll only have to drink nutrient solution. Oh my heavens, just end my misery. Lin Mianmian initially intended to console her, but upon hearing this, she felt a chuckle rising within her. Doris, which level did you fail? The 3rd level. I was slashed all over and still couldn't get through to I probably won't make it in this lifetime. Lin Mianmian shared tips for the 3rd level, advising her to divide into multiple shields to fend off attacks, which Doris immediately grasped. Thank you so much, Mianmian. With that, I'll be able to finish my task in confinement and return quickly. With that, she cheerfully followed the mechanical butler to the confinement room. Elizabeth, with a dazed expression, sat in her seat, her steps light and unsteady. She had spent the entire day in confinement yesterday, completing her first task, while others were already on their 3rd task today, and she was just beginning her 2nd. Lin Mianmian, noticing her exhaustion, couldn't help but remind her, Elizabeth, you seem unwell. Would you like to visit the medical room? Realizing Lin Mianmian was speaking to her, Elizabeth slowly lifted her head. Who is this? So beautiful. Is she an angel? Lin Mianmian thought to herself. Oh, this has been my flaw since childhood, not recognizing beauty. Thank you, little angel. After lying down, Elizabeth closed the chamber door and began her task for the day. Congratulations, host. You have gained a favorability of 30 from B-class female Elizabeth, 30-60. It seemed she had been sleepwalking, likely forgetting the introduction part, not even realizing that Lin Mianmian was her classmate. Aaron smiled at Lin Mianmian and promptly began her task for the day. That it appeared everyone was quite competitive, and Lin Mianmian soon entered her virtual space. Welcome back to the practice room. Please accept today's tasks. Task 1. Purify an uncontrolled male that is 1 level above your own. Reaching a safe range of chaos values counts as passing. Task 2. Engage in combat with a virtual character and defeat her. Task 3. Withstand attacks that may occur at any moment. This task closely resembled yesterday's, so it should be manageable, right? The robust figure of a ponytailed, muscular man confidently clicked on the first task. The scene shifted to a cage containing a suffering white bear, its pollution value at 94, 1 point higher than yesterday. However, Lin Mianmian completed the purification in the same time as before. Energy consumption was 45. Slightly reduced. So, regular practice can indeed enhance energy efficiency. Pass. Congratulations on completing the first task. After the cold mechanical voice, Lin Mianmian proceeded to the second task. That on the arena, an S-class ponytailed man identical to her virtual image stood opposite her. Lin Mianmian, observing this ponytailed man from a secondary perspective, found it somewhat hard to watch. The braid was particularly feminine, complete with wispy bangs. Well, how else would the system recognize him as female upon seeing someone appear in the arena? The opposing, herself, immediately unleashed dozens of energy darts towards Lin Mianmian. Her pupils contracted as she quickly began to form shields while dodging. I'm not that formidable. She had only learned to morph into an axe and shield yesterday. Was this combat system mistaken about her capabilities? The virtual opponent was quick, launching a second wave of darts right after the first. Just as Lin Mianmian managed to catch her breath, the second wave approached. She recalled how the hedgehog-headed character had used a fire dragon to counter her lightning attack during their battle yesterday, so it wasn't mandatory to create shields to block attacks. Lin Mianmian carefully observed the number and size of the darts. And when the third wave came, she replicated the same darts, canceling out the virtual opponent's projectiles. This method was indeed swifter than mere evasion. Once more, Lin Mianmian conjured up a quantity of darts that exceeded the virtual opponent's. And after half were cancelled out, the other half struck the virtual figure directly. Pass. Congratulations on completing the second task. Looking at the ponytailed man collapsed on the ground like a sieve, Lin Mianmian offered a moment of silence before starting the third task. Chapter 72, Military Academy Insect Extermination Competition. The third task commenced with a flash of white light, transporting her to a forest where towering trees were shrouded in swirling white mist, making it hard to discern their outlines. What kind of attacks could be lurking here? Cautiously, Lin Mianmian took a few tentative steps forward. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fruit-shaped red energy attack shot towards her from an unknown direction. Lin Mianmian managed to dodge with careful precision. The energy attack was not heavy, more akin to a prank, yet it was swift, and its origin remained a mystery. She halted her movements, focusing intently on sensing the impending assault. Whoosh, whoosh. This time, two came at her. But she evaded them once again. 4, 8, 16th, the number of fruit projectiles began to multiply with each wave, and when it reached 256, Lin Mianmian managed to dodge and counter most of them, though she still ended up with a bruised face from the remaining hits. Task failed. Would you like to restart? Lin Mianmian, sporting a swollen face, sat down on a tree root to ponder. With so many projectiles coming from various directions, how could she possibly keep track, even if she sensed them with her mental energy? Her reflexes were not that sharp, especially from behind, where projectiles seemed to target her backside, making her feel as though it had swollen. Her speed and reflexes were lacking. This wasn't something that could be compensated for with clever tricks. This task required sheer quantity for success. With a few more practice runs, her muscles would develop a memory for dodging, leading to greater proficiency, right? She couldn't think of any quick-fix shortcuts. She clicked to restart. This time, she dodged 256 projectiles, but faltered at 512. Restart. She passed at 521, but failed at 1042. One more try. Her speed and reflexes peaked, her ponytail whipping like a whip, crack, crack, as she struck the incoming red projectiles. The green energy within her transformed into a dense, protective barrier, shielding her from all sides. Ultimately, through a combination of evasion, offense, and defense, she passed the 1042 projectiles and successfully completed the level. This challenge took an hour. Her face was already bruised and swollen, and she felt as though her entire body had puffed up, especially her rear. Lin Mianmian dared not sit, leaning on her knees as she gasped for breath. This truly was a grueling training regimen. Congratulations on completing the task. Would you like to submit? Lin Mianmian checked her system. Host. Others are still stuck on the second task, so it may be a while before they complete the third. What about Lin Mianmian? Another fight? I don't think I'm in a suitable condition right now. Host. The major competition next door has concluded. Today is the Mental Energy Battlefield Team competition against the insect tribe, which can replenish your energy for transportation. With nothing else to do, it was a perfect opportunity to practice her lightning skills. When Lin Mianmian arrived, the team was already forming. She appeared at the back of the crowd, unnoticed by anyone. Hey, buddy, what level are you? Want to join our Mighty Ox team? A tall, muscular male approached Lin Mianmian, feeling she matched their team's vibe. Lin Mianmian glanced at the teammates behind him, all brawny muscle men, and was about to agree when she overheard a half-black, half-white-haired youth exclaim, "It's you, the one who took down Jason." Wasn't that the zebra she had purified at the Regulatory Bureau? His name was Gal. And apparently, he had also come to the military academy. Big brother, join our group. We have Xiao Luo, the champion of the major competition. These big muscle heads in front of you are all show. I bet a punch from me would feel like a tickle. Gal relentlessly promoted his team. Since they had taken in a B-class burden like herself, even with Xiao Luo present, many were hesitant to team up with them. This muscular fellow was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Jason. She had to convince him to join. The big guy was displeased. "You little chick. How do you talk? Want me to give you a taste of my punch?" Just as it seemed the two were about to clash, no, Gao was about to get beaten. Lin Mianmian quickly intervened. "Never mind. I'll help them out. They look quite pitiful. Big brother, let us team up next time." "Okay." The burly figure's expression lightened slightly as he grunted disdainfully at Gyre, waving his hand dismissively before turning to seek out others. Lin Mianmian followed Gyre to their team, and aside from Xiaoluo and Galay, the remaining 5 individuals bore the unfortunate appearance of mismatched fruits, with the highest rank among them being merely a level. With the addition of himself and Gyre, their team comprised a total of 9 members. Xiaoluo and Galay, upon noticing the approaching Lin Mianmian, were taken aback, then immediately greeted him with laughter, recognizing him as the formidable brother whom Jason had failed to unearth despite overturning the entire academy. Gyre furrowed his brow, realizing that their team was still 1 member short. In no matter, they could always wait until the end and allow anyone without a team to join them. Galay's rank had already recovered to S level. Although it was somewhat unstable due to his recent promotion, he had been diligently training. Xiaoluo felt an inexplicable fondness for the bruised and battered figure before him, as if he had developed an affinity for him. Stop. His true affection lay with Miss Mianmian. How could he possibly be interested in a man whose chest hair surpassed even his own leg hair? Surely, it was only because he had defeated Jason that he felt this way towards him. "Brother, what do they call you? I don't believe I've seen you around the academy. Which class are you in?" Gyre admired Lin Mianmian's robust physique and secretly pondered how long it would take for him to achieve such a build. Lin Mianmian opened his mouth and began to fabricate. "You can call me Lei Dali. I have many enemies, so my class must remain a secret." Thunder was his skill, and Dali, well, great strength brings miraculous results. Thus, he was indeed Li. Gyre clapped enthusiastically. "Dali bro, what a splendid name. Dali bro, such a man. Dali bro, please take care of me." Xiaoluo and Galay couldn't bear to look and turned their heads away, while the diminutive Gyre stood before Lei Dali. Resembling a frail female, Lin Mianmian awkwardly chuckled. "Ah, we're all teammates, after all. No need to be so formal." Before long, the team assignments were completed, leaving behind a lonely, unattractive B-level member, number 6, who was allocated to Lin Mianmian's team. Truly, it felt like a refuge for the inept. I am not useless. There were a total of 5 classes, 100 individuals, and 10 teams. Each team would enter the mental battlefield to slay insects. The team with the highest cumulative kill count would emerge victorious. As the instructor announced the commencement of the competition, all members on the preparatory platform vanished, each team transported to their respective battle rooms. Gazing at the empty arena, the instructor suddenly scratched his head, recalling that one student had taken a leave of absence today. Lin Mianmian felt a fleeting sensation, and the scene before him transformed into the mental battlefield. Surrounding teammates stood in small clusters, scanning their surroundings as if searching for insects. Contrary to the anticipated onslaught of bugs, the vast valley was desolate and cold, devoid of any visible creatures. Where are the insects? How can we score without them? Gyre, initially apprehensive, now dismissed his fear, worrying instead that their team would fail to earn points. Chapter 73. Soaring freely. Xiaoluo surveyed the area, noting the absence of insects. "Since there are no bugs, let us seek them out. I will scout ahead and return to inform you of their locations." With that, he transformed into a magnificent brown eagle, soaring into the skies. Lin Mianmian gazed up enviously, wishing for wings of his own. Humanity has always harbored an inexplicable yearning for flight. Xiaoluo, surveying from above, beheld a vast expanse of grassland beyond the valley, the blades towering above human stature. As a gust of wind swept through, numerous insect shadows flitted amongst the grass, inducing a sense of unease that it appeared these insects were bound by the grassland as a barrier, indicating that one must venture into the plains to encounter them. Yet, with the lowest insect rank being B-level, their team had already lost half its combat potential. After Xiaoluo relayed this information, several B-level teammates began to tremble, realizing they would face not only B-level but S-level foes. Would they not be devoured upon entry? Though it was merely virtual, the pain of being bitten felt all too real. Slowly approaching the grassland's edge, the only one maintaining a resolute expression was Gyre. While the others lay prostrate on the ground, feigning stomach pains, Lin Mianmian was taken aback by their lackadaisical antics, realizing that even military academies harbored students who sought to dodge responsibility. Would they not be labeled as deserters in the heat of battle? Shaluo, feeling awkward, was at a loss for words. He discreetly glanced at Lin Mianmian, hoping Dali Bro would not perceive him as one of those individuals. If you are unwilling to enter, then stay here and wait for us. Even with only half our numbers, we will fight with all our strength. Shaluo felt helpless. He could not force them to confront the insects, so he relented. Such is the disadvantage of team competitions. If someone lags behind, it renders even the most capable among them powerless. Wait. Lin Mianmian halted Shaluo, who was about to enter. He turned to the slothful deserters. Do any of you possess water or fire skills? The group exchanged glances before 3 individuals timidly raised their hands. 1 fire user and 2 water users. Water skills are typically considered weak in combat. No wonder they were overlooked. Lin Mianmian pointed towards the grassland. You, ignite a fire and see if you can burn this grass. The fire user, upon hearing that all he needed to do was light a fire, felt confident, as he often played the role of cook in the wild. With a flick of his hand, a flame descended upon the grass before him. The fire only singed the edge of a single insect, which he disdainfully swatted away, clearly one of a higher rank than him. It appeared that the grass would not catch fire. Lin Mianmian then directed the 2 water users. You too, unleash as much water as you can. But the 2 water manipulators found the large figure somewhat foolish. Did he truly believe they could drown the insects? They dared not object, fearing his wrath. Given his battered appearance, suggested a penchant for brawling. After about 10 minutes of releasing water, they had completely inundated the area around them, the water reaching above their ankles. Shaluo, uncertain of Dali Bro's intentions, remained silent, choosing to respect his wishes and patiently await his next move. He inexplicably trusted him. Jair, glancing at the countdown, felt a surge of urgency. They had yet to touch a single insect. Just as he contemplated advising Dali Bro to charge in and engage, Lin Mianmian spread his arms wide, as if embodying the thunder god, and dozens of thick bolts of lightning surged through the water, electrocuting every insect that had come into contact with an entire area. The team's insect kill score skyrocketed from 0 to 1087. Holy cow. What the? All the teammates were left in awe. Their team, soaring freely, had surged to first place. The Tyson team, composed entirely of S-level members, was caught off guard as they witnessed their lead being snatched away. Soaring freely? Were they not just a bunch of misfits? Had they somehow cheated? Having tasted the sweetness of victory, the 2 water users, who had previously been indifferent, immediately switched gears, their demeanor transforming as they now competed to unleash even more water. Brother, is there enough water? I can make it even bigger. I'm the best at releasing water. I can do it better. My water is greater. The 2 argued fervently, and once Lin Mianmian deemed it sufficient, he unleashed a bolt of lightning. Each strike sent their score soaring, quickly widening the gap between them and the second-place Tyson team. Shaluo and the others weren't merely spectators. They charged in to hunt down insects in other areas. Those who had been fearful now took advantage of the area previously electrified to finish off the injured bugs. In that moment, the entire team operated with remarkable synergy. After the 10th lightning strike, Lin Mianmian still had energy to spare and turned to the 2 water users. The pair, who had been competing moments ago, now pushed and nudged each other, finally collapsing to the ground in unison. Exclaiming, Dali Bro, we truly have nothing left. Moreover, they had already won, boasting a score of 14,088. First place, with only 10 minutes remaining, the second-place team sat at 7,488 points, and no matter how fast they piloted their starship, they could not catch up. Shaluo and Galay continued to fight fiercely. Shaluo, wielding 2 daggers, moved with incredible speed while hidden, taking down a multitude of insects in his wake, leaving no trace of his presence. Galay, with his hands in motion, ensnared insects in the earth, effectively burying them alive. Seeing that the 2 water kings could no longer produce water, Lin Mianmian disregarded them and charged into the fray. Lightning enveloped him, and any insect that came into contact with him met its demise. The energy from his lightning transformed into small darts, piercing through the heads of the insects, conserving energy while ensuring precise kills. As the countdown to the end of the competition sounded, Soaring Freely's final score settled at 16,666 points, while the second-place Jason team stood at 8,588. Galay's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. Although this victory was largely due to Dali Bro's assistance, it marked his first win over Jason. With fury blazing in his eyes, Jason exclaimed. This is impossible. How could that group of misfits score so high? They must be cheating. That Xiaoluo is a Star Network hacker. He must be behind this. As soon as the competition concluded, Jason found the instructor, declaring, they must have cheated. I demand that their scores be annulled. Other teams were equally indignant, clamoring that their opponents were cheating. The two Water Kings trembled as they pointed at them, rendered speechless. They had squeezed out the very last drop of their effort. Yet these individuals had the audacity to claim they were cheating. Truly, what nonsense. The instructor raised his hand, signaling for silence. That I understand your doubts regarding why the free-flying team secured first place. See for yourselves that that moment. The large screen in the center of the square began to play a replay of the recent competition. The formidable figures of the mighty man and strength brother, alongside the strikingly elegant lightning strikes, dazzled the crowd. Jason's eyes widened in shock. Was that hideous creature truly involved? He scanned the vicinity, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lin Mianmian. But alas, she had already been teleported away. Xiaoluo turned and noticed that Strength Brother had logged off. That a wave of disappointment washed over him. He wondered if he would ever see Strength Brother again. Chapter 74. The medical room. Lin Mianmian returned to the virtual training room. She had completed her rounds, yet no one had accomplished the task. Not wishing to waste time waiting, she submitted her task and exited the classroom. After all, she was Strength Brother. Today, she would not hold back. She was feeling strong. That it was still afternoon, with hours remaining until dinner. Lin Mianmian piloted her flying device towards the medical room, seeking merely to share a moment with her guardian. Not to indulge in the allure of handsome men. Qin Mo Bai had returned to his normal state. His silvery white hair cascaded gracefully down his back, and he donned a vintage moon-white robe. His gaze lowered, seemingly absorbed in contemplation. Upon hearing the sound of the flying device, he slightly raised his gaze, his stark black and white eyes shifting from aloofness to surprise. Mianmian, he exclaimed, hurriedly rising to stride towards Lin Mianmian, who was already at the doorway. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue around him. Lin Mianmian squinted, relishing the beautiful sight after a day of training. It was worth every bit of exhaustion. As he approached, he controlled his impulse to embrace her, suppressing the desire within him. Mianmian, he softly inquired, was today's training exhausting? Would you like to rest in the treatment chamber for a while? Lin Mianmian wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her head against his chest, nuzzling him. If you keep me company, I feel tired. The refreshing and elegant scent of cedar enveloped her, bringing about a wave of relaxation and comfort. Qin Mo Bai's heart raced. This unexpected delight brought a hint of excitement to his usually composed demeanor. Greedily holding onto the delicate figure in his arms, he could not help but murmur, Mianmian, Mianmian, as if he could never call her name enough. Observing the vulnerable expression on Qin Mo Bai's face, Lin Mianmian felt her heart soften. She gently caressed his cheek. Qin Mo Bai, I'm here, within his dark eyes. A starlit glimmer flowed, hidden affections swirling in their depths. Unable to resist the allure of her soft, rosy lips, he leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss against them, perhaps due to his inexperience. He merely grazed her lips before retreating. Lin Mianmian smiled playfully. That's not quite enough. With a swift motion, she pushed him towards the treatment chamber, climbing onto his shoulders, pressing herself against him. The soft sensation returned, now filled with an assertive intensity. Qin Mo Bai's eyes widened as he felt her lips parting, the taste of Mianmian flooding his senses. He found himself torn between discomfort and pleasure, enduring her bold kiss. And the exquisite sensation finally awakened his instincts. With a sudden turn, he embraced Lin Mianmian, switching their positions and pinning her beneath him. As the treatment chamber's door closed with a shudder, Qin Mo Bai's gaze darkened, resembling a snow wolf fixating on its prey. Mianmian, I have learned, he murmured, his voice low and husky, sending a delightful shiver through her ear. His tender kiss captured her rosy lips, his gentle suckling akin to cherishing the most precious treasure. Lin Mianmian felt as though her lips were brushed by a soft feather, surrendering to the comfort of Qin Mo Bai's presence. His lips drifted, lingering on her delicate earlobe, causing a wave of warmth to wash over her entire being. She felt as though she had lost control, initially viewing Qin Mo Bai as a gentle lamb. She was astonished to discover the wolf within him. Attempting to gently push away the heated Qin Mo Bai, she was met with fervent reciprocation. Feathers rained down upon her, soft and enticing, as if inviting her to bask in the warmth of tender affection. Lin Mianmian ceased to evade. closing her eyes to savor this delightful, healing moment. In the throes of passion, she called out his name. Qin Mo Bai. He placed a soft kiss upon her forehead. My lady. He addressed her affectionately. Lin Mianmian's hair was slightly disheveled, her cheeks flushed. Overwhelmed, she felt as though she lacked the strength to stand, casting a glare at the large wolf beside her, attributing the situation to his doing. Qin Mo Bai smiled gently, kissing Lin Mianmian's eyes before lifting her onto the flying device. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Mianmian hurried to her room to change clothes. Qin Mo Bai sat quietly on the living room sofa, awaiting her return so they could dine together. Recalling the sweetness of their earlier encounter, his dark eyes brimmed with tenderness, and he suddenly regretted being too restrained in the castle, wishing he had drawn closer to Mianmian. A tremor passed through the space, and just as Qin Mo Bai sensed something amiss and attempted to rush into her room, he was thwarted by the spatial barrier. Zeke glared at the snow wolf. His eyes filled with malice. Damn it, that snake and lion were one thing, but why is there now a wolf? Why does he win the favor of the little female when I was the first male to meet her? Qin Mo Bai excelled in healing support and was no match for Zeke in combat. In their close-quarter struggle, he found himself pinned beneath Zeke's forceful punch. Zeke, unwilling to use his spatial abilities to draw blood, knowing it would earn him the little female's ire, could only vent his frustration with a few punches. Wrapped in self-healing skills, Qin Mo Bai felt no harm from the blow. However, his retaliatory punch landed solidly on Zeke's exquisitely pale face. The silver-haired youth furiously grabbed Qin Mo Bai by the collar, intent on continuing the assault, but the spatial barrier trembled under the energy of his attack. Looking back, he saw Lin Mianmian unleashing a torrent of green energy upon the spatial barrier, causing him more pain than if it had struck him directly. Did she truly favor this wolf? Zeke removed the barrier preventing Lin Mianmian from reaching Qin Mo Bai, and she hurried to check on him, ensuring he was unhurt. Thankfully, only his clothes were slightly wrinkled. Watching Lin Mianmian fuss over Qin Mo Bai, Zeke seethed with jealousy, his eyes aflame. He was the one who had been attacked, yet not a single hair on him had been harmed. Seeing Qin Mo Bai uninjured, Lin Mianmian sighed in relief, frowning at the irate Zeke, who appeared as if he might ascend to the heavens in fury. His face bore a conspicuous bruise. Under normal circumstances, Zeke could have severely injured Qin Mo Bai. Lin Mianmian felt a pang of discomfort. How could a person so reckless and headstrong show restraint? The words of reproach that had been on the tip of her tongue suddenly faltered. Noticing that the little female did not regard him with her usual disdain, Zeke's mood lightened, and he sought to approach her, aiming to reclaim her from Qin Mo Bai's embrace. Zeke, I do not like you. Please do not come near me again, Lin Mianmian asserted sternly. Should he refuse, she would not hesitate to draw the potion given to her by Augustine and spray it at him before handing him over to Lei Lai. Zeke froze in place, the rising feelings of distress and anguish urging him to obliterate everything around him. His sinister purple eyes darkened further, just as he contemplated reducing the villa to rubble. A tremor in the space occurred, and he vanished. Lin Mianmian felt a twinge of sympathy. Zeke's expression had been one of profound anguish, nearly compelling her to retract her words. Qin Mo Bai regarded Zeke's disappearance with a slight frown, initially expecting a fierce battle but instead witnessing a tranquil conclusion. Yet, he felt no sense of relief. This pest truly harbored feelings for Mianmian. Chapter 75. Spatial skills in his fury. Zeke traced a bothersome scent and tore open a rift in space. Your Highness, you are still recovering. His Majesty Klein has instructed you to rest quietly here, a maid urgently implored, attempting to restrain Grant from leaving the safe zone. Grant struck the maid across the face. Even your Majesty would not dare to control me. What are you? The maid covered her face, silent tears streaming down. Had anything happened to His Highness, her own life would be in peril. Who would care if he perished? Grant disdainfully surveyed the barren surroundings, finding even the so-called palace maids unappealing, leaving him devoid of any desire. Prepare the spaceship quickly. Even a return to the regulatory planet would be preferable to this wretched place. After speaking, he strode out of the safety zone's energy barrier. This dilapidated place dared to call itself an empire. Even though Klein was an SSS-level master, he was utterly impoverished that it was laughable for him to reign as king on such a wretched planet. How dare he covet his mother? If he hadn't saved him, he would have ensured that his mother stayed far away from him. Grant fantasized about overseeing the planets, preparing sumptuous feasts, and periodically transporting beautiful females for his enjoyment. Ideally, he would capture that detestable Lin Mianmian and subject him to torment and humiliation. Bang! A heavy fist, fueled by rage, struck Grant's face. He clutched his face, still disoriented. When another punch landed, Zack's pent-up fury had finally found an outlet. Unleashing a relentless barrage on Grant without even employing skills, purely venting his frustration. The guardians of those little females were untouchable, but this scoundrel who had offended them was finally within his reach. Every time Grant attempted to flee, he was met with an even fiercer blow. Who is this? Why is he hitting me? Do we have a grudge? I am the second prince of the empire. Stop hitting me. I will pay you. I will give you crystals. In response, a fist struck his nose, leaving it crooked. The force exerted by an SSS-level beastman was enough to break his nasal bone. Grant was left searching for his teeth, tears and blood streaming down his face, with his newly healed ribs shattered again, broken into several pieces. Klein, save me. Grant cried out, crawling towards the safety zone, berating himself for being so foolish to venture out. Zack, having had his fill of the beating, gestured to conjure a vortex of air to shred Grant to pieces. Before he could execute it, an overwhelming aura descended upon him, just as Zack contemplated fleeing. The ground beneath him shifted, and he was buried alive in the earth. It was that SSS-level presence. His opponent's strength surpassed his own by a level. Under the suppression of skills, he was engulfed by earth energy. With not a breath of air left, Zack struggled to break free from the suffocating soil. Upon seeing Klein appear beside him, Grant immediately shouted with excitement, "Grab him! I want to slowly kill him." Klein, who had initially intended to crush the insect, opted instead to disable Zack's limbs and tossed him into the torture chamber on the rack. Zack had shackles that suppressed his mental energy clamped around his neck. His gray-purple eyes still glinted with arrogance and disdain as he looked down on Grant, who could only call for help. Grant sat in a smart repair wheelchair, his injuries enveloped in a bluish-green light. The pain finally subsiding significantly. Seeing Zack captured, yet still bearing an unrepentant demeanor infuriated him. He promptly drew a searing metal branding iron and pressed it against Zack's cheek. The pale skin immediately emitted smoke, filling the air with the scent of seared flesh. Zack's veins bulged on his forehead, yet his expression remained unchanged. This trivial pain paled in comparison to the cruel words of the little female. Seeing Zack remain silent despite the pain, Grant, dissatisfied, switched to a different torture device. He was determined to make this detestable insect kneel and beg for mercy. Several shots from a laser gun struck Zack's knees and wrists, dark purple blood oozing from the wounds. Even without the ability to use mental energy, the insect's body was remarkably resilient. The laser bullets did not penetrate, but instead left gruesome gashes. Zack's body trembled slightly, his lips curling in disdain. "Is this all? I didn't expect you to be not only weak in a fight but also a coward in torture. What a waste." Originally intending to torment him slowly, Grant, incensed by Zack's taunt, drew a laser sword and aimed for his neck, determined to use this insect's skull as a drinking vessel. Just as the sword descended, Zack twisted his neck to alter its trajectory. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the mental shackles around Zack's neck were severed in two. Although a sizable gash appeared on his neck, it was of little consequence to Zack. Now freed from his restraints, Zack grinned maniacally. Before Grant could call for help, Zack's spatial vortex shattered one of his arms. Fortunately, Klein lingered nearby due to his concerns. Otherwise, Grant would have been reduced to mere pulp. With a sigh, Klein lifted the writhing Grant from the ground and continued to seek the physician. Zack's vision blurred, and blood loss coupled with energy depletion rendered him unconscious, barely managing to teleport to Lin Mianmian's apartment before collapsing. Lin Mianmian had just finished dinner and returned to prepare for a bath when a figure, covered in purple blood, crashed into her room. Seeing the silver hair, Lin Mianmian frowned in disbelief. Did he really go and torture himself out of anger? How twisted. Although reluctant to care for him, she recalled that the first person she encountered was the bearded man. Reflecting on it, he had been the one to open her cell door when she first arrived in this world. Enduring her ugly face and still managing to contribute to her favorability. Sighing, she let warm healing energy flow from her fingertips, enveloping Zack's wounded body. The dark purple blood ceased flowing swiftly, leaving only a series of scabbed wounds. Had the knife wound on his neck been any deeper, it would have severed his head. Who had reduced him to this state? He always carried himself with such swagger, yet here he was, battered. Lin Mianmian felt a mix of pity and amusement. gently repairing the injuries on his face and neck that a large burn mark on his otherwise flawless, pale face was quite unsightly after scabbing over. She focused on healing that burn. He looked far more obedient with his eyes closed in quietude. Upon closer inspection, his long, raven-like eyelashes and a small purplish-red mole on his eyelid caught her attention. His nose was straight, lips thin, and his features were exquisitely chiseled. Accustomed to handsome faces, Lin Mianmian found herself captivated. Suddenly, she recalled the saying, "Zack, though foolish, is undeniably beautiful," shaking her head to dispel any dangerous thoughts. She reminded herself that he was an insect. After expending so much energy to restore his flawless complexion, Lin Mianmian rubbed her tingling knees and prepared to message Lei Lai, instructing him to retrieve this insect. "Congratulations, host. You have gained a favorability increase of 60 from SSS level male Zack Wers. 200,200. Congratulations, host. Favorability is now maxed out, unlocking the skill space, the ability to traverse within a certain range of space and create a personal space." What? Chapter 76. He is a rabbit. Before she could fully process this explosive news, Lin Mianmian noticed Zack's eyes had already opened. His enchanting, elongated, dark purple irises brimmed with joy. She had saved him again. Touching his perfectly healed cheek, Zack mused. "So the little female likes my face?" A slight smile crept onto his lips before he coughed up a mouthful of blood, appearing weak as if he were on the brink of death. Lin Mianmian, who had intended to call for help, quickly supported him, exclaiming, "What's wrong? Didn't I just treat you? You shouldn't have any internal injuries. Why are you still spitting blood?" Zack's already pale face grew even whiter than snow. His silvery hair speckled with dark purple blood, giving him an air of fragility and brokenness. "You hate me. I'll leave right now." Zack struggled to rise, limping slightly due to his injuries. Lin Mianmian had never seen this insect so obedient. Besides, he had just contributed all his favorability that it wouldn't be right to drive him away while he was injured, would it? "Actually, you can rest and heal before you go." She hesitated, regretting her words, knowing this insect would take any opportunity to escape. To her surprise, Zack shook his head. "You hate me that I don't want to trouble you." He continued to wobbly head toward the door, leaving a trail of fresh blood behind him. "That I don't hate you." Lin Mianmian sighed helplessly. "I just fear insects." Zack glanced back, suppressing his triumph, and approached Lin Mianmian. "I can forever refrain from transforming in front of you, and if I must, I can change into another form. How about a rabbit? Do you like it?" Females seem to adore harmless beast forms, especially those that were fluffy. As Zack spoke, he transformed into a snow-white rabbit with gray-purple eyes, adorably resting at Lin Mianmian's feet. Lin Mianmian was astonished. He had genuinely turned into a rabbit. Doubting the rabbit's authenticity, she reached out to touch it, only to find it was indeed a rabbit. It turned out that not only could he shape-shift into human form, but also into beast form. Lin Mianmian immediately raised his danger level. With his favorability maxed out, it meant he would not betray her, and his status was quite high that if she could sway him to her side, then Lei Yin and Lei Lai would be safer in the military. After all, Oriana and Julie's fathers were a king and a marshal respectively. If they made any moves in the army, Lei Yin and Lei Lai would be in grave danger, though his true form was that of a mere insect. Lin Mianmian wrestled with her thoughts for a moment before discarding them, choosing to ignore the discomfort. After all, she was currently holding a rabbit. This troublesome creature was far better kept close than as an adversary. Once she reached this conclusion, she felt a sense of peace as she affectionately stroked the rabbit. The creature shuddered slightly, its grayish-purple eyes sparkling with joy. From now on, it would no longer be an insect. It would be a rabbit. Cautiously, the rabbit licked Lin Mianmian's hand, sensing that it was not disliked. The rabbit displayed a human-like grin, tugging at the hem of Lin Mianmian's clothing and leaping toward her chest. Indeed, it was quite the bold one. Lin Mianmian playfully flicked its forehead, admonishing it not to misbehave. In a blink, the rabbit transformed into a silver-haired, enchanting young man, effortlessly pinning Lin Mianmian down onto the bed behind her. The closeness and softness overwhelmed Zack, igniting a rush of excitement within him. Lin Mianmian quickly pushed him away, her voice trembling with irritation, lacking any semblance of authority. Seizing the opportunity, Zack was undeterred by the prospect of receiving a slap from her. Smack. As expected, he received a light smack on the head. This time, Zack refrained from further mischief, holding Lin Mianmian tightly and gently nuzzling her hair. Once he healed, he would hastily depart. After all, this fellow was not easily tamed. And Lin Mianmian worried he might cause further trouble. The silver-haired youth morphed back into a well-behaved little white cat, curling up in Lin Mianmian's embrace and mewing adorably. Such blatant rule-breaking. Unable to resist, Lin Mianmian gently rubbed the meowing creature's head, marveling at its softness, cuteness, and charm. The little cat's purple pupils gleamed with pride as it burrowed into its favorite spot, that as long as it wasn't excessive. Lin Mianmian granted it the utmost leniency and no mischief allowed. After receiving a playful flick on the head from Lin Mianmian, the little white cat settled down and found its preferred resting place. Before long, it had deeply nestled into the softest spot and drifted off to sleep. Had it truly begun to think of itself as a cat? Lin Mianmian pondered, speechless, as she attempted to relocate it to another sleeping spot, only to find its paws firmly entangled in her clothing. Hey, you're not pretending to be asleep, are you? Lin Mianmian poked the little cat's head. Zach's eyelids fluttered, utterly absorbed in his slumber and unwilling to awaken. With no choice left, Lin Mianmian cradled the little white cat and headed to the bathroom, discarding her clothes that had been entangled and placing them on the sofa outside if he wished to sleep. Then let him do so here while she took a shower. Lin Mianmian quickly rinsed off in the bathroom and changed into modest sleepwear. She firmly resolved not to be swayed by him. No matter what form he took, once he awoke, she would send him away. Lin Mianmian murmured to herself as she stepped out of the bathroom. The little white cat sat patiently at the bathroom door, and upon seeing her emerge, it joyfully circled her feet. Unable to resist, Lin Mianmian embraced the little white cat, rolling onto the bed while showering it with affection. Suddenly, she found her lips pressed shut, and a large hand wrapped around her waist. Zach's mischievous purple eyes gleamed with restraint. What creature could endure such caresses? He was on the verge of losing control. Lin Mianmian's face flushed as she was kissed, her heart racing. Her body gradually softened, involuntarily surrendering to the refreshing scent of grass that Zach exuded. It was only when he began to touch her inappropriately that Lin Mianmian broke free from her reverie. Covering her cool chest in embarrassment, she glared at him, insisting that he should leave. This time, Zach complied obediently, planting a reluctant kiss on Lin Mianmian's forehead before vanishing from her sight, after finally making her accept him. He would not dare to provoke her further. Moreover, he was nearing the point of losing control. Observing his compliance, Lin Mianmian felt that things could not be so simple, yet her mind was captivated by the newfound skills she had acquired. Curiously, she began to explore her new spatial abilities. Instantly teleporting from upstairs to downstairs, she marveled, repeating the experiment several times until she finally opened her personal space. The S-grade personal space was as vast as 10 basketball courts, capable of transforming into various forms at her will. Though spatial buttons could be stolen or malfunction, her personal space remained intact. Satisfied, Lin Mianmian packed her favorite items into her personal space before collapsing onto her bed, sinking into a deep slumber. Once she had fallen asleep, Zach appeared, climbing onto the bed and embracing her as he drifted off. Lin Mianmian instinctively buried her head in his embrace, murmuring, "Li Yan." Zach's excited expression froze momentarily, feeling aggrieved as he tightened his hold on Lin Mianmian. He was not that filthy snake. To punish her, he planted a gentle kiss on Lin Mianmian's soft, pink lips, blissfully surrendering to sleep. In the morning, Lin Mianmian awoke to find a silver-white head nestled closely against her. Displeased, she kicked him lightly. Zach, in a playful manner, clung to her leg. "Get off me. You're being unruly so early in the morning." One of Lin Mianmian's legs was immobilized, leaving her with no choice but to use her other foot to push him off the bed. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. "Mianmian, it's time to get up for breakfast." Tina and Sheila held hands, standing at the entrance of Lin Mianmian's villa. With their permissions granted, the robotic butler let them in directly. Lin Mianmian hurriedly covered her mouth, whispering, "You need to leave quickly. Don't let anyone see you." Zach understood that he was not suited for public appearances. After a reluctant kiss on Lin Mianmian's flushed cheek, he disappeared from sight. Chapter 77. The village. Lin Mianmian quickly changed her clothes and descended the stairs after washing up. What was this maddening feeling of infidelity? "Mianmian, why is your face so red? Are you unwell?" Sheila inquired with concern, her gaze fixed on Lin Mianmian's rosy cheeks. Lin Mianmian rubbed her face and replied, "The temperature in my room has been raised. It's a bit warm." The three of them chatted and laughed over breakfast, and on their way back to class, Lin Mianmian suddenly grew curious about what Tina and Sheila were learning each day. Tina possessed an S-grade mental talent, while Sheila had a C-grade talent. Tina, Sheila, What do you study in class? Do you have tasks to complete? Tina replied, munching on the remaining cake. In our S class, we purify the pollution levels of male students of the same rank in a virtual classroom. A daily improvement of 1 point is considered a pass. Huh. We merely learn how to extract mental energy more efficiently. I can already do it quite easily, Sheila exclaimed with delight. Lin Mianmian felt a pang of disbelief. Wasn't extracting mental energy something taught at the Juvenile Academy? Victoria Academy? No wonder their class was so intense, with tasks alternating between manifesting mental energy and combat exercises. Upon returning to the classroom, Lin Mianmian found all 5 seats occupied. It was unclear whether they had arrived early or had simply not left. Just as Lin Mianmian settled into her seat, the robotic butler walked in. Numbers 05, 06, and 07 have not completed their tasks. Please report to the confinement room. Elizabeth rubbed her eyes, having labored for ages with her blade. That tree simply wouldn't fall. Who was responsible for these tasks? Doris nearly burst into tears. After hastily escaping the confinement room, she had begun her 3rd day's task, only to discover she was no match for her virtual counterpart. It seemed today would yield no meals. Alinka struggled to gather the fruits at the final stage. She couldn't keep up with the overwhelming number of them. Doris and Alinka bid farewell to Lin Mianmian, while Elizabeth, half awake, seemed unsure whether she was truly awake. The 3 of them, heads hung low, followed the robotic butler to the confinement room. Lin Mianmian observed Julie and Fiona, who had already entered their tasks. It appeared they were spurred on by her completing the task first yesterday. In reality, she could have been even faster. Entering the task space, the familiar voice of the powerful figure greeted her once more. Welcome back to the practice room. Please accept today's tasks. Task 1. Purify a male of the same rank who has lost control. Task 2. Use mental energy to conjure a bow and arrow to eliminate all birds. Task 3. Join the villagers in fending off a wave of small insects. Notification. Completing today's tasks grants a rest day tomorrow. The first task had become simpler. Previously, she had to purify a male of a higher rank. Today, it was merely one of the same rank. A day off tomorrow meant she could enjoy a 3-day holiday. It had been 4 days since she last saw her snake and little lion cub. She missed them dearly and hoped to return soon. Lin Mianmian promptly selected the first task, roar. A gust of wind rushed toward her, and Lin Mianmian reacted swiftly to evade. What in the world? A tiger, enveloped in a dense, blood-red mist, charged at her upon spotting a human. Today's location was not the Regulation Bureau but the wilderness, and the task target was not an ordinary lost cause but a male on the brink of mental collapse. Teetering on the edge of becoming a brutal beast. Just say it. How could the tasks become increasingly simpler? It turns out she was waiting here for her. Lin Mianmian, while evading the tiger's attacks, was simultaneously purifying the dark mist. Once the chaos value reached a certain threshold, it would enhance the attacks. So even though this tiger was of S rank, being male and possessing higher than usual attack power made things somewhat challenging for Lin Mianmian. Green energy floated from her fingertips towards the tiger, and even as it lunged to bite her neck, she skillfully dodged. Although she now possessed spatial skills, she refrained from using them. It would be devoid of meaning to exploit such advantages during this level of practice. This was an opportunity to hone her reflexes. While continuously evading, Lin Mianmian took the chance to transmit the green energy to the tiger from a distance, gradually reducing its pollution level. The pollution level was purified to 95. The tiger ceased its violent demeanor and began to crouch on the ground, allowing the green energy to wash away the dark mist within its body. Soon enough, the pollution level dropped to 89. And Lin Mianmian felt she had accomplished the task, yet the system provided no notification. She paused for a moment, waiting, but there was still no response. Could it be that complete purification was required? Would she still have the strength to complete the subsequent tasks? She expended 15 energy units to lower the tiger's pollution level to 80. Finally, the system chimed with a success notification. Luckily, it wasn't a requirement to purify to 100, leaving her with enough energy to tackle the next level. Congratulations, you have completed the first task. Seizing the momentum, Lin Mianmian clicked on the second task. Blue skies, white clouds, gentle breezes, which was indeed quite pleasant. Above her, hundreds of birds soared, chirping and swirling in the air as if waiting to be skewered and roasted. Was that all? Curiously, Lin Mianmian transformed her energy into arrows and shot at one. The bird exploded instantaneously, startling the others, causing them to flap their wings and flee, vanishing from sight. Task failed. So it required simultaneous elimination. Killing them one by one would only frighten the others away. This level tested group attack skills, Lin Mianmian realized. Restarting, she assessed the trajectories of the hundreds of birds, conjuring a multitude of energy arrows behind her, exceeding the number of birds, with a wave of her hand. 100 arrows were released, striking all the birds, while a few stragglers were also pierced by the surplus arrows. Just as Lin Mianmian thought this level was complete, another batch of even faster birds appeared. Their increased speed necessitated greater focus and agility and skill release. During the second release, Lin Mianmian was noticeably more nimble than the first, swiftly clearing the flock once again. The third wave, fourth wave, and soon the 10th wave. Lin Mianmian had become adept at targeting the rapidly moving birds, her skills efficiently landing on their foreheads. With the elimination of this wave, the second level was finally completed. Group attack skills not only consumed more energy, but also required control, focus, and quick reflexes. Lin Mianmian felt her abilities had significantly improved, and if she were to repeat yesterday's task, it would be a breeze. Having spent 2 hours on the first 2 levels, she anticipated returning home early today. With this thought, Lin Mianmian happily clicked to start the third level. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to a thatched cottage. Lin Mianmian looked up to see a light screen in the upper right corner displaying a countdown of 24 hours until invasion, with 10,000 insectoids present. Lowering her gaze, she noticed several people kneeling before her, dressed in tattered clothing, resembling female refugees. "Please, holy female, save us. The warriors have fallen ill and transformed into beasts. Our partners have gone mad and no longer recognize us. With the cold season approaching, if the insectoids invade again, our village will perish." Lin Mianmian gazed curiously at the seemingly genuine villagers, surprised to find it was a narrative task. Intrigued, she poked the head of the kneeling female before her. The sensation felt remarkably real. Immediately, the poked female trembled in fear, bowing and asking, "What are your commands, holy female?" Ahem. "Take me to find those who have transformed into beasts." The females, filled with excitement, promptly led her to a prison containing dozens of male captives. Chapter 78. Deployment. Lin Mianmian counted 30 males, with pollution levels ranging between 90 and 98. All were of S rank. This would require at least 150 energy units from her. However, only 2350 minutes remained on the countdown. She still needed to set up defenses and arrange tasks. There was simply not enough time to rest and replenish her energy. Seeing Lin Mianmian frowning at the cage, a small, shabby blue-haired male child approached her hesitantly. Glancing up at her, Lin Mianmian smiled gently. "What's the matter, little one?" The child, encouraged by her warm demeanor, produced a ring adorned with rare crystals and handed it to her. "Holy female, I found this near where you reside." "I didn't steal it." Fearing Lin Mianmian would misunderstand, he quickly shoved the ring into her hand and knelt down to its Oxier. He's always up to no good. Did he steal something from the holy female? In such a dire situation, what mischief is Oxier causing? Quickly, don't disturb the holy female. A wild child without beastly parents is uncultured. Throw him out of the village. Kneeling, Oxier trembled, tears streaming down his face. If expelled before the cold season, he would surely perish. He truly hadn't stolen anything this time. Lin Mianmian helped Oxier to his feet. Noticing the fear in his wide eyes, gently, she wiped away his tears. "Oxier found my ring. It is of utmost importance. It is key to healing these warriors." The crowd fell silent, all staring in astonishment at Oxier. Tears welled in Oxier's eyes as he stared in disbelief. "Thus, I hope everyone will not harbor prejudice against Oxier any longer. The insectoids are approaching. We need to unite against the enemy. If even the village's children can be discarded so easily, what future does this village have?" Lin Mianmian directed her gaze at the males who had just suggested throwing Oxier out. Their faces flushed, they lowered their heads. Oxier wiped his tears, looking at Lin Mianmian with reverence. "The holy female is so kind. I must find a partner like her in the future, though such a mighty female is hard to come by. I will do my best." Time was of the essence, and the task was pressing. Lin Mianmian wasted no words. She promptly used the ring to guide a wave of green energy to purify the pollution levels. With the ring's rare crystals catalyzing the energy, it expanded to twice its amount, transforming into green orbs that surged towards the dark mist enveloping the males. Those with lower pollution levels quickly reverted to human form, while those with higher levels underwent focused purification and were also restored. The entire process took 20 minutes. The prison doors swung open, and 30 S-rank males emerged, kneeling before Lin Mianmian in gratitude. Lin Mianmian waved her hand dismissively, pointing to a gray-haired male in the front row. "No need for thanks. You go summon all the males in the village. Then, casually indicating a seemingly composed middle-aged female. You gather the females and children. Upon receiving her commands, the two swiftly set off to gather the people. Lin Mianmian sighed with relief. Fortunately, this task granted her a degree of authority. Otherwise, no one would heed her orders in the fight against the enemy. The village was too large, from one end to the other. There were only a few hundred households. Once the males gathered, there were about 500 of them, with 100 females and a few dozen children. All right, now separate the males with and without spiritual ranks. Following Lin Mianmian's directive, the males promptly divided into two groups. Approximately 400 males possessed spiritual ranks, while the remainder were without. Those with spiritual ranks form teams based on your skills. Similar skills will form one team. There are 10,000 insectoids, and even if one wave consists of 1,000, there will be 10 waves. Lin Mianmian planned to dig traps and coordinate the male skills to maximize damage. Otherwise, 400 individuals attacking haphazardly would surely falter against the 10 waves of insectoid assaults. With 60 in the metal category, 70 in wood, 70 in water, 80 in fire, 100 in earth, 10 in wind, 5 in lightning, and 5 in space. She also summoned 10 winged males from the ordinary group. All right, starting now, dig a 20-meter wide, 3-meter deep river within 100 meters of the village. The excavated soil would be piled up around the village to construct a 4-meter high wall. Lin Mianmian directed the Earth team, assigning this task to them. The Earth team promptly proceeded to dig the river, although they were puzzled as to why a river was needed when one already existed 1,000 meters away. They complied without question. All those in the metal category, assist the Earth team in fortifying the wall with your skills. All those in the water category, once the Earth team finishes digging the river, ensure it is filled with water. All those in the wood category, bring the most resilient grass seeds to plant along the riverbank. Grow as much as possible. Those assigned to tasks immediately departed to fulfill their duties. The remaining individuals went to the mountains to gather wood. They were to collect as much as they could, with the space team responsible for transporting it back to the grassland nearby. 10 ordinary male members of the Eagle clan, noticing that everyone else was engaged in various tasks, felt a twinge of urgency and looked eagerly at Lin Mianmian. You two will form a pair to supervise the progress of the work. Report every 3 hours. And if any unforeseen circumstances arise, feel free to report directly. Lin Mianmian gazed at the departing figures of the eagles, reflecting that it felt reminiscent of playing Plants vs. Zombies. The remaining females and ordinary beastmen seemed somewhat embarrassed by their lack of spiritual rank, casting their eyes downward and avoiding Lin Mianmian's gaze. Do not be anxious. The warriors require ample strength to withstand the invasion of the insect race. Thus, your task is for the remaining males to hunt, while the females prepare food for everyone, ensuring that we can nourish ourselves promptly once the work is completed. The crowd quickly acknowledged their orders and set to work. After organizing all the tasks, Lin Mianmian wandered around before returning to her sacred female grass hut to rest her eyes. Her mental energy had been nearly depleted from the day's exertions, and she needed ample rest to recuperate. By evening, the river had been excavated, with the water-type males releasing water, while the gold and earth types constructed the city walls. The grass had grown over 1 meter tall, densely concealing the wooden materials beneath. After a sumptuous dinner, Lin Mianmian gathered the females, younglings, and ordinary males in the largest of the 3 houses dedicated to the beast god at the village center. Around 3 in the morning, the group completed all their tasks. Lin Mianmian mounted an eagle, surveying the area to ensure everything was in place. Once satisfied, she summoned all the males together to arrange the next battle plan. The crowd was filled with astonishment. If this plan were executed, the casualty rate would be significantly reduced. After a few hours of rest, the sharp cry of an eagle from above prompted everyone to spring into action. Lin Mianmian stood on the back of an ordinary eagle, which circled above the house where the females were sheltered, allowing her to observe the battle while also protecting those inside. A protective shield, devised by Lin Mianmian, enveloped the exterior of the females and ordinary males' quarters, ensuring that even if insects managed to penetrate, they would not easily harm anyone. Surrounding the village was a menacing swarm of insects. Not just 1,000 at a time, but an overwhelming 10,000. As the foremost insects burrowed into the center of the grassy field, the ground beneath them suddenly caved in, ensnaring their feet with rapidly sprouting vines from buried seeds. At that moment, the grass was ignited by a fire-type psychic, while the wind-type directed the flames towards the insects. The nearly 2,000 insects that entered the grass were instantly incinerated. The display on the light screen showed the insect count drop from 10,000 to 8,106. The remaining insects approached the riverbank. Those that could not fly attempted to swim across, while those that could took to the air, The males stationed on the city walls defended resolutely, easily intercepting a portion of the flying insects. As the river filled with insects preparing to cross, the lightning-type males unleashed a torrent of electricity, resulting in a cloud of smoke rising from the heads of the densely packed insects. Lin Mianmian couldn't help but chuckle, affirming the value of experience in such matters. The number of stunned insects dwindled to 5,218, and on Lin Mianmian's side, there were no casualties, with the remaining 5,000 insects now a negligible threat. The morale of the beastmen soared, as the insects were barred from crossing the river. These cunning creatures encircled the opposite bank, seemingly determined to starve the inhabitants of the village. Lin Mianmian raised an eyebrow. These insects exhibited strategic thinking. She had no time to waste. She wished to return home soon. I will guard from above. The rest of you, proceed with the extermination of the insects according to the formations we practiced. All the males, organized into teams of 3 to 5 based on their abilities, surged towards the insects. Though 500 seemed minuscule against over 5,000 insects, they resembled tiny ants, steadily consuming a colossal foe 10 times their size. Water and lightning types worked in tandem, while fire, wind, wood, and earth types coordinated their efforts, effectively annihilating the insects. Several hundred insects that flew towards the city walls met their end as Lin Mianmian unleashed a barrage of energy arrows. Any insect daring to approach the walls was struck down without a sound. Finally, after several hours, the insects were completely eradicated. The beastmen suffered only severe injuries, with not a single fatality. Lin Mianmian gazed at the virtual screen above, which displayed the completion of the mission, feeling a sense of relief. She could go home, skipping the villagers' expressions of gratitude. She swiftly submitted her task. When she opened her eyes, it was already noon the following day. No wonder they grant a day off. Completing this task in one day is simply impossible, Lin Mianmian thought to herself, bemused, as she opened the virtual capsule to find classmates 3 and 4 still toiling away. To prevent appearing overly accomplished by completing the task too swiftly, Lin Mianmian sent a message to Dean Susan about her advancement to A rank and then cheerfully boarded the flying vehicle. The intelligence system notified Li Yan, Lei Lai, and Qin Mabei about her ability to leave school and return home, while Lin Mianmian planned to first return to her villa for a shower before heading back. Upon receiving the message, Qin Mabei awaited Lin Mianmian at the villa to return home together. Hearing the sound of water from the bathroom, he felt a tension in his body, as if resisting something. His jade-like, gentle face flushed with a faint red hue. When Lin Mianmian emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe, she spotted Qin Mabei already seated on the sofa. She joyfully leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "You're here, Qin Mabei. Soon we can go home together. I miss Li Yan and Lei Lai so much." Qin Mabei's throat tightened. The thought of her returning home meant she would be in someone else's embrace. And suddenly, her excitement seemed less joyful. Sensing Qin Mabei's sudden shift in mood, Lin Mianmian caressed his face, asking, "What's wrong? Aren't you happy to go home?" Qin Mabei shook his head, holding her hand tightly. "No, I'm very happy as long as you are happy. I will be happy too." Lin Mianmian understood that he feared she would neglect him after returning home, so she kissed the corner of his lips, suggesting, "You can always move in with me." This way, he would hardly care about the 2 days she spent at home. Qin Mabei, overjoyed, embraced Lin Mianmian, his heart swelling with emotions that coalesced into her name. Heaven knows he yearned to see her every day, despite their proximity. Aside from occasional meals and when she was injured, he seldom saw her. Savoring the softness in his arms, Qin Mabei could not resist capturing her delicate pink lips in a kiss. Lin Mianmian responded with fervor, and for a moment, they were lost in a passionate embrace. Qin Mabei's ears turned crimson, his entire being aflame, holding her tightly as if he never wanted to let go. Li Yan and Lei Lai arrived at the school gate and sent a message just as they finished packing to leave the villa. Lin Mianmian felt a twinge of guilt, yet still grasped Qin Mabei's hand and walked over to Li Yan and Lei Lai. Li Yan's expression of joy momentarily froze, only to be replaced by acceptance as he embraced Lin Mianmian. This was the outcome he had anticipated. Though slightly displeased, he could accept having an additional protector for Mianmian. Lei Lai was less contemplative. With someone as exceptional as Lin Mianmian, it was only natural to have 10 or 8 guardians. The moment he saw her, the gloom of the past week evaporated, and a smile finally graced his previously cold face. Lin Mianmian chatted with the two about her training at the academy before dozing off in Li Yan's embrace, having hardly slept since yesterday's mission until this afternoon. She finally had the chance to rest peacefully, nestled in the most comforting arms. Li Yan gently stroked her hair. Although Lin Mianmian spoke of her joyful experiences at the academy, he could still discern the hardships of training within her words. While he wished to shield her from such struggles, he understood that Mianmian was not one to willingly play the role of a wilting flower. Thus, he resolved to continuously support her, becoming her most steadfast pillar of strength. The rooms in the castle were cleaned daily, and Li Yin placed Lin Mianmian on her bed, helping her remove her shoes and socks. After settling in, he embraced her to catch up on sleep. To quickly accumulate contribution points in the military for advancement, he channeled all his longing for Mianmian into completing tasks, resulting in nearly 2 days without rest, their breaths intertwined in a tranquil atmosphere. And the two soon fell into a deep slumber. Lei Lai, in the adjacent room, secretly gazed at a photo of Lin Mianmian, finding it difficult to sleep. Though she was just next door, she was in someone else's embrace. He tossed and turned until midnight before finally forcing himself to sleep. In the dead of night, Lin Mianmian awoke. In the moment she opened her eyes, Li Yin leaned in to kiss her. Though he had agreed to her having other guardians, he still felt the need to assert his claim, indulging in a gentle kiss to satisfy his yearning. In a state of drowsy confusion, Lin Mianmian thought she was dreaming. The familiar cool scent of mint wafted through the air, prompting her to softly murmur Li Yan's name. Lin Mianmian eagerly reciprocated Li Yan's kiss, while a hint of crimson stained his dark pupils. He gently curled his lips, which felt as if they could never be kissed enough, savoring them as though they were the most exquisite candy in the world. Her lips, delicate and glistening like freshly bloomed cherry blossoms, exuded a subtle fragrance that made one yearn to taste their sweetness. Each gentle caress felt akin to touching a petal, soft and intricate. Every sip seemed like drinking nectar, sweet and intoxicating. This enchanting sensation and flavor left him utterly entranced. Chapter 80. The Park. Li Yan's handsome face trembled slightly with restraint, and Mianmian did not resist. Did this signify that he could explore new territories? A flurry of tender kisses descended upon her. Lin Mianmian surrendered herself to Li Yan's embrace, contemplating that perhaps today she could allow him to have his way. After all, in her heart, he was the master. Mianmian initiated a kiss in return, her little hands mischievously exploring Li Yan's firm, alluring abdomen. This was what she had long dreamed of. Ahem. Li Yin inhaled sharply, nearly losing control due to this sudden rush of emotion. As they felt each other's warmth escalate, Mianmian sensed the heat rising within her. Could it be that today, Mianmian's mind raced with countless reckless thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush a vibrant red, a sight both dazzling and delightful? Fortunately, Li Yin merely sampled the moment, halting just before he could no longer contain himself. Though the contact was but slight, Mianmian found herself utterly devoid of coherent thought, her mind a blank slate. She felt as though she were suspended in a dreamlike realm, everything around her fading into a blur. This sensation was both exquisite and exhilarating, rendering Mianmian unable to pull away. She craved more contact, more sensations, forgetting time and space, wishing to remain in this moment forever. Immersed in this unique experience. Li Yan's voice turned low and husky. Do you like it, Mianmian? In her mind, it was as if countless fireworks were bursting forth, leaving her no capacity for coherent thought. Li Yin, you've actually turned bad. Where had her shy little serpent gone? Had it been to the army, only to return with a hint of boldness? Li Yin smirked, having learned far more in those few days than in the previous 19 years. As for Lei Lai's ignorance, it was because no one dared to speak lewdly in his presence. With a playful punch to Li Yan's chest, Mianmian, having regained her composure, felt her face heat up. Unsure of what to say. Like it? I like it to the point of dying. But she found the words too embarrassing to utter. After this teasing, Mianmian's freshly awakened spirit was instantly drained, and she nestled into Li Yan's arms. Drifting back into a deep slumber. Li Yin carried the sleeping Mianmian into the bathroom, meticulously washing her clean, before finally cradling her back to bed and planting a satisfied kiss on her forehead. An overwhelming sweetness flooding his heart. The next day, upon Mianmian's awakening, Li Yin greeted her with a good morning kiss the moment her eyes fluttered open. Mianmian cast a suspicious glance at him, wondering if he had been awake all along or had simply sensed her waking. With only 2 days to spare, Mianmian allowed them to decide how to spend their time. Lei Lai, with a blush, declared that he just wanted to stay with her. Mianmian, like a delicate butterfly, slipped from Li Yan's embrace into Lei Lai's, exclaiming that she would spend her holiday with them. Lei Lai eagerly wrapped his arms around Mianmian, greedily inhaling the scent of her hair, finally holding the softness he had yearned for all week. Qin Mabai leisurely sipped his tea, knowing that for the next 5 nights, Mianmian would be his. Thus, he generously decided to let this time be for these 2 poor souls. After a while of contemplation, the 2 of them still could not decide what to do. All they wanted was to hold Mianmian and do nothing else. However, fearing that she might find them too clingy, They ultimately agreed to Mianmian's suggestion of heading to a famous park for camping. In the capital of the Central Star System, land was precious. And this park belonged to Augustine, featuring an amusement park, expansive grassy areas for pitching tents, and a small river for fishing, with barbecues right by the water. This was something Doris had mentioned during their casual conversation, recommending the delectable Chinese restaurant within the park, which she had personally vetted. The group arrived at the park's entrance in their flying vehicle, where a gaggle of adorable little ones donned in red hats awaited their turn to enter. Mianmian, a novice in such matters, was curious about the excitement that lay ahead, eager to listen to the children's chatter, perhaps even joining in on the fun. I want to ride the speed racer. I lost to you last time. This time, I will win. I'm riding the giant mecha. Speed racers are for kids. I'm 6 years old, not a child anymore. Then I'll go on the hover roller coaster. You better not steal my spot. Mianmian squinted at the long hovercar in the distance, spinning at an alarming angle of 10,086 degrees, shaking violently and even performing backflips, before plummeting to the ground. Wouldn't that rattle one's brain? Have kids nowadays become so daring? With her noble privileges, Mianmian was allowed to take the priority lane, and the group entered amidst the envious gazes of the children. After securing a spot for their tent and setting up the smart tent, they basked in the gentle breeze of the park, leisurely exploring. On a whim, Mianmian tried several attractions, experiencing the Interstellar super carousel, which created a blur of afterimages as one rode. She finally understood why one needed to buckle up on a carousel. Indeed, it felt as if people had become stronger, and so had the rides. As they enjoyed various activities, lunchtime arrived, and the four of them headed into the Chinese restaurant located within the park. The intelligent robots scanned their faces, quickly identifying them as the highest tier of VIPs. Immediately, a strikingly beautiful female server approached with a radiant and warm smile. They ascended the elevator to the 3rd floor, entering the most luxurious private room. Mianmian, considering the opinions of her companions, ordered a few dishes, deciding against alcohol, as Lei Lai, the little lion cub, was both inexperienced and fond of drinking, requiring her to carry him back afterward. This restaurant likely sourced its ingredients from the fresh vegetables and meats grown on the mountains behind the park, resulting in flavors that were indeed fresher than those imported from another planet. Particularly, the fish soup was exceptionally delicious. Mianmian finished one bowl and was preparing to request another. Damn it, you filthy commoner. You stained my dress. A sharp voice rang out from the next room, causing Mianmian to jump, her grip on the soup spoon trembling. Was this person trained in the art of the lion's roar? Miss Natasha, it was you who bumped into me. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, a resounding slap echoed. You filthy commoner. Have you lost your eyesight? This is not the academy. I am now a noble lady. And you are a commoner. How dare you retort? Natasha disdainfully regarded Mia, dressed in a server's uniform. Causing trouble at the academy would lead to consequences, but out here, no one would intervene, despite being an S-level talent. She was merely a commoner. How dare she presume to be worthy? Mia covered her face and fell silent, knowing this was the best part-time job she could find, courtesy of Uncle Sean, and she couldn't afford to cause trouble. I am sorry, Miss Natasha, Mia said, her eyes brimming with tears. Natasha glanced at Julie and Jason seated at the table. Seeing their indifference only fueled her arrogance. This dress cost me 1 million star coins. Now that it's stained with soup, I can no longer wear it. You must compensate me at full price. Mia's face drained of color. She had only earned 2,000 star coins in 2 days of part-time work. Even 1 million couldn't cover her expenses. Chapter 81. Restaurant dispute. Jason sipped his drink with disinterest. Were it not for Mia's decent talent and looks, he would not have bothered to keep her as his little lover. A mere commoner receiving such an opportunity should appreciate it. Instead, her brother Gray, that fool, forbade her from being with him, leaving her to work in places like this? How foolish. Mia, if you apologize to my brother, he might still accept you. We could overlook your previous immaturity. Julie put down her knife and fork, wiping her mouth, seemingly bestowing a favor. Mia bit her lip tightly. Her brother had said that even if they were poor, they should have ambition, to proudly be a cheetah and never a noble's dog. Natasha's expression darkened as she cast a jealous glance at Mia and Julie. This commoner did not deserve forgiveness. She must pay immediately, or she would ensure the police sent her to a penal planet. The voices grew quieter, muffled by the walls, but Mianmian could still faintly hear, catching the name Mia, pressing her ear against the wall. She discerned the words compensation and police. Surely they weren't attempting to extort money. If it were truly Mia, shouldn't she go check? Mianmian, feeling uneasy, sent a text to Mia. Mia, are you at the restaurant in the park right now? Upon hearing the intelligent assistant's prompt, Mia, dabbing her tears, glanced around. It was Miss Mianmian. She must know about her part-time job and was looking to reserve a spot for her, right? Yes, Miss Mianmian, but I have something to deal with right now. Can we talk later? Mia wished to keep her troubles from Lin Mianmian, thus she responded with tears in her eyes. It appeared that Mia was indeed in the adjacent room. Lin Mianmian pressed the service bell on the dining table, and the restaurant manager, clad in a suit, approached her personally. Esteemed Miss Mianmian, how may I assist you? Could you please check on the situation next door? It seems there is a quarrel, and could you also ascertain if there is a female named Mia inside? As a guest, Lin Mianmian felt it would be quite impolite to intrude into another's private room without understanding the circumstances. Hence, it was better to send the restaurant manager to investigate. The manager nodded promptly and proceeded to the next room. After grasping the situation, the manager found himself in a quandary. On one side was the child of an imperial marshal, and on the other, the daughter of a duchess. He, a mere small fry, could not afford to offend either. It was evident that this noble lady intended to toy with someone, and should her whims not be indulged, there could be trouble. With a forced smile, the manager apologized to Miss Natasha. It is the oversight of our staff. We shall compensate for all your losses. Would that be agreeable? Upon seeing the manager bowing, Natasha laughed triumphantly. That would be fine, but I require her to kneel and apologize to me. She pointed at Mia, who stood silently with her head bowed, anger glimmering in her eyes. Mia bit her lip, glaring at Natasha, clearly unwilling to comply. The manager, sweating profusely, realized that Miss Mianmian was indeed referring to the new part-time waitress named Mia. Had she offended Miss Mianmian? I apologize, Miss Natasha. Please give me a moment. I shall return shortly. The manager felt uneasy, fearing that a misstep could cost him not only his job, but possibly his life as well. So he decided it was best to consult Miss Mianmian first. He briefly outlined the circumstances of the next room, prompting Lin Mianmian to frown and walk over to Lin, and the others naturally followed. Sensing that Mianmian had made a new acquaintance at the academy, Mia was splattered with soup, remnants of a collision with Natasha. The soup had cooled, yet her skin remained red from the burns, and a vivid handprint marred her fair complexion, making it all the more conspicuous. With red-rimmed eyes, she defiantly glared at Natasha, knowing full well that this situation was not her fault. Why should she kneel? Just because Natasha was of noble birth, did that grant her the right to do as she pleased? Mia, what happened? Who struck you? Lin Mianmian inquired, a frown creasing her brow as she beheld Mia's distressed state. Upon seeing the tears welling in Lin Mianmian's eyes finally spill over, Mia exclaimed, Miss Mianmian, all nobles are wicked, except for you. Natasha, who had seen Lin Mianmian at the academy, felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that Lin Mianmian intended to stand up for Mia? However, glancing at Julie behind her, the daughter of the marshal, she felt reassured. Surely, she would protect her own. Scanning the incensed Natasha, Lin Mianmian quickly deduced the true instigator of the uproar. With a cold gaze, she addressed the green-haired female before her. Are you certain that it was Mia who collided with you? Natasha, fidgeting with her hair, replied awkwardly. Yes, Miss Mianmian. This private room is under surveillance. I hope you consider your words carefully, lest you find yourself in a police station. Natasha, a B-rank female, trembled slightly at the formidable presence of Lin Mianmian, being merely the daughter of a low-ranking official beneath the marshal. She had never dined in such an expensive establishment and was unaware that these private rooms lacked surveillance cameras. Her complexion paled as she stammered. Perhaps I was feeling unwell and misremembered. It seems I was the one who collided with her. Let's just forget it. Julie shot a disapproving glance at the foolish girl, who was more trouble than she was worth. Lin Mianmian, this is our private room. What gives you the right to intrude? Does the daughter of a duchess think she can disturb others dining at will? Julie mocked. Jason stared at Lin Mianmian, mesmerized by her ethereal beauty. Congratulations, host. You have gained a favorability increase of 60 from S rank, male Jason Mogat. Lin Mianmian cast a bemused glance at the hedgehog-haired boy. Was he not the one who sought mutual destruction? System, can I decline this favorability? Host, just treat it as junk and leave it there. It's free for the taking. The system, it seemed, was rather ravenous. Just as Lin Mianmian was about to retort at Julie, a deep voice resonated, sending shivers down her spine. She is the owner of this restaurant. Why should she not defend her employee from your bullying? Augustine had just disembarked from his spaceship when he received news that Lin Mianmian was dining at the park restaurant, without even changing his clothes. He rushed over, clad in a tailored dark red suit, his gold-rimmed glasses still perched on his nose as he had been reviewing contracts. His narrowed amber eyes, though obscured by the lenses, radiated a palpable intensity. Julie stood up in surprise. Lord Augustine, that if Claude were the king of the empire, then Lord Augustine was the king of commerce. Even the emperor would show him deference, let alone her father, who relied on his taxes to fund the military. Thus, it was no surprise that Lord Augustine recognized Lin Mianmian and even spoke in her favor. Chapter 82. Camping. Julie harbored a deep resentment. How could even a reclusive businessman like Lord Augustine be captivated by Lin Mianmian's enchanting visage? She glanced at her brother Jason, hoping he would act like a man and speak up for her to her dismay. He was too busy staring at Lin Mianmian, nearly drooling. What a disgrace, Lord Augustine. I apologize. I was unaware this was Miss Lin Mianmian's establishment. It was merely a misunderstanding. We have finished dining and will not disturb you further. Julie wished to escape this embarrassment, dragging the reluctant Jason with her. Wait, Lin Mianmian called out to halt them. Julie turned back, unsure of what Lin Mianmian might say next. Hadn't she already shown enough weakness? Natasha ran into Mia, stained her clothes, and even injured her. We have yet to settle that score. Lin Mianmian fixed her gaze on Natasha, who had shrunk behind Julie, attempting to diminish her presence. Natasha, with a sorrowful countenance, mumbled a vague apology to Mia. Mia covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. Having been bullied her entire life due to her humble origins, she had never heard a single sincere apology. As Natasha attempted to flee, Lin Mianmian blocked her way. Mia's clothes are ruined, her skin is burned, and her face is injured. You must compensate her medical expenses, and I did not quite catch your apology. Please repeat it. Natasha's face flushed crimson. She could accept the compensation, but apologizing to someone she deemed beneath her felt like a slap in the face. She glanced pleadingly at Jason, hoping he would speak up for her, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Mianmian. Congratulations, host. You have gained a favorability increase of 20 from S-rank male Jason Mogat. The sight of a fierce woman was so captivating. She should be fiercer, beautiful. I want to see more. Since Jason did not reciprocate Natasha's glance, she reluctantly mumbled a half-hearted apology. That was somewhat audible. Lin Mianmian continued. Given Mia's exquisite complexion and delicate skin, now marred by your actions, the medical expenses shall amount to 1 million star coins. Natasha never anticipated that her casual display of bravado would backfire. Though she had 1 million, it represented nearly all her pocket money. If she compensated, she would be unable to afford meals at the second-floor restaurant of the academy. But now, under the scrutiny of several imposing gazes, she felt ensnared in the domain of ferocious beasts, trembling uncontrollably as she transferred 1 million star coins to Mia, her voice feeble. Miss Mianmian, is this acceptable? Lin Mianmian turned to Mia. Mia, do you find this satisfactory? Mia nodded eagerly, and only then did Lin Mianmian allow Natasha and her companions to leave. Jason reluctantly shifted his feet, but Julie tugged him out with determination. Mia promptly transferred the 1 million star coins back to Lin Mianmian. Miss Mianmian, I cannot accept this. I am already immensely grateful for your help in seeking justice on my behalf. Lin Mianmian chuckled at the 1 million star coins. She had more than enough, and merely wished to have someone assist her in spending it. Why would she care about that amount? Mia, take the money to the hospital and buy a few new outfits. Can you manage on your own? Do you need me to accompany you? Lin Mianmian insisted, transferring the money to her, making it clear that it was non-negotiable. Mia expressed her gratitude profusely, overwhelmed by the kindness shown to her by Miss Mianmian, who had unconditionally supported her from the very first encounter at the Academy's restaurant. With this money, she could seek a better hospital for her mother's treatment, which she desperately needed. Mia was granted permission to leave work early, and Lin Mianmian arranged for someone to escort her home. Augustine's arrival had rendered the atmosphere among the three males quite delicate. Yet another individual was eyeing their treasure. I have heard that they are going camping in the park tonight. Augustine, with his bold demeanor, has claimed a spot nearby, and Lin Mianmian certainly welcomes this ideal partner. In the evening, the five of them set up a barbecue grill by the lakeside, enjoying the gentle breeze. Lin dutifully took on the role of grilling lamb skewers, while Leilai happily indulged in the skewers. Chin Mobai, clad in white, sat on a mat with his eyes closed, quietly meditating and absorbing the serenity of nature. Lin Mianmian handed the freshly grilled lamb skewer to Augustine, inquiring, Your Excellency Augustine, can you eat this skewer? For some reason, Lin Mianmian felt slightly constrained in Augustine's presence, unsure whether it was due to his commanding aura or the age difference. Augustine gracefully accepted the skewer and began to eat it, saying, Miss Mianmian, you can simply call me Augustine. After all, we only have an 8-year age gap. We should be considered contemporaries. Lin Mianmian burst into laughter, finding Augustine's serious demeanor rather endearing, seeing that Lin Mianmian was no longer so reserved. Augustine breathed a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared that she might distance herself from him. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 affection from SS-level male Augustine Sommerfield. 12000. Augustine casually glanced at Lin Mianmian's 3 guardians. Although younger than him, he felt that he was not lacking in other aspects. He wondered if Miss Mianmian would accept him. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 affection from SS-level male Augustine Sommerfield. 140,200. Lin Mianmian observed Augustine curiously, pondering what he was thinking and why his affection seemed to be increasing continuously. The emotions Augustine had long suppressed surged uncontrollably upon meeting Lin Mianmian, feeling a bit flushed in his chest. Augustine removed his suit jacket, took off his glasses, loosened his tie, and unbuttoned 2 buttons of his meticulously neat shirt. He transformed from a figure of restraint into one of wild abandon. Lin Mianmian had never seen this side of Augustine before and gulped at the sight of his exposed collarbone. Such an exquisite feature must be worth a fortune. Miss Mianmian, there is a private hot spring on the mountain. If you're interested, you can visit it. Their tents are set up at the foot of the mountain. And it would be nice to soak before bedtime, especially since bathing while camping is rather inconvenient. After a day of activities, I would also like to take a shower. All right, Augustine, we can go after we finish eating. Augustine nodded with a gentle smile. Very well, I will take you there shortly. After the group finished their dinner, they traveled to the mountaintop in a flying vehicle at the peak. Clouds swirled around, and the air was infused with a faint floral fragrance. The hot spring pool, large enough to accommodate dozens of people, was surrounded by a carpet of petals. Since Augustine usually visited alone, there was only one pool that he had never anticipated bringing so many people here. The ground was specially treated, smooth and white, adorned with several carpets. Luxurious tents were placed at the edge of the hot spring, strung with moon and starlights, casting a dreamy glow over the area, enhancing its ethereal beauty in the night. Wow, what a beautiful place, Lin Mianmian exclaimed, unable to resist reaching out to touch the warm water, which had a hint of sulfur, imagining herself in a swimsuit soon. The males felt the mist from the hot spring enveloping them too warmly, causing their faces to flush. Lin Mianmian had never purchased a swimsuit, as her coastal hometown meant she could swim. But she never anticipated swimming in the cosmos, hence she had not bought one. Moreover, with several people in the large pool, it was wiser to dress more conservatively in a short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts. When Lin Mianmian emerged dressed, her fitted t-shirt barely reached her abdomen, and her loose shorts, while modest, showcased her porcelain-like arms and slender legs, making it hard for anyone to look away. The 3 guardians breathed a sigh of relief. Had she worn a swimsuit, they might have been unable to contain themselves, especially with Augustine watching closely. Lin Mianmian first sat at the edge of the pool to acclimatize to the temperature. Dipping her toes in the water, Qin Mo Bai, with flushed ears, turned his head away, reminiscing about the icy, delicate touch he once felt. Augustine reclined on a bench at the edge, choosing not to disturb the group's atmosphere. Simply watching Lin Mianmian was enough for him. Yin and Lei Lai clung to Lin Mianmian's sides, unwilling to part from her, cherishing every moment. Once accustomed to the temperature, Lin Mianmian jumped in. Gracefully swimming like a mermaid, Yin followed closely, swimming alongside her. When Lin Mianmian grew tired, she floated in the water, embraced by him. Lei Lai, less adept in the water, sat anxiously on the shore, watching. Qin Mo Bai continued his meditation, reminding himself that tomorrow would be his day, urging himself to remain calm. The warm water turned Lin Mianmian's cheeks rosy, her exquisite beauty now tinged with a playful innocence. Yin, unsure whether it was the hot spring or his own heart racing, couldn't help but pull Lin Mianmian close for a deep kiss. Blushing, Lin Mianmian gently reminded him that there were others around. Augustine's amber eyes darkened, his heart racing. His frequent business trips had kept his control at a precarious level. As an SS-level male, relying solely on 3 high-grade purifying agents daily could not guarantee complete control. Most SS-level females in the Empire had already been taken by the military or claimed by others. Often prominent figures, Augustine would never lower himself to request mental comfort from another female, as he had a compulsion for purity. While he could consider an S-level female as a mate to help stabilize his contamination rate, he was unwilling to settle. No one in his family could persuade him. He had always been an omnipotent giant, Who would have thought that one day he would lose control because of a mere female? Suddenly, a splash erupted from the hot spring as a fiery red fox, displeased, pushed past the bothersome male and leaped into Lin Mianmian's arms. Lin Mianmian, bewildered, looked at the fox enveloped in dark mist before glancing at the lounge chair where Augustine had been seated. Augustine, staring at the unusually docile little fox resting on her chest, Lin Mianmian's heart fluttered with affection. Lin raised an eyebrow, having noticed the fox's ulterior motives long ago. This partnership was merely a facade for other intentions. Observing the fox's compliance, the others refrained from intervening, yet they felt a sense of aversion towards the newcomer. Augustine's contamination level had just surpassed 90, and Lin Mianmian felt too shy to recklessly touch him in his vulnerable state. So she properly helped him purify his contamination level. With her current S-level mental rank and the aid of her rare crystal bracelet, she could reduce his contamination by 20. Soon, the little fox transformed back into human form. Augustine appeared slightly fatigued. Having already administered 3 purifying agents today, he feared that if he saw something inappropriate again, he might lose control once more. I apologize, Miss Mianmian, for my rudeness. Additionally, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in purifying my contamination level. If there is anything you desire as a reward, Lin Mianmian shook her head. Your Excellency Augustine, you are an exceptionally admirable partner. I have always regarded you as a friend, so there is no need for such formality. Should you require purification in the future, feel free to reach out. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 affection from SS level male Augustine Sommerfield, 160200. Despite his restraint, Augustine couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion within him. He suppressed his urge to profess his feelings and tapped a few commands into his smart device. This park has now been designated in your name, including the mountain and the hot springs, which now belong to you. Please do not decline. This is my sincerest gratitude. If he could leave behind something that would occasionally remind her of him, it would be worth relinquishing all his wealth. Lin Mianmian was taken aback. Although she was quite wealthy herself, she never imagined that such a brief moment of purification could grant her the largest park in the capital of the Central Star System. Augustine's resolve was too strong for her to refuse, so she accepted, planning to think of other ways to help him earn more in the future. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward, prompting Augustine to tactfully find an excuse to leave. 160 affection points. Lin Mianmian recalled Augustine's lonely silhouette as he departed. Surely, the mature, noble, and strikingly handsome Augustine would not harbor feelings for someone like her. Lin enveloped himself within a dark energy shield, rendering the interior completely invisible from the outside, yet a faint, dim glow emanated from within. Mianmian, focus a little. As Lin Mianmian snapped back to reality, she realized she had been entirely ensnared by Li Yan's control. Her mind devoid of any other thoughts, lost in the exquisite sensations he evoked. Chapter 84. Returning to the academy. This feeling was akin to a splendid melody being played, at times light and gentle, at others fervent and impassioned. Lin keenly observed her every movement and expression, his gaze akin to a blazing flame, intense and unwavering. After a considerable duration, the energy shield was enveloped in swirling mist, gradually settling. The totem on his forehead darkened to a crimson hue as he repeatedly kissed Lin Mianmian's forehead, crown, cheeks, and the corners of her lips, as if wishing to fuse her essence into his very being. Lin Mianmian, weary and drowsy, was cradled by Li Yan as he exited the hot spring and made his way directly to the tent. Being mindful of her exhaustion, he refrained from any further exertion. Arranging things before holding Lin Mianmian and drifting into slumber, the following midday, Lin Mianmian finally rose, while Li Yan had awakened much earlier, currently holding her in feigned slumber. Sensing her awakening, he immediately kissed her forehead. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I can arrange for a meal. Lin Mianmian requested a few dishes she desired before heading to the restroom to freshen up. Upon her return, she found the table already set with food. After they finished their lunch, they prepared to fish by the lake, planning to spend another night before returning to the academy the next morning. Lei Lai, sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, greeted Lin Mianmian with a good morning. Lin Mianmian chuckled, gently touching his eyes. Had he not slept at all last night? Li Yan disregarded this seemingly simple yet cunning lion. Realizing that tonight's opportunity belonged to him, Lei Lai's ice-blue peach blossom eyes bore a look of grievance as he nestled against Lin Mianmian, resting his chin atop her head. Mianmian, may I? Lin Mianmian looked up. Caressing his soft golden hair, and nodded in response to his eager gaze. Lei Lai's face lit up with a smile, akin to an ice mountain melting under the spring sun, his peach blossom eyes gazing at Lin Mianmian with a shy yet affectionate glimmer. Hand in hand, Lin Mianmian led him toward the lake. Lin walked behind them with his hands in his pockets, feeling reluctant, yet understanding he could not monopolize Mianmian. He would have to adjust to this reality. The lake was tended by designated caretakers, and the silver-white edible fish were densely distributed, nearly guaranteeing a catch with each cast. These fish had minimal and orderly bones, lacking any fishy taste even when consumed raw. Nevertheless, Lin Mianmian preferred to pan-fry or grill them before eating. Lei Lai had long mastered the art of grilling and diligently prepared the fish for Lin Mianmian, feeding her bites that required no additional seasoning, leaving a fragrant aftertaste. Although the park now belonged to her, Lin Mianmian still felt shy about treating it as her own. Thus she refrained from visiting the hot spring again. After dinner, she simply freshened up in the tent on the lawn. Lei Lai had already cleaned himself up and lay on the bed, grinning at her. Lin Mianmian, donning her pajamas, looked at his silly expression with exasperation. His usually stern face now resembled that of a simpleton. Lei Lai, I must return to the academy early tomorrow. Let us retire for the night. Lin Mianmian kissed him lightly and lay down, closing her eyes to cultivate sleepiness. She had always thought Lei Lai was quite innocent, believing that simply falling asleep beside him would suffice for his satisfaction. Lei Lai was indeed thrilled. It was his first time falling asleep while embracing Mianmian in a conscious state. Though he felt a surge of emotions he struggled to contain. He managed to hold back. In the dim light, he gazed at her sleeping visage, his eyes filled with affection, as if he wished to etch her image into his memory. Lin Mianmian, feeling his unwavering gaze, was unable to sleep. She reached out to pinch Lei Lai's ear. Hurry up and sleep. Did you not sleep last night either? Your dark circles are quite pronounced. Lei Lai focused on her speaking lips, the soft little tongue within appearing to beckon him. Unable to resist, he leaned down to seal her incessantly chattering mouth with a kiss, too eager and inadvertently knocking against Lin Mianmian's delicate lips. Lin Mianmian let out a soft cry, prompting Lei Lai to quickly plant a gentle kiss on her lips' edge. Mianmian, did I hurt you? In retaliation, Lin Mianmian leaned down to nip at his lips, and Lei Lai surrendered to her playful biting. Such a mild intensity did not cause him pain. Rather, it brought him pleasure. The air around Lei Lai was saturated with a masculine scent, as Lin Mianmian delicately kissed the hollows of his eyes. His finely chiseled features reminiscent of an ancient Greek warrior, majestic and unassailable when devoid of a smile. Her heart raced as she was once again entranced by his allure, her hands wandering over his well-defined chest and abdominal muscles. Lei Lai's eyes widened, his body trembling uncontrollably. He felt overwhelmed and questioned how he could rein in his impulses. His robust physique provided Lin Mianmian with a profound sense of security, the spacious embrace enveloping her comfortably. Lei Lai, enduring the sensations, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Sensing his struggle, Lin Mianmian, ever the helper, decided to assist him a little. Lei Lai felt as if he had ignited a powder keg. Finding clarity only after the explosion, realizing this was what such feelings entailed, he felt as if he had ascended to paradise. Eventually, Lei Lai carried the languid Lin Mianmian to the bathroom to rinse her off. After her tired protests, he reluctantly left the bathroom, obediently returning to bed to sleep while holding her close. This exquisite sensation left him exhilarated, causing him to remain in a state of half-sleep throughout the night. Kissing the back of Lin Mianmian's hand, reluctant to part from her come morning, Lin Mianmian, somewhat weary from his exuberance, slept soundly till dawn. She found herself in Lei Lai's embrace as they boarded the flying vehicle. And it was only after she entered the academy that Lei Lai, feeling dejected, returned to the military. The sentry, witnessing the troubled visage of Major Lei Lai as he re-entered the military with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, couldn't help but wonder if every week brought new troubles for Major Lei's household. Only when Lei Lai was about to attend class did Lin Mianmian hurriedly dash into the classroom, only to discover an old acquaintance seated beside her. Aurelia's eyes flickered with disdain and animosity as she spotted Lin Mianmian, yet she raised her head with a smile, nodding in greeting. Lin Mianmian ignored her, taking her seat, uninterested in engaging in a facade of camaraderie. Aurelia clenched her fingers around the virtual pod's handrail, inwardly wishing to tear apart that detestable face. The trio of Doris, Aaron, and Elizabeth had not returned home over the weekend, instead opting to complete unfinished tasks at the academy. Doris and Aaron appeared to have caught Elizabeth's malaise, both looking rather dispirited. Erin barely managed to finish her tasks, allowing her to embark on new ones this week. Yet her sleep had been insufficient, leaving her devoid of energy. Doris covered her face, lamenting her failure to complete the last task, with the previous week's tasks still unaddressed. How am I to survive this week? Elizabeth had already given up, adopting a laid-back approach to her tasks, treating the confinement room as her classroom instead. Aurelia's eyes flashed with contempt. How could these tasks be so challenging? It was utterly disgraceful for such inept individuals to be left at the academy to complete their assignments. The atmosphere between Julia and Aurelia was peculiar, a blend of friendliness tinged with subtle exclusion, yet both maintained a facade of camaraderie, appearing as if they were the best of friends. Fiona cast a curious glance at Lin Mianmian, recalling that this little beauty had completed her tasks first last week. Perhaps she shouldn't judge by appearances, as she had initially thought her to be a delicate flower. As the group's thoughts diverged, Dean Susan entered the room. "Good day, ladies, and good day, Your Highness." The collective response of "good day," Dean Susan echoed in unison. Susan nodded and continued, "After a week of task training, I have gained some understanding of your capabilities. If any of you aspire to reach elite levels, a healthy and agile physique is paramount, and no matter how high your mental capacity, if your physical condition is poor, it remains of no consequence. Thus, for the upcoming week, our focus will shift to offline training. You must complete physical training each day before engaging in virtual tasks online. However, future virtual tasks will be reduced to one. The physical training schedule has been sent to your smart devices, and the robotic steward will oversee your physical training. Very well. I hope you all continue to strive for excellence." With that, Susan departed briskly, leaving no trace behind. Lin Mianmian examined the physical training schedule on her smart device. Monday, 10,000 meters of running on the playground, sparring with training robots in the mental power shielding room. Tuesday, 10,000 meters of weighted running on the playground, sparring with training robots in the mental power shielding room. Wednesday, 100 meters in the gravity training room, sparring with training robots in the mental power shielding room. Thursday, tasks in the virtual practice room. Friday, rest. Thank goodness, she thought. The S-class physique has indeed improved. If it were my weak modern body, I would likely take over an hour to complete 10,000 meters. Now, I should be able to finish within 30 minutes. Elizabeth, upon seeing the schedule, immediately wished to escape, her eyes widening. "Robotic steward, take me to the confinement room. I haven't completed my tasks from last week." The robotic steward replied apologetically, "I am sorry, Miss Elizabeth, but you must complete your offline tasks before you can access the confinement room." Elizabeth's eyes widened even further. "You expect me to run 10,000 meters when I can barely walk 2 steps without gasping for breath?" Elizabeth cast a glance at the chair behind her and promptly rolled her eyes in exasperation before fainting and collapsing onto the seat. "Ms. Elizabeth, even if you feign unconsciousness now, you shall still be required to complete the offline tasks upon your awakening." Elizabeth opened her eyes and said, "Good butler, please assist me in getting up." Chapter 85. Offline training dressed in the athletic gear distributed by the robotic butler. The group made their way to the expansive playground. The track was composed of an unknown black metal, adorned with non-slip patterns. Each lap measured 500 meters. However, the track was intelligent and allowed for the selection of movement modes. The robotic butler adjusted the track's length to 1,000 meters per lap, causing it to gradually retreat at a steady pace, akin to a treadmill. Fiona stood at the starting point, brimming with excitement. Finally in her element, determined to reclaim the pride she had lost in the virtual practice room. Oriana cast a glance at Lin Mianmian beside her, resolved to outpace her regardless of the circumstances. Meanwhile, Elizabeth squatted at the starting line, tracing circles on the ground with her finger, pondering whether she would be able to complete the run today. Doris and Erin wore expressions of fatigue. Doris's cherubic face was etched with pain. Lamenting her predicament as a female who had been coddled throughout her life, why must she endure such torment? At the sound of the whistle, Fiona shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Lin Mianmian maintained a steady pace, running at her most comfortable speed. Oriana and Julia quickly surged past her, turning back to mock her. "Lin Mianmian, no matter how formidable you may be online, it's all virtual. If you tire and faint, perhaps I shall call a doctor for you." Julia taunted confidently as she continued her rapid advance. Lin Mianmian paid no heed, focusing solely on her own stride. Long-distance running demanded endurance. What was the use of sprinting at the start? Indeed, by the 5th lap, Fiona remained in the lead, having nearly lapped the last 3 struggling participants. Lin Mianmian, still with energy to spare, reached the positions of Oriana and Julia. The two, having started off too aggressively, were now showing signs of fatigue. Upon noticing Lin Mianmian closing in, they seemed to be reinvigorated, launching into another sprint. Lin Mianmian, calm and unhurried, only began to exert herself in pursuit of the two ahead during the 8th lap. Her exquisite visage maintaining a serene expression throughout. The only indication of her exertion was the faint flush on her cheeks and the slight quickening of her breath, betraying that she was not as effortless as she appeared. In the 8th lap, the three of them were neck and neck, but by the 9th lap, Oriana and Julia, having started too vigorously, began to slow down. With no spectators around, Oriana gritted her teeth, her face contorted in a fierce determination to catch up with Lin Mianmian. Alas, her current physical condition was merely grade A, and she gradually fell behind Julia and Lin Mianmian. Julia, being the daughter of a grand marshal, had never been as delicate as ordinary females, although she could not match Fiona's upbringing as a male. She had no trouble with a 10,000-meter run. She was astonished that the once weak and willful Lin Mianmian could compete with her on this level. In the final lap, Fiona had already completed her run, opening a bottle of pure water at the finish line, sipping it while casting a relaxed glance at the three still on the 9th lap. Raising an eyebrow, she noted that the beautiful girl was managing to keep pace with Julia, which exceeded her expectations. Lin Mianmian, having accumulated her strength, finally unleashed it during the last 1,000 meters, sprinting forth. She pulled ahead of Julia, crossing the finish line second. Julia's face flushed red. She had assumed that even if she could not surpass Fiona, she would easily outclass the others, only to be met with a sting of reality. Fiona's typically indifferent expression broke into a faint smile as she tossed a bottle of water to Lin Mianmian. Well done, Lin Mianmian. I had thought you only excelled in the virtual realm due to your mental prowess, yet it seems you hold your own in reality as well. Those with strength merit my respect. Lin Mianmian smiled gratefully at Fiona, sipping water in small gulps. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, and the rosy hue on her cheeks rendered her appearance particularly alluring. Fiona had known from the very first day that Lin Mianmian was beautiful, initially dismissing her as merely a pretty face. Now, however, as she experienced the impact of her beauty up close, her gaze became transfixed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 favorability from S-rank female Fiona Ulysses, 3100. Lin Mianmian, taken aback, looked up and smiled at Fiona again, her dimples dancing, her eyes sparkling with vitality, resembling a fairy that had descended to earth. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 favorability from S-rank female Fiona Ulysses, 5100. Fiona, regaining her composure, took a sip of water. Miss Mianmian, shall we proceed to the psychic shielding room together? Lin Mianmian nodded with a smile. Of course, Miss Fiona. Your hair is so smooth, it must be natural. Lin Mianmian leaned closer to examine Fiona's hair, and a fresh, sweet scent wafted into Fiona's nostrils, causing her to feel slightly dry, as if she might sneeze any moment. She hastily took 2 steps back. Her face, which had shown no change throughout the 10,000-meter run, now began to blush. Perhaps it's because it's short, making it easier to manage. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 favorability from S-rank female Fiona Ulysses, 7100. Lin Mianmian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that the seemingly aloof and unapproachable Fiona possessed such an endearing personality. The two made their way to the psychic shielding room side by side. Upon entering, Lin Mianmian immediately felt the connection with her psychic core severed. It was reminiscent of her initial days in this world, powerless and feeble. She couldn't help but ponder. There are numerous tools for psychic shielding, and should an unforeseen incident arise in the future where psychic energy is unavailable, her physical condition would become paramount. After all, every second of resistance could translate into a greater chance of survival. The classroom was spacious, with 7 platforms distributed throughout. Each platform hosted identical robotic sparring partners, each standing approximately 1.85 meters tall and clad in soft protective gear. Each platform was designated with a corresponding number. Fiona donned the protective gear prepared at the edge of her platform, greeted Lin Mianmian, and then leaped onto the stage. As someone stepped onto the platform, a semi-transparent protective shield rose, encasing it. From the outside, only 2 indistinct figures could be seen. Lin Mianmian donned her protective gear and jumped onto her own platform. The robotic sparring partner detected her presence and promptly announced the rules. Greetings, challenger. Today's practice is wrestling. The session will conclude after 1 hour. Defeat me to end early. Are you ready? Let the match begin. Lin Mianmian carefully observed the robotic partner's next move. The robot swiftly seized Lin Mianmian's shoulder and threw her out. Caught off guard, she landed on the soft protective shield and bounced back onto the thickly padded floor. Though the impact was not severe, her delicate skin bore a few scratches, and her knee was considerably bruised. As soon as Lin Mianmian started to rise, the robot approached again to grab her shoulder. In a panic, she rolled away, exclaiming, "Please don't throw me again. It really hurts," with her psychic energy locked. She couldn't even utilize her healing skills. This was genuine pain. Chapter 86. Completing the task, the robot, seeing Lin Mianmian evade its second attack, quickly pursued her, intent on throwing her down. Lin Mianmian had never trained in martial arts. Her experience lay solely in dance, which bore no resemblance to combat. Thus, she could only dodge while observing the robot's movements, attempting to learn on the fly. After enduring single-leg throws, double-leg throws, and shoulder throws, Lin Mianmian mustered her strength to retaliate, trying to replicate the robot's shoulder throw by seizing its collar and pulling with all her might. Yet it remained utterly immovable. This iron contraption was specifically designed for sparring and undoubtedly possessed a solid foundation, making it exceptionally heavy. Attempting to shoulder throw it was akin to trying to throw a 1.9-meter-tall behemoth like Lei Lai. Unsurprisingly, Lin Mianmian was once again seized by the shoulder and flung against the protective shield. Lin Mianmian protected her head as she rolled on the ground, appearing utterly disheveled. Julia and Oriana had both learned basic combat skills. They were more than capable of handling ordinary females. Yet they found themselves somewhat challenged in dealing with this cumbersome behemoth. Even Fiona had yet to conquer it, although their exchanges were not as chaotic as Lin Mianmian's. Lin Mianmian, feeling disoriented, resolved to seek out Qin Mabe for combat techniques after class today. But would a physician know how to wrestle? There was no time for her to ponder further. As the robot was already thumping over to grab her, it seemed there was no escaping this relentless pursuit. Unable to fight back, Lin Mianmian could only focus on evading. Enduring through this hour-long ordeal, every part of her body ached, and even the slightest movement felt like a punishment.